In the southern region of the Tianwu Eastern Domain, at the resplendent cloud mansion of the Southern Monarch, before the entrance of the Wu Yin sect, Luo Cheng took a deep breath, brushed away the dust from his robe, and clasped his hands in a formal gesture, bowing deeply. His expression was solemn as he proclaimed in a clear voice, "I, Luo Cheng, an outer disciple of the Wu Yin sect, have returned after 8 years of journeying, seeking re-entry into the mountain gates." Upon finishing his declaration, he stood tall and turned his gaze towards the guards at the gate. The gatekeeper was a man in his early 20s, possessing an imposing stature that exceeded 6 feet. He was clad in golden armor and wielded a massive axe, his skin gleaming as if coated in gold paint, radiating a brilliant golden aura. His rugged appearance and stern demeanor conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. Luo Cheng discerned that this gatekeeper had reached the 3rd level of physical cultivation, practicing the golden giant body technique. Recognizing Luo Cheng's extraordinary nature, the gatekeeper did not belittle him due to his modest cultivation level. With a slight softening of his expression, the gatekeeper spoke, "Please present your iron token for verification." Luo Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He carefully removed the iron token from his waist and extended it with both hands. After 8 years of turbulent wandering, this token was his only link to home. Indeed, 8 years ago, I ventured forth to uncover my origins, Luo Cheng replied, a hint of melancholy creeping into his heart, followed by a flicker of confusion. He had no recollection of this gatekeeper, yet the man seemed familiar with his past. "Is it truly you?" The gatekeeper suddenly seemed enlightened, recalling snippets of idle gossip. Although the Wu Yin sect was a modest sect governing a small territory, it still boasted tens of thousands of outer disciples. With so many students coming and going, it was remarkable that he could remember even a few. He had heard that Luo Cheng entered the Wu Yin sect at the tender age of 7, where he honed both his literary and martial skills. By 12, he had officially embarked on the path of cultivation, reaching the mid-phase of the 1st level of physical cultivation by the age of 15, marking him as a diligent and somewhat gifted disciple among his peers. One of the most absurd tales told was that when Luo Cheng first met Elder Jiu's granddaughter, Xing Fei, at the age of 14, he boldly declared his intent to take her as his wife and inquired about the bride price. In response, Xing Fei had delivered a powerful punch to his nose, causing blood to stream forth. The most foolish incident involved Luo Cheng and fellow disciple Bai Hongping, whose long-standing animosity culminated in a duel that was strictly forbidden among disciples. They agreed to settle their differences at the Tianzi platform, yet Bai Hongping never showed up, leaving Luo Cheng to wait there for an entire day and night, ultimately falling asleep. Xing Fei was merely a year younger than Luo Cheng, yet her exceptional talent and the abundant resources available to true disciples had already elevated her to the 5th level of physical cultivation. Bai Hongping, on the other hand, had reached the 4th level and, although he had not been admitted to the inner sect, had become a prominent outer sect steward. In stark contrast, Luo Cheng had only achieved the late stage of the 1st level of physical cultivation, placing him on par with 15 or 16-year-old outer disciples, effectively losing 8 years in comparison to his contemporaries. Before him stood a young man of a similar age to Luo Cheng, with a round face and narrow eyes, his physique oddly resembling a large iron ball with stout limbs. Dressed in a blue robe adorned with golden embroidery, marking him as an outer sect steward, he was none other than Bai Hongping, who had once challenged Luo Cheng to a duel at the Tianzi platform. Upon seeing Luo Cheng, Bai Hongping initially cast a casual glance, but was soon taken aback, rising from his stone seat with a loud thud that nearly shattered the table. "Bai Hongping?" Luo Cheng hesitated, recognizing the name. He knew that Bai Hongping cultivated the swallowing cloud's battle body, which had drastically altered his appearance, but he had not anticipated such a profound transformation. From the aura he exuded, it was evident that Bai Hongping had attained the 4th level of physical cultivation and had become an outer sect steward at the Hall of Administration, marking a modest achievement. After a moment of surprise, Bai Hongping's expression shifted to one of keen interest, his narrow eyes sparkling as he scrutinized Luo Cheng. Smirking, well, after 8 years I thought you had perished out there. Ah, still at the first level, I see. It appears you've had quite a comfortable time outside, losing all desire to cultivate. Are you feeling proud? Luo Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired casually. Realizing this, Bai Hongping became increasingly animated, his lips twitching, still the same old you. He had known Luo Cheng for many years and was well aware of his peculiarities. When Luo Cheng first entered the Wu Yin sect, he had struggled with speech and chopsticks, resembling a wild child, and even at 14 or 15, he was still socially awkward and naive. Although Luo Cheng lacked the shrewdness to navigate social intricacies, he could clearly sense Bai Hongping's mockery. Ordinarily, he should be returning to the Dan Peak, as his status as an outer disciple had never changed, merely awaiting restoration. However, as Bai Hongping had indicated, it was within the purview of the outer sect steward at the Hall of Administration to decide his placement, and positions could be reassigned based on necessity. Choosing not to engage in argument, Luo Cheng glanced around the Hall of Administration. There was a chief outer sect steward and several major stewards present. The chief steward was not often in the hall, and seeing that he was absent, the other two major stewards were engrossed in observing the unfolding spectacle. Luo Cheng approached another major steward, presenting his iron token and stating, "I kindly ask you to record my whereabouts. I leave my arrangements in your hands. Know your place." Bai Hongping suddenly erupted in fury, his fourth-level aura pressing down upon Luo Cheng. In the past, he would have felt apprehensive in Luo Cheng's presence, but now he felt emboldened enough to crush him like a mere insect. The oppressive force sent a gust of wind that rustled Luo Cheng's robe. Yet he did not flinch, standing straight with a steely gaze, and coldly replied, "What do you intend to do?" In that moment, a colossal multicolored wheel materialized behind him. In an instant, the wheel transformed into a swirling vortex of colors, expanding rapidly. Despite being within the hall, the vortex was unrestrained by its surroundings, overshadowing the space as if it sought to engulf everything within it, leaving no trace behind. It seemed that with a mere movement from Luo Cheng, the vast colored whirlpool would merge with his very being. Strangely, Bai Hongping and the other two stewards appeared oblivious to this phenomenon, merely feeling an indescribable pressure. It was akin to being scrutinized by an unyielding sect master after committing a grave error, an uncomfortable sensation prickling at their backs. They felt as if they were confronting overwhelming heavenly might, cold sweat breaking out from every pore, longing to flee. Bai Hongping's arrogance swiftly extinguished, his aura dissipating as he struggled to swallow. With a facade of bravado, he muttered through clenched teeth, "Were it not for the sect's regulations, I would teach you a lesson today." Internally, he harbored confusion, wondering if an intersect elder had fortuitously passed by. The other two major stewards, visibly uneasy, averted their eyes and began rifling through documents on the table, as if facing an inspection from an outer sect elder. The multicolored vortex quietly vanished as if it had never existed, while Luo Cheng's expression remained icy. Before Heartbeat had passed, he recalled something, sitting upright with a sudden urgency, and said, "Senior brother Luo, no, junior brother Luo, your childhood friend, Che Yin Yu, is now an intersect disciple, training at the Sword Peak. Why do you not seek him out? Perhaps out of old friendship, he would go to great lengths to assist you, rewarding you with several hundred spirit stones and arranging for you to join the Sword Peak as a sword attendant, guiding your swordsmanship." Ha ha. With that, he laughed heartily, reveling in his own cleverness. Luo Cheng's expression shifted, and he coldly responded, "In 8 months, I shall be an inner disciple, while you will not." With that, he exited the Hall of Administration and set his course for the Sword Peak. Without needing Bai Hongping's suggestion, he intended to seek out Che Yinyu, for within the Wu Yin sect, Che Yinyu was his only true friend. Most others regarded him as a peculiar wildling raised by beasts, avoiding him. However, after witnessing Che Yinyu being bullied by other disciples, he had intervened out of indignation, only to receive a beating himself, forging a bond between them as brothers in hardship. Both trained in the unification sword-body technique, they frequently practiced swordsmanship together. Anyone who dared to provoke them would face their wrath, preferring to endure punishment rather than submit. Each month, they would find ways to acquire an additional spirit pill to meet their cultivation needs. To this day, Che Yinyu still owed him 3 spirit pills. Hearing that Che Yinyu had become an inner disciple and was currently training at the Sword Peak filled Luo Cheng with joy. He walked briskly, soon reaching the foot of the Sword Peak, requesting the guard disciples to relay his message upward. However, what transpired next would diverge significantly from his expectations. Chapter 2. The Guardian of the Sword Peak gazing at the Sword Peak, shrouded in mist and striving to pierce the heavens. Luo Cheng's heart stirred with fervor. The technique unity of the sword body was intricate and obscure, profoundly complex, rendering its cultivation exceedingly arduous. Among the outer disciples, many aspired to this method, yet only a scant few could ascend to the ranks of inner disciples of the Sword Peak, each one a paragon of excellence. Since the commencement of his formal training, he had harbored dreams of one day cultivating upon the Sword Peak. Now, with Che Yinyu having taken a step ahead of him, how could Luo Cheng not feel a surge of excitement? Surely, his junior brother Che had endured considerable trials. Perhaps he would soon share tales of his tribulations. Contemplating the changes in the other over the past 8 years, he gazed towards the figure upon the stone steps. Before long, the guardian of the Sword Peak descended alone. Not present, a perplexity gnawed at Luo Cheng. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the guardian, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Brother Che is currently in a meeting. Please wait here, junior brother Luo." Luo Cheng nodded, his earlier exhilaration abruptly waning, as if the reality diverged from his imaginings. Meanwhile, the guardian, standing like a statue upon the stone steps, was engaged in speculation. How could the illustrious brother Che, at the first level of cultivation, possibly know this individual? Their acquaintance seemed tenuous at best. Otherwise, Brother Che would have invited him up the peak to wait. Surely, this person must be seeking to ingratiate himself. Should I drive him away? Who could possibly be the esteemed guest? After half an hour of waiting, impatience began to settle within Luo Cheng. All remnants of his earlier excitement dissipated, as if the passage of 8 years had rendered their previous camaraderie utterly valueless. He remained oblivious to whether Che Yinyu was indeed engaged with a remarkable guest, which kept him from leaving. Another half-hour passed before a young man descended from the Sword Peak. The young man was strikingly handsome, with sharply defined features and a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was slender, garbed in an opulent white robe, and wielding a folding fan. His gait was leisurely, exuding an air of elegance that, while seemingly restrained, was akin to a sword unsheathed, its brilliance unmistakable, dispersing the light breeze before him. It was none other than Che Yinyu, the inner disciple of the Sword Peak. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Che Yinyu approached the foot of the mountain and, assessing Luo Cheng, spoke first. "Junior brother Luo, it is good to see you well." In the late stage of the first level, even with an ample supply of vitality pills, it would take at least a month of arduous cultivation to break through to the second level. How keen is my eye? Wouldn't you agree? With his cultivation at the 4th level, he felt confident in discerning the intricacies of Luo Cheng's foundation. However, Luo Cheng's next words caused the smile on Che Yinyu's face to falter. Though at the 4th level, Che Yinyu lacked sufficient comprehension of the unity sword technique, opting instead to practice the subsequent sword forms. With a weak foundation in martial arts, his vitality was merely of a pure white hue. Having refined the 5-colored wheel, he had experienced some peculiar transformations and enhancements. Yet Che Yinyu, practicing the same technique, could easily sense the deficiencies in his cultivation. "What? How do you know?" Che Yinyu squinted in surprise. This question had troubled him for quite some time, and it was not until a year ago, with guidance from his master, that he grasped the root of the problem. Even now, he had not been able to rectify his shortcomings. which had become a source of great distress. He had never divulged this matter to anyone. How could Luo Cheng know it so clearly? Without seeking validation, Luo Cheng casually replied, "I have come to collect the 3 vitality pills you owe me from 8 years ago." Che Yinyu felt a tumult of emotions within his heart. How could he comprehend the depth of perception displayed before him? As he restrained his aura, he gazed intently for a considerable time before declaring with a haughty tone, "3 vitality pills can compel you to speak? Very well, I shall return 10 to you." With that, he produced a jade vial and tossed it over 0.8 years prior, at Danfeng at the tender age of 15 or 16. He could procure no more than 2 vitality pills each month. Thus, the 3 he once possessed could not possibly be compared to the 10 he now offered. The world had grown cold and indifferent, and it was fortunate that he had ventured out for 8 years. Luo Cheng meticulously stored the pills in his storage bag, his expression returning to normal. He did not perceive the estrangement from his friend as a misfortune. Meanwhile, Che Yinyu, toying with the jade vial in his hand, ascended the sword peak that he was merely indulging in wild speculation. "Ha! 8 years ago, you were brother Luo to me, and I esteemed you. Now, you amount to no more than an insignificant ant before me. Ha ha! How time has changed, and how the tides have turned. Could you ever foresee the day you would kneel before me in supplication?" Upon Luo Cheng's arrival at the Husi Hall, the arrangements for positions had largely been made. Designating him as a guard of Li Mountain and Li Cave, he was well aware that Bai Hongping would not harbor benevolent intentions, and thus, he was not taken aback by this arrangement. Claiming the Iron Command badge, he proceeded toward Li Mountain. For a sect to thrive, it requires not only strict regulations and profound martial arts legacies, but also exceptional disciples, among other essentials. However, it is the abundance of cultivation resources that is paramount. The acquisition of these resources largely stems from perilous locations. For various reasons, the world is replete with countless treacherous places, including dangerous grounds, forbidden zones, and even secret realms. While these sites may claim the lives of martial practitioners at any moment, they simultaneously offer a plethora of cultivation resources. As a sect, Wu Yinmen has endured for a millennium, naturally overseeing several perilous and treacherous locales. Li Cave is among the smallest of these, shrouded in an unending malevolent aura that can only be sealed, never eradicated. The cave is fraught with danger, serving as a primary training ground for many outer disciples at the 2nd and 3rd realms, as well as a source for acquiring additional cultivation resources that, as a guard of the cave. His duty is to monitor the weaker seals to prevent certain malevolent creatures within from escaping and wreaking havoc. The specifics of this position remained unknown to Luo Cheng. Without seeking directions, he traversed over 10 miles and beheld the true visage of Li Mountain. It was a lowly hill, barren of any vegetation, its slopes adorned only with dark, jagged rocks, aptly named Li Mountain. The mountainside was riddled with numerous caverns of varying sizes, marking the entrance to Li Cave, which evoked a chilling sensation even from a distance. You could see the foot of the mountain. A cluster of pavilions, each accompanied by small courtyards, served as the residences for the guards of Li Cave. After making a few inquiries, Luo Cheng located the guard supervisor, Ding Songhan, at a training ground within one of the courtyards. This man appeared to be in his mid-30s, tall and robust, possessing a wolfish back and a wasp waist, with thick eyebrows and eyes that glinted with menace, exuding a beast-like aura. His voice was gravelly. Upon seeing Luo Cheng, he smirked coldly and said, "Haha, so you are Luo Cheng." Ding Songhan issued a few hollow threats before proceeding with the arrangements. The guards of the cave were divided into 2 categories: those stationed at fixed locations during the cave's opening hours and those assigned to night patrols. Luo Cheng was designated to the latter, tasked with patrolling the entire mountainside each night and to raise the alarm immediately upon detecting any unusual occurrences. In addition to him, another outer disciple named Chi Fei was also assigned to the night patrol. Regarding the monthly stipend, it consists of 5 vital energy pills and 1 luminous stone to be distributed at the beginning of the following month. Once arrangements for lodging and other necessities were in place, Luo Cheng, now dressed in the standard black robe, sought out Chi Fei. Chi Fei appeared to be in his early 20s, tall and lean, resembling a short bamboo pole, with a gaunt face devoid of flesh. His eye sockets, deeply set, presenting a skeletal visage. Upon seeing him, Luo Cheng discerned that the cultivation method employed by Chi Fei was likely the spirit bone battle body, a rather peculiar technique akin to the cloud-swallowing battle body, which resulted in significant physical transformation. To revert to a normal appearance, one would need to reach the 5th stage of the primordial embryo realm. The 9th stage of the primordial embodiment realm allows for the transformation of the physical body, which is further divided into 9 stages, each with its own early, middle, and late phases. The first stage, the mundane body, involves the consumption of vital energy pills infused with the essence of heaven and earth, combined with cultivation techniques to temper the physical form. This enhances physical strength, ultimately achieving the might of a tiger. Luo Cheng found himself in the late phase of the mundane body, when the primordial light of the physical body began to manifest. It indicated entry into the 2nd stage of primordial refinement. At this point, cultivation transcended mere body tempering. It became a subtle process known as primordial transformation, wherein the physical form aligns with nature, culminating in the achievement of the primordial embodiment. The 2nd stage of primordial refinement employs techniques specific to this path. Chi Fei, situated in the 2nd stage of primordial embodiment, practiced the spirit bone battle body. His physique emaciated. In the late phase of this stage, one's strength could reach that of 3 tigers. When the primordial light flows abundantly, one enters the 3rd stage of primordial refinement, where strength can escalate to that of 10 tigers in the late phase. As the primordial energy and strength intertwined, becoming tangible, one transitions into the 4th stage of primordial power. This is followed by the 5th stage of the primordial embryo, the 6th stage of primordial spirit, the 7th stage of martial intent, the 8th stage of martial image, and finally the 9th stage of primordial embodiment. Upon achieving complete primordial embodiment, one may transform the physical body into a sweeping inferno, a surging torrent or coalesce into a myriad of sword energies, capable of both gathering and dispersing for battle and slaughtered, or manifest as a golden armored giant, crushing mountains, or possess an inner realm, swallowing clouds and moons. Such cultivation through the 9 stages of primordial embodiment is referred to as cultivating the Tao through martial arts, a methodical approach to martial practice. Furthermore, practicing the Tao through martial arts is indispensable. It encompasses martial techniques derived from the analysis of cultivation methods. These techniques, birthed from the Tao, significantly enhance the practitioner's power and skills while facilitating the comprehension of cultivation, realms, and the profound intricacies of martial arts. Without such understanding, mere arduous practice leads only to persistent bottlenecks. When Luo Cheng encountered Chi Fei, he found the latter engrossed in training martial techniques. Noticing the newcomer, Chi Fei promptly ceased his practice and inquired, "Junior brother, may I ask who you are looking for?" "Senior brother Chi, I am Luo, the new guard of the cave." Having encountered numerous demonic creatures, Luo Cheng was unfazed by the unusual appearance of others. He spoke with calmness, succinctly explaining his duties for the night watch. To his surprise, Chi Fei was quite affable and did not shy away from conversation, inviting Luo Cheng into the guest hall. Whereupon he began to express his grievances. "Junior brother Luo, have you perhaps offended some disciple, which led to your assignment here? This truly is a thankless task, 6 hours of night patrol each day, with only 5 vital energy pills and 1 luminous stone each month, that we must support one another." Although Luo Cheng refrained from responding, he understood 0.5 vital energy pills per month were a considerable amount for him 8 years prior. Yet now the situation was markedly different. Unlike the gatekeepers or sword guards, who represented a sect or a mountain, receiving a minimum of dozens of vital energy pills and several luminous stones monthly. Chapter 3. The 5-Colored Turning Disc. The scene of the woman in a purple dress dancing with a sword frequently haunted my dreams, an unshakable vision. Luo Cheng harbored a subtle belief that this woman might be connected to his origins, perhaps even a relative. During his earlier ventures, he sought to uncover his lineage through the clues provided by her sword dance. Additionally, there existed an object that might also relate to his heritage, a 5-colored disc. Since the dawn of his memories, this disc had been a constant presence by his side, akin to a companion born with him. Except for him, no one else could perceive or touch it. it was not a tangible entity. Initially, he would occasionally glimpse the five-color disc, but gradually he acquired the ability to conceal it, albeit lacking the skill to exert further control over it. The primary reason for his 8-year absence was his pursuit of refining the five-color disc, during which he became ensnared in perilous territories while chasing a wisp of black light that emanated from the disc. This treacherous domain, known as the Wilderness of Confusion, was characterized by its desolation and the scarcity of natural energies. Once inside, one could easily lose all sense of direction, with various malevolent creatures lurking about. Trapped in this perilous place and devoid of energy elixirs for cultivation, he had subsisted for nearly 8 years solely on the meager natural energies he could draw through breath, leading to excruciatingly slow progress in his cultivation, advancing only from the mid-stage to the late stage of the first realm. The white area occupied half of the disc, while the other half was divided into 4 colors, with blue dominating, followed by yellow, and then purple and black. At the center of the disc stood a delicately crafted bamboo sword, now appearing old and gray. Luo Cheng had developed a preliminary understanding of the five-color disc, concluding that 3 energy elixirs should suffice. With a slight furrow of his brow, he felt a flicker of anticipation as he retrieved 3 energy elixirs and cast them towards the disc. With his motion, the five-colored disc abruptly transformed into a swirling vortex, resembling the maw of a beast, which devoured the 3 elixirs in the blink of an eye. The vortex reverted to its original 5-colored form, showing no change in the colored areas. The bamboo sword, however, transformed from its old gray hue to a vibrant green. Sensing a connection, Luo Cheng uttered the word "turn" soon as the sound escaped his lips. The disc and the bamboo sword began to spin rapidly in opposite directions. Would there be a traceable outcome? Luo Cheng focused intently, but after a few breaths, he found himself dazzled. "Stop," he commanded, and both the disc and the bamboo sword came to an abrupt halt. The bamboo sword pointed towards the white area of the disc. Did the direction it indicated depend on fate? The disc, the bamboo sword, and himself, did they symbolize heaven, earth, and humanity, respectively? Luo Cheng felt utterly perplexed and chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he extended his hand, summoning forth a brilliant light from the white area, transforming the entire disc into a white vortex, from which a wisp of white energy erupted, without any manipulation on his part. The white energy swiftly entered his palm, leaving not a trace behind. Such an extraordinary form of energy. The 5-colored disc vanished quietly, and Luo Cheng stood up, his expression one of astonishment. After thoroughly refining the disc, he had gained a preliminary understanding of its utility, initially believing the white area merely refined energy, making it easier for the flesh to absorb. However, he now suspected it was more than mere refinement. Energy elixirs contained the energies of heaven and earth. Upon consumption, they would disperse and nourish the body, accompanied by a sensation of warmth, and when paired with cultivation techniques, would temper the flesh, bones, and internal organs. Yet, this wisp of white energy, upon entering his palm, left him feeling cold throughout his entire being. Only through cultivation would he discern its true nature. With this thought, Luo Cheng wasted no time. He shed his outer robe and began to cultivate on the spot. In the first level of the return to one sword body, the 36 forms of sword energy unfurl as Luo Cheng engages in the practice. An abrupt transformation envelopes him. His presence becomes formidable, and his eyes blaze like torches, exuding a chilling intensity in every movement. His muscles tauten and coil, and with each stance and strike, a force akin to a sword traverses his entire being. When he pauses, the air reverberates with the sound of gusts. Upon completing the 36 forms, the energy coursing through his muscles seems to penetrate deep into his marrow, refining his bones and organs. His breathing grows heavy and profound, the sound of his bones resonating with a low hum. After 8 years of training away from home, despite the absence of vitality elixirs, Luo Cheng perseveres in his cultivation. Having mastered the techniques with remarkable ease, he cycles through the 36 forms for the 3rd time. A shimmering aura envelopes him, resembling a sword unsheathed, its brilliance undeniable. Focused on his practice, Luo Cheng's expression shifts subtly. In the realm of the first level, His exterior does not manifest the ethereal light of vitality, yet the radiance surrounding him bears a striking resemblance to it. The only plausible explanation lies in the absorption of that peculiar essence of vitality. However, the vitality is swiftly depleting. Luo Cheng, regaining his composure, dismisses further contemplation and continues the execution of the sword forms to be the conclusion of the third cycle. The chilling sensation imparted by the vitality has vanished, and the glowing aura dissipates entirely. After standing in stillness for a moment, as his vital energy stabilizes, he feels an insatiable yearning for more. After attuning to his energy, he comes to a realization. He is very close to achieving the second level of cultivation, and with one more effort, he shall surely attain it. The progress he has made far exceeds his expectations. Having trained at the martial refinement sect from the age of 7 to 15, he has absorbed considerable knowledge through observation and personal experience regarding the path of cultivation. Ordinarily, after consuming a vitality elixir, the essence of nature contained within it would gradually disperse. For martial artists nearing the end of the first level, it would typically take at least 3 days of intermittent practice to fully exhaust a single elixir, during which one would not feel hunger, even without sustenance. This is due to the body's ability to absorb the essence in its entirety. Akin to a meal, one does not necessarily absorb all that one consumes, especially when it pertains to the enhancement of the physical form. For a martial artist at the first level, consuming 1 vitality elixir bears little difference from consuming 10. The latter would merely result in a waste of energy at that time. Chi Feiyu had firmly posited that regardless of his arduous training, a month would be necessary for him to break through to the second level. A statement that was not without merit. Yet, the vitality extracted from 3 elixirs via the 5-colored turntable was depleted in less than half an hour, and he felt an intense hunger thereafter. Moreover, the radiant aura emitted during practice. Luo Cheng now possessed a clearer understanding. The white region was not merely refined vitality, but a transformation of it, converting the essence contained within the vitality elixirs into a form that he could effortlessly absorb during his cultivation of the return to one sword body. Thus, his speed of cultivation had increased exponentially. It was the dark light that escaped from the black region, evading capture. The critical shortage of vitality elixirs meant that the next rotation would require approximately 5 elixirs. Luo Cheng summoned the 5-colored turntable for a brief inspection before departing his dwelling. The evening had drawn near, leaving little time for sword practice, and with a growling stomach and no dining hall in sight, he resolved to forage for some wild game nearby. Chi Feiyu, ever the chatterbox, peppered him with questions incessantly, his words flowing like a relentless stream. After spending a considerable portion of the time meticulously inspecting the various seals, Luo Cheng finally comprehended the duties of the night watch. The desolate mountain, known as Li Mountain, harbored within it a small space referred to as Li Cave, where numerous caverns served as entrances to Li Cave. And it was here that the primary seals were located. These seals, subject to gradual erosion, could also unexpectedly rupture. Thus, the Night Watch not only needed to conduct frequent inspections, but also remain vigilant to all sounds around them. Fortunately, the occasional escape of demonic creatures due to seal degradation did not warrant excessive alarm. Listen, Chi Feiyu gestured towards the cave entrance before them. The night had fallen, and the seal barrier at the cave's mouth shimmered with a bright moonlight, while a dull thumping resonated from within. Luo Cheng understood that the demonic entities inside Li Cave had likely sensed the seal and were attempting to break free, prompting him to inquire, "Senior Brother Chi, how should we handle this?" "There's no need for concern." Chi Feiyu casually waved his thin hand. The shadows of the night rendered the smile on his skeletal face eerily sinister. "It won't escape in the short term. It will tire of attacking and eventually give up. Whoever enters here tomorrow is likely to be in for a rough time, as they will be met with an assault from the demonic creatures, likely meeting a grim fate." Luo Cheng nodded, diligently committing the sound of the dull thumping to memory. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Why not send someone to eliminate the threat? It would save a great deal of trouble, and whoever undertakes this task could earn a few vitality pills and radiant stones. As long as the cave exists, the demonic creatures within cannot be entirely eradicated. Moreover, who knows what those creatures might be? If it happens to be a formidable demon, one could easily lose their life. Sending an inner sect disciple to handle this would only lead to undue alarm, which is hardly worth the trouble. At this point, Chief Faley expressed his deep disdain for the position of Lee Cave Guard. Spending extended periods in this wretched place, constantly tainted by malevolent energy, one is bound to become a demonic creature eventually. The role of Lee Cave Guard is nothing but thankless toil. Luo Cheng, having never ventured into Lee Cave, felt a surge of curiosity regarding its interior. However, he was also aware that without the protection of a radiant stone, entering recklessly was ill-advised. Senior Brother Chi, if two individuals were to share a radiant stone, how long could they maintain their presence within Lee Cave? Could this be a means to acquire a few vitality pills? Chapter 4. The Unified Sword Technique Lee Cave primarily serves as a training ground for outer sect disciples, with entrance requirements that are not excessively stringent. Those at the first, second, or third realm of cultivation, possessing a radiant stone, may enter freely, unimpeded by the Lee Cave guards. Luo Cheng was aware of this, which prompted his inquiry. Currently, as the beginning of the month approached, there remained a month until the monthly stipend was distributed. And with not a single vitality pill in hand, he naturally needed to devise a method to earn some to facilitate his cultivation and enhance his abilities. Junior Brother Luo seems quite astute despite being reticent. It's impressive that you could think of this upon your arrival. Come, sit, and let us converse over drinks. Chief Faley, astonished for a moment, found a flat surface to recline casually, retrieving a wine jug and cups from a storage bag. Very well. Luo Cheng, not one to be pretentious, seated himself on the ground. There was no need to rush his cultivation. Rather, he embraced the philosophy of finding joy amidst hardship. Chief Faley filled 2 cups to the brim. Gesturing courteously, Junior Brother Luo, please. After both had consumed a cup, one continued, I shall not conceal from you, Brother Luo, that prior to your arrival, Chi was the most insignificant disciple here, easily bullied by anyone, had you not been ensnared for 8 years. I would hardly have dared to approach you. Yet, take comfort in knowing that even in your current misfortunes, I do not perceive you as weak and easily trifled with. Luo Cheng, at a loss for words, remained silent, occasionally interjecting a remark. The guardians of the Lee Cave possessed formidable cultivation levels, and thus their rewards were substantial. Possessing luminous stones was advantageous for unforeseen circumstances that one's character was also under scrutiny. For despite the stringent rules of the sect, conflicts among disciples were inevitable. In perilous locations like the Lee Cave, casualties were commonplace, with countless disciples succumbing each year, some to the hands of demonic creatures, while others remained unaccounted for. Chief Faley, having declared himself a target for bullying, was assigned to the night patrol for this very reason, primarily due to being outmaneuvered by other guardians of the Lee Cave during joint expeditions. His greatest hope now was to acquire luminous stones through his monthly stipend, allowing him entry into the Lee Cave to amass a fortune and transform his fate. After a lengthy conversation, the two dispersed, each patrolling their respective sides, and the Lee Mountain fell into an eerie silence. Taking a deep breath, Luo Cheng sat atop a rock, his eyes gently closed, regulating his breathing, allowing his mind to empty and fully relax. Entering a state akin to sleep without truly succumbing to it. Unfamiliar with the entirety of Lee Mountain, he dared not rest too easily, wary of any anomalies that might arise. Having just completed a patrol, he remained alert to the slightest movements around him. After nearly 8 years of entrapment in this treacherous expanse, he would not dare to doze off carelessly. Thus, he adopted this semi-sleeping state to restore his vitality, ready to respond to any disturbances. Throughout the night patrol, his spirit remained remarkably invigorated, rendering additional sleep unnecessary. He retrieved his battered blue steel sword from his storage pouch and, after standing in silence for a moment, initiated the returning unity sword technique. This foundational martial skill of the returning unity sword body encompassed the most basic offensive and defensive maneuvers, such as slashing, thrusting, and parrying, renowned for its complexity, comprising 360 distinct moves to facilitate the evolution of subsequent techniques, an essential practice for martial cultivation. According to the teachings of the martial refinement sect, it takes 3 years to grasp the fundamentals of the returning unity sword technique, 10 years for minor proficiency, and a century for the most dull-witted to achieve mastery. Luo Cheng had formally begun his training in this technique at the age of 12, and 11 years had passed since then. He had relied solely on this sword technique to engage in combat within the treacherous wilderness. Yet he still struggled to fully integrate its principles. Only after refining the five-color spinning wheel did he experience a moment of enlightenment, finally achieving a semblance of mastery. In contrast, the essence of the five-color spinning wheel seemed to meld into his being, allowing him to perceive the shortcomings of Che Yin-Yu. Though this could not be deemed a true advancement in comprehension, it was rather a testament to the wheel's peculiarity to this moment. As he practiced his swordsmanship, the 360 moves flowed effortlessly from him, his sword energy circulating in harmony, achieving a unity between man and blade. However, due to insufficient cultivation, he was unable to practice the chaotic sword style that evolved from the returning unity sword technique. As the time approached, he wondered whether today would yield any rewards. After practicing to the point of slight perspiration, he freshened up and filled his stomach before returning once more to the Li Mountain. At this moment, the desolate and scarred L Mountain was teeming with numerous outer disciples, young men and women, who intended to enter the L Cave for trials to acquire resources for cultivation. Their expressions bore a solemnity, for the L Cave was no place for leisure. It pertained to matters of life and death, and none would dare to treat it lightly. Without hesitation, Luo Cheng made his way among the gathered disciples. The assessment of their cultivation levels required no intricate discernment. Those at the second stage of Jinshin exhibited faint glimmers of Yuan light, while those at the third stage radiated it abundantly. His own cultivation, at the first stage of Jinshin, was readily apparent, drawing numerous curious glances. The L Cave was a perilous locale. Even the most fortunate would encounter demonic creatures, and disciples at the first stage of Jinshin were akin to courting death by entering. Luo Cheng felt no discomfort, for he was well aware of his own capabilities, and he sought not alms, but rather aimed for a fair transaction to earn Yuanqi pills through his efforts. After observing for a while, he gained a general understanding. These solitary disciples were more inclined to join forces with those possessing luminous stones, ensuring assistance on the treacherous path ahead. However, consensus was elusive. Either their goals diverged, or mutual suspicion arose from cautious probing, fearing that wealth might incite greed, leading to alliances with wolves in sheep's clothing. "Dear senior brother, do you require assistance?" Luo Cheng inquired, slightly cupping his hands and greeting upon noticing a young male disciple. This disciple's appearance was unremarkable, yet he emanated Yuan light, indicating he was at the second stage of Jinshin. The insignia on his robe marked him as an outer disciple of Danfeng. Upon hearing Luo Cheng's words, he seemed intrigued, for this was not his first venture into the L Cave. His previous excursions had been relatively devoid of danger, yet yielded little reward. His face was fleshy, with a heavy beard and eyes that resembled copper bells. The Yuan light he displayed was a dull iron gray, and his aura was fierce and intimidating. Last night, during a mountain patrol, Chief Faley had mentioned this individual, Ren Hong, a mid-stage Jinshin practitioner cultivating the technique Ferocious Demon Body. Known for his formidable strength and notoriously arrogant demeanor, he was a person to be avoided, lest one provoke conflict. Ren Hong stepped directly between the two, addressing the male disciple, "Brother for 5 Yuanqi pills. I can guarantee you the slaying of at least 3 demonic creatures. The materials are yours, and we can negotiate further. The spoils of entering the L Cave, aside from discovering herbs or rare treasures, primarily stem from the bounty acquired through the extermination of demonic entities. This price was quite favorable, considering the risks involved, should the two of them employ a single luminous stone during their hunt. The extensive maneuvering might lead to the protector losing the stone's safeguard against L Qi, resulting in potential contamination, which would require days to expel. If heavily tainted, one could even lose their sanity." Upon hearing this proposition, the male disciple was clearly tempted. However, Luo Cheng's expression turned cold at these words. Having been trapped in this perilous wilderness for 8 years, his temperament had indeed been honed through trials, rendering him impervious to irritation over trivial matters. Even if Ren Hong and the male disciple reached an agreement and snatched the trade away from him, he would not be enraged. Yet, he would never tolerate such humiliation. "Shall we see within the L Cave?" His gaze sharpened as he cast a cold stare in their direction. Indeed, he is aware of his peculiarities. Even without the opinions of others, he has not experienced profound fear. As the individuals and circumstances capable of instilling such feelings in him have been exceedingly rare over the years. Whether facing an adversary of the second or fifth realm, he remains resolute. He will engage in battle, retreat in defeat, or even perish in combat, but never at the cost of his dignity. The monstrous beings encountered in perilous and bewildering terrains seldom fall beneath the capabilities of a warrior of the second realm. Ultimately, he emerged alive from such encounters. The previously imposing Renhong suddenly displayed a change in countenance, his heart gripped by terror, his legs trembling. What manner of eyes did Luo Cheng possess? They seemed not of this world. Akin to a fearsome sword that slaughters all, exuding a chilling brilliance that unsettled the spirit. Renhong, who had always prided himself on his audacity in combat and held a certain standing among the guards of the Pit of Fury, now found his lips quivering, unable to respond immediately. In the 5th chapter, Cheng Danxia and Mu Wanting observed as Luo Cheng stood like a stone sword planted firmly in the ground, his demeanor shrouded in a thin veneer of frost. Should Renhong acquiesce, he would show no hesitation. The rules strictly forbade disciples from engaging in private duels, and the Pit of Fury was deemed a lawless realm. Nearby disciples sensed the sudden tension in the atmosphere and turned their gazes towards the unfolding scene. As such occurrences were not uncommon, and they relished in the spectacle. Having just arrived at Lishan after a brief respite, Chief Feili rushed over upon witnessing the scene, feigning a smile as he addressed Renhong. "Senior Ren, please do not take offense. The newcomer is unfamiliar with our customs that I shall escort Junior Luo away immediately. Please, do carry on with your business." After creating some distance from the gathering of disciples, Chief Feili expressed his exasperation. "Did I not warn you during last night's mountain patrol to steer clear of Renhong? His companions share close ties with Ding Songhan, and here they brazenly insult others at will. Offending them will lead to a miserable existence. If they do not withhold your monthly stipend, consider yourself fortunate. Challenging him is merely courting trouble. They truly have the means to make you vanish." The disciples from various peaks had begun to converge upon Lishan, and the crowd appeared more substantial than the previous day. All hoped for fruitful outcomes. Otherwise, progress in cultivation over the past month would be in vain. Luo Cheng surveyed the crowd, not spotting Chief Feili, and casually positioned himself among them, seeking potential trading partners. During last night's patrol, he had engaged in a detailed discussion with Chief Feili regarding this matter, forming a rough plan in his mind. The key was to establish a reputation. Once his strength and character gained recognition, word would spread swiftly, leading to a flood of trading opportunities as the number of disciples gathering at Lishan rapidly increased. So too did the clamor, with many preparing to enter. "Excuse me, are you perhaps Senior Luo Cheng?" A lively female voice chimed in, tinged with a hint of surprise. Luo Cheng, slightly puzzled, turned to face the source of the voice. Standing 3 paces away was a young woman, not yet 20, petite yet slender, clad in a light blue dress. The white embroidered waistline accentuated her delicate figure, and her features were strikingly beautiful, with a slightly rounded face that exuded a touch of innocence. Her nose was small and elegantly shaped, adorned with a minuscule beauty mark at the wing, which only enhanced her fair complexion, and a faint radiance shimmered upon her alabaster skin, indicating her cultivation at the second realm. At that moment, she gazed at Luo Cheng with an uplifted head and sparkling eyes. "It is indeed. May I inquire your name?" Luo Cheng replied, unfamiliar with the individual, but recognizing her as a disciple from the Pill Peak. "How delightful!" The young woman in the blue dress was unable to conceal her surprise, her cheeks flushing as she hastily lowered her head. After performing a slight bow, she introduced herself. "I am Cheng Danxia, a disciple of the outer sect of Danfeng, and I have encountered my senior brother a few times at Danfeng." When Cheng Danxia first entered Danfeng, Luo Cheng was somewhat prominent among his peers, a fact she remembered vividly. "Oh, it is thus. I must humbly address you as my senior brother," Luo Cheng remarked, feeling a twinge of sentiment. However, he would not hesitate to refer to her as Sister Cheng. "I cannot presume to call you sister, as I was still unable to wield a sword when you were practicing your martial arts. Senior brother." Cheng Danxia smiled brightly, her words flowing with ease, before inquiring, "Are you searching for someone to accompany you into the Lido? Perhaps I could join you?" She had already discerned that Luo Cheng possessed merely the cultivation of the first stage, making him a guardian of the Lido. Naturally, she could surmise his intentions that it was only after confirming his identity that she realized she had not mistaken him. Luo Cheng scratched his brow, pondering the unexpected opportunity. After a moment's reflection, he responded, "I do not possess a luminous stone. Should we enter together, I would only be able to navigate the areas where the malevolent energy is sparse. If you require my assistance, I shall escort you. If the journey is smooth, I shall not demand compensation. However, should we encounter formidable creatures, we can negotiate, but no more than 5 essence pills." Upon hearing this, Cheng Danxia scrunched her delicate nose, thinking him rather dull-witted. Yet she smiled and replied, "Very well, it is settled then. To be candid, I've only recently entered the second stage and have ventured into the Lido but once before, accompanying my senior sisters. Besides perilous places such as the Lido, there are female disciples throughout the various peaks of the martial refinement sect, who typically do not require escorts like the guards of the Lido. This time, aside from one senior sister, I am accompanied by 2 male disciples from Danfeng. As we speak, they are approaching. These 3 individuals were of a similar age to Cheng Danxia, appearing to be 5 or 6 years younger than Luo Cheng, all possessing cultivation at the second stage. Their talents and diligence could only be deemed average among the outer sect disciples. 1 male and 1 female shared a close rapport, while another male disciple, practicing the technique known as the Golden Giant Body, stood over 8 feet tall, with a faint copper-golden aura shimmering on his skin, exuding an imposing presence. His expression bore a slight gloom as he scrutinized Luo Cheng from a superior angle before turning to Cheng Danxia, inquiring, "Sister Danxia, who is this junior brother?" Cheng Danxia hurriedly made the introductions. "Senior brother Luo, this is senior brother Wanwu, and these are senior sister Jiangyu and senior brother Dushan. Senior brothers and sisters, this is Luo Cheng, my senior brother." In her view, the Lido was fraught with danger, and having an additional companion would offer more protection. Moreover, seeing Luo Cheng in such a plight, she felt inclined to lend her support. As for Luo Cheng's true strength, she did not dwell on it too much, as cultivation was the foundation of power, and she assumed he was comparatively weaker. Before Jiangyu could speak, Wanwu, who practiced the Golden Giant Body, scoffed disapprovingly, saying, "Escort? For individuals at the second stage need a first stage to protect them. In the face of danger, it would only become a burden. It would only exacerbate the situation. Sister Danxia, I absolutely cannot agree to this." Jiangyu and Du Shan nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment. In light of this, Luo Cheng felt it inappropriate to impose further. "I apologize, senior brother," he stated, maintaining his composure. Cheng Danxia lowered her head, her expression filled with melancholy and regret. Luo Cheng, unfazed, casually remarked, "Your intentions are commendable. There is no need for an apology." He then shifted his stance and moved to another spot. Once Cheng Danxia and her companions had calmed their emotions and prepared themselves, they entered the Li Cave through a small crevice. "Esteemed senior, might I trouble you to escort me?" A timid voice, sweet yet apprehensive, called from beside him. As the girl approached, Luo Cheng discerned that her attire markedly differed from that of the other female disciples. She donned a flowing black gauze dress, her features obscured by the veil, and her hands were clad in black gauze gloves. It was apparent that her figure was quite slender, with porcelain-like skin faintly visible through the fabric. She was likely of the second level of cultivation. Although he could not accurately gauge her power, the prospect of an opportunity for trade compelled Luo Cheng to oblige. After a brief exchange, he learned that her name was Mu Wanting, an outer disciple of the Qi Peak, currently at the early stage of the second level. This was her first venture into the Li Cave, and lacking any acquaintances, she sought someone to accompany her. The reason she approached Luo Cheng instead of another was left unspoken. Luo Cheng's demeanor grew earnest as he nodded in agreement, declaring, "I shall do my utmost for the remuneration." After a moment's contemplation, he moved to the vicinity of the small crevice where Cheng Danxia had entered, choosing a nearby location. Although he had never set foot in the Li Cave, he had heard much from Qi Feili. The larger the cavern, the more likely it was to be situated at the heart of the Li Cave, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Chapter 6. Rock monsters in an instant. The scenery transformed. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, thick with fog. Beneath his feet lay gray gravel. In the distance, rolling hills emerged, punctuated by protruding rocks. The sparse trees were gnarled and twisted, lurking within the mist like monstrous apparitions, and the air was heavy with the scent of desiccated decay. Yuaning appeared somewhat anxious as she anxiously examined her pendant. The pendant, woven from fine threads, held a bean-sized luminous white gem, known as the Radiant Stone. The Radiant Stone emitted a faint glow, illuminating an area of less than 10 feet. With keen eyesight, one could observe wisps of gray mist dissipating at varying speeds within the illuminated zone. The nearer they approached the stone, the quicker the mist dispersed. This was Luo Cheng's first encounter with the Radiant Stone. He understood that it shone forth in the presence of filth, such as negative energies or malevolent forces. However, the light would gradually deplete the stone, and under the current conditions of thin malevolence, it could last for a day. In circumstances where the malevolence was overwhelming, it might be exhausted in merely a quarter of an hour. Should the darkness intensify 5- or 6-fold, it could potentially corrupt him as well. After discerning the gray mist within the light, Luo Cheng formed a rough judgment in his mind. He was not overly concerned. A slight taint of malevolence posed little risk and could be dispelled. However, escorting someone without a Radiant Stone meant he would inevitably be subjected to some degree of taint, especially during moments of combat when one's blood surged. Gripping his long sword, he turned to survey his surroundings. Behind him stood 2 stone pillars, marking the entrance to the seal. To exit, one would need to navigate through a similar passage. Disciples who succumbed too heavily to the malevolence would become akin to monsters, trapped by the seal and unable to escape. The terrain was reminiscent. The Lee Cave was no less treacherous than the desolate wilderness, retaining a sense of direction amidst its perils. Without even possessing a decent longsword, how could one speak of escorting? At this moment, as she glanced again, a different sensation washed over her. The blue steel sword, renowned for its ability to slice through iron like mud, bore so many nicks. Perhaps a testament to its illustrious battle achievements. There was no unsettling atmosphere nearby that could provoke unease in Luo. He felt free to choose any direction. Upon opening his eyes, Luo Cheng declared. Having survived in the Forbidden Wilderness for 8 years, he held a deep trust in his own instincts. Then let us proceed. Wanting, uncertain of how Luo Cheng discerned this, refrained from questioning him and tentatively suggested. With a direction in mind, the duo swiftly advanced side by side. The gravel beneath their feet was relatively soft, leaving a distinct footprint that, once swept by an unseen breeze, quickly faded away as a mist enveloped their surroundings, obscuring any other figures from view. Wanting, initially tense, gradually steadied herself. After traversing a distance, they encountered nothing that was to be expected, as disciples entered the Rift Cave daily, and the magical creatures nearby were mostly slain upon discovery, provided one was not exceedingly unfortunate. Luo Cheng, however, maintained a solemn demeanor, not seeking to uncover the location of medicinal herbs, but rather to remain vigilant against the magic beasts. Halt! Luo Cheng signaled in a low voice, raising a finger toward the front. Wanning's expression tightened, and she promptly stopped, gazing ahead, retrieving a black whip from her storage bag. The sound of gravel shifting echoed through the mist, and a figure rose from the sand. As clarity emerged, it became evident that the figure was not human, but rather a beast's skeletal remains, resembling a wolf dog, with an exceptionally large bony armor, standing nearly half a meter tall and over a meter long. The bones glimmered with a gray sheen, and 2 swirling masses of gray mist flickered intensely within its eye sockets. This was a relatively common magical creature within the Rift Cave, collectively known as the Bone Fiends. The bones of humans or beasts, long infected by malevolent energy, had become as impervious as refined iron, controlled by the same malevolence, driven solely by a brutal desire to kill living beings, possessing strength comparable to that of a practitioner at the 2nd stage of cultivation, or even greater. This wolf-type bone fiend was even more savage than its humanoid counterparts. With a creak, the skeletal structure trembled, and the wolf-like bone fiend let out a piercing shriek that in an instant. It lunged forward with a powerful leap. The rocks jutting from the sand shattered under its grasp, sending dust soaring into the air with ferocity. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow, choosing not to rush in immediately. Mu Wanting had previously indicated that their primary purpose for entering the Rift Cave was to hone their skills, and she would handle the magical creatures as much as possible, shouldering the burden of confrontation while he supported her. Shrouded in black veils, Mu Wanting's expression remained obscured. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed the whip, producing a buzzing sound as it sliced through the air. The whip danced like a serpent. And as the wolf-type bone fiend kicked up a cloud of dust in its charge, it met with a resounding crack. The whip descended with the force of a dragon, striking down fiercely. The wolf-type bone fiend had no chance to evade. With a thunderous crash, half of its body was driven into the sand, bone shattering and sand exploding around it. Yet Mu Wanting did not relent. She twirled the whip once more for another strike. Boom! The entirety of the wolf-type bone fiend disintegrated, fragments scattering in all directions. This kind of combat felt exhilarating. The hint of excitement tinged Mu Wanting's voice, her slender form quivering slightly. Luo Cheng, somewhat surprised, noted that despite her seeing the entrance was originally from two adjacent small caves. Unlike Mu Wanting, who primarily sought experience, Cheng Danxia and her companions were mainly in pursuit of cultivation resources, necessitating their exploration of the vicinity. Thus, encountering one another was entirely natural. "Brother Luo, what a coincidence!" Cheng Danxia exclaimed with evident delight, her beauty further accentuated by the radiance emitted from the luminous stone. At that moment, Wan Wu, standing nearby, displayed visible impatience, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "Danxia, we must move swiftly. We cannot squander the light of the luminous stone on idle chatter, in the face of danger. We must quickly converge towards my direction." Luo Cheng interjected, "Exploring a wider area could provoke more magical beasts, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering peril." "Indeed, do take care as well, brother," Cheng Danxia responded with a smile, acknowledging his words before departing with Wan Wu and the others. Luo Cheng, on the other hand, continued to hasten his pace. "Brother Luo, shall we also depart from that location?" Mu Wanting inquired, seeking his guidance as it was her first venture into the Li Cave. Lacking prior experience, Luo Cheng, contemplating the matter, casually remarked, "Let us proceed with this plan for now, but we must assess our circumstances as they unfold. Your fatigue, the consumption of the luminous stone, the intensity of the malevolent aura. We shall determine whether to return at full speed. Once you feel it is prudent to halt, I shall heed your advice," Mu Wanting replied softly, having reached a consensus and having adapted to their surroundings. The two quickened their pace and pressed onward. Unintentionally, and not in pursuit of cultivation, they stumbled upon a patch of gathering essence grass. Despite the harsh environment within the Li Cave, life still thrived. Its severity often resulted in peculiar transformations. Moreover, due to deliberate sowing and other factors, the discovery of medicinal herbs was indeed commonplace. Gathering essence grass was primarily used for concocting vitality pills, and the medicinal fields at Danfeng cultivated them. Although ordinary, this small patch contained several withered specimens, yet there remained a dozen or so that were mature enough to yield 2 or 3 vitality pills. Naturally, the gathering essence grass belonged solely to Mu Wanting. Unless previously agreed upon, those without a designated escort had no claim, and even a mere verbal agreement would be honored by Luo Cheng present. He actually hoped to encounter a few more magical beasts, lest this excursion be in vain. Fortunately, within the Li Cave, magical creatures were exceedingly common. His only concern was encountering an overwhelming number of them. Not long after harvesting the herbs, they indeed came across one. "A rock creature?" Mu Wanting exclaimed, gripping her whip tightly, her voice tinged with both tension and excitement. Although this was her first entry into the Li Cave, she had heard of such entities. Rock creatures were far rarer than bone creatures. The latter retained some semblance of their former vitality, and due to the taint of malevolent energy, they were more prone to becoming magical beasts. In contrast, rock creatures were formed from stones, influenced by the malevolent aura and the subsequent bloodshed. Thus, their formation required more stringent conditions, rendering them uncommon. Due to their clumsiness, rock creatures were suitable adversaries. Furthermore, they often yielded unique items, even the most ordinary of which could be worth several vitality pills. However, Luo Cheng's expression grew grave. The rock creature before them bore a humanoid silhouette, its limbs and body composed of piled gray stones that glimmered with a dull light. It stood over a height of 1.5 zhang. Towering above Luo Cheng's legs, to be struck by such a colossal being would mean certain death or crippling injury. Thud, thud, thud. The rock creature charged forward, not truly alive, but driven by a brutal desire to slaughter. "Brother, take care of yourself," Mu Wanting exclaimed urgently, realizing that it was no longer possible to share a luminous stone at this point. With a flick of her long whip, she sent it spiraling out. Before the rock creature could attack, she took the initiative. The whip danced like a dragon, stirring the air into a buzzing commotion, and struck the creature's leg with a deafening thud. However, this blow, potent enough to vanquish wolf-like demonic bones, merely caused the rock creature to stagger, shattering a layer of its rocky leg point. One of its massive hands whipped up a fierce wind, aiming to strike Mu Wanting. Her face paled in terror. She dared not resist, and dove to the side. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled as the rock creature hunched over, its hands pounding down like a furious war drum. The scattered rocks on the ground were crushed into dust, sending debris soaring into the air. Meanwhile, Mu Wanting could only flee in panic. The prospect of rising to fight again was uncertain, and her ability to evade was rapidly diminishing. The creature's clumsiness was merely relative. Its ferocious attacks covered too vast an area, its strength overwhelmingly formidable. "This is bad." Luo Cheng, fixated on the battle, surged forward. Chapter 7. A sword to the throat. Having been trapped in this perilous wilderness for nearly 8 years, Luo Cheng fought daily. Due to his limited cultivation and his swordsmanship yet to be fully integrated, each encounter was fraught with the specter of death, a harrowing trial of life and death. At this moment, seeing the perilous situation, he reacted instinctively. He rushed forward, evading the rock creature's strike, and swung his azure steel sword to clang. The sword's edge sank half a foot into the rock. The creature, oblivious to pain, stumbled under the force, momentarily alleviating Mu Wanting's crisis. Yet, she, lacking sufficient experience, was so startled that her soul seemed to leave her body. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, she scrambled to the side, only turning back when she felt somewhat safe. Is this the power of the first stage of the true body? She found it hard to believe. Luo Cheng, who stood shorter than the creature's legs and was not as robust as its arms, wielded a battered azure steel sword to make the rock creature stagger continuously, on the verge of collapse. The late stage of the ordinary body at the first stage could possess the strength of a tiger. But what could such strength achieve against a rock creature of this caliber? Her full-strength strike had merely made it stagger to clang, clang. Luo Cheng's awareness was razor-sharp, his body weaving skillfully amidst the creature's attacks. Though devoid of any martial arts, he dodged with impeccable timing. Striking with his sword, he caused the rock creature to stagger repeatedly, destabilizing its attacks, and allowing him to evade while counterattacking. He exploited its clumsiness, making it even more awkward. Clang. With a precise strike, his sword pierced deeply, reaching a foot within the creature's form. In the face of such a foe, Luo Cheng relied not only on his 8 years of honing, but also on the seamless integration of his swordsmanship. The energy of the sword flowed, merging man and blade as one. He channeled his strength through the sword, augmenting its might. Each maneuver, whether slicing, cleaving, lifting, or thrusting, was executed with fluidity. Clang. The blade sliced through, severing one of the creature's legs, which shattered into a multitude of stone fragments. With one leg reduced by half and lacking a true knee, the rock creature staggered uncontrollably before crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Boom! As it fell, the debris surged like waves of water. Luo Cheng, however, did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the head of the rock monster, targeting the crevice between its head and body. With 3 precise slashes, he struck. Ultimately, the rock creature, being devoid of life, was oblivious to pain and fear. Its colossal hand rose like a dark cloud, crashing down upon him. With a resounding thud, the rock head shattered, while Luo Cheng deftly evaded to the side. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the massive form of the rock monster disintegrated into a shower of debris, releasing wisps of gray mist. Fortunately, the situation was perilous yet manageable. With his taut nerves easing slightly, Luo Cheng hurried to Mu Wanting's side. Without the protection of a luminous stone, especially during the fervent clash of energies, it was all too easy to attract malevolent forces and become tainted. It killed itself? Through the veil of darkness, Mu Wanting glanced at Luo Cheng and then at the scattered rubble. Luo Cheng explained that their skirmish had been brief and the malevolence in this area was not particularly dense. Even if they were to be affected, it would not pose a significant threat. Once reassured of their safety, they approached the shattered rock head. After a thorough search, they discovered a pebble-sized, dull gray crystal. Mu Wanting recognized it as a refining crystal, which could enhance the hardness of weapons when incorporated during forging. However, its quality was mediocre, and its diminutive size meant it could only be used to forge a single human-grade weapon, worth perhaps a dozen or 20 vitality pills. "Shall I share half with you?" Mu Wanting inquired, tilting her head at Luo Cheng, her voice barely above a whisper. Luo Cheng, unfazed, had already exhaled in relief after dispatching the rock creature. At least this venture was not in vain at a per hour agreement. 5 vitality pills, he stated. Regardless of whether he had rescued Mu Wanting or vanquished the rock monster alone, he was merely adhering to their prior arrangement. When it came to discussing compensation, he remained steadfast to their terms. He desired no more, and should she refuse, he would not hesitate to reclaim his due. "Very well, as you wish," Mu Wanting replied, her voice laced with mirth. Before adding, somewhat shaken, "That was truly perilous. I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue, senior brother." With that, she performed a deep bow. "There is no need for such formalities, junior sister Mu. Those who exert themselves in duty ought to receive their due." Luo Cheng replied, shaking his head dismissively. Mu Wanting did not press the matter further, stating, "Senior brother Luo, I wish to depart." Though the battle was brief, it danced perilously close to the brink of life and death. "I came here for training, yet my spirit has been shaken. I must stabilize myself and solidify my foundations. Conserve the luminous stones." The two quickened their pace. "I wonder where Chang Danxia is now." As they hurried onward, Luo Cheng remained vigilant, attuned to the slightest disturbances around them. Chang Danxia and her companions would need to search this area, moving at a slower pace. Traversing a broader range would inevitably draw forth more monsters. The risk of error was high, and they could encounter danger at any moment. Mu Wanting, hearing no sounds, was curious about his keen perception, but she agreed to take a glance from a distance. Nodding in affirmation, "Following your lead, we shall not tarry." Luo Cheng's method of discerning his surroundings was akin to a state of half-sleep. In essence, it was an acute sensitivity to the external world, enabling him to perceive sounds beyond the grasp of ordinary ears, as well as subtle fluctuations or breaths. This ability was honed through trials between life and death, or could be attained naturally upon reaching sufficient cultivation. The two individuals pressed forward with unwavering determination, swiftly traversing the distance, the sounds of combat and the anguished cries of beasts echoing in their ears. Upon cresting a hill, they finally beheld the scene of the fray, where Chang Danxia and her 3 companions were besieged by a horde of monstrous entities. These creatures, numbering over 10, stood upright, yet bore an unsettling resemblance to humans, towering at heights exceeding 8 feet. Their bodies were enshrouded in scales akin to those of fish, a murky gray hue, while their legs were short and dog-like, robust and curvaceous. The upper bodies were particularly formidable, adorned with 4 muscular arms, each ending in claws reminiscent of curved blades that on their shoulders rested 2 grotesque heads, with gaping maws filled with sharp teeth that seemed capable of swallowing a human whole. These malevolent beings were known as the 6-armed demons, notorious for their brutality and cunning, often lurking in perilous locales. Chang Danxia and her companions, each at the early stages of their second-tier cultivation, found themselves scattered and struggling for survival against the onslaught of these numerous foes. "How did we provoke such a multitude of 6-armed demons?" Mu Wanting's voice trembled, fear rendering her hesitant to advance further. Luo Cheng, having encountered these creatures in the treacherous wilderness before, recalled the hardships he had endured and explained. "They are pack hunters, cunning in their search for prey. Even the chaotic sword technique has proven ineffective against the six-armed demons. Senior brother, perhaps we should refrain from intervening. Mu Wanting hesitated, recognizing the ferocity of the six-armed demons. The thought of risking their safety for the sake of strangers seemed unwise, and self-preservation was a reasonable stance. Luo Cheng had indeed observed Du Shan employing the chaotic sword technique. This technique, derived from the unified sword method, possessed formidable power, yet was challenging to master. Du Shan's grasp of the chaotic sword technique was rudimentary, sufficient for practical application, but still inadequate, as it was merely a single maneuver. Just observe, Luo Cheng remarked casually. Meanwhile, Cheng Danxia and her companions were so engrossed in their fierce struggle that they remained oblivious to the approach of others. Wan Wu, who practiced the golden giant body, wielded a long-handled heavy sword. Ideally, he should have been capable of executing broad, sweeping strikes. However, besieged by 3 six-armed demons, he found himself merely fending off blows, struggling to protect vital areas. Each attempt at defense sent him careening backward, tumbling across the ground. In contrast, Du Shan and Jiang Yu fared somewhat better. The two had developed a tacit understanding, previously coordinating their efforts to attack and evade, having already slain 1 six-armed demon and severed several of its arms. Yet, as they became separated, the absence of mutual support only exacerbated their injuries. Cheng Danxia, however, bore the brunt of the assault. This was her second venture into the treacherous cave, and with limited experience, she found herself at a disadvantage, particularly as a woman whose strength naturally paled in comparison to that of man. Her attacks relied on agility, yet how could she possibly contend against such scaled and fearsome demons? Her strikes faltered, requiring 2 attempts to sever a single arm. She had sustained numerous injuries, her light blue dress now stained crimson. What should I do? Cheng Danxia's heart brimmed with dread. She had long heard tales of the cave's peril, yet she never anticipated that danger would manifest so directly in her own life. She could conceive no viable solution to this crisis. Even facing a single six-armed demon would prove a daunting challenge. Clang! Suddenly, the 2 heads of the six-armed demon before her were hurled into the air. The unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned Cheng Danxia, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt a tight grip on her wrist, yanked aside, just in time to evade the demon's assault. "Senior brother Luo?" she exclaimed in surprise, finally realizing the source of her rescue as she became aware of Luo Cheng's presence beside her. To confront the six-armed demon, one must employ cunning to overcome brute force and wield strength to breach resilience. A precise strike to the throat is imperative. Luo Cheng's demeanor was notably grave, and as he spoke, he executed a swift strike. His swordplay was both rapid and unembellished, yet it adeptly evaded the demon's flailing arms, delivering a lethal blow that sent 2 severed heads soaring. Another six-armed demon charged from the front. Luo Cheng thrust his longsword forward, serendipitously finding the gap between the arms and piercing the throat. Chapter 8. The Ascendance of the Second Layer, even with the profound mastery of the return to one sword technique. Facing 8 six-armed demons simultaneously rendered absolute certainty elusive. Moreover, the malevolent aura permeating the cavern would inevitably lead to further contamination. Luo Cheng, alongside Wan Wu and the others, shared no familial ties, and previously, there had been a hint of exclusion. Thus, he was naturally reluctant to take unnecessary risks. To him, exerting effort in a task should rightfully yield remuneration, when weighing 5 vitality elixirs against a life, which held greater value. If the other party were in dire need, they would surely acquiesce. If not, then assistance from others was unwarranted. Cheng Danxia, her dress stained with blood and hair disheveled, momentarily stunned by his words, quickly replied, "Very well, my younger sister will offer these 15 vitality elixirs." Luo Cheng, observing the chaos of battle, shook his head and replied, "My intervention on your behalf is not for personal gain. At this moment, I shall not engage in a transaction with you. This matter pertains solely to the 3 of us and is unrelated to you. Let us avoid further disputes in such an urgent moment." Cheng Danxia found it difficult to fathom Luo Cheng's true intentions, interpreting his stance as rooted in prior grievances. Gritting her teeth, she grasped her sword, ready to rejoin the fray, only to be firmly restrained by Luo Cheng. Should you venture into danger once more, I shall depart. His brow furrowed, his words resolute. I could see that moment. Jiang Yu and the others realized that Luo Cheng and his companions had indeed extricated themselves from peril, having vanquished 3 six-armed demons. Spotting a glimmer of hope, they cried out, "I was blind. I acknowledge my folly. Brother Luo, please come to our aid." Upon hearing their cries for help, Cheng Danxia felt an urgent pang of anxiety. Though these 3 were not her closest allies, they had shared considerable time together. How could she not be concerned? Luo Cheng, however, remained steadfast, his judgment clear as he called out, "Each of you shall provide 5 vitality elixirs. We shall remain even, agreed. Anything will suffice. Brother Luo, please save us." Jiang Yu and the others could scarcely refuse, with Wan Wu already hoarse from desperation, fearing neglect and fatigue that juncture. The 6-armed demons besieging the trio also took notice of Luo Cheng and his group. 2 of them let out a roar and lunged forward. With the terms of their transaction settled, Luo Cheng would not delay. He sprang into action. Rather than engage the 2 oncoming 6-armed demons head-on, he maneuvered skillfully, using the distance to evade their frenzied assaults, allowing him to remain untouched. When the opportunity arose, he unleashed 2 strikes, sending 4 grotesque heads flying in a swift follow-up, seizing the moment while the 6-armed demon assaulted Jiang Yu. He executed another decisive strike in a brief interval. 3 6-armed demons lay slain. However, unlike the thoughtless demon bones, these 6-armed fiends were relentless, fixated on their adversary. Upon recognizing Luo Cheng as a formidable foe, 5 of them abandoned Jiang Yu and charged towards him. Regardless of the sharpness of his sword, Luo Cheng's cultivation was ultimately limited, and he could not recklessly charge against 5 6-armed demons. He swiftly retreated, seeking to disperse the 5 assailants. The trio of Jiang Yu managed to escape, hastily taking refuge to the side. However, Cheng Danxia's complexion turned pale, having witnessed Luo Cheng slay 1 with a single sword strike. She had assumed that the remaining 8 would pose no significant challenge. To her astonishment, all 6-armed demons converged upon Luo Cheng. Several paces away, Mu Wanning remained unfazed, perceiving that these 6-armed demons lacked the imposing aura of the previous rock demon. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the 5 6-armed demons. Having been granted the opportunity, he surged forward with sudden ferocity. Clang! With a swift stroke of his sword, 2 heads were sent soaring. He followed up with a series of slashes, thrusts, and cuts. Although the remaining 4 6-armed demons appeared to be relentlessly attacking, they struggled to form a cohesive assault, their arms severed one by one. Had they been true 6-armed demons, Luo Cheng would have found them formidable. Even 100 strikes would scarcely mar their scales. Yet, these 4 were mere imitations with only 4 arms, their strength not particularly overwhelming. By leveraging their own force against the blade, he made quick work of their limbs, as though slicing through fruit. Meanwhile, Dushan, also practicing the return to one-sword body, found himself utterly captivated. He could discern that Luo Cheng was employing only the most fundamental techniques of the return to one-sword method, lacking in extravagant display. Yet each strike was executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any visible technique, yet embodying the essence of swordsmanship with remarkable clarity. The return to one-sword method had been thoroughly mastered. Within the martial refinement sect, as well as across various sects, there exists a common understanding that martial skills need not be cultivated to perfection. Even a modest level of mastery suffices, as one must progress in a gradual manner rather than over-investing energy and time into a single technique. Dushan wholeheartedly agreed, realizing that even a mere attainment of mastery in the return to one-sword method could yield such formidable power. Not to mention, the level of mastery in martial skills reflects one's comprehension of the Tao. Clang, clang, clang. As the sword's edge swept through, the remaining 4 6-armed demons fell one after another. Luo Cheng then hastened to approach Cheng Danxia, having expended little energy in the recent skirmish, yet a sense of rage was stirring within him. Evidently, due to the taint of malevolence, he frowned slightly and regarded the 3 dazed individuals, each of whom possessed 5 essence pills. How could Jiang Yu and the others not be astonished? The 4 of them, who had barely managed to confront a mere dozen six-armed demons at the second stage, had witnessed Luo Cheng at the first stage dispatch them with apparent ease, his demeanor remaining unchanged as if it were a matter of course. Dushan promptly produced a jade vial containing 10 essence pills, respectfully offering, "Senior brother, please accept these. Ah, these are for junior brother and junior sister Jiang, each receiving 5. Luo Cheng, senior brother, 5 essence pills." Wanwu approached with a hurried gait, his heart filled with trepidation. Thankfully, he had refrained from speaking too recklessly before entering the malevolent cave. Otherwise, should he have been resented, his life would have been forfeit, and the sect would struggle to pursue justice. Although battling a martial artist differs from facing a demon, Luo Cheng's cultivation was ultimately lower. He could only slay one demon at a time, and against an experienced martial artist, he would likely falter. Nonetheless, at least he was not their adversary. Inside the training chamber on the second floor of the pavilion, Luo Cheng sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes shut tightly. The malevolence was comprised of tainted celestial essence, which, under the influence of blood and vital energy, infiltrated the body and was absorbed therein. The contained ferocity disturbed the mind and unsettled the spirit. Having been tainted by the malevolence, Luo Cheng realized that he could not expel it with the radiant stone. Instead, he needed to gradually dissipate it through cultivation to prevent exacerbation. It is prudent for him to refrain from entering the rage cave until his ire has been thoroughly diminished. Instead, he may consume the radiant elixir to swiftly dispel it, though the radiant stone is exceedingly precious. After a brief period of meditation, Luo Cheng opened his eyes, and with a mere thought, a multicolored turntable materialized before him. During this foray into the rage cave, he had amassed a total of 31 vitality pills, marking the first time in 8 years that he had achieved such a significant bounty. For him, 31 vitality pills was no trifling sum. He cast aside 5 of these pills, which were instantly consumed by the turntable, transforming into a vibrant vortex of colors. Once tranquility was restored, the bamboo sword had shifted to a deep azure hue. After a brief pause of over 10 breaths, the bamboo sword pointed towards the white sector of the turntable. The multicolored turntable radiated brilliantly, morphing into a white vortex that exhaled a wisp of white mist. Without the need for deliberate control, the mist was absorbed into his palm, and he privately mused that it felt quite similar to his previous experience. Chilly and ethereal, that a surge of excitement coursed through Luo Cheng. This cultivation session should enable him to ascend to the second stage of his transformation. Rising to his full height, he initiated the first level of the unifying sword technique, executing the 36 stances with precision. His entire physique tightened, muscles coiling like steel wires, as each move unleashed a current of sword energy that traversed his being. When he paused, the air around him echoed with the sound of wind. After completing the 36 stances, the energy coursing through his muscles seemed to penetrate to the marrow, refining his bones and organs. His breathing grew deep and labored, a low hum resonating from within his bones. As he repeated the 36 stances for the third time, a radiant sheen enveloped him, transforming him into an unsheathed sword, its brilliance unmistakable. This was clearly a result of the transformed vitality. As time progressed, the radiance intensified. Upon reaching the 5th repetition, the sword energy flowed freely, his organs quivered, and the sound of his vital blood surged in unison, a resonant hum, akin to the clear chime of a precious sword. The radiant glow around him abruptly expanded and then receded, vanishing entirely as a sharpness coalesced. Luo Cheng concluded his practice, standing still as he exhaled slowly. Observing his skin, a hint of white vitality shimmered faintly, signaling that his cultivation had reached the second stage of transformation. Chapter 9. The blue sector. After a brief stretch, a latent power surged within him. His strength had notably increased in comparison to before. Luo Cheng discerned that his power was approximately 1.5 times that of Tiger. Transitioning from the late stage of the first level of the mundane body to the early stage of the second level of vitality refinement could be considered a modest breakthrough. This shift represented a progression from merely absorbing vitality to refining it. thereby transforming his corporeal form. His pleasant surprise. His rage had been significantly diminished, and the sense of brutality in his heart had lessened considerably. Focusing his mind, he retrieved the unifying sword body technique from his storage pouch. Outer disciples of the martial refinement sect commenced their training at the age of 12, receiving the foundational text for the first 3 levels of technique, along with manuals detailing martial skills derived from the analysis of these techniques, as well as various literary works for self-study. Only a select few disciples were fortunate enough to receive direct instruction from their masters. As for techniques and martial skills beyond the 4th level, one must wait until their cultivation is sufficiently advanced to exchange for them at the Hall of Transmission. Luo Cheng had perused the first 3 levels of the unifying sword body technique countless times. So deeply ingrained in his mind was the knowledge that he was merely a step away from progressing through systematic practice. After confirming everything once more, he commenced the 2nd level of technique. The 72 stances of vitality refinement. The 72 stances were a meticulous breakdown of the 36 stances, making them relatively easy to grasp. Luo Cheng's expression became one of intense focus as he immersed himself in the nuances of each stance. His entire body was a mass of sinewy muscles, with strength akin to the edge of a sword, as subtle energies coursed through every part of him. The radiant essence of his skin flickered in and out with each movement. After a single round, he had nearly mastered the 72 sword techniques. With ample time remaining, he resolved to practice further. Glancing at the sky, Luo Cheng summoned the 5-colored turntable. Activating the turntable required a steady accumulation of vital energy. The first attempt demanded 3 energy pills, the second 5, and this time, he fed 10 energy pills into the turntable for it to consume, then uttered the command turn. The turntable and the bamboo sword began to spin in opposite directions at an exhilarating pace. The colors swirled together, rendering any discernible pattern indecipherable. After more than 30 breaths, Luo Cheng finally called out stop. The bamboo sword once again pointed towards the white area, and a brilliant white light surged forth. Transforming the turntable into a white vortex, a wisp of white energy emerged from the vortex, appearing far denser and more substantial than the previous 2 instances, resembling the steam rising from boiling water in winter. Upon drawing it into his palm, Luo Cheng felt a stirring sensation. The coolness intensified that he then initiated the 72 sword techniques essence refinement, commencing his training. Each technique flowed seamlessly into the next, his sinewy muscles coiling like twisted steel, as powerful energy surged incessantly. The radiant light flickering in and out. By the time he completed the 2nd round, the luminous essence had become distinctly visible, pulsating erratically. A humming sound resonated from his body, akin to the sharp note of a sword being drawn. He sensed that as the sound of the sword echoed from his flesh, the cool essence infused into his muscles, enhancing his strength, fortifying his bones, deepening his breath, and purifying his marrow, all culminating in the holistic refining of his body. Reaching the 2nd level of essence refinement, absorbing vital energy through this method not only fortified his limbs and internal organs, but fundamentally transformed his physical form, aligning him more closely with nature and unlocking boundless potential, thereby drawing nearer to the Tao, ensuring enduring vitality and mastery over the stars and moon. By the time he completed 5 rounds, night had fallen. As Luo Cheng concluded his practice, the white energy dimmed, subtly flickering at his skin's surface. The pervasive cool sensation throughout his body coalesced at his chest, remaining contained. Unlike the previous 2 transformations, this time the consumption of vital energy was minimal, leaving him with more than half remaining. Luo Cheng was not surprised. The essence of progress in cultivation lies in gradual advancement, a balance of acceleration and moderation. Rapid progress has its limits. As long as the remaining vital energy does not dissipate, he was content. The next turn of the turntable would require 15 energy pills, and with sufficient energy still available, he was in no rush to proceed. Thanks to the replenishment of vital energy, he felt no hunger. With some time before his nightly patrol, he took out the martial technique Chaos Sword Style. The 360 techniques of the unified sword method had already been fully assimilated, and, as a foundational skill, it required no further deliberate practice. His cultivation had now reached the 2nd level of essence refinement. Chaos Sword Style was one of the choices for practicing the Tao through martial arts at this stage. In the first level of essence refinement, he was unable to cultivate it due to the absence of radiant essence, which hindered his precise control of sword energy. Among the disciples in the martial refinement sect, some who trained in unified sword body would also practice palm techniques like open steel palm. If their comprehension and accumulation allowed, they might even transcend the constraints of their techniques, merging their understanding into a unified whole. A.S. night descended. Luo Cheng arrived at Li Mountain. Junior brother Luo has broken through to the second level of essence refinement. Congratulations. Upon their first meeting, Chi Fei discerned the subtle undertones of envy in his tone. Due to his insufficient cultivation in martial arts, he found his progress stagnating at the early stage of the second realm. While Luo Cheng had already caught up, given that both were at the same initial stage, it seemed inappropriate to still refer to him as junior brother Luo. Luo Cheng maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Senior brother Chi, you flatter me that I am but a step away from the second realm. A breakthrough is not a remarkable feat." As they conversed, the two began their patrol of the mountains. Chi Fei's gaze wandered, his bony hands fidgeting as he awkwardly spoke. "Junior brother Luo, might I trouble you for an extra vitality pill? I wish to procure a standard essence refining pill, yet I find myself one short. Might you lend me one to tide me over? Pills are an indispensable resource for cultivation, particularly the essence refining pill, which is essential for entering the second realm. This pill refines the physical body and, to a certain extent, enhances and corrects one's cultivation. Its fundamental benefits include fortifying the body and increasing strength. Most importantly, it can reveal the original essence of one's vital light and even its martial hue. The martial arts techniques established by predecessors are but paths traversed by others, based on their understanding of the universe. There is no absolute alignment. This can lead to deviations during cultivation, contingent upon the appropriateness of the methods employed. Utilizing the essence refining pill allows for preliminary corrections and touches upon the essence of vital light. For instance, the original hue of the vital light for the golden behemoth body is a brilliant gold. Yet some practitioners may end up with a dark gold or bronze hue. Similarly, the unified sword body should manifest a dazzling white light, but some may find themselves with a pure white or grayish hue instead. Corrections are necessary to align oneself with the technique and restore the original hue of vital light. As for the martial hue, it arises when a technique undergoes evolution, harmonizing with the practitioner's essence, drawing upon the wisdom of predecessors, and forging a unique path in martial arts. This not only requires the consumption of exquisite essence refining pills, but also a significant accumulation of insight. Broadening understanding while remaining focused and profound, which is no easy feat. It is said that since the establishment of the martial refinement sect over a millennium ago, only one disciple has achieved the martial hue upon reaching the fifth realm of vital embryo. Luo Cheng, understanding the importance of the essence refining pill, pondered briefly before producing a jade vial. "Senior brother Chi, you have been particularly kind to me these past few days. Please accept this vitality pill as a token of my gratitude." "There is no need for repayment." Chi Fei, naturally delighted, expressed his thanks with a face full of wrinkles, continuously bowing in appreciation. As they continued their discussions while walking, the two conducted a thorough inspection of the Lisher Mountain before parting ways to guard their respective sides. The duty of the night patrol was to ensure that the seal on the Lido cave remained intact, a task that required utmost caution to avoid significant errors. Luo Cheng was fully committed to this responsibility, and time swiftly passed until 3 days had gone by. During these 3 days, he focused on cultivation during the day and patrolled at night, remaining secluded without engaging in any outside affairs. His cultivation steadily progressed, and he made strides in mastering the chaotic sword technique. The application of strength in the chaotic sword technique was considerably more intricate than the 360 moves of the unified sword technique. Thus, it was not yet suitable for practical combat. Despite having a foundation in the unified sword technique, he would require at least a month of diligent practice to achieve a minor proficiency. And to attain comprehensive mastery would likely take years. As for the transformed vitality, after 3 days of rigorous cultivation, little remained. Within the second floor of the pavilion, the rotating mechanism transformed into a vortex of 5 colors. And Luo Cheng consumed the last 15 vitality pills. The spinning disc and the bamboo sword began to rotate at an astonishing speed, each in opposition to the other. Luo Cheng, aware that prolonged motion would deplete his vitality, nonetheless chose to wait a while longer. After approximately 100 breaths, he commanded a halt. The disc and the bamboo sword abruptly came to a standstill. Unlike the previous 2 occasions, this time the bamboo sword pointed towards the blue sector of the disc. Following a brief moment of stillness, the 5-colored disc transformed into a floating blue vortex in midair. With the selection of the blue area, a sense of exhilaration surged within Luo Cheng. Was a magic crystal required? Responding to an inner impulse, Luo Cheng retrieved an object from his storage bag. A black crystal, no larger than a fingernail, adorned with sharp edges. This black crystal did not evoke a sense of beauty or solemnity. Its hue was an abyssal black, imbued with an aura of dread. Luo Cheng referred to it as a magic crystal, though he was unaware if it possessed any other names, having never encountered such crystals elsewhere or knowing their common applications. Years ago, a thread of black light had escaped from the 5-colored disc, and following the instinctive pull, Luo Cheng pursued it to the forbidden zone of confusion, where he became ensnared. It was then that he discovered the instinct had fractured into 3 parts, which he later realized were 3 demonic entities controlled by the invading black light. After a strenuous battle, he vanquished them and obtained 3 magic crystals, having consumed 1 at that time to refine the 5-colored disc. Now, he retained 2, having never revealed them to anyone else. Without hesitation, Luo Cheng flicked his wrist and tossed the magic crystal into the blue vortex. The blue vortex rapidly contracted until it vanished, and Luo Cheng closed his eyes. A profound drowsiness enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Chapter 10. The chaotic sword technique. Above him sprawled a tapestry of stars, the bright moon hanging aloft. Beneath his feet lay a flat expanse, paved with gray stone slabs, ancient and weighty, stretching far beyond sight. This was not reality. Turning his body to survey the surroundings, Luo Cheng felt a tightening in his chest. Although he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the various uses of the 5-colored disc, it remained incomplete, and he found it difficult to ascertain the true nature of this realm. Glancing at the azure steel sword in his hand, which bore numerous nicks and imperfections, he found it to be unchanged in texture and weight. It was indeed his. Biting the tip of his tongue, he felt a genuine sting of pain that moment. A figure rapidly took shape before Luo Cheng, materializing in an instant. The visage was indistinguishable from his own, bearing a stern expression and wielding a similarly battered azure steel sword. The only distinction was that this counterpart was clad in a long blue robe. Though the style remained the same, this is how it is. He was to practice the chaotic sword technique. Without the need for further explanation, Luo Cheng grasped the situation and, with a decisive motion, charged towards the figure in blue. The chaotic sword technique, still unrefined for practical combat, was unleashed as he executed a flurry of 3 sword strikes towards the blue-robed figure. The stern expression of his counterpart remained utterly unchanged, equally employing the chaotic sword technique in response. Clang, clang, the swords clashed, sparks flying in every direction. Both Luo Cheng and the blue-robed figure quickly retreated, each sustaining a strike to their arms. The injuries were not real. The pain from the wounds caused Luo Cheng to furrow his brow. However, the wounds bled not, and in the blink of an eye, they healed, even the damage to his garments reverting to their original state. Luo Cheng did not immediately launch another attack, but instead stepped aside to practice the chaotic sword technique. The blue-robed figure maintained a solemn expression, mirroring his actions. The sword techniques of the chaotic sword technique were brief, allowing for a complete practice session within mere moments. In the initial stages, the individual practices appeared indistinguishable, characterized solely by the incessant drawing of swords and occasional contemplation. However, as time progressed, divergence began to manifest. The chaotic swordplay of the figure clad in blue became increasingly erratic, executing 3 strikes in one motion, as if 3 ethereal beams of icy sword light surged forth in a scattered manner. Reaching a level sufficient for practical combat, yet possessing a subtle distinction from Dushan's technique, imbued with a hint of brisk clarity. Once more, after over 1,000 repetitions of his training, Luo Cheng exhibited no signs of fatigue. His eyes sparkled with vigor as he engaged in combat with the figure in blue. Within a mere span of a dozen exchanges, Luo Cheng found himself grievously injured. Apart from his throat and heart, nearly 10 sword wounds marred his body, some deep enough to expose bone, while others pierced through like tea. This moment, the corporeal damage rendered him unable to stand, collapsing to the ground. The pain and weakness were overwhelmingly palpable. Even in the forbidden land of desolation, he had never endured such injuries, acutely sensing the breath of death closing in. After 100 breaths, he rose once more, his wounds mysteriously healed. Reflecting on his missteps in mastering the chaotic swordplay, he resolved to practice it again, that if one were to calculate the time spent on a single iteration of the chaotic swordplay, it would suggest that he had been in this place for the better part of a day. Dusk was likely approaching the time of the night watch at Li Mountain. Nevertheless, Luo Cheng had no intention of departing, for leaving would lead to an unavoidable confinement in due course. He would wait until he could no longer remain in this place before considering departure. Should the outside world reach the night watch at Li Mountain, Chief Faley would undoubtedly seek him out at his lodgings. If he were not found, he might resort to summoning the guard officer, Ding Songhan, to send additional assistance. Even if he were to be held accountable for neglecting his duties, he would accept the consequences. Unconcerned with trivial matters, he remained focused on his training. After another day had passed, Luo Cheng's mastery of the chaotic swordplay had achieved a level sufficient for combat. This was a rate of progress he had never dared to conceive in his daily life. Initially, he had set a personal goal to attain proficiency in the chaotic swordplay within a month, with a modest level of accomplishment anticipated within a year. Yet the figure in blue had already reached the stage of executing 4 strikes in a single move, each sword strike imbued with power surpassing ordinary strength. At least a 30% enhancement, indicative of a minor achievement. Should he reach the level of 9 strikes in one move, it would signify a profound understanding. Thereafter, as his cultivation deepened, his control over strength would become increasingly refined and differentiated, culminating in 18 strikes, 36 strikes, and beyond. Once more, ceasing his practice, Luo Cheng proactively charged forth, engaging in a pure clash of chaotic swordplay. However, he was unexpectedly met with 4 strikes from a single sword, nearly facing instant demise. His injuries, as anticipated, healed without a trace, and Luo Cheng continued his training. Here, he felt neither hunger nor fatigue, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality sustained him. Perhaps 10 days had passed, or maybe an entire month. Unceasingly, he practiced, executing the chaotic swordplay hundreds of thousands of times, during which he experienced death a dozen times, falling victim to a single thrust aimed at his throat. At this juncture, the figure in blue had mastered the chaotic swordplay to the level of 9 strikes in one move, achieving a harmonious understanding of the technique. The speed at which he cultivated such martial skills was reminiscent of the extraordinary tales of prodigies achieving sudden enlightenment found in various ancient texts. Ultimately, Luo Cheng had attained a minor level of mastery in the chaotic swordplay. Once more, as soon as the engagement commenced, confronted by a web of sword light descending upon him, Luo Cheng found himself utterly defenseless, with no avenue for escape. After being instantaneously vanquished, he resumed his training. As he reached the pinnacle of the 7 swords technique, he awoke after an unexpected and disorienting whirlwind. The profound insights he had garnered lingered within him. Standing in the cultivation chamber, Luo Cheng opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. The blue area of the rotating disc filled him with particular delight. Put it simply, the blue area served as a space for martial arts training. While his physical form had never departed from the confines of the cultivation chamber, it was his consciousness that resided within the blue robe cultivation room formed by the blue area. Within this blue robe cultivation room, in addition to himself, there was the figure clad in blue. The blue robe could be considered an extension of him, yet it existed devoid of emotions and worldly attachments, embodying a state of ethereal transcendence, possessing an unparalleled comprehension. It facilitated the refinement and extrapolation of martial techniques. However, the blue robe's enhancements to the martial techniques could not be wholly imparted to him. Rather, their mutual sparring not only validated the martial skills, but also allowed Luo Cheng to rapidly receive insights into martial arts cultivation during this exchange, thereby elevating the level of his techniques. Although time within the Blue Robe cultivation room seemed to stretch infinitely outside its confines, less than half a day had passed. Luo Cheng pondered the reason for this anomaly. As he had never encountered anything similar before Tio re-enter, he would need to select the blue area again and expend magic crystals. Rather than dwell on this fortunate occurrence, he chose to practice in the courtyard. With his transformed vital energy nearly depleted, and requiring 20 energy pills to rotate the disc, he found himself without a single one. Though his cultivation would face limitations, he remained unfazed, for martial arts training is a journey of the martial way, a pursuit of understanding the principles and the path. Thus, he resolved to focus on mastering the chaotic sword technique over the next 2 days. Luo Cheng sensed the Blue Robe's insights into the chaotic sword technique gradually being transmitted to him. With a swift motion, the glint of sword light flickered as he executed the 7 swords technique repeatedly, his mind undistracted and his training relentless. However, unlike in the Blue Robe cultivation room, his energy and spirit began to wane, leading to fatigue and drowsiness. He recognized the necessity of balancing exertion with rest. The pace of his progress with the chaotic sword technique lagged significantly compared to his experience in the Blue Robe cultivation room. Time passed swiftly, and the remnants of his agitation were gradually worn away, leading to the morning 2 days later. Having made prior arrangements with Chang Danxia, he set out for the El Cave. After practicing the chaotic sword technique for a while and realizing it was nearly time, he arrived at El Mountain a bit early. The mountain was already populated with several disciples, reminiscent of past gatherings. Luo Cheng found a spot to stand idly, quietly contemplating the insights imparted by the Blue Robe. Aside from him, there were also idle guards from the El Cave, including Run Hong. Has he reached the 2nd level? Ren Hong mused, observing Luo Cheng from a distance, cracking his neck with a series of audible pops, his expression rather grim. The luminous stones acquired through his monthly stipend had diminished significantly by the following day, and the little that remained was reserved for unforeseen necessities. Consequently, he had refrained from using his own luminous stones during his previous visit to the El Cave, resulting in his exposure to the lingering agitation. Over the past few days, apart from cultivating, he had paid little attention to other matters. Senior brother Luo, exclaimed Chang Danxia, arriving at El Mountain with evident delight upon spotting him. Dressed in a pale blue gown, her mood was buoyant, a smile gracing her lips, enhancing her charm further. The faint azure glow of her skin indicated progress in her cultivation in the days that had passed, aside from healing and training. She had eagerly anticipated this day. Not to mention, entering the El Cave with Luo Cheng offered her greater assurance of safety, along with the potential for acquiring more cultivation resources. Jiang Yu initially intended to join, but for reasons unknown, she ultimately decided against it. Upon her arrival, a flicker of lightheartedness stirred within Luo Cheng's heart as he inquired about her injuries. Had they healed? All is well. Danfeng is never lacking in elixirs. Chang Danxia cheerfully replied, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a delicate, fair arm, adding, their eyes had a single scar left. Look, brother. Certain matters remain unbeknownst to others. His escorting of the other disciples was not merely a venture for a few vitality pills. Capturing suitable prey was essential for substantial profit. Ren Hong saw no fault in this, for he was aware that the guard, steward Ding Song Han, had risen to prominence through such means within the various peaks. Aside from monthly stipends, there were numerous ways to acquire cultivation resources. However, as a guard at the El Cave, a position devoid of any lucrative prospects, one must rely on strength and combat to secure more for oneself. Chapter 11. The severed sword of the demon corpse in the blink of an eye. The two had arrived within the El Cave. Luo Cheng maintained a calm demeanor, while Chang Danxia still exhibited traces of excitement. Their entry into the El Cave was not merely a matter of escorting under a contractual obligation, but rather a simple companionship. Sharing a luminous stone, they would evenly divide the normal gains, fostering mutual benefit. Although their numbers were few this time, Chang Danxia felt a sense of security. believing that with Luo Cheng by her side, there was no need for her to worry. Not only could she slay demonic creatures for experience, but she could also reap rewards. Truly a delightful situation to free oneself from the constraints of others and the whims of manipulation. One must swiftly ascend to the status of an inner disciple. Yes, provided all goes well, it is possible, Luo Cheng replied earnestly, surveying the surroundings. With less than 8 months until the selection for inner disciples, he was merely at the early stage of the second layer. Under normal circumstances, he would stand little chance, for any disciple eligible for selection must possess at least the 4th layer of cultivation, or they would not even qualify for the preliminary selection. Even if 1's cultivation were sufficient, they would still have to compete against disciples at the late stages of the 4th layer, where strength would likely fall short. The multicolored roulette represented hope. The vitality converted in the white area could enhance cultivation speed. The blue area, designated for the green robe training halls, could accelerate the mastery of martial techniques. With sufficient martial training, 1's cultivation would not stagnate. If one could reach the 4th layer while mastering a dozen or more martial techniques to a minor degree, or even integrating them seamlessly, their strength would be assured. This was merely a preliminary estimate, and furthermore, there remained the yellow and purple areas yet to be selected. Luo Cheng was filled with confidence. My little sister eagerly anticipates that day that if you require any vitality elixirs or the like, just let me know, Cheng Danxia encouraged, harboring no doubts about Luo Cheng's sincerity. Yet, a hint of melancholy seeped in her voice as she added, I have little hope. If only I could enter the inner door before I turn 30. The two exchanged casual banter as they continued on their journey. The oppressive atmosphere gradually thickening. This moment. Ren Hong also stepped into the L cave. Watching the two swiftly vanish into the mist, a sinister smile crept across his face. Just in time. Let us see how you can escape. Initially, he had intended to enter alongside other disciples to secure a small profit first, but he was concerned that if he delayed too long, his luminous stones would dwindle, making it difficult to locate Luo Cheng and the others. Drawing forth his blue steel heavy sword from his storage bag, he followed closely behind. He did not plan to strike immediately, as they were still near the entrance of the L cave. Should he be seen killing and looting by other disciples, it would greatly tarnish his reputation. Demonic corpses. Upon encountering the monstrous entity before her, Cheng Danxia felt a surge of eagerness. This creature was a grotesque amalgamation of beastly remains, resembling a gargantuan gorilla, towering over 10 feet tall, devoid of any fur, with muscles as rigid as stone, exuding a faint grayish glow. It belonged to the class of undead beasts, possessing immense strength and formidable defenses, far surpassing that of the 6-armed demon with its 4 additional limbs. Only those of mid-level cultivation in the second realm could hope to vanquish such a foe. The two had previously agreed that, given Cheng Danxia's insufficient experience, she would engage in battle with only weaker monsters, while Luo Cheng would flank her. With no means of communication with the bloodthirsty fiend, the confrontation devolved into a brutal clash. Cheng Danxia, adept in the art of the 100-spirit flower body, relied upon her agility, her elegant sword blossoming like a flower as she danced and weaved, launching relentless attacks, with Luo Cheng providing support. Her safety was assured, allowing her to unleash her full potential. The colossal undead creature, though powerful, was hindered by its own rigidity and lack of agility. Despite its frenzied onslaught and sharp claws, it could not land a blow on Cheng Danxia. With her azure steel sword, pockmarked with scars, Luo Cheng maneuvered swiftly, ready to rescue her at a moment's notice, all while shielded by the luminous stones surrounding them. Dust swirled as the creature sustained numerous wounds. Yet being a monster, it felt no pain nor fear. Unless its vital points were struck, it would not succumb to death. Cheng Danxia, growing increasingly anxious, seized an opportunity to alter her swordplay, her blade slicing through the air like a stream of light. Aiming directly for the creature's brow, the center of its forehead housed a blood-sulfur pearl, its critical vulnerability. Piercing it would ensure its demise. However, Cheng Danxia's strength proved insufficient. As she launched her strike, the creature's massive claw swept towards her chest. Should it connect, even a mere graze would be disastrous. Luo Cheng, ever vigilant, anticipated this moment and swung his sword with a resounding clang. With a powerful strike, he deflected the creature's claw, which crashed heavily to the ground. In that instant, Cheng Danxia drove her sword into the creature's forehead. Struck at its vital point, the undead beast collapsed, yet Cheng Danxia was filled with trepidation. Had Luo Cheng been a moment slower, her chest would have surely been compromised. Embarrassed by her close call, she felt a flush of warmth creep to her cheeks as she furtively glanced at Luo Cheng. His expression remained unchanged as he retrieved a blood-sulfur pearl, no larger than a broad bean, from the fallen creature. Just as he prepared to stow it away, he suddenly turned his gaze to the side. A shadowy figure emerged from the mist, advancing rapidly towards them. It was Ren Hong, who, upon seeing the myriad wounds on the undead beast, smirked and said, "Oh, so you needed my junior sister's assistance to fell a mere undead creature, Luo Cheng. You certainly know how to climb the social ladder. Hand over that blood-sulfur pearl, and I might spare your life." As he approached, his iron-gray aura flared ominously, exuding a fierce presence. Upon recognizing him, Cheng Danxia's complexion paled, losing some of its color. Among fellow disciples in the Li Cave, the treachery and violence were more terrifying than facing monsters. Observing Ren Hong's mid-level cultivation in the second realm, with a distinctly iron-gray aura, she realized he surpassed both her and Luo Cheng in skill. At over 30 years of age, his martial prowess must be formidable. His willingness to enter the Li Cave alone spoke volumes of his extraordinary strength. Although she understood Luo Cheng was powerful against monsters, he was not necessarily invincible against other martial artists. Frustration bubbled within her, mingling with a tinge of fear, and she whispered, "Senior brother, it's unwise to take unnecessary risks. Perhaps you should keep your distance." Luo Cheng's brow furrowed slightly as he scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no one else in sight. According to Chi Feili, Ren Hong possessed formidable strength, and even disciples at the late stage of the second realm were no match for him. Among the Li Dong guards, he was only weaker than Ding Song Han, who had reached the third realm. Yet, Luo Cheng felt no fear. The enmity between them was destined to be resolved today. "You brought this upon yourself," he thought. Ren Hong licked his lips, his demeanor fierce, and with a sinister chuckle, he added, "Your junior sister will be well cared for by me," and no sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged forward. Luo Cheng, maintaining a cold expression, pushed Dan Xiao away while simultaneously advancing. Clang! The clash of their swords sparked bright flames. The immense force of their collision revealed a clear distinction in their respective strengths. Luo Cheng's power surpassed that of 1.5 tigers, while Ren Hong's strength approached 2.5 tigers, slightly exceeding that of an average late-stage second realm practitioner. It was evident that, aside from his martial arts, he had consumed numerous refining pills. "You are too weak," Ren Hong taunted, as a primal roar echoed within him. His sword moved like a tempest, combining offense and defense in a relentless barrage. He unleashed his most potent martial technique, the Furious Tiger Assault, a seasoned warrior. His strikes were razor-sharp, swiftly overwhelming Luo Cheng, who was employing the unified sword technique. Despite Luo Cheng's mastery of the technique, which had reached a level of profound understanding, it remained a foundational skill that could not amplify his strength. Ren Hong's formidable power and adeptness in martial arts allowed him to deliver strikes with the force of 3 tigers, showcasing rich combat experience. His balanced approach to offense and defense made him far more challenging than a mindless rock beast. The fact that Luo Cheng had not been immediately defeated was already a remarkable feat. "What use is the unified sword technique?" Ren Hong laughed maniacally amidst the chaos. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each blow aimed to send Luo Cheng sprawling. Meanwhile, Cheng Danxia, observing from the side, turned pale with worry. The disparity in cultivation levels was difficult to bridge. After all, the unified sword technique was merely a foundational skill, serving as the bedrock for advanced techniques. The IT required a robust cultivation base for support and was ill-suited as a primary offensive technique for someone at the late stage of the second realm. With no allies in sight, Luo Cheng's heart settled completely. His gaze turned cold. He parried a strike with his sword and, using the momentum, retreated fluidly. Merging with his sword, he executed a seamless retreat, leaving Ren Hong unable to intercept him. "You think you can escape?" Ren Hong bellowed, advancing once more. However, Luo Cheng, far from fleeing, executed what appeared to be a casual slash. Whoosh, 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 7 beams of sword light scattered like a rain of ice, cold and piercing. Even with Ren Hong's battle-hardened reflexes, he barely managed to deflect 4 of the strikes, his arm numb from the impact, the weighty sword nearly slipping from his grasp. The sound of flesh parting filled the air as Ren Hong's left arm was severed, a deep wound cutting to the bone in his leg, and his abdomen was grievously lacerated. The chaotic sword style. Ren Hong fell to the ground, blood gushing from his wounds, his face a mask of horror. Among all the individuals he was acquainted with, there were numerous practitioners of the unification sword body, including those at the 3rd and 4th levels of mastery. However, none had ever cultivated the chaotic sword style to the extent of executing 7 swords in a single strike. Each beam of sword light he had just unleashed possessed the force of 3 tigers, and he simply could not withstand the onslaught of 7 such lights. With a sudden, sharp sound, Luo Cheng's sword shattered in his grasp. It was merely a blue steel sword, not a weapon of higher grade, having already been battered in countless battles, and, after the recent clash, it could bear no more da-ha-ha. Let us see how you will continue to fight. Ren Hong exclaimed, elated by this unforeseen turn of events. Ignoring his severe injuries, he lunged forward recklessly, the blue steel sword aimed directly at Luo Cheng's head. The 5-colored spinning wheel materialized behind Luo Cheng, and as it transformed into a vast vortex, it expanded with increasing momentum that it was as if a magnificent celestial power had descended, causing Ren Hong to falter as his resolve wavered. This sensation was eerily familiar. He recalled witnessing the pressure during a competition among true disciples a few years prior, though it had never felt so vivid. Yet he could not perceive the manifestation of martial symbols. Luo Cheng's martial symbol? How could that be possible? Without hesitation, Luo Cheng kicked the broken sword tip on the ground, sending it hurtling like a bolt from a bow. The sword tip pierced directly into Ren Hong's throat, blood gushing forth. Chapter 12. Yellow Zone. The vitality of a warrior's physical form is formidable. Striking at the vital points, such as the forehead, does not guarantee instantaneous death. As Ren Hong collapsed to the ground. Blood erupted from his wound, his body convulsing violently, his copper bell-like eyes wide with terror and despair. Death is not to be regretted, Luo Cheng remarked dismissively, stepping forward to plant Ren Hong's head into the gravel. After being trapped in perilous wilderness for 8 years, constantly contending with demonic creatures using his meager strength, he had honed his inner sharpness to a state of stoic resilience. Although this was his first kill of a living being, it did not instill in him any discomfort. Seeing Ren Hong finally fall silent, Luo Cheng retrieved the blue steel sword and took down the storage bag. The blue steel sword measured over 4 feet in length. With a blade 3 fingers wide, heavy and robust, weighing more than 30 pounds, capable of slicing and cleaving, the dual-edged sword had only minor nicks, still appearing quite pristine. With a slight flourish, he found it quite to his liking. Possessing a foundation in the unification sword technique, he would not be constrained by any single sword. Furthermore, due to the increase in his strength, the original blue steel sword felt lighter, and this blue steel heavy sword was perfectly suited in both quality and form. With a bit of familiarity, it would enhance his power significantly, and this sword could not be used as evidence of murdering a fellow disciple, since Ren Hong's demise rendered the storage bag ownerless. And being a low-grade storage bag, it would not bear indelible marks. After dripping blood onto it, Luo Cheng could utilize it freely. The bag housed a space of approximately 10 feet in diameter, twice the capacity of his own storage bag. Among its contents, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a piece of essence stone. The essence stone, the size of a fist and gleaming white, was genuine hard currency. Usable for cultivation only by those at the 3rd level of mastery, containing enough natural energy to equal over 100 energy pills that in addition. There were 2 vials of energy pills, totaling 20, which could be deemed quite affluent indeed. The remainder consists of various sundries, clothing, and numerous martial arts techniques, most of which are of little utility. After extracting and destroying them, Luo Cheng promptly stored away the spatial bag. Casting a glance at Cheng Danxia, whose pallid complexion and eyes reflected a tinge of terror, he casually remarked, "Junior Sister Cheng, I shall keep these items." This was not a regular gain, and given his pressing need for cultivation resources, he had no intention of being modest. "Brother, please keep them," Cheng Danxia replied, still shaken, her expression somewhat dazed. In just a few days, Luo Cheng had not only advanced to the second stage of the embodiment realm, but had also astonishingly mastered the chaotic sword technique to the point of executing 7 swords in a single move. The source of that oppressive aura was a matter of great concern for her. As for the items within the spatial bag, she would not dare to accept them even if offered, for they were tainted goods. The two did not linger at the spot. Cheng Danxia's luminous stone had already consumed more than half its energy, rendering another entry unworthy, and they proceeded onward as they hastened along the path. They occasionally encountered demonic creatures, their gains incrementally increasing. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng discreetly assessed his own strength. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to reveal the aura of the 5-color turntable, as it was indiscriminate and would attract the attention of many. He was particularly wary of the black zone, which instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Judging solely by his early-stage cultivation of the second realm, coupled with the integrated unification sword technique and the chaotic sword technique of 7 swords, his prowess could rival that of a late-stage practitioner of the second realm. He paused, halting his movements. The bamboo sword pointed towards the white zone, that a thread of transformed vitality was drawn into his palm. And without delay, Luo Cheng initiated the 72 styles of sword chi. Cultivation was far from tedious. Each incremental improvement brought joy. Outside, as the celestial body shifted, the disappearance of Ren Hong became a topic of fervent discussion among the guards of the Li Cave. There was no need for speculation. It was widely accepted that he had perished within its confines, that a situation that was both ordinary and extraordinary had not caused an uproar, yet the arrows of suspicion were subtly directed at Luo Cheng. No one sought to trouble him. In fact, many kept their distance out of respect, which was ultimately a blessing, as it affirmed his position through strength. However, even Chi Feili had begun to shun him, hastily avoiding him upon sight. Seemingly fearful of attracting misfortune, in secret, Chi Feili revealed that the guard attendant Ding Songhan was exceedingly irate. After all, he was a mid-stage practitioner of the embodiment realm, possessing strength surpassing that of 6 tigers. Luo Cheng was advised to exercise utmost caution, and if possible, to seek a transfer from the Li Cave to prevent any misstep that could cost him his life. Despite the lurking threat, Luo Cheng remained unperturbed and composed, as always ensuring that his nightly patrols were executed flawlessly while squeezing out additional time for cultivation. He aspired to eradicate the lingering aura of malice before the agreed date, with Mu wanting. As he consumed a significant portion of the vitality obtained from the second rotation of the turntable, his cultivation had already ascended to the mid-stage of the second realm. The emerging vitality aura was becoming increasingly apparent, displaying a glaring white radiance. Though his strength still fell short of 2 tigers, he found himself well suited to the unification sword body. Luo Cheng harbored his own calculations, with the transformed vitality and his understanding of martial arts. It was indeed peculiar for the vitality aura to manifest in pure white or grayish-white hues. The palm, cloaked in hidden vitality, swept forcefully across the wooden table, leaving a shallow mark in its wake. It was not made with nails, nor by any tool. It was merely the strike of his palm. This was the application of vitality. The inherent hue of the vitality of the unification sword body was radiant white, possessing a sharpness that, even with mere physical strength wielding a sword, would enhance the weapon's edge. As for the potential powers of the vitality's martial color, that varied from person to person. Present. Luo Cheng's cultivation is insufficient. His yuan light remains relatively weak, and it is not absolutely radiant, with limited sharpness. Having reached the mid-stage of the second realm, it is time for him to begin consuming the refining yuan pills. However, even the ordinary refining yuan pills offer him little assistance. Instead of immediately purchasing the elixirs, Luo Cheng retrieved 2 martial arts manuals, namely Sword Chariot Steps and Breaking Void Sword Finger. When a martial artist attains the second realm, if their energy is sufficient, they can practice several martial techniques simultaneously. Some may choose to cultivate techniques like opening stone palm, which not only enhances their strength but also deepens or broadens their comprehension, bringing their yuan light closer to its true essence and even to the martial essence. Luo Cheng still intends to analyze the martial techniques derived from Unity Sword Body. These two techniques differ from the chaotic sword style. Both are executed with a sword body and require the application of yuan light, demanding a high level of skill. Sword chariot steps serves as a footwork technique, swift and sharp like a sword, bursting forth with unstoppable momentum, capable of slaying opponents if mastery and comprehension are sufficient. Breaking Void Sword Finger is a finger technique, with fingers as unyielding as swords, able to shatter even the most formidable weapons at an advanced level. The difficulty of mastering these two techniques is no less than that of the chaotic sword style. Luo Cheng, having perused them before, quickly memorized their contents. Unbeknownst to him, a five-colored spinning disc materialized in the air. As it rotated, the bamboo sword and the five-colored disc spun in opposite directions at great speed, and Luo Cheng gazed at them casually. These two techniques share commonalities and can be cultivated together. If one selects the blue area, they could grasp the techniques swiftly. However, contrary to his expectations, the bamboo sword pointed to the yellow area of the disc. As the five-colored disc momentarily stilled, it transformed into a yellow vortex. Luo Cheng raised an eyebrow, a flicker of joy igniting within him as he scrutinized the vortex for a moment, discerning its significance, and he cast in his last magic crystal with another wave of his hand. The vortex vanished, and Luo Cheng rose to leave, hastening his steps toward the Pill Peak. He had a general understanding of the yellow area's purpose that, in simple terms, the yellow area could be utilized for pill refining, even achieving perfection in pill creation. However, it is not solely limited to this. More precisely, it serves to purify and harmonize natural substances, allowing them to transcend naturally, making it particularly suitable for pill refining. First, one must proportion various medicinal materials according to the pill formula to successfully create the elixir, rather than merely attempting to concoct refining yuan pills from a heap of gathering grass for yuan energy pills. As for the outcome of the refined pills after mastering the proportions, only experimentation would reveal the results. Cheng Danxia soon descended from the Pill Peak and remarked, "A set of materials for refining yuan pills costs about 10 yuan energy pills. Are you planning to refine pills, senior brother Luo?" Having discussed the matter of refining yuan pills, Luo Cheng was somewhat informed. The ordinary refining yuan pill is valued at approximately 30 yuan energy pills, with fluctuations due to quality differences, while top-tier yuan energy pills have no fixed price, and most outer sect disciples cannot acquire them even with yuan stones. Thus, a set of materials worth 10 yuan energy pills is indeed quite favorable. Nodding slightly, he casually replied, "I have such an intention, junior sister Cheng. Here are 50 yuan energy pills. Please assist me in exchanging for 5 sets of materials." And he produced 50 yuan energy pills, leaving him with only 6. Having spent these years at the Pill Peak, I can still only refine yuan energy pills, and I often face failures. Senior brother Luo, you truly possess great skill, Cheng Danxia said with a smile. Before long, she had procured the 5 sets of materials, all freshly harvested, brimming with medicinal potency, and already proportioned according to the pill formula. Luo Cheng stood in place, maintaining an expression of calm, though inwardly he felt a slight tension that he had spent time in Danfeng, so it was inevitable that he would be aware of the intricacies of alchemy. The failure rate was exceedingly high, even when success was achieved. The quality of the elixirs produced would often be inconsistent. To concoct a supreme elixir was a matter of fortune, state of mind, and various other factors, making it a rare occurrence. Indeed, one might need to attempt hundreds of batches to yield a single exceptional gem. As for what the yellow vortex would ultimately produce, and how many successful elixirs it might yield, he could not ascertain that it was entirely possible that he could end up with nothing at all, as spinning the wheel required vital energy, magic crystals, and 5 types of medicinal herbs that in such a case, he would be left with only 6 vitality pills in hand. After waiting for quite some time, the vortex remained unchanged. Luo Cheng steadied his mind and began his cultivation. With the 72 techniques of the Essence Sword, the strength of 2 tigers surged and flowed through his flesh, though intangible. This energy bore a sharpness. The vital energy stemmed from the body, and the essence light emanated from the body. They were inherently one that upon reaching the 4th level of essence power, the energy became tangible, and the essence light and vital energy could no longer be distinguished from one another. Thus, while the essence refining pill corrected his cultivation and released the true color of the essence light. It also naturally fortified his body and augmented his strength, contributing to the broadening of his cultivation. The yellow vortex continued to spin for a full half an hour before it finally returned to a size of 3 feet 3 inches. Astonishingly, 6 elixirs were expelled from within the vortex. Chapter 13. Supreme Essence Refining Pill. With a casual sweep of his hand, the 6 elixirs fell into his palm. Among the 6, 3 distinct forms emerged. One was a glossy black orb, neither perfectly round nor square, exuding a pungent odor reminiscent of mud, a clear indication of a failed concoction. Luo Cheng recognized another one. It was a standard vitality pill, identical to those he had encountered and utilized before. The last 4 elixirs widened his eyes in astonishment. These 4 were slightly larger than the vitality pills, each a vibrant emerald green, crystalline and shimmering with a faint glow. They emitted a subtle fragrance that invigorated the senses. Most importantly, the elixirs radiated a soft luminescence, pulsating as if they were breathing. Upon closer observation, one could discern that they were gently absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth. These were indeed essence refining pills, and more importantly, supreme essence refining pills. Supreme? Luo Cheng felt a surge of excitement, yet he could not be entirely certain. After all, he had never encountered a supreme elixir. He had merely heard that supreme elixirs possessed a spiritual resonance, allowing them to absorb the vital energy of the cosmos autonomously. He stored the elixirs in a vial, and the colorful wheel vanished from sight. Standing still, Luo Cheng contemplated, gaining a deeper understanding of the yellow area. After investing 5 types of medicinal herbs into the concoction of the essence refining pill, yielding 6 elixirs, one of which was a vitality pill, seemed quite comprehensible. The art of alchemy relied on various herbs, with one particular potency serving as the primary force, while others acted as supplementary aids. The synergy of these potencies ultimately resulted in the formation of the elixir. The yellow area had the capacity to purify, harmonize, and elevate natural substances to their utmost potential. Even when the various herbs were proportioned according to the recipe, achieving absolute precision was a daunting task. It was likely that the presence of 1 failed elixir and 1 vitality pill was a consequence of this challenge. The successful creation of 4 supreme essence refining pills was due to the meticulous harmonization and natural elevation of their respective potencies. The yellow area had the potential to refine supreme elixirs, all dependent on the efficacy of the herbs employed. Calming his tumultuous thoughts, Luo Cheng retrieved one of the supreme essence refining pills and swallowed it whole. As the elixir entered his abdomen, the medicinal power unfurled like delicate threads, and the 72 sword techniques of essence refining commenced. The sound resonated like a humming vibration. His entire body tensed like tightly coiled steel. The energy swirling within, akin to the clear ringing of a treasured sword. The essence light pulsed rhythmically, expanding and contracting as the medicinal power was absorbed by his flesh, revealing a haze of emerald green. As if engulfed in a consuming haze, the ethereal green slowly dissipated, while the radiant white essence steadily intensified, a delicate balance of ebb and flow would be why the time one of the exquisite essence refining pills was fully expended. 2 days had already elapsed. My strength surged by over 10 June, presently amounting to approximately 2.5 tigers. In just a brief span of 2 days, Luo Cheng was exceedingly pleased, his 5 fingers converging into a blade-like form. Though not overwhelmingly fierce, the brilliance of the essence emanating from his hand was strikingly resplendent, enveloping the hand in a luminous glow. With a decisive motion, he swiftly sliced the corner of the wooden table. The segment of the corner broke off cleanly, the fracture remarkably smooth. In comparison to before, the sharpness of the essence had increased several-fold. The essence refining pill was designed to rectify one's cultivation, extracting the true essence of the light. The potency of an exquisite essence refining pill was not only stronger, but imbued with a spiritual resonance, capable of transcending limitations to refine the essence, with the resilience and might of the physical body merely accompanying the process. Having consumed but one, such an enhancement was already evident, although the efficacy of the essence refining pill would diminish as the essence increased. It would suffice to meet the needs of one at the second layer of cultivation. Having donned his outer robe, Luo Cheng once again ventured to the pill peak that he carried no essence pills. As the transformed essence had been fully expended, with an uncertain yield anticipated from the impending venture into the Lido cave alongside Mu wanting the following day, he resolved to sell at least one essence refining pill. After a brief wait, Cheng Danxia arrived at the foot of the mountain, rubbing her eyes with delicate hands, and once again gazed at the verdant pill nestled in her palm. An exquisite essence refining pill? Having spent years at the pill peak, she possessed a discerning eye for such elixirs, yet she found herself doubting her recognition. She had witnessed the creation of exquisite essence refining pills, but had never possessed one herself. Such rare pills were generally unattainable for the majority of outer disciples, even if they had the requisite spirit stones. They were often reserved for those of noble lineage, those nurtured by esteemed masters, or those born into the inner sect. "Brother, did you concoct this?" Cheng Danxia stared at Luo Cheng in astonishment. The truth was inescapable, and Luo Cheng made no attempt to conceal it, responding truthfully. "Merely a stroke of luck. I implore you, junior sister Cheng, not to spread this news, lest it lead to unnecessary troubles. I wish to sell this pill, and wonder if you might find a buyer." Oh, Cheng Danxia had yet to fully regain her composure. Upon hearing the term buyer, she hastily replied, "I am, my dear sister, residing at the pill peak. How could one remain unaware of the rarity of exquisite pills? With the outer disciples of the martial refinement sect numbering 30 to 40,000, the constant turnover rendered it a veritable survival of the fittest, creating vast disparities among the disciples. While the differences were somewhat manageable at the first layer of cultivation, by the second layer, due to factors such as resource availability, diligence, innate talent, and the teachings of martial techniques, the gaps began to widen considerably. Two individuals who once stood on relatively equal footing could, in less than a year, find their statuses drastically diverged, with no further intersection. The second layer, the exquisite essence refining pill, was an exceedingly pivotal factor in altering one's fate. Cheng Danxia was but an ordinary outer disciple, existing at the lowest echelon, with access primarily to her fellow lower-tier disciples. The demand for exquisite pills far exceeded the supply, rendering them virtually unattainable for her. With one now before her, how could she possibly seek out other buyers? She would go to great lengths, even selling her possessions, to secure as the spirit stones were consumed by the multicolored turntable. Luo Cheng sensed an instinctive awareness, accounting for the remaining essence within the turntable. He could still make 2 more spins. Eager to swiftly enhance his cultivation and strength, he did not delay that he spun the wheel that it stopped. However, the moment the turntable and bamboo sword came to rest, a pallor washed over Luo Cheng's face, his mind buzzing. The bamboo sword had pointed toward the black region of the turntable, but he was not permitted to act freely. A strand of dark light spilled into the obsidian region, fragmenting into 2 smaller and 1 larger portion, vanishing without a trace. After a considerable interval, the discomfort subsided, and Luo Cheng's complexion regained its sanguine hue as he furrowed his brow to sense the surroundings. Having tasted the sweetness of the blue and yellow zones, he felt a twinge of anxiety over the prospect of acquiring the magic crystal, yet he hesitated to select the black area, for that dark light represented the heart's demons, which would undoubtedly influence him, having already retreated into the malevolent cave. The dark light's dominion over the magical creatures would introduce numerous unpredictable variables. Beyond his control or foresight, it was imperative to eliminate it swiftly. He turned and paused, thought on the second rotation. The bamboo sword pointed towards the white area. Absorbing the transformed vital energy, Luo Cheng consumed a superior essence refinement pill before immersing himself in cultivation. With the 3 strands of dark light having retreated into the malevolent cave, he found it necessary to be even more vigilant during his nocturnal watch, that a sense of urgency lingered in his heart as the date agreed upon with Mu Wanting approached. The weather was temperate, and Mu Wanting appeared as ever in her black gauze dress, her face veiled, revealing only glimpses of her alabaster skin. Upon encountering her, Luo Cheng spoke directly. "Junior Sister Mu, as I enter this time, I have other matters to attend to, which may lead to deeper exploration and potential danger." This, even through the veil, Mu Wanting visibly faltered. Danger. If it posed a threat to Luo Cheng, What might it mean for her? After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly. Brother, if you have pressing matters, then I shall refrain from entering. With that, she removed her pendant and handed it over, saying with refreshing candor, Brother, take this, but we must share any gains equally. Hearing this, Luo Cheng scratched his brow. The luminous stone was not particularly precious, lacking significant utility, yet disciples from various peaks seldom sold it to others, preferring to retain it for their own trials and opportunities, let alone borrowing it and splitting the returns as it stood. The final yield was not solely determined by Luo Cheng's words. Would they truly split a blood sulfur pearl and 2 essence pills equally? This trust left him feeling somewhat at a loss. After careful consideration, he replied, Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly. It will be no less than 50 essence pills. Really? You mean it? Mu Wanting exclaimed with delight. For her own supply of essence pills was hardly abundant, of course. After securing the luminous stone, Luo Cheng entered the malevolent cave alone. The cave maintained its familiar appearance, shrouded in a gray haze. The radiance emitted by the luminous stone dissipated the surrounding malevolent energy, making solitary navigation considerably easier. Once the monthly stipend is distributed at the beginning of the month, I shall also possess a luminous stone. Drawing forth his blue steel heavy sword, he followed his senses in a determined direction and sped forth. Having sensed this presence for nearly 8 years in the forbidden desolation, Luo Cheng could not be mistaken. He was well aware of his own strength, and thus did not need to exercise excessive caution. After racing 5 or 6 miles, he gradually slowed, and before long, he located his target. It was a lowly elm tree. Its gnarled branches thick and chaotic, with a withered trunk emanating a grayish-black glow that appeared quite ominous. What is this? Luo Cheng's gaze flickered, his heart filled with doubt. He could confirm that one of the 3 strands of sensation was connected to this withered elm tree. Could it be that the tree had transformed into a magical creature? Gripping the blue steel heavy sword tightly, he approached cautiously. Initially still, the tree demon began to stir as he drew near. Whoa! The tree demon, seemingly driven to madness, caused its withered branches to become surprisingly supple, resembling a multitude of arms thrashing wildly. The sound of wind moaned as if it were a long whip or a tentacle swirling in a frenzied dance. In a chaotic flurry of strikes, with the target now determined, Luo Cheng showed no mercy. 7 streaks of cold sword light flickered sporadically, cascading forth with a fierce intensity. Clang, clang, clang. Where the blades met, sparks erupted like fireflies. Each of the 7 swords, wielding the strength of 5 tigers, managed to sever only the slenderest of twigs, leaving the robust branches, akin to the thickness of an arm, barely marred. Less than half was cleaved. The 10 or so thrashing branches offered no respite, denying him the chance to overlap his sword marks. Moreover, the chaotic sword technique was meant for a singular strike, faced with the relentless onslaught of the branches. Luo Cheng could only reveal the essence of the 5-colored spinning disc while employing the unified sword technique for defense. The magnificent 5-colored vortex materialized behind him, its aura imposing enough to slow the tree demon's attacks, as if time itself had decelerated. Nevertheless, Luo Cheng still found himself lifted off the ground, propelled a full 10 feet backward before he could regain his balance. He staggered back repeatedly, momentarily distancing himself from the tree demon. Coughing violently, he pressed his palm against his chest, his face flushed crimson from the surge of blood and chi. Had he not been on guard, revealing the essence of the 5-colored disc at the opportune moment, the tree demon could have easily crushed him where he stood. This tree demon's strength was formidable, on par with a warrior in the early stages of the 3rd realm, possessing the might of 5 tigers, and its overflowing primordial light rendered its wooden form exceptionally resilient. In Chapter 14, Essence of the Ground Yellow, the disparity in strength was stark. Just a single ferocious clash had caused severe internal turmoil within Luo Cheng. Fortunately, his extensive training in perilous terrains had taught him to convert offense into defense, deftly managing force with agility. Otherwise, a direct hit would have left his ribcage shattered. For now, only his internal organs were shaken, allowing him to retain his combat effectiveness. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumultuous chi and blood, he straightened his posture. The situation before him was not entirely dire. though the tree demon was indeed formidable. It was confined to its spot, unleashing its fury without breaking through the ground. With a ghastly wail, the creature's clawing movements sent stones flying, its cries echoing terrifyingly. As a malevolent entity, it possessed an intense instinct for slaughter, particularly towards the individual before it. The flow of sword energy swirled within Luo Cheng's mind as he silently urged himself, raising the heavy blue steel sword in his grasp. With this motion, the primordial light surrounding him surged and then receded, only to swell once more. The light coalesced towards the sword like ripples on water. Buzzing, the blue steel sword vibrated and sang, emanating a bright white glow. Manifesting the second layer of primordial light, he adeptly controlled his strength, uniting body and sword with a unified sword technique, channeling his power into the sword, enhancing it with the forceful primordial light. This approach was somewhat rudimentary, lacking the finesse of true martial techniques, falling short of the grace found in soaring strikes or piercing sword thrusts, yet effectively showcased the fundamental application of primordial light. Buzzing, the blue steel sword continued to resonate, its battle intent surging, the bright white glow intensifying. Luo Cheng's gaze turned steely. With a flex of his legs, he launched himself forward, confronted with the fierce thrashing of the robust branches. He unleashed the chaotic sword technique once more. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out with a resonant clarity. 0.7 streaks of sword light cascaded forth, resembling the previous scene, yet yielding a drastically different outcome. Once again, the chaotic sword technique was unleashed. Clang, clang, clang. Despite the branches' greater resilience compared to the twigs, they faltered against the sharpness imbued with primordial light, snapping in response. Witnessing this, Luo Cheng immediately withdrew, retreating from the fray. Boomed out a tree stump and a shattered branch erupted with a thunderous explosion. After a considerable interval, the stirred-up dust and debris gradually settled. Upon closer inspection, the tree demon had been reduced to a scattering of wood shavings, with the trunk and roots similarly disintegrated, releasing a haze of ash into the air. Luo Cheng's breathing grew somewhat labored, and he felt a sense of fatigue, having barely managed to harness the power of his yuan light due to insufficient cultivation. The consumption of his physical stamina was extraordinary. It was fortunate that he had the foundational understanding of the return to one sword body, which allowed him to utilize this energy. More importantly, he had consumed 2 top-tier essence refining pills, enhancing both his strength and bodily fortitude, while simultaneously tempering his yuan light. Otherwise, such exertion would have been futile, and forcing a confrontation could place him in grave danger. As for how the magic crystals were formed, their other potential uses, or whether they could be acquired through alternative means, he remained in the dark. After stowing away the magic crystal, Luo Cheng continued his search. Within the desolate forbidden area, 3 demonic creatures controlled by dark energy were rather commonplace. Yet the tree demon's transformation from wood was somewhat peculiar. The explosive force of the tree demon had uprooted a considerable expanse of rocks and gravel, leaving behind a scene of devastation. As he moved forward, Luo Cheng discerned something unusual. The interior of the cave, tainted by malevolent energy, was predominantly gray, with the rocks and debris appearing dull and lifeless. However, within a layer of the displaced rock, he discovered a patch of yellowish clay. With a careful excavation using his longsword, he unearthed an object. This item, roughly the size of a palm, resembled a piece of ginger and had a texture akin to sticky yellow mud. Having perused various scholarly texts, Luo Cheng recognized this object as the essence of earth yellow, a type of ordinary but precious rarity. It proved immensely beneficial for practitioners of earth-based cultivation techniques, capable of broadening their capabilities and enhancing their physical form, while also possessing the ability to refine yuan light and even yuan embryos. However, misuse could lead to damage to both the yuan light and the yuan embryo. The return to one sword body did not adhere to elemental classifications. It encompassed all 5 elements, including wind and thunder, with a relative inclination towards the sharpness of metal. This martial art was a synthesis of the blade's incisiveness and the profound principles of generative unity. While he could consume this essence of earth yellow, he hesitated to do so, primarily due to his insufficient cultivation. Recklessly consuming such rarities could harm his Yuan light, and he resolved to defer this decision for another time. Moreover, he currently possessed no Yuan energy pills and had borrowed a luminous stone from another, making it prudent to sell it for a few Yuan stones. After further searching and finding nothing else of note, Luo Cheng once again followed his instincts and hastened toward another direction. The cave, being a perilous domain, became increasingly treacherous the deeper he ventured, with malevolent creatures lurking in every corner. Relying on his keen perception, he endeavored to avoid areas that felt threatening, engaging in combat with any demons he encountered, thus steadily increasing his spoils. After traversing over 10 miles, he finally spotted another creature linked to his senses. It was a demonic beast skeleton, oozing gray-black Yuan light. The bones were as resilient as blue steel, yet its overall strength was inferior to that of the tree demon. Against such bloodthirsty creatures, Luo Cheng did not show mercy. After a skirmish, he successfully dispatched it, claiming a magic crystal as his prize. The final sensation he detected that was distant. Peering through the pervasive mist, Luo Cheng gazed deeper into the cave. The dark energy had split into two smaller and one larger entity, having eliminated two of the demonic creatures, leaving only one remaining. This last creature's connection to him was far more potent than that of the previous two, as if a palpable wave of ferocity emanated from it, instilling a sense of unease within him. However, whether it is due to the insufficient consumption of the luminous stone preventing him from delving too deeply, or considering his own capabilities, today is not the day to hunt the third one that the flow of outer and inner disciples is considerable. Luo Cheng and his companion are unremarkable, and they are not in possession of rare treasures, merely exchanging various herbs for Yuan stones and the like. Other materials such as blood sulfur beads hold little value, yielding merely over 30 vitality pills. Although the essence of earth yellow may not be particularly aged, it is nonetheless a rarity, worth 5 Yuan stones plus 10 vitality pills. Subsequently, the two divided the spoils evenly. Upon receiving 3 Yuan stones from Luo Cheng, Mu Wanting appeared somewhat astonished and questioned, "Senior brother Luo, are we truly splitting it evenly?" Her willingness to lend the luminous stone stemmed primarily from the fact that Luo Cheng had effectively saved her life during their previous venture into the perilous cave, and it seemed he had pressing matters to attend to once more. She had anticipated a share of 50 vitality pills, which she considered quite a feat in itself. Little did she expect to receive such a substantial amount, 2 Yuan stones and 70 vitality pills. Moreover, Luo Cheng could have easily concealed the essence of earth yellow, adhering to the previously stated at least 50 vitality pills. Had the current supply been insufficient, she would have harbored no suspicions and would have been quite satisfied, believing that Luo Cheng was indeed a man of his word. Now, by dividing the Yuan stones without a hint of hesitation, it appeared as though he regarded the matter with utmost nonchalance, exuding a remarkable generosity. Although sharing such a considerable bounty may have pained Luo Cheng somewhat, having promised to split the resources, he felt compelled to do so that he then remarked, "Junior Sister Cheng, you still owe me 30 vitality pills." This statement left Mu Wanting somewhat taken aback. Luo Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive, and he was unperturbed as he said, "That depends on the matter at hand." Soon, the two arrived at Ding Songhan's residence. Ding Songhan, appearing to be in his mid-30s, was tall and imposing, with a wolfish back and a slim waist, thick eyebrows framing eyes that glinted with a fierce intensity. Exuding a beast-like pressure, he was currently practicing martial skills in the courtyard, and with his cultivation at the mid-stage of the 3rd level, his physical strength alone surpassed that of 6 tigers. Combined with the amplification of his martial skills, he could unleash nearly the strength of 8 tigers, causing the wind to howl around him. After completing his training, he turned to regard the two with a cold smile. Scrutinizing Luo Cheng, the outer gate's chief steward by Hongping had instructed him to treat Luo Cheng courteously and to refrain from allowing him to rise again. If the opportunity arose, he could eliminate him without hesitation. However, Luo Cheng had been here for nearly 20 days, patrolling the night without a single error, leaving Ding Songhan with no grounds to act upon, as long as Luo Cheng dared to utter a word of dissent. Ding could seize the chance to strike. Even if the outer gate investigated later, he would have ample excuses to deflect blame. Even if he were to directly slay him, it would not pose significant trouble, though it was still prudent to avoid any risk. Meanwhile, Chief Faley felt a surge of trepidation. Being assigned to daytime guard duty was ostensibly a favorable development, yet it essentially positioned him in opposition to Luo Cheng, which was untenable. He dared not voice any objections nor offer counsel. Should Luo Cheng take action, regardless of victory or defeat, the outcome would be dire, and if he lost, he could be accidentally crippled by Ding Songhan. And as a witness, he would have no choice but to side with Ding that if he won, refusing to comply with the steward's orders and injuring him would incur severe penalties. Moreover, it was implausible that Luo Cheng could triumph. The disparity in strength between the mid-stage of the second level and the mid-stage of the third level was simply too vast. Chapter 15. Withholding the monthly salary, Luo Cheng furrowed his brow, vexed by yet another instance of power being wielded to exert pressure. Within the outer sect of the Wu Yin men, each steward holds specific responsibilities, and Ding Songhan's arrangement, even if reported to the elders of the outer sect, is without fault. Should a mistake occur, the outer sect may indeed pursue an inquiry. Luo Cheng, who values principles and reason, understands that as a member of the sect, he must adhere to its regulations. This bitter loss, while infuriating, must be endured. Ding Songhan seeks to eliminate him while avoiding the repercussions of being investigated. After all, the death of an outer disciple, whether significant or trivial, is noteworthy. The report of Run Hong's demise indicated that he perished within the Li Cave, with the precise cause remaining unclear. Luo Cheng, no fool, could discern the other's intentions. Without a suitable opportunity, Ding Songhan might act directly, and it would not be long before he does so. With just 10 days remaining until the distribution of the monthly salary, Luo Cheng mused on how events would unfold. Calming his inner turmoil, he summoned the 5-colored rotation disc. He rotated it, then paused. Absorbing the transformed vital energy, Luo Cheng immersed himself in his cultivation, day after day. Each night, he patrolled the entirety of the mountain, vigilantly guarding against any anomalies. Taking his duty seriously, he would not neglect the responsibility of patrolling the mountain. Even if it left him weary, he would not squander a moment of his training. Armed with spirit stones and vitality pills, along with 2 magic crystals, the rotation disc provided immense assistance in his cultivation. Selecting the blue area, Luo Cheng entered the green-robed training room, focusing on the sword dash and the void sword point. While also practicing the chaotic sword style that in the yellow area, he invested various herbs to refine top-tier elixirs, consuming the rest after selling one. Furthermore, the transformed peculiar vital energy accelerated his training, continually enhancing his physical prowess. In a mere 10 days, Luo Cheng's cultivation had advanced to the late stage of the second level, his strength reaching 4 tigers. Most martial artists, nearing a breakthrough to the third level at the late stage of the second, would only achieve a strength of 3 tigers. Yet, Luo Cheng, having just arrived at the late stage of the second level, boasted a power of 4 tigers. Moreover, the chaotic sword style had become fully integrated. While the sword dash and void sword point had seen considerable progress, the completion of which was now within reach. Today marked the beginning of the month, the day for the distribution of the monthly salaries. This task fell under the purview of various stewards, complete with rewards and penalties. Nearly 20 guards of the Li Cave had gathered in the courtyard of the steward Ding Songhan, engaged in conversation. Luo Cheng stood to the side, his expression unchanged, his body emanating a faint white glow, revealing his cultivation at the late stage of the second level. His remarkable speed of cultivation drew the attention of the other Li Cave guards, who whispered amongst themselves. Among them stood a slender, rat-faced guard named Mao Qing, bearing a pair of rodent-like teeth, leering at Luo Cheng with a cunning smile. Chief Faley, nestled among the crowd, wore a facade of friendliness. But upon witnessing this scene, felt a pang of unease. He was well aware that despite Mao Qing's unremarkable appearance, resembling a rat transformed into a human, he was not to be underestimated. He possessed the cultivation of the late second level and practiced the spirit rat wind body. While his physical strength was inferior to Ren Hong's in a direct confrontation, his speed was astonishingly swift, perhaps even surpassing Ding Songhan's capabilities, coupled with a particularly treacherous and sinister temperament. Guards of the late second level typically sought reassignment elsewhere. Yet Mao Qing showed no intention of leaving. Here, even Ren Hong would not dare provoke him recklessly. Could it be that Ding Songhan intended for Mao Qing to eliminate Luo Cheng? Chi Feili was momentarily seized by such thoughts, prompting him to shift his stance and distance himself further from Luo Cheng, lest he attract unwanted trouble. The other guards of the Li Cave, all possessing cultivation levels in the early to mid stages of the second realm, shared similar sentiments. They did not have to wait long before Ding Songhan emerged from the pavilion with purposeful strides. The scrutinized crowd promptly fell silent, their voices extinguished. The outer disciples of the martial refinement sect were numerous, and among them were several in the late stages of the third realm. Those capable of serving as attendants were indeed extraordinary individuals. In the territory of Li Mountain, Ding Songhan wielded considerable authority, and the other guards of the Li Cave dared not offend him. Mao Qing received his monthly stipend, 1 luminous stone and 10 vitality pills. Ding Songhan, with a cold smirk upon his face, began distributing the stipends. The beady-eyed Mao Qing stepped forward eagerly to collect, ingratiatingly expressing, "Thank you, esteemed attendant, for your generous reward. In no time." The monthly stipends for fewer than 20 individuals were swiftly dispensed. And even Chi Feili received an additional vitality pill as a reward at a S for Luo Cheng. His monthly stipend amounted to just 1 vitality pill. The cold smile on Ding Songhan's face morphed into a menacing grin, akin to that of a predatory wolf fixating on its prey. Point 1. Luo Cheng's countenance immediately turned frosty. Ding Songhan chuckled darkly. He had initially sought to provoke, but had missed his opportunity. Now, witnessing Luo Cheng's unnerving cultivation speed, he could no longer afford to delay. Determined to strike while the iron was hot, he brazenly declared, "Indeed, just once the rest of your stipend has been collected by this attendant. What will you do about it? Ha, young lad. If you lack strength, you must learn to be humble." Mao Qing cackled with glee. The other guards of the Li Cave silently observed this scene unfold. The reason for the surplus vitality pills was to silence them, preventing any gossip that might provide others with grounds to confront Ding Songhan. From the very first day at Li Mountain, Luo Cheng had sensed that conflicts might arise during the stipend distribution. Once he was assigned to patrol alone at night, he was nearly certain of it. Nevertheless, at this moment, Luo Cheng remained exceedingly furious. Furrowing his brow as he clenched his fists, he turned to Ding Songhan and spoke in a low, firm voice, "First, hand over the luminous stone to me, and then we can discuss this matter further in the Li Cave. It would be beneficial for both of us." The combined worth of 5 vitality pills and a luminous stone was not particularly high, and for this matter, it was not worth violating sect rules. The martial refinement sect strictly prohibited private duels between disciples, especially those involving life and death. Violators faced severe punishments, ranging from corporal punishment and confinement to the forfeiture of their cultivation or even execution. However, in a perilous place like the Li Cave, the sect's jurisdiction was weak, and it was often neglected. After all, the martial arts world was a brutal arena where the strong preyed on the weak, serving as a form of selection for the outer disciples, though it could not be explicitly stated in the sect's regulations. Mao Qing's bravado crumbled. Upon hearing Luo Cheng's words, he clutched his belly and erupted into raucous laughter. His eyes gleaming with mischief, he remarked, "Brother Ding, if you give him the luminous stone, he seeks his own demise. Allow me to collect it on your behalf." The other attendants were taken aback. Entering the Li Cave was akin to courting death. Here, Ding Songhan held some reservations, and perhaps Luo Cheng still had a chance of survival. At worst, he might only be crippled. However, once he entered the Li Cave, there would be no salvation, having witnessed enough life and death scenarios. The guards were unfazed by the atmosphere and instead erupted in hearty laughter. Even Chi Feili shook his head in secret. "How brazen. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado." Just as Ding Songhan desired, he would not refuse. He extracted the radiant stone that rightfully belonged to Luo Cheng and casually flung it aside. The force was considerable, yet it fell short of injuring Luo Cheng, who swiftly reached out to retrieve it. After embedding the radiant stone into the prepared pendant, he proceeded towards the Li Cave. Ding Songhan and the others followed closely behind to prevent Luo Cheng from seizing the opportunity to escape. As it was the beginning of the month, Monthly allowances were being distributed across the various peaks, resulting in an absence of other disciples on the Li Mountain to avoid complications. They chose this entrance. Selecting a spacious cavern, Luo Cheng stepped inside. The larger the cavern, the closer one would be to the heart of the Li Cave. In a blink, he found himself within the Li Cave. The sky and surroundings were shrouded in a gray haze, thick with malevolent energy, and beneath his feet lay a bed of gravel. Beside two stone pillars, dozens of corpses of various demonic creatures lay scattered, their wounds indicating they had perished several days prior. With any valuable materials having long been removed, a low hum resonated as ripples appeared at the ceiling point. Led by Ding Songhan, the group filed into the Li Cave. "Kid, your cries for mercy are futile now." Upon their first encounter, Mao Qing's face was a mask of malevolence. He held a green steel dagger in his left hand, while his right hand gripped a dark, curved hook that a faint gray-white aura flickered around him. As he deftly circled Luo Cheng, Ding Songhan stood beside a stone pillar, coldly laughing with his arms crossed. At this juncture, the other guards of the Li Cave cast aside all pretense, beginning to discuss and even placing bets. "We must bet on Brother Mao's victory. I wager 5 spirit pills that if he resolves it within 30 breaths, I bet 10. If he resolves it within 10 breaths, I bet 20. Ultimately, everyone, including Ding Songhan, placed their bets, all without exception favoring Mao Qing, differing only in the amount wagered. This scene exhilarated Mao Qing. With a puff of air, a black spike shot forth. Luo Cheng, with his murderous intent ignited, would not fall prey to such a sneak attack. He deftly sidestepped that moment. Mao Qing's figure flickered, closing in swiftly, launching a dual-handed assault. Clang, clang. Luo Cheng parried with 2 swift sword strikes, neutralizing the onslaught. Though his ordinary strength could rival 4 tigers, the power behind Mao Qing's strikes posed no real threat. Yet his speed was astonishing, his movements exceedingly agile. As Luo Cheng prepared to unleash his chaotic sword style, Mao Qing was already retreating from its range. His strikes were powerful, but alas, Mao Qing prided himself on his speed. With a sharp command, he executed his movements with the grace of a nimble rodent. He darted forward in a flurry, striking like lightning. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of weapons sent sparks flying. Until this moment, Luo Cheng had never faced anyone with such velocity. It was incredibly fast, utterly unpredictable. It was as if the area within a 10-foot radius had transformed into Mao Qing's domain. Relying solely on the naked eye for reaction was insufficient. Instinct alone was necessary. The onlookers were largely enthralled by the spectacle, while Ding Songhan felt a twinge of alarm. The rat's speed had increased beyond previous levels. I must be more cautious in my response. It's over. Junior brother Luo is doomed. Among them, Chief Feili was the only one who harbored any concern for Luo Cheng's safety, letting out a quiet sigh. His own cultivation was limited, and he could scarcely discern Mao Qing's form. Only able to observe Luo Cheng being relentlessly pressured, stubbornly resisting. The others found amusement in the situation, as it unfolded precisely as anticipated. The aura also possessed a bewildering quality, which was hardly surprising. Luo Cheng remained unperturbed, for he had already formed his judgment. There was no need for him to linger further. Ding ding. After yet another clash, Mao Li swiftly darted away, with a silent exclamation of sword's pace in his heart. Luo Cheng unleashed his martial prowess. The sound of air being sliced resounded, and with a clang, he transformed into a radiant sword light, glimmering brilliantly as it traversed a span of approximately 10 feet. In an instant, he surpassed Mao Qing, positioning himself before him. Swish! With a decisive swing of his azure steel sword, Mao Qing's head was severed and sent soaring, blood splattering across 3 paces. Chapter 16. The Sword of Air. The martial arts encompass myriad forms, evolving into countless techniques. The technique returned to one sword body is a profound synthesis of sharpness combined with the essence of unity, setting aside the concepts of sharpness and unity. Let us focus solely on the sword, regardless of the names bestowed upon it, be it the elegant demeanor of a gentleman or the unwavering integrity of a stalwart warrior. The sword's existence is inherently tied to the act of slaughter. The sword body is not akin to elemental spirits such as water or fire. Its essence lies in martial might, in the art of battle, and in the act of killing. The footwork technique Sword's Pace harnesses the sword body and primordial light. Its utility is self-evident. Once Mao Qing's speed was thoroughly restrained, how much prowess could he possibly retain? Crash! The head of a beady-eyed leader, along with the gushing corpse, struck the ground with a thud. The sound was not loud, yet reverberated in the minds of the guards, leaving them in a daze. The once swift Mao Qing was effortlessly surpassed and killed in a single stroke. Observing the blood gushing from the corpse's neck, it stained the sandy ground a striking crimson, a sight so vivid it was blinding that in that moment. The scene fell silent, save for the whisper of the wind. Boldly, you shall pay for your life, Ding Songhan, who had been frozen in cold laughter, suddenly erupted in rage. He drew forth a long spear of earthy gray, his body enveloped in a torrent of gray primordial light. Exuding a ferocious aura, he practiced the Earth Wolf battle body, a technique of the Earth element, and having reached the mid-stage of the third realm, his raw strength surpassed that of 6 tigers. Coupled with a human tier weapon spear, which possessed a slight affinity for the Earth element, the amplification of power was formidable. Without further ado, Ding Songhan unleashed the martial technique Earth Wolf Devouring Dragon Spear. Launching a ferocious assault, the spear emitted a howl akin to that of a wolf, its tip resembling a constellation of stars, as it descended upon Luo Cheng like the maw of a bloodthirsty wolf. How could someone of his standing as a local steward be weak? The might of his current attack was nearly equivalent to that of 9 tigers. A boulder weighing 10,000 pounds would be shattered into countless fragments upon such an attack. Those like Mao Qing and Ren Hong would surely perish upon contact. The sword energy surged. With the chaotic sword style, how could Luo Cheng, intent on vanquishing foes, afford to be the slightest bit negligent? As the azure steel sword gleamed with brilliance, the chaotic sword style was already in motion. In a single maneuver, 9 strikes were unleashed. Once the chaotic sword style was fully integrated and reached the pinnacle of 9 strikes, its amplification of strength exceeded several times over. Each strike bore the force of 9 tigers. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of the chaotic spear clashing against the chaotic swords resonated, leaving their ears ringing. The force of the collisions transformed into a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust and making visibility nearly impossible. Swish, amidst the flying sand, a spear was sent hurtling through the air. Ding Songhan's martial technique Earth Wolf Devouring Dragon Spear had not yet reached completion. Despite the myriad of spear shadows, it could not withstand the onslaught of 9 strikes. Overwhelmed by the concentrated and powerful force, he could not maintain his grip on the spear, which flew from his hand. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng's right hand, which gripped the sword, had already suffered severe damage, with his tiger's mouth torn asunder. His entire right arm had grown numb, losing sensation and trembling uncontrollably. Though the azure steel sword was enhanced by primordial light, its sharpness had increased dramatically. It remained an ordinary weapon that, in the clash against the human tier weapon, it was now riddled with cracks. Due to the numbness in his arm, the sword shattered with a resounding crash. Humph! With a swift motion, Jian Shi unleashed the sword handle, and Luo Cheng transformed into a beam of sword light, hurtling forth with remarkable speed. That moment, Ding Songhan's expression had drastically changed. He hastily retrieved the old Qinggang spear he once wielded, barely managing to defend himself rather than mount an attack. As Luo Cheng's form came to an abrupt halt, his left hand's fingers converged into a sword point. The radiant white essence surrounding him rippled like water disturbed by the wind, converging towards the sword point as if a dam had burst. In an instant, the sword point, having seemingly absorbed a significant portion of his essence, gleamed with a blinding brilliance akin to that of a luminous gem. The sword point lunged forward with ferocity. Clang, sparks flew, and a deep gash appeared along the shaft of the Qinggang spear. The force of the impact sent Ding Songhan's feet skidding back several paces before he could regain his balance. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Cheng pressed forward, executing 3 successive thrusts of his sword point. Buffed, buffed, buffed. 3 jets of blood erupted from Ding Songhan's back, splattering over 10 paces before cascading to the ground. His chest bore 3 gaping wounds, each the width of 2 fingers, completely penetrating through. Gasping, Ding Songhan's throat convulsed as his wide eyes fixated on his chest. He could hardly fathom such a devastating defeat, facing death in this very moment. With a chilling gaze, Luo Cheng declared, "You lack the qualification to withstand even a single thrust of my sword." The sword point pierced through his throat and cervical spine. Thud! Ding Songhan collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The onlookers were left pale with shock in such a brief span. Both Mao Qing and Ding Songhan had been slain. How could this be possible? How could one at merely the late stage of the second realm possess such formidable strength? As they caught Luo Cheng's gaze, including Chi Feili, everyone felt a jolt of fear. "Brother Luo, this matter has nothing to do with me. Please calm down. Brother, you carry on." Amidst the clamor, the crowd surged toward the exit, fleeing in haste. Luo Cheng stood still for a moment, his right hand gradually regaining some sensation. He had initially intended to eliminate the third demonic entity tethered to this incident, but with his Qinggang heavy sword shattered and his right arm unable to exert full strength, he was compelled to pause. The skin of his palm had been torn, but as long as his bones remained uninjured, he would recover within a day. He picked up 2 storage bags and began to assess their contents. Inside Mao Qing's storage bag, he found a piece of essence stone, 26 essence pills, a selection of healing potions, and a collection of peculiar weapons and miscellaneous items. Ding Songhan's haul was considerably more substantial, containing 7 essence stones, 50 essence pills, and 3 refining pills. The refining pills were used in the third realm and bore similarities to the essence-enhancing pills, albeit with much greater potency, unsuitable for those below the third realm. Additionally, there was a vial containing 10 Sanbao blood pills, known for their ability to strengthen the body and cleanse the marrow. These could be consumed by those in the second and third realms, though those with lower cultivation would struggle to absorb them, risking muscle swelling or even rigidity. Conversely, those with excessive physical strength would find the pills ineffective. The remaining items were merely the steward's waste tokens and other trivialities. Luo Cheng stored the essence stones and pills, discarding the rest of the useless items, particularly the steward's waste token, which could bring unnecessary trouble if kept on his person. The Qinggang spear had lost its value due to damage. Being a human-grade weapon, it had absorbed Ding Songhan's lingering aura from years of use, rendering it cumbersome for others and diminishing its worth significantly. He decided to conceal it nearby, planning to retrieve it later when the commotion subsided. Ensuring it would not attract the attention of the Law Palace, Ding Songhan has passed away, and the Law Palace will undoubtedly come to investigate. They must unify their statements. Otherwise, Luo Cheng may reveal information that would be detrimental to them. If the truth were to be uncovered, Luo Cheng might be exonerated, and they themselves could face dire consequences for their complicity. It would be prudent for them to ensure Luo Cheng bears no grudges against them. Indeed, he is deceased that a disciple of the Law Palace surveyed the crowd and remarked casually, harboring little doubt in his heart. The guards present at the Li Cave were all at the second stage of mastery, making it unlikely that they could be overpowered even by a mid-level warrior of the third stage. The guards of Li Cave exhibited a range of expressions, from astonishment to disbelief. Each of them, having served under Ding Songhan for quite some time, had honed their skills and appeared remarkably composed. Luo Cheng wore a similarly perplexed expression, bewildered by the demeanor of these individuals. He had initially planned to confess the truth should their deception falter, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. What was Ding Songhan's character like? The disciple of the Law Palace continued to inquire. He was tyrannical and acted with impunity, devising various ways to withhold our monthly stipends. We dared not voice our anger for fear of retribution. Chi Feili and the others each chimed in, their indignation palpable. Very well, the newly appointed steward will arrive shortly. In the meantime, you must not neglect your duties. The disciple of the Law Palace solemnly instructed before taking his leave. It is highly probable that the incident occurred within the Li Cave. Even if a substantial number of personnel were dispatched for inspection, it would take considerable time, and they might not even locate the body, let alone identify the assailant. Senior brother is too courteous. It is only right. Ding Songhan was a bully, and I have long harbored deep resentment, said one of the younger disciples. Senior brother, please attend to your matters. The others, taken aback by the unexpected favor, repeatedly declined. Despite Luo Cheng's fierce reputation when dealing with enemies, he surprisingly displayed a demeanor of amiability. However, Even Chi Fei refrained from establishing camaraderie with him, as their differences in strength rendered them no longer peers. Without lingering, Luo Cheng made his way to the Hall of Material Wealth, lacking a long sword by his side. He felt a lingering sense of unease, especially since his Qinggang sword was no longer sufficient, necessitating the purchase of a human-tier weapon. The human-tier weapons are not only crafted from precious materials, but also inscribed with intricate patterns that enhance one's strength. Only those at the third or fourth stage of mastery can fully harness their potential. The cost is not insignificant, requiring at least 2 pieces of elemental stone, as he cultivated the unity sword body. Luo Cheng harbored a particular fondness for long swords, leading him to be discerning in his selection. His gaze wandered over the 100 or so long sword for quite some time before he finally chose one. This sword was a lustrous pale gold, exceeding 4 feet in length, with a hilt designed for 2-handed grip and a blade width of 3 fingers, adorned with sparse engravings. With the absence of steward Ding Songhan, no disturbances arose in the Li Mountain. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Luo Cheng continued his nightly patrols, remaining vigilant and dutiful. After a peaceful day and night, his right arm and tiger's mouth had returned to normal, showing no sign of injury, and he had dispelled the slight unfamiliarity with the long sword in his hand. At the time when the sun had risen to 3 poles in the sky, he entered the Li Cave alone. Chapter 17. Full Power Unleashed. The presence of a third monstrous entity, interconnected with a sense of foreboding, gnawed at Luo Cheng's mind. The violent and tyrannical energy transmitted through this connection bore an aura of intimidation, suggesting signs of assimilation and devouring. He could not predict when this creature would manifest before him. Furthermore, he was certain that this monstrosity would grow stronger. The longer it lingered, the greater the threat it posed. Luo Cheng, unwilling to linger any longer and to prevent the situation from devolving into a calamity beyond remedy, resolved to act promptly. Once his right arm had healed, he ventured into the L cave once more. He entered through the same passage as yesterday, yet the corpses of Ding Songhan and Mao Qing had vanished, and no traces of blood could be found. He retrieved 2 long spears hidden nearby and, guided by his instincts, hastened onward. As he approached the heart of the L cave, the malevolent aura thickened, and he could discern with the naked eye that the luminous stones were gradually diminishing. Even with the protective radiance of the stones, tendrils of malign energy seeped into his flesh, causing a sense of unease. Luo Cheng's expression grew solemn. He had great faith in his own perceptions. Gripping his sword tightly, he slowed his pace. The surrounding mist was dense, rendering visibility beyond 10 zhang nearly impossible, shrouding the ground in a murky haze, where the terrain alternated between gravel and fragmented stones, uneven and treacherous, exuding an air of gloom and decay. After traversing a short distance, he encountered a beastly bone demon, possessing strength comparable to a 3rd-tier warrior. While it posed little impediment to Luo Cheng, it weighed heavily on his heart. The closer he drew to the L Cave's center, the more formidable the adversaries he would face, although the L Cave served as a primary training ground for disciples of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers, with many from various peaks entering to slay demons. True great demons were unlikely to reside there. Nonetheless, the area remained perilous, fraught with danger. Along his journey, he had already slain over a dozen demon creatures of comparable strength to a 3rd-tier warrior. With his luminous stones dwindling, he was compelled to insert the stones he had acquired from Mao Qing into his pendant. Then, a sense of urgency gripped Luo Cheng's heart as he stood still, fixating on the path ahead. Unfamiliar with the topography of the L Cave, he had no way of knowing how far he was from the center. Yet he could sense that the 3rd demon was nearby. And it was not Luo Cheng who sought it out, but rather it who had sought him first. The ground trembled subtly as disarrayed footsteps and roars echoed in the air. A horde of demons was charging towards him. This was a true danger. He swiftly drew his azure steel spear, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. There was no time for retreat. Within a mere 10 breaths, the swarm of demons came into view, a throng of 6-armed fiends. These 6-armed demons were notorious in treacherous locales, and unlike the lifeless bone rock demons, they possessed a modicum of cunning. The cluster comprised over 30 of these formidable beings, standing upright yet inhuman, each towering over 10 feet, their bodies adorned with gray, scale-like hide. Their legs were short and canine, robust and curved, while their upper bodies were particularly muscular, boasting 4 arms, each ending in claws with blade-like hooks. On their shoulders rested 2 grotesque heads, their maw lined with sharp teeth capable of swallowing a human whole. Physically, they were far more menacing than the dozen or so that had attacked Cheng Danxia and the others. Among them, the leader stood at an imposing height of about 15 feet, its scales a deep black, devoid of any emanating aura. Its physique was fearsome, with arms swollen with muscle, thicker than Luo Cheng's own legs. The hooks on its claws were long and razor-sharp, as dark as ink. Distinct from the other 6-armed demons, it bore 2 newly formed arms beneath its ribs. Although these new appendages appeared diminutive, they indicated its ascension into the ranks of true 6-armed fiends. This creature was the 3rd demon he had sensed, and upon sighting it, Luo Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as more than 36-armed demons surged forward. They halted simultaneously, emitting a series of low growls as if selecting their prey. The leader of the 6-armed demons, with blood-red eyes fixed intently on Luo Cheng, bore an ugly visage that seemed to reflect a hint of madness. Its gaping maw opened and closed, astonishingly articulating human speech. Luo Cheng. With another roar, the leader commanded the remaining 6-armed demons, who descended upon him like a swarm of locusts, faced with the imminent threat to his life. Luo Cheng dared not divert his attention any longer. He summoned the strength within his left arm and launched the azure steel spear with explosive force. The spear sliced through the air like a streak of light. Whoosh! The 4 foremost 6-armed demons were impaled, collapsing together as they were sent flying. Yet the others showed no sign of retreat despite the demise of their kin. Their ferocious gazes burned with the fervor of avenging a sworn enemy. Relentless in their pursuit, in a chaotic flurry, 9 ethereal, pale gold sword lights cascaded down, swiftly severing 9 6-armed demons in an instant. However, over 20 of their brethren remained, charging forward as if a deluge intent on overwhelming Luo Cheng. He could not afford to be ensnared in their encirclement. He executed the sword dash, retreating with agility, and immediately employed the unification sword technique. Eschewing flamboyance, each strike aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Clang, clang, clang. The flashing sword lights sent splatters of blood erupting forth, churning the mist around him. Observing the 6-armed demon leader, it muttered in a frenzied daze, "Who am I?" paying no heed to the deaths of its kin. Time was of the essence. Luo Cheng's heart raced with urgency. He must eradicate these lesser 6-armed demons before the leader unleashed its fury, lest he become utterly overwhelmed that a moment's delay could spell his doom. With a swift motion, he executed the sword dash, piercing through 2 of the demons with a single thrust. The chaotic sword style saw him twist and turn, the blade flickering like a flash of lightning. At that moment, confronted by the multitude of demons, he felt acutely aware of the inadequacy of his martial skills, realizing he was ill-equipped to face such a dire situation. Indeed, this was a scenario that a mere 2nd-level warrior should not have to contend with. Clang, clang, clang. Blood splattered upon him as one of the 6-armed demons clawed at his back. Even with his evasive maneuvers, it left a trail of crimson in a desperate bid. Luo Cheng managed to slay all 36 6-armed demons just before the leader could mount its assault. Their bodies lay strewn across the ground, dyeing the earth a deep crimson. You die. The leader's madness subsided, as if an inexorable wrath surged forth from within that a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped its form. At this juncture, Luo Cheng had no desire to parley with the demon. He drew forth a human-ranked weapon, the spear. What monstrous strength this was, for even a 4th-level warrior could not so easily damage a human-ranked weapon. With a roar, he flung the damaged spear aside as the towering 6-armed demon lunged closer. In comparison, Luo Cheng appeared as a mere child taking its first steps. The sword energy flowed through him. The chaotic sword style converged with blinding white light, merging into the pale gold sword, the 2 colors intertwining and enhancing one another, sharpening the blade's edge and amplifying its force. With a single move, 9 strikes were unleashed, each strike surpassing the might of 9 tigers. Ding, ding, ding. The massive, grotesque six-armed demon was ensnared within the radiant sword light, caught in a deadly embrace. However, the 9 razor-sharp sword tips barely penetrated its black scales. The resilience of its armor was far superior to that of the earlier tree demon. Furthermore, the six-armed demon extended all 6 of its arms, and astonishingly, one of its limbs managed to grasp the long sword barehanded, just as the chaotic sword style concluded. The arms, more robust than the thighs of an adult man, suddenly exerted immense force, seizing the long sword and hurling Luo Cheng away from his original position with a ferocious flick. Under the impact of such violent power, Luo Cheng found it arduous to maintain control over his body, soaring through the air for over 10 zhong before crashing down with a thunderous thud. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust as a rock beneath him shattered into cracks. Coughing, Luo Cheng hurriedly crouched up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This 6-armed demon was undeniably formidable, its strength surpassing his own by several folds. It was not merely the realm of a second-tier martial artist that could contend with it. Even those in the early stages of the 4th tier would find themselves incapable of resistance. In this cave of wrath, it was likely the most powerful of all demons, with a roar that echoed through the heavens. The 6-armed demon unleashed its brutality, dark mist swirling around it like a frenzy of writhing tentacles. Luo Cheng's complexion paled, his gaze fixed intently upon the demon's piercing eyes, as if they were exuding a glimmer of sword light. In such dire circumstances, thoughts of survival overshadowed all other consequences. He had to summon every ounce of his strength. The 5-color vortex emerged quietly behind Luo Cheng, expanding rapidly as if intent on engulfing the entire sky, voraciously consuming the surrounding malevolent energy. This phenomenon was not something that an ordinary observer could witness. They could only sense its presence. Yet, the 6-armed demon remained fixated on the vortex, capable of perceiving its essence. As Luo Cheng straightened his posture, the 5-colored vortex, confronted by an overwhelmingly terrifying suction, wholly integrated into his corporeal form, but a transformation ensued. The black robe he wore instantaneously morphed into a vibrant azure hue. The ethereal light surrounding him intensified, flowing over his skin as if he possessed the cultivation of the 3rd tier, and the light was no longer a mere bright white, but a dazzling azure white. At the center of his forehead, a delicate mark resembling a bamboo sword materialized. The air around him resonated with a clear and melodious clang. "Who are you?" The 6-armed demon, as if struck by lightning, displayed an expression of horror in its blood-red eyes before turning tail to flee. In contrast, Luo Cheng's previously noble and handsome visage now bore an uncanny allure, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked that it was too late to escape. Without any visible movement, he transformed into a streak of azure-white sword light, striking with a swift slash at the back of the 6-armed demon. Chapter 18. The elemental wind domain, the 6-armed demon lay dead, its corpse crumbling like a collapsing earthen wall, dissipating into wisps of gray mist. In a short span of time, it was reduced to a pile of ash. Luo Cheng did not immediately search for the demon crystal, but discarded his longsword, pressing his hands against his head in anguish, attempting to stave off something. After thoroughly refining the 5-color vortex, he would be able to manifest its aura. He was aware that he could allow the aura to merge with himself. Yet he had never done so due to a profound trepidation towards the blackened regions. Once the aura merged, the consequences would be utterly unpredictable, beyond his control. This moment, that was precisely the situation he faced. The bamboo sword mark on his forehead twisted and warped, while the azure-white ethereal light surrounding him began to darken with streaks of black, pulsating violently. His azure robe reverted to its original black hue. After a brief span of over 10 breaths, his body began to consume the ethereal light. His previously well-proportioned physique transformed, muscles swelling grotesquely. As the ethereal light was entirely devoured, his stature increased by half a foot. His skin darkening to a bluish black, his muscles contorted and veins bulging on either side of his cheeks. A peculiar black pattern emerged, transforming him into a person remarkably different from before, exuding an aura of ferocity and savagery. I had succumbed to the corruption of my being. That a torrent of violence surged through Luo Cheng's consciousness, flooding his mind with murderous intent. Buzz. The fierce aura erupted, causing the mist surrounding him to swirl violently. Luo Cheng clenched his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. Desperately clinging to the remnants of his clarity, he understood that once he lost his sanity, awakening would become nearly impossible, and he would become a malevolent spirit within the abyss. The deeper he sank, the more indistinguishable he would become from other demonic entities. He would cease to be himself, ultimately destined to be slain by some disciple of the martial refinement sect. He must resist. With every ounce of his remaining lucidity, Luo Cheng fought against the ferocious brutality. In terms of character, his resolve was unwavering. In terms of experience, having been trapped in the desolate forbidden land for 8 years. Facing death countless times, his heart had long been as steadfast as rock. Yet, confronted with such overwhelming savagery, his composure seemed inadequate. For every seasoned warrior, buried within lies a shard of ruthlessness. When he had slain Ren Hong, Mao Qing, and Ding Songhan, he had not even furrowed his brow. This could be deemed decisive in battle, yet it also spoke of the hidden brutality lurking within. Thus, while fear was scarce in his heart, he was all the more susceptible to losing himself in violence. In the absence of soul-related secret techniques, he could only rely on his mind to resist. Boom! Luo Cheng unleashed a powerful punch, striking the ground. Gravel and shattered stones erupted like waves, dispersing in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. One punch followed another, venting the tempest of his fury. The gravel within a 10-jong radius was sent flying, revealing a patch of gray rock beneath. He did not relent. Each strike upon the rock caused fissures to spread, with every subsequent punch sending shards cascading. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar echoed far and wide, yet no other demonic beings were drawn to the commotion. After a relentless quarter of an hour, his hands were drenched in blood, and Luo Cheng finally exhausted his strength. The area within a dozen zhang transformed into a vast pit. Much of the brutality within him had been released, and his form rapidly returned to normal, the bright white essence re-emerging, ultimately dissipating the oppressive aura. Luo Cheng's complexion was pale, his body trembled uncontrollably, utterly fatigued. I still grapple with confusion, lacking steadfastness, unable to fully master myself. The power gained from the corruption surpassed even that of his transformation into the azure robe, yet he could not harness it. It was already a considerable feat to avoid complete transformation. Setting aside secret techniques, his temperament and experience were still insufficient. He required further training to dispel his confusion and clarify his true heart. Moreover, the dissipated aura should not be invoked unless absolutely necessary. Luo Cheng sat in quiet meditation for nearly a day. Yet he had not fully recuperated. As night approached, and the time for patrol drew near, Chi Fei and others noticed his poor complexion and insisted on taking his watch. He declined their offer, wandering alone atop the fierce mountain throughout the night. The following morning, he had returned to his usual self, though his face remained somewhat pallid that moment, upon seeing Luo Cheng's arrival. His expression darkened, his eyes gleaming like blades. He had initially believed that assigning him to the abyss and entrusting Ding Songhan with the task would suffice. Little did he expect that not only had Ding Songhan failed, but he had also heard news of the latter's demise within the abyss. Now, with Luo Cheng having reached the second stage of his transformation, it left him in a state of unease. He harbored a modicum of doubt regarding the demise of Ding Songhan at the hands of Luo Cheng, yet he found it hard to fully believe. The rapidity of his cultivation raised questions. Was it the result of accumulated effort or some other factor? Nevertheless, such matters were beyond his purview to inquire. Leaning back in his chair, Ding Songhan, his round belly protruding, spoke coldly. In accordance with the needs of the sect, you are hereby dispatched to the Yuanfeng region, assigned to the role of a disciple responsible for mining the depleted Yuan stone mines. You shall depart today. This is your waste token, and when you arrive, the steward in Yuanfeng will elucidate your duties. He was unwilling to allow Luo Cheng, who had already attained the late stage of the second level, to thrive in the Lido, where resources flowed abundantly. Thus, he decided to reassign him elsewhere, to slow his cultivation speed and devise a strategy to deal with him later. Luo Cheng maintained a placid demeanor, The Lido had become increasingly unsuitable for him. Escorting others to procure cultivation resources could hardly meet his needs, and purchasing Guangyao stones at exorbitant prices might lead to losses. He had heard of the Yuanfeng region and knew it far surpassed the Lido. However, he remained unaware of the specifics of the duties assigned to the mining disciples. Grasping the waste token, he prepared to depart. Bi Hongping, with a darkened expression, rose and declared in a grave tone, "Before the intersect selection, I shall eliminate you." Hearing this, Luo Cheng cast a calm glance in his direction, then chuckled lightly, saying, "Do as you wish." With the waste token in hand, he proceeded to the material hall to sell the blood sulfur pearls and other materials. After inquiring for directions, he soon arrived at his destination. Atop Yuanfeng Mountain, a colossal luminous gate stood, marking the entrance to the Yuanfeng region. The Wuyin sect presided over numerous perilous locations, and Yuanfeng was renowned as a treacherous site where disciples could undergo trials. Named for the occasional ravaging of Yuan-Qi storms. While Yuanfeng boasted abundant resources, it was fraught with dangers and uncertainties. Upon locating a steward of the 4th level, he was met with a brief, formal explanation of the duties, and was advised to gather further information independently. Yuanfeng served as the primary training ground for disciples at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels to partake in these trials. One must pay 1 to 3 yuan stones each time they enter, with no restrictions on the duration of their stay. The disciples employed here fall into several categories. For instance, the entrance guards, primarily young disciples at the 1st level, are tasked with collecting yuan stones. The others work within Yuanfeng, mining the depleted yuan stone mines, which involves re-extracting from mines that have already been worked. The responsibilities are quite flexible. One can choose when and how to mine, as long as 20 yuan stones are submitted every 3 months. Any surplus is considered a monthly salary, rather than a monthly distribution of Yuan-Qi pills or Guangyao stones. Failure to meet the quota results in demotion to a servant disciple until the balance is restored, at which point one can regain the status of an outer sect disciple. Servant disciples are essentially tasked with serving the inner sect disciples, akin to servants. Whether 20 yuan stones is a lot or a little is contingent upon the sect's established duties. And Luo Cheng had no complaints. After receiving a map and appropriate attire, he stepped through the luminous gate. In an instant, the scenery transformed. Beneath his feet lay a verdant expanse of grassland, the sky above a brilliant blue, and the air refreshingly pure, devoid of any signs of danger. The Yuanfeng region spanned hundreds of miles, encompassing mountains, forests, lakes, and vast plains. Due to the Yuan winds, the seasons were unpredictable, yet maintained a day-night cycle synchronized with the outside world. The Yuanzhong Valley was in that direction, rather distant from the mines. Comparing the map, Luo Cheng shook his head. Yuanzhonggu, situated at the heart of Yuanfeng, possesses a unique charm. Safeguarded by a protective barrier, it serves as a gathering place for disciples undergoing trials, where they may engage in the exchange of various resources in times of insurmountable peril. They can seek refuge or assistance here, bolstered by the presence of law-enforcing disciples from the law hall. This aspect alone distinguishes it markedly from the perilous Lidong. However, beyond the confines of Yuan Zhonggu lies an area deemed treacherous and uncharted. Without delay, Luo Cheng resolutely followed the indicated path on the map, heading towards one of the marked abandoned Yuan stone mines. This site, a mountain riddled with deformities, appeared desolate, devoid of any other souls. After a short while, gazing down at a heap of tiny fragments of rock, Luo Cheng furrowed his brows in contemplation. Tio swiftly ascertained the situation. He unleashed the chaotic sword technique and the void-breaking sword finger to shatter the stones. His speed remarkable, yet not a single yuan stone was unearthed. This was to be expected. Given its status as an abandoned mine, any residual yuan stones were likely sparse and scattered, not easily discoverable. If this continued, his cultivation would undoubtedly suffer delays, and he might not unearth a sufficient quantity of yuan stones. The Sanbao Shui Dan, renowned for its prowess in strengthening the body and purifying the marrow, does not enhance one's cultivation directly. Rather, it fortifies the physical form and elevates one's capabilities. With the ever-watchful Bai Hongping poised to strike and a looming resource crisis, Luo Cheng could not afford to neglect the enhancement of his strength. Consuming 1 pill daily, He had exhausted the Sanbao Shui Dan over the course of 10 days. During this time, he endeavored to carve out additional hours for cultivation, simultaneously mining each day. Yet he had failed to unearth even a single yuan stone. Nonetheless, his cultivation advanced swiftly, bringing him tantalizingly close to breaking through to the third level. With the continued consumption of Sanbao Shui Dan and the premium Shui Yuan Dan, his strength had reached a level comparable to 5 tigers, surpassing many early-stage third-level warriors. However, he was left with but a solitary yuan stone and 22 yuan qi pills, insufficient to activate the 5-color turntable even once. Lacking more than 10 to, thus, Luo Cheng could no longer linger in this place and hastened to Yuanzhonggu, where he needed to devise a means to acquire a substantial amount of cultivation resources. Otherwise, his progress in cultivation would stagnate or even regress. Chapter 19. Wind battle platform. Following the meticulously marked route on the map, he encountered not a single demonic creature. This prompted Luo Cheng to harbor a subtle belief that Yuanfeng Di might indeed live up to its ominous reputation. His journey was remarkably smooth, leading him to Yuanzhonggu. Encircled by mountains on 3 sides, the valley resembled a vibrant little town. At its center stood a battle platform nearly 30 zhang wide, with various pavilions and stalls dispersed throughout, bustling with numerous disciples. A disciple of the martial refinements sect, Luo Cheng had certainly heard tales of Yuanfeng Di, yet he had never engaged with it directly and had much left to learn. To acquire cultivation resources while considering his own safety, he needed to investigate the circumstances in Yuanzhonggu. With over 1,000 disciples residing here, including many inner disciples, Luo Cheng felt a growing sense of discernment as he walked steadily into the valley. He was not surprised, as the primary training ground for disciples at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, with an entry fee of yuan stones required for each visit, it was only natural for a large number of disciples to congregate here, seeking rest and trade in this safe haven. However, he scarcely encountered anyone with merely the cultivation of the 2nd level. Though not unexpected, a hint of concern crept in. Surely, Yuanfeng Di harbored its own dangers. How could a mere 2nd-level warrior like him procure adequate resources for his cultivation? He ambled along the street, pausing intermittently as he passed various stalls. The items displayed were a kaleidoscope of curiosities, some rare and precious, while others were clearly contraband. In Luo Cheng's hand remained but a single yuan stone, leaving him unable to purchase anything. He resolved to merely observe and broaden his horizons. The Yuanzhong Valley was not expansive, and he soon arrived at the battlefield nestled within, known as the Wind Battle Platform. Surrounding it were hundreds of disciples, mingling in clusters, creating quite a din. After watching the sparring on the platform for a while, Luo Cheng found himself still grappling with many uncertainties that he clasped his fists in greeting to a nearby individual and spoke. Esteemed senior brother, Luo is new to the Yuanfeng territory and is unfamiliar with many matters. I humbly request your guidance. The individual, named Fei Guang, was a slender young man of 25 with a slightly pointed face resembling that of a monkey. A grayish-white yuan light radiated from him, indicative of his cultivation at the early stage of the 3rd transformation, having practiced the same technique as Mao Qing, known as the Spirit Mouse Wind Body. Upon hearing Luo Cheng's voice, Fei Guang turned with a smile, discreetly sizing him up. The yuan light emanating from Luo Cheng's skin was a bright white. Given his limited cultivation, it lacked the full brilliance of a pure white hue, and his aura bore no remarkable sharpness, making it easy to discern that he was in the late stage of the 2nd transformation and unfamiliar with the Yuanfeng territory. This information led Fei Guang to conclude that the person before him was merely a novice miner. Instantly disinterested, the smile faded from his face as he replied coolly, 2 yuan energy pills, and I shall divulge the specifics of the Yuanfeng territory to you. Very well, Luo Cheng acquiesced readily. It was indeed preferable to resolve matters with 2 yuan energy pills. Concealing his delight at having secured the pills, Fei Guang proceeded to reveal the readily obtainable information. The Yuanfeng territory is a perilous place. Disciples like you ought not to venture here. While it may appear as a picturesque landscape, it is fraught with hidden dangers. When a yuan wind blows, the seasons become erratic, leading to the emergence of various strange locales. And with another gust, they may transform yet again. Point one misstep, and one could vanish without a trace. Luo Cheng listened intently, realizing that the true danger of the Yuan Feng territory lay in its unpredictability. Beyond the Yuanzhong Valley, some areas that initially seemed tranquil could become bizarre landscapes with the force of the Yuan wind. Disciples entering the Yuan Feng territory for training must navigate these peculiar regions to acquire cultivation resources, often at the cost of their lives. Thus, it is imperative not to wander aimlessly within the Yuan Feng territory. Adhering to marked paths is the only way to ensure a measure of safety. Assuming a demeanor of an experienced senior, Fei Guang spoke with an air of authority. For newcomers like you, lacking in strength, the best course of action is to join a group and reap some benefits. Otherwise, you would be unaware of where the anomalies lie and where the death traps are. Another partnership, Luo Cheng sighed inwardly. Deep down, he preferred to tread his own path to AS for Fei Guang's tone. He chose not to dwell on it. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What about those with some degree of strength? What should they do to fare better?" "Some strength?" Fei Guang chuckled, sizing Luo Cheng up anew, his tone laden with incredulity. "Oh, you are quite the arrogant one, aren't you? Then you could ascend the wind battle platform. As long as you emerge victorious, you would earn at least 10 yuan energy pills. Should you lose, however, you must forfeit the same number of pills. If others perceive your strength, they will naturally extend invitations for you to join their ranks." Luo Cheng's eyes brightened. So this was the nature of the rules governing the wind battle platform. In the realm of Tianwu, beings ardently pursue the martial path, naturally venerating the art of combat. Here, arenas where victors are rewarded and vanquished are punished abound. In contrast, the scale of the Feng arena is considerably smaller. Having acquired the desired information, Luo Cheng was now well aware of his course of action. Turning to Fei Guang, he casually remarked, "From this point onward, I shall cease seeking your counsel. Truth be told, your incessant prattle is rather excessive." Fei Guang's expression darkened with annoyance as he observed Luo Cheng stride toward the arena, promptly following in haste. Surrounding the arena were several hundred disciples, engaged in conversations. While only a small fraction observed the duels taking place on the platform, as Luo Cheng noted the conclusion of the ongoing match, he gracefully leaped onto the stage. Upon entering the arena, life and death rested upon fate. Such was the unchanging rule, for blades and fists strike without mercy. Fearing that others might seize the opportunity, Fei Guang hurried onto the stage, a grin plastered on his face as he exclaimed, "Excessive chatter. Ha! You're about to bestow upon me 10 vitality pills again that I neglected to mention. Once on the Feng arena, one must either win, lose, or concede." Noticing a second-tier disciple among the newcomers, the spectators around the arena promptly lost interest, deeming it a waste of their time. Only a handful remained, yawning and distracted as they watched. "Let us commence." Luo Cheng's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he drew his longsword. Upon seeing the human tier weapon, Fei Guang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a mischievous grin, he queried, "Are you wealthy enough to raise the stakes to 20 vitality pills? One cannot afford to miss such an opportunity." "Very well," Luo Cheng replied without hesitation. However, no sooner had the words escaped his lips than Fei Guang, wielding daggers in each hand, darted forward with remarkable speed, a grayish-white light emanating from him as he lunged. Rather than directly attacking, he leaped around Luo Cheng, a flurry of movement that outpaced Mao Qing by a significant margin. The few spectators, having grown weary of the match, couldn't help but scoff. What a lack of shame. Attempting to seize the initiative against a late-stage second-tier disciple, Luo Cheng remained steadfast, his eyes narrowing slightly. With experience from battling Mao Qing, he would not be easily ensnared by Fei Guang's radiant aura. "Allow me to impart a lesson." As Fei Guang circled behind him, his expression hardened, and he lunged with ferocity, aiming his dagger at Luo Cheng's nape. Yet, a faint golden light from Luo Cheng's sword abruptly halted him in his tracks. The long sword was now poised against Fei Guang's throat, having already penetrated the skin slightly, blood oozing forth from the wound. Should the blade penetrate further, it would sever his windpipe. With a gulp, Fei Guang's hands, still clutching the daggers, froze in mid-air, his pupils dilating in terror as cold sweat trickled from his brow. The movement of his throat exacerbated the wound, causing blood to flow down his skin and into his garments. Paralyzed with fear, he dared not move. The onlookers below had witnessed the swift exchange and blinked in astonishment, pondering the implications. Other disciples nearby quickly recognized that it was still Luo Cheng standing atop the arena. Igniting a flicker of eagerness with a robust man bellowed mightily and leaped onto the arena. This individual, not yet 30, bore an unseemly visage reminiscent of a gorilla, his body emanating a flowing iron-gray aura. One hand wielded a hefty blade, while the other grasped a shield. Upon reaching the arena, he struck his shield with his heavy sword, producing a resounding clang. Following this, he let out a hearty laugh, directing his sword towards Luo Cheng, taunting, "Dare you stake a piece of spirit stone? If not, leave behind 10 energy pills and scurry off." This proclamation elicited no visible reaction from Luo Cheng, yet the spectators around the arena buzzed with chatter. What manner of person is this, akin to the last one, utterly shameless? He must be banking on that individual, hoping for a chance to gain more. It seems unlikely he will accept the challenge. This brawny man possesses immense strength, with both sword and shield effectively countering the unified sword technique. The discussions below appeared to fall upon deaf ears for the brawny man, who continued to shout, "Be wise, my sword does not discriminate, and it would be unfortunate for you should it find its mark." Naturally, Luo Cheng accepted the challenge, for this man was considerably weaker than Ding Songhan. Like Fei Guang, the brawny man charged forth aggressively. Luo Cheng, however, remained composed, finding it most suitable to employ the spirit mouse wind form to counteract the brute's advance. There was no need for excessive display. He chose to retain some of his strength. With the chaotic sword style, he unleashed a flurry of 4 strikes. The delicate golden lights of his swords danced and clashed against the shield. The force behind his blows compelled the brawny man to stagger back 2 steps. Though his ordinary strength was formidable, it paled in comparison to Luo Cheng's. Even without employing his full capacity, Luo Cheng maintained a reservoir of greater power, ready to pivot and adapt, unperturbed by any lack of energy. When he launched his attack, it was as sudden as a torrential downpour. With swift footwork and piercing sword techniques, he executed the chaotic sword style, coupled with the unified sword technique. The brawny man stumbled backward, thoroughly subdued, appearing utterly devoid of any means to counterattack. Had it not been for his shield to absorb the blows, he would have undoubtedly perished on the spot. The clash of swords against the shield sent sparks flying, revealing multiple sword wounds, and the piercing strikes left deep indentations. The brawny man found himself in a dire predicament, retreating over 10 paces, only to lose his footing and tumble off the arena. Such grace! Several female disciples gazed at Luo Cheng on the arena with glimmering eyes, captivated by his rapid and flowing assault, which was undeniably a spectacle to behold. Surrounding the wind battle arena, a cacophony erupted that it was indeed rare for a martial artist at the late stage of the 2nd transformation to so thoroughly defeat one at the early stage of the 3rd transformation. Many discerning disciples recognized that Luo Cheng had been holding back. Otherwise, it would have been improbable to achieve such fluidity with merely 4 techniques. That I concede. The brawny man cried out urgently, hastily producing a piece of spirit stone. He dared not deny his defeat. Otherwise, should he be struck a few more times, he would have no grounds for argument. He tossed the spirit stone onto the arena and fled, his face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling the weight of hundreds of gazes upon him, along with a myriad of discussions, Luo Cheng found himself somewhat ill at ease. After being trapped in the desolate and forbidden land for 8 years, he had not encountered another living soul. Now, he was at a loss on how to respond to the unfolding scene. As he pocketed the spirit stone, he intended to exit the arena, yet before he could leap down, another voice resonated. "Presumptuous, with your sword's edge, I seek to challenge you." The onlookers parted to make way for a striking young man who strode confidently toward the arena. This individual, in his 20s, donned a resplendent robe, radiating a dazzling light, his aura sharp and commanding, indicating his mastery at the 3rd transformation. Upon his entrance, he instantly captivated the attention of all present, with some disciples displaying expressions of awe. This was Yen Wu, a prodigious disciple from the external sect of the Sword Edge. Renowned for his innate talent, It was said that his strength equated to that of 10 tigers, and he possessed a fervent sense of justice. He was known to relish the spotlight. While some disciples of the fourth and fifth stages maintained their composure, the rest engaged in hushed conversations, as they had a modicum of understanding regarding Yenwu. At the first stage of the Ascendant Realm, the disparities among disciples were negligible. However, as one approached the late stages of the first realm, their auras typically hovered around that of a single tiger. Yet, upon entering the second stage, various factors would contribute to noticeable gaps in cultivation strength that be why the third stage. Even those of equal cultivation could exhibit vastly different powers, and once one reached the fourth and fifth stages, coupled with secret techniques, the differences could be monumental. Yenwu, hailing from a distinguished lineage and possessing exceptional aptitude and comprehension, was tutored despite being an external disciple upon entering the sect. He was never in want of various elixirs, often of the finest quality. This allowed him, in the mid-stages of the Ascendant Third Realm, to achieve a strength equivalent to 10 tigers. Typically, disciples nearing the breakthrough to the fourth stage and the late third stage would only reach such strength. Yenwu had also refined the essence of the unifying sword body, showcasing remarkable comprehension and mastery of martial techniques. Disciples at the late third stage were no match for him. Yenwu reveled in the attention of the crowd, lightly landing on the wind combat platform, his gaze piercing. Upon seeing him, Luo Cheng could not help but furrow his brow, sensing the threat emanating from his opponent. Without invoking the aura of the five-colored turning disc, he was acutely aware that he could not contend with him. Moreover, he could not afford to activate the aura now. A lack of control could lead to indiscriminate slaughter, followed by his own demise. You have concealed a great deal of your strength, if my deductions are accurate. Your chaotic sword technique has likely reached the level of 7 swords in a single strike, and your sword dash and void-breaking sword point have also achieved a modicum of progress. Yenwu proclaimed confidently as he stood upon the arena, exuding an air of superiority. Luo Cheng's brow furrowed deeper before he relaxed once more. He had no intention of engaging in a debate with his adversary. Nor would he shy away from battle simply because his opponent seemed superior. He would not resort to the aura of the five-colored turning disc, as Yenwu did not warrant such an effort. I shall accept your challenge, Luo Cheng declared resolutely, his posture straightening. That I particularly enjoy teaching lessons to disciples like you. Yenwu retorted with a haughty smile, drawing forth a gleaming silver longsword. The sword was elongated, its blade enveloped in a radiant gleam, representing a weapon of exceptional quality. Observing Yenwu's stance inviting him to strike first, Luo Cheng saw no reason to hold back, exclaiming, "Chaotic sword technique," and charging forward. As he neared, he unleashed the full force of the chaotic sword technique. 9 swords of crisp, pale golden light cascaded in a mesmerizing array. While the unifying sword technique may not be particularly impressive, being a foundational martial skill, the chaotic sword technique was a formidable martial art designed for combat. Within the entire martial refinement sect, very few had mastered the chaotic sword technique to the level of seamless integration, typically requiring either extraordinary talent or considerable age and experience. Yet, what good was mastery of martial techniques if one's cultivation was insufficient? Yenwu's expression darkened as he utilized the sword dash to close the distance. Swiftly executing the Gale Sword, various sword techniques were not merely derivatives of a unifying sword technique. This Gale Sword belonged to a different system and could only be cultivated by those in the Ascendant Third Realm. A gleaming silver, long sword sliced through the air with the swiftness of a tempest, its brilliance flickering and sweeping across the battlefield. In the face of such an onslaught, Luo Cheng could only resort to the unifying sword technique to defend himself. With each strike he absorbed, he was forced to stagger backward. Yet thanks to the seamless integration of the unifying sword technique, which harmonized the essence of man and sword, he was able to leverage his opponent's strength to mitigate their force and retreat. Otherwise, he would have been utterly defenseless. Ultimately, his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the second realm, having practiced only 4 martial arts techniques, one of which was a fundamental skill, compounded by a severe lack of training resources. The cunning Yenwu, who held the upper hand, was seething with frustration, for even his swiftest strike, the Gale Sword, had yet to subdue his adversary. As his feet touched the ground, Luo Cheng stumbled but regained his balance. his right hand rendered numb as he switched the long sword to his left. The blade in his grasp radiated a brilliant light, imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking with both tremendous force and unparalleled speed. Clang! Luo Cheng took the blow head-on, resting the sword upon his shoulder to absorb the impact. The formidable weight of a long sword of heavy force bore down with the strength of 20 tigers, unleashing a ferocious torrent of power. Yet he could only muster the strength of 5 tigers to withstand it, his knees buckling under the crushing force, his entire body tensed, muscles straining as if they might snap. As time stretched unbearably under the burden of such immense power, the agony resonated through his muscles, bones, and even his internal organs, as if they were crying out in despair, on the verge of collapse. The long sword of heavy force unleashed sharp waves of energy that shredded Luo Cheng's garments. Leaving him bruised and battered, a gasp escaped the lips of several young female disciples watching from below. Was he truly unable to evade this fate? Being thrust off the stage by a single strike would surely be preferable to enduring such punishment that could cost him his life. How could his physical form withstand such pressure? It was bound to break, rendering all his cultivation in vain. As these thoughts coursed through the crowd, they regarded Luo Cheng's actions as somewhat foolish. To resist such overwhelming force far exceeded the limits of human endurance. It would require an extraordinary will to suppress one's own meager strength and avoid being crushed, even if he managed to endure. What lay ahead? The enraged Yin would undoubtedly slay him on the spot, with teeth clenched as if to shatter into fragments. Luo Cheng's eyes widened, his heart roaring in defiance, under the relentless pressure of such force. His body was nearly devoid of sensation, muscles tearing apart, blood gushing forth. His thoughts grew murky, leaving him with no choice but to endure with all his might. As he pushed the limits of his physical resilience, a shadowy essence began to materialize within his dissipating aura, growing ever heavier. Yet this offered no salvation to Luo Cheng. Still alive? Yin Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his most potent strike, capable of vanquishing an ordinary opponent at the late stage of the third realm. Yet had failed to shatter Luo Cheng. Die. He prepared to attack once more that moment. However, Luo Cheng suddenly sprang into action, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture with 2 fingers, coalescing a faint glimmer of energy. Just moments before, he had withstood Yin Wu's most powerful blow without collapsing. Seizing the fleeting opening created by Yin Wu's exertion, Luo Cheng unleashed the void sword finger, though its power was diminished due to his prior exhaustion from enduring the heavy force sword. Had he been at full strength, Yin Wu would have sustained more grievous injuries. Those disciples who discerned the unfolding situation felt a chill of dread. Luo Cheng's strength was not particularly formidable compared to them, the 4th and 5th realm disciples, who could easily defeat him. Yet his unyielding tenacity instilled a sense of unease within them. This is the essence of a true warrior. One may suffer defeat, yet remains unbroken. Chapter 21. A Thread of Darkness. The black warrior's robe lay tattered, stained a deep crimson with blood. Luo Cheng trembled uncontrollably, experiencing a searing pain that rendered him nearly incapable of steadying his longsword. Gritting his teeth, he straightened his posture, his brow furrowed in a tight knot as he gazed at his opponent. Yin Wu, now visibly shaken, struggled to breathe as his internal organs bore the brunt of his injuries, his strength swiftly dwindling. Leaving him acutely aware of the specter of death, he dared not make any sudden movements, fearing that such actions might exacerbate his wounds and jeopardize his life. After consuming a high-grade healing elixir, his condition slightly improved, though his face remained pale. Despite his considerable strength and youthful arrogance, having long held sway in the outer sect, he ultimately fell short in the crucible of life and death. This was my oversight. Let us consider a draw, Yin Wu declared, his eyes glinting with fierce resentment. What began as a grand entrance had culminated not only in loss of face, but also in injury. Fueling his bitterness, gritting his teeth, he vowed, "We shall duel again another day, and I will ensure your utter defeat and subservience that I will see this through to the end." Luo Cheng, struggling to maintain his composure, found himself with little strength left for further combat. Continuing the battle could lead to mutual demise, and thus they settled for a draw, promising to contest again in the future. Luo Cheng was acutely aware of his own limitations and would not recklessly challenge fate over trivial matters. This encounter had served as a valuable lesson, dispelling some of his confusion as he departed. None among the onlookers dared to intervene, quietly discussing the recent clash, and for a time, no one else ascended the foam battle platform. Through their observations, they gleaned insights and would remember Luo Cheng, the one who had nearly achieved fame through his performance on the foam battle platform in a secluded forest surrounding the Yuan Foam Valley. Luo Cheng, having changed his attire, sat cross-legged upon a flat stone, his body still trembling. The heavy, fierce sword of Yen Wu, infused with the ferocity of nearly 20 tigers, was no trivial burden to bear. It could have easily claimed his life. That he managed to endure it speaks volumes about the toll it took on his physique, which would require at least 10 days or more to fully recuperate. His physical strength proved inadequate to withstand the recoil. Luo Cheng reflected inwardly. The collision of martial prowess with another warrior had left his arms numb, which could hardly be deemed beneficial under normal circumstances. His physical resilience was commendable. The crux of the matter lay in his attempts to execute integrated martial techniques, which, when amplified, proved too potent for his body to withstand upon colliding with his opponent's strength. In the future, he must consume more elixirs to enhance his physical constitution. With this thought, he retrieved 2 pieces of elemental stone and summoned the 5-colored rotating disc that it spun, then halted, absorbing the transformed elemental energy. Luo Cheng began to practice the 72 sword techniques, immersing himself in cultivation. Despite his injuries and the external pressure surrounding him, he could not afford to slow his training. Remaining in that forest, he devoted himself to mastering his techniques and cultivating his martial arts. With the replenishment of elemental energy, he need not worry about sustenance. Otherwise, he would likely have to consume several hundred pounds of meat daily to restore his energy. As the cycles of day and night continued unabated, the martial refinement sect remained unchanged by Luo Cheng's presence or absence, steadfast in its course. Disciples from various peaks and regions engage in their respective pursuits, with those at the grassroots level tirelessly seeking resources for cultivation. Some disciples, possessing a certain level of prowess, prepare for selection into the inner sect, while the prodigious and inner disciples each follow their distinct paths and methods of existence. Amidst the mountains and forests near Yuanzhong Valley, a faint sound of swordplay resonates. There stand a young man of striking appearance, robust physique, and an upright posture, his expression solemn and his gaze piercingly intense. As he skillfully executes the forms of the sword path, his movements resonate powerfully, akin to a sword being drawn from its sheath. Radiating brilliance, the luminous white aura envelopes him, fluctuating dramatically. This is Luo Cheng, who is currently practicing the unification sword body and is on the verge of a breakthrough. As his actions intensify, a rhythmic clangor subtly surrounds him. Suddenly, the bright white aura surges, transforming into a dazzling stream of white light. His cultivation has ascended to the early stage of the 3rd level of the true body. Luo Cheng then ceases his movements, a smile of joy gracing his face as he silently reflects. The essence of the aura, the strength of 7 tigers as a martial artist, he possesses a clear understanding of his own cultivation and strength. Typically, disciples at the early stage of the 3rd level exhibit strength ranging from 4 to 5 tigers, varying based on their techniques. His ability to reach the strength of 7 tigers is primarily due to the consumption of nearly 10 Supreme Essence refinement pills, allowing him to successfully refine the essence of his aura at the 3rd level. In contrast, the 10 ordinary 3 treasure blood pills aimed at enhancing the physical body are of secondary importance in the future. By continuing to take corresponding Supreme refining pills for the 3rd level and achieving sufficient comprehension, he can maintain the essence of his aura. However, upon careful reflection, Luo Cheng furrows his brow in confusion that a trace of darkness still lingers within the flowing, dazzling white aura. After departing from Yuanzhong Valley, he had sensed this trace of darkness, but he did not perceive it as particularly harmful or ominous, speculating that it might stem from previous significant injuries to his physical body. Now that his injuries have healed and his cultivation has advanced, that trace of darkness not only persists, but appears more entrenched. Could it be related to the 5-colored turning wheel? He cannot ascertain whether it is a boon or a bane, causing him to frown in contemplation. Had this trace of darkness not manifested, he could envision the path of his future cultivation clearly, as long as he continues to consume supreme refining pills and does not lack in enhancing elixirs for his physical form. He would undoubtedly possess the strength of 10 tigers by the time he reaches the mid-stage of the third level, comparable to Yin Wu. Additionally, with access to the white area that accelerates cultivation speed and the blue area for martial arts training, he would soon catch up to Yin Wu in terms of prowess, and with integrated martial skills, he would far surpass him, relentlessly pursuing the most elite prodigious disciples of the martial refinement sect, potentially even standing shoulder to shoulder with the talented disciples of major sects and clans. The emergence of this trace of darkness, however, introduces uncertainty. It is certainly not indicative of the refinement of the aura's martial essence. Luo Cheng has merely reached the third level and has cultivated and comprehended 4 martial techniques, rendering him inadequate to draw upon the wisdom of his predecessors and claim to be unified. The martial essence of the aura can only be refined at the 5th level of the true body, and it possesses its own inherent might. Speculating is futile. Clarity will soon unveil itself. Regaining his composure, Luo Cheng retrieves a martial technique manual and begins to peruse its contents. This technique, titled Unification Heavy Slash, is applicable for those at the 3rd level of the true body and enjoys considerable renown. It has evolved from the chaotic sword style, and the two, when placed together, embody the profound mysteries of derivation and unification. Consequently, its cultivation threshold is exceedingly high to attain a profound mastery of the chaotic sword technique. It is essential to differentiate the sword light as one's cultivation progresses. Otherwise, grasping the essence of its unification becomes a formidable challenge, resulting in a lackluster power fraught with vulnerabilities. After perusing the text twice, Luo Cheng had firmly etched the salient points in his mind. As he glanced at the sky, the sun was positioned high, and he donned his robe before making his way to the Yuanzhong Valley. Whether it was the differentiation of the chaotic sword light or the contemplation of the unified heavy slash, it was unnecessary to remain in a fixed location. Rather, acquiring resources for cultivation was of paramount importance. Within Yuanzhong Valley, aside from the ebb and flow of disciples coming and going, little had changed. As he meandered through various stalls, he soon arrived near the Fengzhan platform. Hundreds of disciples, in groups of 2 or 3, engaged in conversation while occasionally observing the combat and sparring on the platform. Due to the fluctuations among the visiting disciples, the majority of them did not recognize Luo Cheng as the one who had once fought to a standstill against the outer sect prodigy, Yin Wu. However, they could discern the essence of Yuan light, its radiant white brilliance captivating the attention of several disciples. It is worth noting that some intersect disciples had yet to refine their Yuan light essence, such as Che Yin-Yu. While relying on the Fengzhan platform to acquire cultivation resources may not be a long-term strategy, it could alleviate immediate needs. As Luo Cheng contemplated this, he noticed 2 disciples approaching him and turned to regard them. These 2 men, both over 30 years of age, had cultivated the golden giant body and stood approximately 10 feet tall. Each possessed cultivation at the mid-stage of the 3rd transformation, their emanating Yuan light a striking gold. The golden giant body is renowned alongside the unified sword body, being notably difficult to master. It was evident that either of these men surpassed Ding Songhan in strength, as the adage goes. A great stature begets great strength. After a brief exchange of greetings and names, one of them, named Yin Fan, appeared somewhat wooden in demeanor but exuded a certain imposing presence due to his towering physique and golden radiance. The other, Yin Hao, possessed a sharper countenance, indicative of a less amiable personality. He initiated the conversation by inquiring, "Might I ask which peak Brother Luo serves? Have you come here for leisure or in pursuit of resource Yuan stones?" The brothers Yin had initially discovered 2 peculiar locations, a nameless small lake, which they had not intended to share with outsiders, yet found themselves unable to breach the water barrier surrounding it. They planned to seek a practitioner of the unified sword body to accompany them, with the stipulation that the individual's cultivation not be too high or too low. Having waited over a day, they approached Luo Cheng upon his arrival to extend their invitation. Naturally, Luo Cheng acquiesced, as he favored arrangements where all parties were clear on their roles and obligations. Furthermore, as a newcomer to the Yuanfeng territory, he required the company of others to gain a foundational understanding of the so-called peculiar locations before embarking on solo expeditions for cultivation resources. Ultimately, Yuanfeng was fraught with peril, its dangers surpassing those of the Lido Cave, making companionship advantageous in critical situations. Upon reaching an agreement, the trio wasted no time and did not prepare extensively, setting off immediately. Chapter 22. Individual gains with a map to guide them, and having previously made the journey, they avoided aimless wandering. After a half-day's travel, the three of them successfully arrived at the nameless small lake that it was now afternoon, and the weather was pleasantly warm. The modestly sized lake, covering merely a few hundred feet, reflected the azure sky, resembling a gem embedded in the earth, serene and beautiful. It bore no signs of being a peculiar location. Luo Cheng approached matters with utmost seriousness, leaving no room for carelessness. By attuning his senses, he discerned that the nearby vital energy was particularly intense and somewhat turbulent, a detail he silently noted. Luo Shixiao. Do keep close, Yinhao remarked before plunging into the lake alongside Yin Fan. Taking a deep breath, Luo Cheng followed suit. Although it was his first potential battle in the water, he felt no trepidation. Martial artists possess an exceptional command over their bodies, and with merely a slight exertion, one can stabilize their form. Naturally adept in the water, with robust internal organs, he swallowed a vitality pill and held his breath, allowing himself to remain submerged for nearly half an hour without the need for deliberate breathing. The three of them dove into the depths, swimming swiftly. The lake was not vast, yet its waters ran deep, and as they descended, darkness enveloped them. Before they could reach their destination, they sensed the surging currents. This, Luo Cheng thought with surprise, adjusting his position to hover in the water, as Yin Hao and Yin Fan also came to a halt. Before them lay a tumultuous curtain of water, in this murky expanse. They could discern that the curtain had a faint emerald hue, reminiscent of decay over time. Formed from the converging currents, the curtain roared and churned ominously. Yet, prior to their entry, the lake's surface appeared remarkably tranquil. A curious contradiction. Luo Shixiao. It is this curtain of water, envelopes like a colossal sphere, and to enter, one must breach to is exceedingly adhesive, requiring a sharp edge to slice through. The success lies in your hands. Should you fail to cleave it, our efforts will have been in vain. With the golden vital light enabling him to speak, Yinhao declared loudly. The golden light of the golden giant body exerts a force of compression, ineffectual against such a tenacious flow of water. Incapable of severing it even slightly. In contrast, the sharpness of the return to Unity Sword body is renowned. Luo Cheng nodded. He was determined to fulfill their prior agreement to the best of his ability. Drawing forth his long sword, he commanded the sword's energy to swirl. Having attained the third level of vital refinement, his control over his energy became more exquisite. In a mere breath, the pale golden long sword radiated dazzling light. He executed a vertical slash toward the water curtain. The sensation of striking the curtain felt akin to dragging a stick through fabric, awkward and resistant. Fortunately, having refined the essence of vital light, the sword's sharpness was amplified by the sword's own edge. With a hiss, a gash was carved into the water curtain, only to swiftly close again. Witnessing this, Yin Hao and Yin Fan exchanged glances of joy. Previously, they had each wielded heavy blades at various points, yet had failed to penetrate it. Although the wound would rapidly seal, it was sufficient. With even a slight opening, they could force their way through with their heavy blades. Employing their previous strategy, Yin Fan followed closely behind for Luo Cheng, while he could cleave the water curtain. Entering it was not a challenge. The long sword would clear the path. However, as he surged through the curtain, he was taken aback. The lake's waters roared, entangled with long, disheveled strands of emerald-hued aquatic plants that swirled around him upon entering. These strange, dense water plants were exceedingly sticky and tough, nearly impossible to break free from by sheer strength. Moreover, the turbulent waters added immense, constricting force to these bizarre plants, ensnaring him as if bound by spider silk. Should he become completely wrapped up like a dumpling without timely escape, he would face a dire fate. The realm of vital winds is perilous. A storm of vital energy can give rise to various oddities. Such peculiar locales often conceal manifold dangers, unlike the ominous cave, which harbors only demonic entities and malevolent energy. It is to say that this nameless small lake is not merely obstructed by the curtain of water. These peculiar aquatic plants harbor lethal intentions. What could this be? Luo Cheng's countenance was exceedingly grave. Upon rushing in, he found himself ensnared by the emerald-hued water plants, which severely impeded his movements. With no time to waste, he let the sword energy flow through his muscles, the resplendent white essence surging forth, revealing its sharp brilliance. The sound of clashing metal echoed. Surrounding him was an aura of radiant sword light, as the entangling water plants suffered from the concentrated onslaught of his luminous energy, severing many of their tendrils. Luo Cheng's movements regained their agility as he channeled his sword energy, empowering his blade with the essence of light. In a chaotic sword style, 10 dazzling beams of sword light scattered around him, slicing through the numerous tenacious water plants. Although the severed plants still posed a threat, they were less capable of entrapment and thus far easier to deal with. During the half-day journey towards this nameless lake, Luo Cheng had been incessantly contemplating. Now, as he executed his experimental technique, he succeeded in manifesting differentiated sword light. With the chaotic sword style at his disposal, he did not dare to recklessly advance. The resilient water plants posed minimal danger to him, though traversing through the surging lake waters was indeed quite arduous. After advancing for over 10 zhang, he finally discerned the indistinct forms of Yin Hao and another. The waters were murky and tumultuous, making it difficult for Luo Cheng to ascertain their precise predicament. He could only see their towering figures, nearly ensnared by the emerald water plants that in their hands. They wielded heavy blades, executing martial techniques in an attempt to slash their way free, but their strikes were somewhat lacking in sharpness, resulting in the severing of 8 or even 10 tendrils, only to have more ensnare them. Additionally, they had to prevent the violent lake waters from sweeping them apart, which left them in a state of disarray. Given their stature and heavy blades, their martial skills were more suited to sweeping attacks, rendering them ill-equipped to combat these resilient water plants. Luo Cheng knew he had to rush to their aid. Having previously agreed to face the crisis together, he could not stand idly by while Yin Hao and his companion found themselves in peril. With his sword slicing through the dense water plants at great speed, the duo was finally able to break free, alleviating their immediate danger. Senior Brother Luo, the front is relatively clear. Please assist us in passing swiftly. Yin Hao called out loudly, as the water plants had posed a life-threatening challenge just moments ago. Luo Cheng's luminous essence excelled in sharpness, yet was not as effective in dispersing the water enveloping them as the golden giant body technique. Unable to speak amidst the tumultuous waters and not concerned with trivialities, he nodded, adjusted his stance, and delivered a kick to each of their blade backs. The force propelled them swiftly out of sight. Luo Cheng executed the chaotic sword style, severing the encroaching water plants, and adjusted his form to follow closely behind. As they advanced, the emerald water plants grew sparse, and eventually, they vanished altogether, revealing an entirely different scene. Within a radius of 20 to 30 zhang, the lake waters appeared relatively calm, with little undertow. However, 8 orbs the size of walnuts, shimmering in emerald hues, darted about. Luo Cheng recognized them as a type of common treasure known as Baiyuzhu. These orbs could not be used for medicinal purposes nor for crafting artifacts, instead requiring one to absorb their inner essence akin to utilizing elemental stones. They provided benefits to practitioners of water-related martial techniques at the 4th or 5th realm, with each orb valued slightly less than the essence of Dihuang, that if by chance multiple orbs could merge and transform, their value would multiply. Yin Hao and his companion were already intercepting these Baiyuzhu. By the time Luo Cheng arrived, they had each struck one orb, securing it into their storage pouches, and immediately continued their interception. And oh wonder you were so eager to take the lead. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of being toyed with, yet soon relaxed his expression. There had been an agreement, a mutual understanding to reap the rewards, akin to slaying magical beasts. Those who dealt the killing blow would claim the spoils. However, The current situation was such that the shimmering Bayou pearls would belong to whomever first grasped them. Prior to this moment, aside from the initial entry into the water curtain, the other two had proceeded without waiting for Luo Cheng, subsequently urging him to assist them in swiftly navigating through the aquatic vegetation, all in an effort to seize the advantage in their mutual pursuit of gains. They had indeed gained the upper hand, each having already secured a Bayou pearl. With 8 pearls in total, only 6 remained, and according to their prior agreement, Luo Cheng would have to relinquish 1/10 of his spoils to them. Should he have arrived even slightly later, he might have walked away empty-handed. In light of this, Luo Cheng felt no need for politeness. With a powerful kick against the water, he propelled himself forward, his eyes darting swiftly in pursuit of the few Bayou pearls. The pearls darted through the water with astonishing speed, moving erratically and unimpeded by any resistance that, in contrast, a warrior's mobility in the water was significantly hindered, making it no small feat to intercept a Bayou pearl. Yet he employed the chaotic sword technique. As a Bayou pearl swept past him, it was immediately ensnared by 18 beams of sword light, creating a shimmering cage within a few feet. With a resounding clang, the pearl was deflected, its speed abruptly diminished. Luo Cheng reached out and grasped it in his hand, noting that the pearl remained intact. Having merely collided with the sword light rather than being cleaved, he then shifted his position, setting his sights on another pearl. Upon nearing it, he struck again with the chaotic sword technique, securing yet another Bayou pearl in his grasp. His speed far surpassed that of Yin Hao and his companion. Before any further exchanges could transpire among the three, the loss of 8 Bayou pearls rendered their peculiar surroundings untenable. With a thunderous roar, the lake churned violently, the waters colliding in a tumultuous frenzy, mingling with dense green aquatic flora. The tremendous force of the collision seemed intent on expelling the air from their lungs, dimming their vital energy. The three dared not linger, bracing against the onslaught of the lake's turbulence as they ascended rapidly. Chapter 23. A toothless grin, as if the lakebed had collapsed, the once tranquil surface erupted into chaos. The trio of Luo Cheng ascended swiftly, breaking the surface to gasp for breath before swimming toward the shore. Their bodies were under excellent control, allowing for swift movement. As they neared the edge, they exerted themselves and leapt from the water, sending a cascade of droplets splashing onto the bank. They emerged in a rather disheveled state, drenched through and through. Particularly Luo Cheng, who typically radiated a brilliant white vital energy. His sharpness contained to avoid damaging his garments. However, in his recent dealings with the verdant aquatic flora, he had utilized his vital energy, resulting in numerous rents in his attire. It was unavoidable. The garments befitting his rank were far too costly for him to procure. Yet fortunately, ordinary warrior robes were rather inexpensive, easily replaceable. He exerted his strength to shake off the water clinging to him. Yin Hao and his companion emitted steam from their bodies, their expressions somewhat sour. This expedition to the nameless small lake, while not encountering formidable aquatic beasts, had posed little threat and offered abundant resources. Yet to their chagrin, Luo Cheng had claimed half of their bounty, leaving them understandably irked. They refrained from displaying their displeasure, for although they were not well versed in the intricacies of the chaotic sword technique, they could not overlook the considerable power of those dozen sword lights, which left them wary of provoking a confrontation. The Yuanzhong Valley, as a bastion of safety within the Yuanfeng region, naturally housed enforcement disciples, as well as establishments akin to the Hua Palace. The precious Baiyuzhu holds little value for the three of them, hence it is prudent to sell it off directly. Each piece is worth 4 pieces of Yuan stone and 80 Qidan. Luo Cheng, honoring his commitment, allocates 10% of the profits to Yin Hao and his companion, yet retains a sum of 17 Yuan stones and 28 Qidan by supplementing with an additional 3 Yuan stones. He would meet the quarterly contribution required of the mining disciples. However, he would not hoard these Yuan stones for such purposes, as that would hinder his cultivation progress. Once his cultivation advances and his strength increases, acquiring resources for training would naturally become easier than it is at present. Brother Luo, another peculiar location, may prove exceedingly perilous. My brother and I have yet to decide whether to venture there. Upon receiving a share of the gains, Yin Hao's expression brightens slightly, and he continues, We have responsibilities that prevent us from lingering in Yuan phone land for too long. Since you, Brother Luo, are a mining disciple with ample time and have acquired such a substantial amount of Yuan stones, would you kindly wait for us for half a month? We can reconvene here after that. Inhao perceives this endeavor as a loss of profit, which leaves him somewhat displeased. However, finding a suitable companion is no easy task. Observing Luo Cheng's considerable strength and solitary status without any backing, he recognizes him as a reliable ally whom they could potentially control at certain moments. Hence, he proposes this arrangement. Otherwise, he would have taken his leave long ago. Half a month? Luo Cheng muses briefly. He does not mind whom he partners with, and since half a month is not a lengthy period, he readily agrees. Very well, we shall meet in half a month. Subsequently, the three part ways, and Luo Cheng peruses various stalls. Failing to find any items of interest and encountering neither Yan Wu nor any trouble, he retreats to the nearby mountains of Yuanzhong Valley to cultivate. Turning, pausing, he absorbs the transformed qi, and Luo Cheng initiates the 144 styles of sword force Yuan refinement, delving into his training. The experience of the third level of Yuan refinement differs markedly from that of the first and second. It is considerably more arduous. The essence of the third level lies in the word refine, which entails utilizing the profound principles of the technique to temper the physical body with the energies of heaven and earth, thereby achieving a state of Yuan transformation. This process compels the corporeal flesh to undergo natural refinement, akin to burning wood into fire or molten iron into magma. The third level of the Gui Yi sword body embodies the concept of forging the physical form as a treasured sword. A resounding hum fills the air as the radiant white Yuan light surges forth, emanating sharp brilliance from a distance. It appears as though a flame of white fire envelopes Luo Cheng, pulsating rhythmically, as if it yearns to ignite the very marrow of his bones. Each style of sword force Yuan refinement unfolds, and as his body absorbs the transformed qi, it feels akin to gulping down cold water filled with iron shavings. Every limb, organ, and sinew is tortured by countless blades, resulting in immense suffering. Cold sweat pours from Luo Cheng. He had not anticipated such agony, yet he perseveres in his training. This is a trial that every martial artist must endure. There is little to complain about. Unbeknownst to him, the pain he currently endures is far more intense than that experienced by others. Engaging in the cultivation of techniques and martial skills, and contemplating the one slash of good, Luo Cheng experiences unexpected insights within just 2 days. The consumption of transformed qi is rapid, and the growth of his strength and Yuan light surpasses his expectations significantly. If this continues, he may not need to consume several high-grade qi refining pills. By the time he reaches the mid-stage of the third level, he could possess the strength of 10 tigers. Could be the trace of blackness within the Yuan light that triggers this? Luo Cheng forms a rough conclusion in his mind. As he cultivated, he subtly sensed that the dark thread was devouring the transformed vital energy. Consequently, the consumption of vital energy increased, while the refinement of the essence required the assistance of the overflowing primordial light, thus intensifying the rigors of his practice. Luo Cheng sat cross-legged, contemplating for a considerable time, and arrived at the conclusion. This dark thread was very likely related to the demonic transformation, yet he did not feel agitated, which was a positive sign, akin to a transformation in his cultivation method, stemming from his own being. With this realization, Luo Cheng's eyes sparkled with clarity as it broadened the path of his cultivation. He summoned the 5-color turning plate that it spun, then halted, selecting the white area, for which he absorbed the transformed vital energy. However, Luo Cheng did not cease. He sought the blue or yellow areas. The plate spun again and stopped, this time pointing to the yellow region. Donning his outer robe, Luo Cheng proceeded to the Yuanzhong Valley. The third stage of his cultivation, he required a substantial amount of elixirs, of which the refinement pill was indispensable. It bore a corresponding efficacy to the essence-quenching pill, yet its potency was significantly greater to enhance his original essence while retaining its integrity. He had to consume it. He procured 10 portions of meticulously prepared medicinal materials, alongside 2 ordinary refinement pills, and additionally purchased a vial of 3 treasures blood pill. Point 1 was an unmistakably colossal waste pill, dark and foul-smelling, while the other was a vital energy pill. The remaining 6 pills were of a luminous yellow hue, with a faint glow pulsating, subtly absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth, each being an exquisite refinement pill. Notably, 2 of these 6 pills were slightly smaller than the standard refinement pills. Holding the pills thoughtfully, Luo Cheng began to discern their qualities. The yellow region was capable of refining exquisite pills, but the quantity was not limitless, typically yielding around 5 or 6. This was likely related to the complexity of the medicinal properties and the size and quantity of the magic crystals used. A greater investment of magic crystals might result in a higher yield of pills. Furthermore, even the refined products could fail, consuming just as many magic crystals in the process. Thus, in the future, when selecting the yellow region, he would primarily use around 10 portions of materials to avoid wasting magic crystals. In less than half a month, having exhausted all his elixirs, his strength surged to over 12 tigers. Yet his cultivation had not yet reached the mid-stage of the 3rd level. Today marked the day he had arranged to meet Fan and another. With cultivation resources depleting rapidly, Luo Cheng naturally proceeded as agreed. However, upon entering the main path of Yuanzhong Valley, he encountered a wooden plaque inscribed with words related to him. It read, "I, Jianfeng Yanwu, the disciple whom minded, summon you to the wind battle platform upon seeing this, since we have agreed to a duel. Do not be a coward and bring shame upon yourself." Based on the date inscribed, the plaque had been placed there 5 days prior, and he had been unaware of it amidst the mountains and woods. Furrowing his brow, Luo Cheng found this situation unprecedented. The news of him being injured by a late-stage, 2nd-level disciple had spread within the Jianfeng outer sect. As soon as his injury healed, he had eagerly rushed to avenge himself. Hearing this loud proclamation, everyone turned to look at Luo Cheng, and some uninformed, loquacious disciples began to murmur among themselves, "Is he the mining disciple? It took him 5 days to emerge after being berated. What a coward! If he lacks ability, he should keep a low profile and not offend those he shouldn't." There was a sharpness to the tone that belittled him, insinuating that while he appeared somewhat capable, he was no match for the geniuses of the Jianfeng outer sect. Luo Cheng, without a moment's hesitation, ascended the battle platform. What was originally a trivial matter was now rendered significant by the audacity of being pointed at so directly. He fixed his gaze upon Yen Wu and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "You are no longer my adversary. Continuing this fight serves no purpose. Simply apologize for the matter concerning the inscribed wooden plaque, and I shall consider the matter resolved." A chorus of hisses emerged from the vicinity of the wind battle platform. Among the onlookers, many recognized the flamboyant personality of Yen Wu. While his arrogance may be unappealing, his status and strength were undeniably formidable. With a prestigious lineage and ample resources for cultivation, coupled with exceptional talent, he had been meticulously guided by his master upon entering the outer sect. Possessing the essence of a unity sword body and the formidable strength of the mid-stage 10 tigers, his prospects were exceedingly bright. Countless female disciples from various peaks sought to win his favor. The audacity of Luo Cheng proclaiming that Yen Wu was no longer his equal and demanding an apology was truly laughable. Some disciples, who held themselves in high regard, remained relatively composed, whether out of curiosity or disinterest, choosing to observe quietly. However, a number of others erupted in laughter, with some even resorting to remarks that were less than palatable in their attempts to curry favor with Yen Wu. In Chapter 24. Encountering Xing Fei, hearing Luo Cheng's words, Yen Wu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Given his illustrious background and backing, he regarded the intersect disciples of lesser means with disdain, let alone someone like Luo Cheng. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he waved dismissively at the crowd surrounding the wind battle platform, still chuckling, and said to his fellow disciples, "Do not take him too seriously." Amidst the laughter of several heavily adorned female disciples, Yen Wu, with a smirk, surveyed Luo Cheng from head to toe and remarked, "Rest assured, my last encounter with you was merely a lapse in judgment on my part. As I had no desire to take your life, this time I shall not be so easily deceived. To prevent any underhanded tactics, I have donned golden silk soft armor. Feel free to unleash your full capabilities without concern for my status." As he spoke, he tugged at his collar, revealing a suit of human-tier soft armor woven from golden threads. Though he typically refrained from wearing it due to its hindrance to agility, the memory of that piercing sword strike had left him somewhat apprehensive. Compelling him to don it avoid revealing any weaknesses, he chose to display it openly. The value of this armor exceeded 50 yuan stones, rendering it impervious to human-tier weapons. Indeed, Brother Yin exhibited remarkable boldness. Listening to the murmurs from below, Yin Wu felt quite satisfied and continued, "Let us proceed as before. I shall not take advantage of you, and the stakes remain at 10 vitality pills, given the absence of any intent from Luo Cheng to apologize." He would not linger on the matter, casually stating, "Not every decision can be made solely by you. Let the stakes be set at 1 yuan stone. I too shall refrain from taking advantage of you. Otherwise, I might well set the stakes at 10,000 yuan stones, 10,000. You could never hope to repay that in your lifetime. So let us settle on 1. Yin Wu licked his lips and drew his long sword. The wind battle platform was abuzz with a cacophony of voices. Luo Cheng, disregarding the crowd below, unsheathed his long sword and charged forward with a flurry of strikes, initiating the chaotic swordplay. Yin Wu responded in kind with his own chaotic swordplay, demonstrating noticeable improvement since their last encounter, employing a technique of 7 strikes. However, Luo Cheng's technique was superior, manifesting as a dazzling display of 18 strikes. The differentiation of sword light serves to diminish strength while amplifying the brilliance of the sword. However, his mastery of the chaotic sword technique is a harmonious fusion, bolstered by the formidable essence of over 12 tigers, even with the reduction in power due to the differentiation of sword light. He remains no weaker than Yin Wu. 18 streams of crystalline sword light cascade and intertwine, momentarily overwhelming Yin Wu's 7-sword technique. The sounds of clashing steel resonate like the dazzling display of fiery blossoms. Despite the distance between them, the tangible force of the sword light cannot stray far from its source, thus sparing Yin Wu's vulnerable areas from harm. Yet a few strikes still grazed his legs, arms, and chest, penetrating deeply, inflicting wounds that reached the bone. Luo Cheng harbored no desire to harm others, yet this did not imply a reluctance to take a life when necessary. When confronted by the threats of Renhong, Mao Qing, and Ding Songhan, he had shown no mercy in their demise. Even when utilizing ill-gotten gains for his cultivation, he bore no sense of guilt. It was simply a matter of course. The clamor surrounding the battlefield abruptly ceased. That was a single move of 18 swords, each wielding formidable power. Among the disciples gathered below, a few had witnessed the previous confrontation between Luo Cheng and Yin Wit. Was no surprise to see him break through to the 3rd level and differentiate the chaotic sword light technique. Yet they had not anticipated he would employ it, given that differentiation typically leads to a significant reduction in the strength of each strike, making it susceptible to counterattack against a powerful foe. In their last encounter, Luo Cheng's 9 swords had faltered against Yin Wu's 7 due to the disparity in force. Yin Wu shared this line of thought. He could hardly fathom that Luo Cheng's strength had surged so dramatically that he could not unravel the chaotic sword technique. The shock within him dulled the pain of his injuries. Unperturbed by the opinions of others, Luo Cheng seized the advantage and pressed on. With swift, flowing movements, he unleashed a series of attacks, sword strikes that pierced the air, a unified sword technique, and the chaotic sword style. His onslaught came like a torrential downpour, fluid and relentless. Faced with such an assault, Yin Wu could do little more than hastily defend himself, striving to protect his vital areas. And he found himself thoroughly on the back foot. Uncertain of how many strikes had landed upon his chest, within mere moments, he staggered to the edge of the fighting platform. Luo Cheng, however, would not be swayed by any petty disputes to claim Yin Wu's life. His strikes were devoid of mercy. Sheathing his sword, he cast a cold gaze towards the spectators below. With a sudden convulsion, Yin Wu doubled over, expelling a mouthful of blood, his consciousness wavering, even with the gilded soft armor shielding his vital areas. Capable of withstanding the diminished force of the blows, it felt akin to being struck with the might of a dozen tigers, his internal organs roiling as if to escape his throat. Observing his limbs, They bore wounds, crimson liquid staining what had once been a resplendent, though now tattered, robe that a profound silence enveloped the arena. The brevity of the battle, coupled with its unforeseen outcome, left all present in stunned disbelief. Each person had anticipated a different conclusion. Their gazes shifted from Yan Wu to the figure of Luo Cheng, standing resolute upon the platform. Lacking ostentation, yet wielding an unadorned blade, this previously unheralded disciple of the third level, once relegated to mining the remnants of abandoned quarries, had triumphed over a mid-level genius of the Outer Sword sect. In that moment, the gathered crowd comprehended that his earlier apology had been a mere formality, a signal of his unwillingness to engage in further contention. He had sought merely one piece of elemental stone, not 1,000, which was no mere fabrication. It was a reflection of his aversion to extortion for vast riches. Otherwise, the allure of 1,000 elemental stones would have already come to fruition. Deep within my heart lies a flicker of astonishment, yet my expression fails to maintain composure. Why visage contorts as I point at Luo Cheng, and, with a voice that belies my inner trepidation, declare, "You are merely a few years my senior. Had I been born a few years earlier, you would not stand a chance against me. Today's events will be etched in my memory." With that, I produce a piece of elemental stone and cast it onto the arena, brusquely dismissing a female disciple who approaches with eager intent to assist, and storm away in indignation. The disciples bustle about, and the arena buzzes with renewed vigor. The martial world is fraught with peril, and within every warrior lurks an innate thirst for combat. Luo Cheng awaited nearly an hour before Yin Hao and his companion finally arrived. They appeared largely unchanged, still bearing their familiar countenances. Yin Hao spoke first, addressing Luo Cheng, "Brother Luo, that peculiar locale may harbor extraordinary dangers. You should accompany us." After considerable deliberation upon their return, the two brothers resolved to investigate the site. For peril often accompanies abundant resources. They weighed the decision of whether to include Luo Cheng in their venture, assessing his strength to be slightly superior to their own. Together, they could impose a degree of control over the situation. In adhering to their agreement, he could prove to be a valuable ally. They yearned to align themselves with a particularly formidable disciple, yet found such connections elusive, thus settling on Luo Cheng. They would decide on the specifics upon closer inspection. After all, risking one's life for wealth was hardly prudent. It was evident that the impending dangers were not unfounded, and Luo Cheng would surely exercise caution. Wu Hao nodded in agreement, displaying a sense of camaraderie as he remarked, "Very well. Let us face this crisis together, and let us not act too estranged. Any spoils we acquire shall be evenly divided among the three of us." Noticing Luo Cheng's slight edge and strength, he opted for an equitable division rather than a proportional one, ensuring that regardless of Luo Cheng's bounty, his brothers would partake in the spoils, a calculation that resonated with shrewdness. As Luo Cheng acknowledged their proposition, he remained unaware that the peculiar site they were destined for was widely known, albeit many refrained from venturing there for the sake of their own safety. As they journeyed partway, Yin Hao revealed that this enigmatic place had been aptly named Facio Mountain, formed following a tempest of elemental energy 2 months prior. Even if previously explored, remnants of resources would likely remain. The trio pressed on without pause, arriving in the afternoon. Facio Mountain lived up to its name, cloaked in a cascade of snow. The peak was not particularly lofty, yet it sprawled across a vast expanse, thickly blanketed in snow, beset by howling winds. While other locales basked in summer warmth, here it was a relentless winter. Despite the trio's cultivation having reached the 3rd level, their robust physiques still felt the chill, hinting at lurking dangers. Luo Cheng felt a twinge of unease, but did not retreat. Extraordinary places often concealed perils, and those who sought to act solely with caution would find it difficult to seize ample resources. With no noble lineage to rely upon, one must inevitably shoulder some risk. This truth was not lost on him. After a brief discussion, they chose not to recklessly ascend the mountain, but instead circumnavigated its base, seeking clues that might provide insight, an approach far superior to aimless wandering. After a swift examination around the mountain's perimeter, they encountered an individual. From behind, she appeared to be a young woman, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, clad in a gown of pale yellow adorned with iridescent hues, with a silken sash of icy blue draped elegantly from her arms. Her figure was extraordinarily graceful, with a waist that could barely be encircled by a single hand, accentuating her curvaceous and pert posterior. Beneath that, her legs were long and straight. Chapter 25. The Snowbound Barrier. Xing Fei was a name known to nearly everyone within the martial refinements sect. The granddaughter of the ninth elder, she held a position of great prominence, having been a true disciple of the inner sect from the moment of her birth. Her exceptional talent earned her the reputation of being a rare prodigy, practicing the supreme technique known as the Ice Phoenix Celestial Body. At merely 22 years of age, she had already reached the mid-stage of the 5th level of the Yuan embryo realm. Mastering numerous martial skills and showing promise of achieving the 9th level of the Yuan embryo realm before the age of 30, with a delicate finger reminiscent of a tender shoot. She beckoned to three with a melodious voice that carried a hint of imperiousness, saying, "You three, come here." The fierce winds of Feishu Mountain howled incessantly, yet the three could hear her call clearly. Luo Cheng inhaled sharply. He was reluctant to engage, for he vividly remembered the punch Xing Fei had dealt him back then. Upon their first encounter, captivated by her graceful and lively visage, he had assumed she would be a gentle, serene, and amiable woman. However, noticing that Wu Hao and the others had already jogged over, he felt he could not simply turn and leave, especially given their prior agreement. With a reluctant lowering of his gaze, he followed suit. "Senior Sister Xing, how may I assist you?" Yin Hao said upon approaching, his voice tinged with a subtle flattery, as he straightened his back and exuded a golden aura, striving to present himself as a tall and imposing figure. Yin Fan appeared somewhat wooden, feeling nervous and excited, struggling to articulate his thoughts clearly. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng, secretly concerned about being recognized, offered a slight bow as a gesture of greeting, then fixed his gaze upon the stones beneath his feet to avoid any awkwardness. The events of the past were not particularly honorable, and he could not bring himself to act in such a manner now. Even if he had the inclination, he would not dare to voice it aloud. At this moment, he was suddenly reminded of Cheng Danxia and Mu Wanting. Having been in Yuanfeng for over a month, he had forgotten to inform the two of his whereabouts, which he felt was quite remiss. In response to the trio's timidity or flattery, Xing Fei maintained an expressionless demeanor, unperturbed by their reactions, her smile growing ever more pronounced. Pretending not to recognize this fairy, she thought, "You shall see what I have in store for you." Although the incident had not troubled her significantly, it had spread like wildfire, and upon reflection, she realized that striking him once without using her full strength had left her feeling unsatisfied. She had resolved to deliver another blow at some point. But other matters had caused that thought to slip her mind. Now, upon seeing him again, it resurfaced. It must be said that a martial artist's memory far surpasses that of an ordinary person. The individuals before her were not merely disciples of the inner sect, but true disciples, a rarity to encounter, let alone engage with. Today, she had taken the initiative to summon them, advising them to act prudently. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Should they cultivate a friendship, they could swiftly elevate their standing within the outer sect, as all the senior officials would treat them with greater deference. Furthermore, Feishu Mountain was an extraordinary place filled with countless uncertainties. And perhaps other opportunities awaited, for matters of the heart are notoriously unpredictable. Despite being a direct disciple, Xing Fei was still a young woman with limited worldly experience. Yin Fan remained somewhat dazed. While Yin Hao was quick on his feet, he promptly stated, "Thank you, Senior Sister, for your guidance. However, should you encounter any minor troubles while entering alone, it may prove inconvenient, and why Junior Brother and I, though lacking in talent, are more than willing to assist with any arduous tasks. Following your footsteps would allow us to observe the martial path and gain invaluable insights. We humbly ask you not to think poorly of us and to grant us this opportunity." Regardless of his earnest entreaties and humble demeanor, Xing Fei remained impervious to his charms. If she were to readily accept the flattery of others, she would have long been accompanied by hundreds. Leaving no room for just the two of them, she neither rejected nor accepted his advances, instead casting a self-satisfied glance at Luo Cheng, her voice laced with sarcasm and mockery as she remarked, "Junior Brother, you are merely at the early stage of the 3rd realm. Do you truly intend to enter? Is that not tantamount to courting disaster? It would be far wiser for you to diligently cultivate your skills, lest you aim too high and achieve too little. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow, contemplating how this young woman harbored such a grudge. As he raised his gaze to speak his farewells, Inhao interjected, hastily distancing himself. Senior sister, my brother, and I are not well acquainted with junior brother Luo. We are merely keeping him company. Inhao and his companion were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the swiftness of his betrayal. Their faces flushed with embarrassment and irritation as they shot a glance at Luo Cheng. Before Xing Fei could finish her thought, she turned to Luo Cheng and declared, "You shall accompany this fairy into the depths." "I shall not go. I take my leave." Luo Cheng instinctively touched his nose, deciding it prudent to maintain a respectful distance from such a woman. Undeterred by his refusal, Xing Fei became increasingly intrigued, arching an elegant brow as she taunted, "Are you attempting to provoke this fairy into action, or are you simply too timid to comply?" Inhao and his companion exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the unfolding scene. Was this individual truly foolish, or had Xing Fei lost her senses? They yearned to join her, yet Luo Cheng's refusal only served to deepen their confusion and dismay. Luo Cheng found himself in a quandary. Had it been anyone else, the matter would have been easily resolved with a simple refusal. Following the strong was not inherently beneficial, as it often meant being summoned and commanded. However, he was acutely aware that when Xing Fei spoke of taking action, she meant it, and he was reluctant to appear weak in her presence. "Very well, I shall go," Luo Cheng replied with newfound determination. Unsheathing his sword and leading the way up the snow-capped mountain, at first glance, the flying snow mountain appeared far more perilous than the nameless lake or the waterfall. Yet Xing Fei strode leisurely, the howling winds and swirling snow calming in her vicinity, transforming into a picturesque flurry that accentuated her graceful figure clad in a pale yellow dress. As she surveyed the surroundings, she casually remarked, "It has been many years. You have changed considerably." That a playful punch from her nearly prompted Luo Cheng to instinctively counter with his sword, but he restrained himself, his nose aching painfully. Clutching his nose, he regarded her with a peculiar expression, his tone exasperated. "What nonsense! Why do you still harbor a grudge? How is it that a robust man, such as yourself, wishes to strike a weaker woman?" Xing Fei's large eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, conveying a pitiful charm. She paused momentarily, then chose to disregard his words, continuing her path forward. As the blustery winds and snow intensified, the two soon found themselves unable to see one another. The further they ascended the mountain, the stronger the winds became, causing shattered stones to roll violently. This was the realm of the flying snow barrier. Luo Cheng's expression grew somber as he sliced through the air with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal resonated, revealing a barrier formed of swirling snow, where countless ice crystals flew with remarkable speed and sharpness, seemingly enveloping the majority of the flying snow mountain. Visibility diminished, making it impossible to discern the thickness of the barrier. This ethereal snow barrier is markedly distinct from the barriers established by martial artists through formations and array plates. It is a natural phenomenon, akin to a curtain of water, often arising from the presence of peculiar resources in this extraordinary locale. The snowflakes, sharp as blades, leave me uncertain as to how long I can withstand their onslaught. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Cheng allowed his sword energy to flow through his muscles, enveloping his body in a radiant light, and swiftly plunged into the snow barrier. Chapter 26. Icy vitality. The snow fell like daggers, exceedingly keen. The instant Luo Cheng entered, he felt as though he had been ensnared in a ferocious maelstrom, his form becoming increasingly difficult to control. Clink, clink, clink. Countless crystalline snowflakes assailed him, causing the surrounding light to flicker erratically. The crystalline snowflakes were no ordinary phenomenon. Once endowed with great speed, they possessed a formidable lethality. Gritting his teeth, Luo Cheng disregarded the pain coursing through his body, resisting the urge to be consumed by the swirling snow, and pressed resolutely forward. With the technique of the sword dash, his form transformed into a blinding flash of white light, slicing through a distance of approximately 2 zhong. Behind him, the howling wind and snow wailed, ultimately propelling him beyond the snow barrier. Observing his body, he noted the multitude of scratches adorning his robes, his skin marked with a myriad of varying depths of wounds. The radiant light of his vital energy began to mend his injuries gradually. Such power emanating from a mere barrier was astonishing. Despite his wounds being inconsequential, Luo Cheng's expression grew increasingly somber. The nameless small lake's water curtain, regardless of its nature, lacked any substantial power, while this snow barrier could easily ensnare and annihilate a martial artist at the second stage. Within the snow barrier, a certain tranquility prevailed. The wind was gentle, and all that met the eye was ice and snow, with some edges resembling swords and spikes. Several trees had transformed into ice sculptures, and the air was imbued with an intense chill, causing water to freeze instantly. Luo Cheng dared not relax. He had merely just entered this extraordinary realm. After surveying his surroundings, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the vital energy of the world, which was far denser than that outside the snow barrier. With his vital energy radiating, he could clearly sense the presence of this energy and discern its richness. Having confirmed a direction, Luo Cheng changed into another outer robe and proceeded onward at a deliberate pace. Sword in hand, crack, crack, cracked at a mound of snow trembled, revealing a creature that rose from its depths. At first glance, it appeared to be a beast shaped from a conglomeration of ice blocks, its outline vague and its hue tinged with blue. It was a magical creature, a form of ice and snow demon, akin yet distinct from rock-based monsters. Lacking eyes and ears, it nonetheless locked onto Luo Cheng and charged directly at him. Prepared for an ambush, Luo Cheng was not caught off guard and unleashed his attack without reservation. In his chaotic sword technique, he executed a strike of 9 swords. Despite the ice demon's imposing size, it was cleaved into countless fragments, scattering upon impact. Hiss, hiss. Amidst the shattered ice, wisps of pearlescent, pale blue mist began to dissipate, shimmering like ice powder reflecting the sunlight. This was vital energy. Luo Cheng could sense its presence. As he extended his hand, radiant energy flowed forth, and his palm, imbued with a drawing force, began to absorb the wisps of pearlescent, pale blue vital energy into his being. That a martial artist who had reached the third stage of vital refinement could harness vital stones for cultivation precisely because they could utilize their vital energy to draw upon the world's inherent energy. How cold! As the vital energy seeped into his palm, Luo Cheng could not help but shudder. This vital energy was extraordinarily frigid, and upon further absorption, he discerned that it was not pure. It must have been tainted by some other element to possess such a quality. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Cheng's expression shifted, and the 5-colored turntable silently emerged, transforming into a vibrant vortex that absorbed the dissipating energy from the ice blocks. Luo Cheng calculated quietly that by vanquishing a few more ice and snow demons, along with the 2 elemental stones and energy pills in his possession, he could spin the turntable once more. It seemed. Before Luo Cheng's breath had stabilized, his complexion paled again, but a glance to the side prompted him to rise and flee. Employing the sword dash technique, the sound of crunching and shattering echoed ominously around him. A subtle breeze swept through, carrying an intense chill that caused the ice and snow it touched to crack violently. If Luo Cheng's reaction had been any slower, he would have ended up like the ice and snow, frozen into a statue and then shattered. He had just been pondering that if it were merely ice and snow demons, it would not be exceedingly perilous. After all, while it posed a threat to him, it might merely be an ordinary encounter for a martial artist of the 5th realm, summoning the 5-colored turntable to absorb energy. He tossed a few remaining energy pills and elemental stones into it, replenishing his vitality. It spun at it halted. The white area was selected. The transformed energy would enhance his cultivation and naturally surpass ordinary vitality in restoring his strength. However, this time, the transformed energy felt even colder and heavier than before. With little discomfort, he speculated it might be due to incomplete transformation. There was no time to begin cultivation here. He followed the traces left by the chilling breeze, using the 5-colored turntable to absorb the remaining powder that had not yet dispersed, swiftly and efficiently increasing his gains. Moving along the traces, he lightened his steps and encountered very few ice and snow demons. When he did, They were significantly stronger than those elsewhere. The one before him turned his situation dire. Clang, clang, clang. His relentless assault with the chaotic sword technique only caused ice shard to scatter from the beastly ice demon. The ice demon possessed a strange strength, enough to contend with him. The chilling energy alleviated the numbness in his arms, and Luo Cheng fought fiercely, unwilling to flee for fear of attracting more attention. However, the commotion had already drawn 3 more demons, none weaker than the one before him. Unable to slay even a single one, facing four simultaneously was an impossibility. Luo Cheng had no choice but to escape towards the barrier. Yet a gust of wind obstructed his path, forcing him to change direction. With each back and forth, the number of pursuing demons swelled to over 10. Once surrounded, he would be crushed in an instant. The ice demons lacked any discernible intelligence. They would not relent in their pursuit as long as they sensed Luo Cheng. Clang! Luo Cheng dashed forward, raising his sword to slay the ice demon that had suddenly appeared before him. Then continued his frantic escape. Behind him, while one ice demon had been shaken off, another had emerged, maintaining their relentless numbers. Besides the eerie chill in the air, he witnessed a patch of ice and snow erupt violently, leaving him uncertain of the consequences of being caught in the blast. Luo Cheng couldn't help but recall what Xing Fei had said earlier. This place was indeed fraught with peril. It was wise that Yin Hao and the others had not ventured in. Having traveled only a short distance, he had already fallen into a predicament. Whether he could escape unscathed remained uncertain. Yet he did not succumb to panic. You truly arrived rather swiftly that a melodious voice echoed, and Luo Cheng beheld Xing Fei seemingly gliding through the air, descending rapidly from the snowy mountain. She was enveloped in a shimmering azure light, her flowing attire dancing gracefully, resembling a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm, transcending into the quintessence of the 5 elemental origins. Despite her inability to soar through the skies, she could momentarily levitate, harnessing the powers of her origin. Though Xing Fei was not the archetype of a benevolent woman who pitied beggars, she found it difficult to turn a blind eye to suffering. Upon hearing the cacophony of numerous ice and snow demons charging forth, accompanied by the resounding clash of metal, she surmised the dire situation and immediately abandoned her previous task to render aid. With a delicate tap of her toes, she descended amidst a dozen ice and snow demons. Without any visible display of martial prowess, she executed a graceful spin, her arms adorned with radiant azure ribbons of light that surged forth as she twirled. With a flurry of motion, those ribbons swept through the air, obliterating the pursuing ice and snow demons into a cascade of shattered ice. One particularly lagging demon remained several dozen paces behind. Without pausing to scrutinize, Xing Fei extended a finger, slender as a tender shoot, and casually traced a line in the air. Her fingertip, akin to a brush dipped in ink, conjured an azure streak that vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet the ice and snow demon, situated 50 or 60 paces away, was cleaved in twain. Wait here. This place is fraught with peril. Allow me to absorb the ice spirit energy, and we shall depart swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she summoned the 5-colored disc to draw in the dissipated energy. Following this, she ascended rapidly. Luo Cheng, ever the rational thinker, could not afford to linger idly while Xing Fei addressed such a significant predicament. He resolved to observe from a distance, prepared to assist if necessary. For 2 forces were undoubtedly better than one, thus should the situation demand, he would not hesitate to exert his utmost efforts as he traversed the path. The ice and snow demons were dispatched by Xing Fei, and mindful of the biting chill, Luo Cheng hastily ascended to the mountainside. This area was relatively expansive, resembling a flat plain. Near the center of this expanse hovered a small orb of azure energy, shimmering like shattered jade. A sight to behold. It was indeed the ice spirit energy that Xing Fei had mentioned. Just beyond this energy, a humanoid ice and snow demon loomed, its colossal form 2 or 3 times larger than the one struggling beside the energy. It appeared to be clad in armor, its body bristling with menacing spikes. It unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, sending ripples of force through the air, while its adversary was none other than Xing Fei, now shrouded in flowing azure locks. Chapter 27. Complete Demonization. The frigid aura enveloped the air, causing Luo Cheng's teeth to chatter involuntarily. Gripping his sword tightly, he observed the unfolding battle from a distance of over 20 paces. Xing Fei's once flowing locks had transformed into an icy blue hue, signaling her full exertion of strength. Though Luo Cheng held little understanding of the technique known as the Ice Phoenix celestial body, he could discern that her transformation was linked to her origin. Typically, she embodied the essence of water. Upon transformation, she became an ice spirit. One of the marvels of this technique, it was said that upon achieving transcendence, one could metamorphose into an ice phoenix. She seemed to hold the upper hand, which should pose no issue, yet the actions of the other ice and snow demon raised questions, while Luo Cheng felt a flicker of reassurance. Doubt crept in. The other ice and snow demon, amidst the flurry of blue snowflakes, appeared ensnared, unable to engage Xing Fei. What could be the reason? Did this ice and snow demon share a peculiar connection with the swirling blue snowflakes? Or perhaps with the ice spirit energy? What link existed between the ice spirit energy and the entirety of Snowy Peak? If that ice and snow demon was thus affected, what of the one engaged in combat with Xing Fei? The formation of the extraordinary land and its myriad variables, once they exist, must possess their own rationale. Often, pulling one thread can set the entire fabric in motion. The peculiarity before him intensified the unease within Luo Cheng's heart. Casting his gaze around, he remained vigilant to every anomaly. This place was fraught with peril, and how could Xing Fei wish to linger? Seizing the advantage, she resolved to strike swiftly, taking the opportunity to fling the ice-blue ribbon in her hand. A sound reminiscent of bird song echoed, clear and melodious. The ice-blue ribbon shimmered, seemingly extending into infinity as it surged towards the chest of the ice-snow demon. Bang! A fist-sized hole suddenly appeared in its chest, transparent from front to back, rapidly fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks. With this thought, she prepared to address the situation. Yet to her astonishment, the ice-snow demon, lying motionless on the ground, erupted violently. This triggered the gentle swirling and cascading blue snowflakes, which began to churn and surge violently, instantly enveloping the entire plain. Xing Fei remained alert. At the moment of the ice-snow demon's explosion, she had already cast a defensive technique. The ribbon coiled around her like an ice-blue lotus in bloom. Furthermore, crystalline ice-blue essence condensed into individual ice-blue feathers, adorning her snow-white skin. The explosive force unleashed by the ice-snow demon was entirely thwarted by her defenses, leaving her unscathed. However, the blue snowflakes seemed to have found their destination. Countless flurries rushed toward her, most dissipating as they approached, yet a few blue snowflakes quietly merged into the ribbon, then into the essence, and finally into her skin. With a crash, the thin layer of ice covering Xing Fei's body shattered, leaving her soft and cold as ice. Luo Cheng hastily halted, urgently inquiring, "How are your injuries?" "You dare." Xing Fei attempted to strike back, but her hand faltered midway, her voice becoming faint and weak. Be careful. Ice sabotage. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, struggling to keep her eyelids open, her head drooping as she fell into unconsciousness, with only the faint rise and fall of her chest indicating she still breathed. Ice sabotage. It has entered her body. Luo Cheng quickly regained his composure, glancing at the unconscious Xing Fei before rushing down the mountain. Although ice sabotage and malevolent energy were not identical, they bore some resemblance. Numerous ice-snow demons could very well have formed due to ice sabotage, and those blue snowflakes were pure manifestations of it. Once overwhelmed, even Xing Fei would be unable to withstand it. They were trapped in the flying snow mountain. The specific reason for the changes in the flying snow barrier remained unknown to Luo Cheng. He only knew that such an extraordinary place often causes ripples that affect the entirety. As for Xing Fei, there were still no signs of awakening. Her face remained pale, trembling uncontrollably, her delicate and frail appearance evoking pity. "Rest assured, I will never abandon you. As soon as the barrier weakens a bit, I will take you out." Uncertain of whether Xing Fei's essence or the ice sabotage would ultimately prevail, he resorted to the most foolish of methods, digging into the rock to create a tunnel around the flying snow barrier. However, with the encroachment of cold energy, the rock proved exceptionally hard. Before long, he attracted numerous ice snow demons, one after another. They not only aimed to attack him, but also mercilessly hurled themselves at the unconscious and defenseless Xingfei. The five-color spinning wheel, breath converging. The five-color vortex swiftly enveloped Luo Cheng's body. His dark robes transformed into a vibrant azure. A delicate bamboo, sword marking his brow, a fine frost covered Luo Cheng's visage. His heart filled with murderous intent and fury. The long sword in his hand glimmered with a golden-blue radiance, in a flurry of strikes. 9 ice snow demons were dispatched on the spot. However, the murderous intent that had been accumulating within him over the past 4 days made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his composure in the guise of the azure robe. Thud, thud, thud. Luo Cheng's figure surged upwards, his muscles resonating with the rhythm of his heartbeat, suddenly swelling into a fearsome display. The radiant white essence had long been devoured by his corporeal form, leaving only the prominent blue veins visible upon his skin. With a robust hand, he grasped the head of an ice snow demon and forcefully pressed it down to the ground. Bang! Luo Cheng's fist descended, shattering the icy cranium of the demon into fragments. With a swift sideways kick, he sent another ice snow demon flying into shattered pieces in that moment, devoid of any radiant essence. Luo Cheng was consumed by a savage fury, rendering him incapable of employing any martial techniques. His movements were direct and brutal. Within mere breaths, the remaining ice snow demons had been completely obliterated. He sat down beside Xingfei with a thud, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a wild ferocity. Yet, barely a moment had passed before he stood once more, seemingly having found a target to unleash his pent-up rage upon, that he charged towards a block of ice and stomped down fiercely. Boom! The ice erupted, causing him to stagger backwards from the shockwave. Were it not for the lingering concerns in his heart, he might have fled to an unknown destination. Fortunately, the explosive ice, infused with chilling frost, stiffened his body and plunged him into a semi-dreamlike state, allowing his breath to settle. It was imperative to remember that he must not resort to such means unless utterly cornered. The power acquired through demonic transformation was indeed formidable. Yet it was beyond his control. Once it spiraled out of hand, disaster would surely follow. However, this frost was being consumed by that strand of black essence. His body was rife with pain, swelling, weakness, and an icy chill that penetrated to the marrow. Yet he remained acutely aware of the subtle shifts in his condition. Chapter 28. Devouring frost, the strand of black essence was consuming the vital energy transformed from the five-colored wheel, intensifying his cultivation, present. It was engulfing the coldness that enveloped him inside and out. The pervasive chill coursing through his body was a result of the frost invading him when the ice had shattered. To absorb the coldness was akin to devouring the frost. Though frost and malevolent energy were not the same, they bore a resemblance. Both originated from the primordial energies of heaven and earth, malevolent energy being the tainted form of such energies, while frost was a congealed amalgamation of icy malevolence and primordial essence. Generally speaking, neither frost nor malevolent energy should be harnessed for cultivation, as the harm they inflicted upon the body in cultivation far outweighed any potential benefits. They were distinctly different from rare treasures like the essence of the earth's yellow or the precious Bayou Pearl, not to mention the ethereal ice spirit essence. Point 1 could even assert that frost was a byproduct removed during the formation of ice spirit essence. Much like the blue snowflakes, even with the cultivation of the third realm, one could not utilize treasures like the Bayou Pearl for training. How much less could one expect to harness frost, which would only wreak havoc upon the radiant essence? Truly, you possess a remarkable palate, unperturbed by extremes of temperature. This strand of black essence left no stone unturned, even seizing the medicinal properties that in retrospect. Luo Cheng found solace in the realization. When he initially entered the snowstorm barrier and slew several ice snow demons, the vital energy he acquired had already given him a glimpse of understanding. That energy was impure. It was only after hearing Xingfei mention frost that he suddenly comprehended that the vital energy he had absorbed was, in fact, laced with frost, albeit in very diluted form. Now that he had been invaded by frost, though not as severely as Xingfei, he still needed to expel it. Otherwise, The chill would render his limbs unresponsive and bind his strength, leaving him ill-equipped to confront any peril. Moreover, Luo Cheng has already witnessed the peculiar strand of blackness within the Yuan Guang, harboring a subtle anticipation in his heart. Perhaps this could herald something fortuitous. With that in mind, he resolved to observe the capabilities of this enigmatic blackness. Rising to his feet and gently mobilizing his stiff limbs, he hastily relocated Xing Fei to a different spot. The earlier haphazard excavation of the rocky terrain had scattered numerous fragments upon her. Rendering her predicament rather disheveled, he meticulously spread out his garments upon the flat ground, allowing Xing Fei to recline upon them. In this frigid, snow-laden expanse, she resembled a slumbering beauty, akin to a pale yellow snow lotus, gracefully blooming in serene elegance, even more captivating than in her waking moments. Although digging a tunnel proved futile, he vowed that, even if it required dismantling the entire Feishu mountain, he would ensure her safe passage out. Luo Cheng has always been clear-cut in matters of gratitude and grievances, having aided him in extricating himself from the perilous pursuit of numerous ice demons. He could never abandon her. After placing the ice-blue color ribbon beside her, he summoned the five-colored rotating disc, consuming the residual vitality from over a dozen ice demon corpses. During these days of confinement, he spared no opportunity to gather any available vitality. Only in this manner could he preserve his strength, fortify himself, and devise an escape plan that he then commenced the practice of the 144 sword techniques, immersing himself in cultivation and striving to dispel the icy malevolence. The energy converging in his chest radiated throughout his being, nourishing his physical form. The brilliant white energy surged like flames. The sword resonated with a clear chime, and a chill permeated the air. With each strike and stance, his flesh, bones, and vital organs felt as if they were sliced by blades of extreme cold, inflicting immense agony. Yet, Luo Cheng had grown somewhat numb to it. Should anyone scrutinize his cultivation with fine discernment, they would notice a marked acceleration in the blackness devouring the icy malevolence as the sword energy coursed through his muscles. A gradual enhancement of strength, and a subtle sharpening of the radiant energy, accompanied by a hint of chill. Ice possesses its own sharpness. Its hardness is complemented by its coldness, and sharpness is not solely a trait exclusive to metal. Buzzing. Due to the menacing chill of the gentle breeze, Luo Cheng found it difficult to remain in one place for long and was compelled to frequently change locations. After intermittently practicing for nearly half a day, his limbs regained their nimbleness, and the encroaching icy malevolence had dissipated. This icy malevolence could indeed be harnessed for cultivation. Though the improvements gained in just half a day were modest, Luo Cheng felt a profound certainty. A vague plan began to form in his mind, hinting at potential paths for future cultivation. The sword-body unification technique embodies the profound mystery of amalgamating the sharpness of the sword with the concept of birth and unification. Thus, could one extract the essence of birth and unification from this technique and apply it to the sharp sword to broaden one's own understanding? With this strand of blackness and blue area present, success seemed plausible, perhaps even circumventing the conventional notions of the 5 elements of mutual generation and restraint. Of course, Luo Cheng's comprehension was ultimately quite limited, rendering such notions still rather nebulous. Then, an ice demon approached. Noticing the creature's assault, Luo Cheng swiftly closed the distance, wielding his sword to dispatch it. Following this, he summoned the 5-colored rotating disc once more, replenishing it with a modicum of the world's vitality, and the bamboo sword upon the disc now shimmered with a verdant hue. Turn! Stop! The bamboo sword pointed towards the black area. A wisp of black light emanated, splitting into 3 paths, and retreating point 2 fled the confines of the Feishua barrier, while the third descended upon Feishua mountain. This was fortuitously timed. Luo Cheng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of trepidation stirring in his heart, yet he remained unperturbed. Another variable has emerged, heightening the peril of the Yuanfeng region, while perhaps also presenting an opportunity. The dark light has descended upon the Feishua mountain, likely infiltrating and seizing control of a magical creature, which upon its demise would yield a magical crystal. However, Luo Cheng refrained from immediately pursuing the sensation. for previous encounters suggested that the creatures ensnared by the dark light were formidable. Given his current predicament, he could not afford to engage in prolonged skirmishes. Once he resolved to eliminate it, he would need to act decisively and swiftly. He decided to cultivate for a few days until he attained the mid-stage of the third realm. With this determination in mind, Luo Cheng wasted no time. Carrying the unconscious Xing Fei, he searched for a safe haven while dispatching magical beasts and collecting the powder left by the rare cold breeze to harness vital energy. After transmuting it through the five-colored wheel, Luo Cheng absorbed this vital energy to enhance his cultivation, steadily elevating his prowess. The strength of this ice and snow creature would be exceptionally formidable. Once he ensured Xing Fei's safety, Luo Cheng turned his gaze towards the open ground, where the ice and snow creature continued to linger, not straying far. Realizing that the ice energy conferred benefits to his cultivation, he contemplated absorbing the ice essence in Faciua Mountain. Ice essence was rather commonplace, and thus not particularly impactful. However, the explosive ice that erupted forth, while potent, was beyond his control. Had it not been for the resilience gained through his demonic transformation, he might not have withstood the force of the ice explosion. Thus, only the blue snowflakes remained, representing an exceptionally pure form of ice essence in certain respects. The blue snowflakes surpassed the ice energy, particularly in terms of their chilling properties. Resolute in his decision, Luo Cheng ascended to the open ground. With a swift motion, he provoked the deep blue humanoid ice creature, if encountering a sworn enemy. The ice creature lunged at him with furious abandon, its powerful arms crashing down. The chaotic sword technique, clink, clink, clink. Before he could fully unleash the nine-sword strike, it was forcibly disrupted. The rebound from the impact compelled Luo Cheng to stagger back 2 steps to regain his footing. Observing the ice creature, he noted that although its sturdy arms bore several sword marks, they merely left shallow grooves that swiftly began to mend. Such strength! Luo Cheng was astonished and immediately executed the sword dash towards the blue snowflake. This ice creature was not only immensely strong, but also remarkably resilient. Perhaps only by harnessing his energy could he hope to confront it directly. The thought of demonic transformation instilled trepidation in Luo Cheng, making him wary of acting recklessly. His purpose this time was solely to obtain the blue snowflake, disregarding all else. As he approached the vicinity of the ice energy, he reached out and grasped a blue snowflake, which vanished into his palm in the blink of an eye. Dissolving into his skin, a wave of frigid cold surged through his marrow, momentarily freezing him in place. The ice creature pursued closely behind. He could not afford to linger. With gritted teeth, he bolted forward, leaping down from the open ground, hastily carrying Xing Fei away. For reasons unknown, the humanoid ice creature did not pursue beyond the open ground, creating chaos in its wake before resuming its aimless wandering. Exhaling deeply, Luo Cheng felt the bone-chilling cold enveloping him. His teeth chattering uncontrollably, but a long breath escaped his lips, releasing a cloud of frost. How frigid it was! Merely touching a single snowflake induced such a reaction. His body stiffened as he unleashed 144 sword energies, entering a state of cultivation. The pure ice essence's extraordinary chill was gradually being absorbed. In the ensuing days, Luo Cheng constantly shifted his place of rest, striving to maintain a distance from the ominous creature that seemed to exert a mysterious influence over him, while endeavoring to gather vital energy and seize a few blue snowflakes in the open plains. The air buzzed. The sound of his sword rang clear, radiant white energy cascading around him. As Luo Cheng concluded his stance, the flowing energy around him suddenly solidified, releasing a chill. After this moment of stillness, the energy's flow noticeably quickened. His cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of the third realm, and his strength had reached the magnitude of 15 tigers. It is your turn now. With Xing Fei in tow, Luo Cheng followed an instinctive sense and rushed forth, sword in hand. His cultivation was on the rise, and so too was the power of the creature. Prolonging this confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. It was time to strike. The journey unfolded without significant mishap, leading him to his objective. Before him stood an ice and snow demon, its form a chaotic blend of black interwoven with white, taking on a robust humanoid shape, yet possessing the head and claws reminiscent of a lion-tiger hybrid. Upon sensing Luo Cheng, it charged forward. With no hesitation, Luo Cheng unleashed a flurry of strikes. 9 swords in a chaotic dance. The symphony of clashing echoed as shards of ice flew from the demon's body. Its strength paled in comparison to that of the ice demon that lingered in the plains, lacking the force to rival Luo Cheng. Thus, the outcome was all but assured. With the Unity sword technique, he advanced, his sword piercing through the air, executing the Unity sword technique once more amidst the chaotic strikes. Luo Cheng's assault fell like a torrential downpour. Despite the demon's formidable physique, it was cleaved apart under his relentless onslaught. With a thunderous explosion, the defeated ice demon shattered, unleashing a torrent of icy energy. Luo Cheng found himself within the blast radius. Yet aside from his robe, suffering slight damage, he emerged unscathed. The icy energy that erupted from the vanquished demon was a far cry from the blue snowflakes, merely imparting a sense of cold upon him. After locating the demon crystal, he swiftly departed. He continued, as before, to seek out safer havens, collecting vital energy and seizing opportunities to gather blue snowflakes. Luo Cheng was uncertain when he would be able to leave the flying snow mountain or how he might do so. All he could do was strive to enhance his own power while ensuring the safety of himself and Xing Fei. However, after more than 10 days in a state of unconsciousness, Xing Fei finally awakened. Chapter 29. The Unity Restrike. Xing Fei's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th realm, practicing the supreme technique known as the Ice Phoenix Celestial Spirit Body, and as a true disciple. Her abilities were anything but ordinary. Though the icy energy had inflicted severe injuries upon her, it was unlikely to claim her life. With a graceful sweep, she stood upright. The ice blue energy flickered around her, and her attire and appearance were revitalized, though these movements brought a faint flush of weakness to her still pale cheeks. Although her awareness had returned, her injuries were far from healed. Upon seeing her awaken and rise, Luo Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had navigated through a significant portion of this crisis. Rubbing his brow, he spoke first. In these past 10 days, I assure you, I have shown you nothing but respect. If you were to awaken and unleash your fury, it would be a grave injustice. It is best to clarify matters at once to avert any unwarranted calamity. At his words, Xing Fei furrowed her delicate brows. Having sustained such grievous injuries and fallen into a coma, her consciousness had remained shrouded in a haze. She could not discern how much time had passed, only sensing the continuous shifting around her without experiencing much turbulence. She could be certain that her chastity had not been violated, but regarding the possibility of being slighted, she remained in the dark. Upon hearing Luo Cheng's words, she immediately perceived a sense of disingenuousness emanating from him, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within her, only to soften soon after. She could sense the heavy fatigue hidden within Luo Cheng's expression. How had he endured these past 10 days? Humph. With her brows unfurling, Xing Fei let out a cold huff as she surveyed her surroundings, noting her lack of signs of an impending outburst. Luo Cheng felt considerably relieved and inquired, "What are your plans? Will you continue to gather the ice spirit energy?" Upon discerning the fluctuations in the snowstorm barrier, Xing Fei's expression shifted slightly. No wonder she had been trapped here. When it came to her plans, she felt somewhat lost. Her injuries were still grievous, her strength reduced to a mere fraction, making it impossible to traverse the snowstorm barrier, and she feared she would not stand a chance against even the weakest snow demon. To combat the ice evil, she had expended her essence to the point of exhaustion. Without a month of quiet recovery, she would be unable to mend herself. Under such circumstances, it was indeed preferable to leave as soon as possible. She did possess a means of exit, which was to seek assistance from her elders, a course of action that could be easily executed. After a moment of hesitation, she suppressed this thought that a jade must be carved to become a gem. How could she rely on her elders for every little thing? This was one reason. Moreover, should her elders learn that she had been unconscious for over 10 days and that she was in the company of an outer sect male disciple, the repercussions could be unpredictable. With these considerations in mind, Xing Fei spoke coldly. "If I remain here for another month or so, once I have regained some strength, I shall collect the ice spirit energy. After absorbing and refining it, my injuries will heal completely, and I'll be able to leave at any time to as she spoke. She retrieved a snow-white cloak from her storage pouch and draped it over herself, exhaling softly as her complexion improved slightly. Suddenly recalling something, she took out a bulging leather pouch and handed it to Luo Cheng, casually stating, "Take this for your cultivation. There is no need for you to decline." As a true disciple, she lacked for nothing in terms of spirit stones, and this pouch contained 50 spirit stones. Luo Cheng muttered to himself and then walked away, separated by over 100 paces. Neither party acknowledged the other. Luo Cheng was not overly concerned about her encountering significant danger. As a direct disciple, Xing Fei, even severely injured, possessed the ability to protect herself with the 50 spirit stones. He threw himself wholeheartedly into his cultivation. Practicing his techniques and martial skills, he occasionally ventured out to gather a few blue snowflakes, changing locations whenever danger approached. Days passed, and Xing Fei's injuries gradually improved. Yet she remained oblivious to the presence of the multicolored rotating disc. Turn. Stop. The bamboo sword pointed towards the blue area. Luo Cheng's heart leaped with joy. Since acquiring the 50 spirit stones, he had been anticipating this moment. The selection of the color area was linked to fortune. While it seemed elusive, in reality, the chosen color area would, to some extent, correlate with his circumstances. Glancing around, he cast the magic crystal into the disc. He then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes tightly. Being in the perilous snowstorm mountains, entering the Azure Rogue cultivation chamber was rather precarious, as he would find it difficult to detect any approaching danger. Yet he had no choice but to proceed in this manner, for there was no absolutely secure location. He did not worry too much. With Xing Fei nearby, having regained some strength, she would surely sense any approaching ice demon. That chilling breeze could no longer take his life in an instant, as it was merely a manifestation of the ice evil, the Azure Rogue cultivation chamber. After a fierce battle, Luo Cheng immersed himself in the cultivation of the martial technique return to one heavy slash. The prerequisite for mastering the return to one heavy slash lies in the comprehensive understanding of the chaotic sword style, which allows for the differentiation of sword lights. This technique converges 18 disordered sword lights into a singular strike. Once cultivated to a state of complete comprehension, it can be enhanced in accordance with one's cultivation and the chaotic sword style, enabling the convergence of 36 sword lights into a single slash. Or even the separation of sword light from the blade itself, a martial technique that embodies the third realm of martial arts. Specifically designed for slashing, its power is undoubtedly immense in actual combat. Modest progress within the Blue Rogue training chamber. His vitality seemed boundless, devoid of any sense of fatigue, and the passage of time felt significantly slower than reality. Luo Cheng endured multiple injuries, grave wounds, and even instances of being slain. Yet his injuries would swiftly heal. The blue-robed figure rapidly propagated martial techniques, transmitting insights to Luo Cheng through combat. This encompassed not only the comprehension of the return to one heavy slash, but also the sword dash and the void-breaking sword finger. After spending the better part of a day on Flying Snow Mountain, Luo Cheng gradually regained consciousness. His eyebrows, hair, and robe were adorned with a layer of frost. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a visage with delicately thin and beautiful cheekbones, and a pair of large, soulful eyes that glistened with vitality, staring at him intently. Xing Fei was crouched less than a foot away. Observing him, startled, both of them jumped at the sudden encounter. "You look as though you were in a deep slumber. I pinched you several times, and you didn't stir." Xing Fei breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to herself before standing up to leave. Over the past 10 days, she had often heard Luo Cheng moving about. When she had sensed a brief quietness, she came to check, finding him seemingly resting, and thought little of it. Heightening her vigilance of the surroundings, she felt a breeze of icy chill flow nearby, yet still did not see him, prompting her to rush over. Had she not used her cloak to shield Luo Cheng momentarily, he would have been encased in ICAS for the pinching. It was merely her euphemistic expression. Luo Cheng rubbed his sore nose, channeling his elemental energy, and the frost surrounding him dissipated, tidying up the furniture. He remarked, "I will assist you in gathering the ice essence. Now, if something goes awry, Do not call for help. This immortal maiden cannot hear you." The two proceeded towards the flat ground, where the ice essence floated quietly. The previously thin blue snowflakes had become even more sparse through Luo Cheng's continuous gathering, diminishing to merely 200 or 300 drifting and scattering about. "Once I have restrained it, you may refine it," she added. "Let us first eliminate it. I'm not entirely at ease with you." Luo Cheng scratched his brow, choosing not to elaborate further, and brandished his long sword as he advanced. The pale golden long sword, though of decent quality, showed slight signs of wear after enduring encounters with Yen Wu. Suddenly, the deep blue ice snow demon, recognizing Luo Cheng, charged at him with great ferocity. Before it could draw near, two thick arms swung through the air, creating gusts of forceful wind. As a true disciple, she had interacted with many gifted individuals. Thus, the comprehensive understanding of the chaotic sword style did not strike her as remarkable, especially since she was already aware of Luo Cheng's mastery of elemental energy, sword dash. Before his retreating form could come to a halt, Luo Cheng transformed into a streak of sword light, hurtling towards the ice snow demon. As he truly integrated the sword dash, Xing Fei's eyes widened, uncertain thoughts swirling in her mind. She possesses remarkable insight and recognizes the sword chariot step, a technique that employs both the sword's essence and the primordial light, its cultivation surpassing the chaotic sword style. However, at lower levels of mastery, its power is not immediately evident. Yet at this moment, Luo Cheng has seemingly transformed into a crescent-shaped, radiant sword light, rendering his form indiscernible. Could it be that he has achieved a harmonious understanding of this technique? As his figure flickers with astonishing speed, his left hand, shaped into a sword finger, has already thrust forward. The primordial light surrounding him converges towards his sword finger like a dragon consuming water. In an instant, the brilliance of his sword finger becomes dazzling and blinding, even though his physical strength is yet to be fully realized. The sword finger emits a half-foot blade of light, resembling a beam of pure energy. Clang! The sword finger pierces through the throat of the ice snow demon. Despite the demon's body being encased in solid ice, it cannot withstand the sharpness of a weapon surpassing human rank. Once again, this exemplifies a profound mastery. Xing Fei unconsciously purses her delicate, rosy lips, for the ice snow demon. Having its throat pierced isn't a severe injury. Yet the overwhelming force causes it to stagger back repeatedly. Unity strike. With a flourish of his pale golden longsword, 18 erratic beams of sword light flicker around Luo Cheng as he swings the longsword. The remaining 17 beams follow suit, resembling a dazzling fan of pale gold. The sword lights overlap and the fan closes in, becoming indistinct. Ultimately, they converge into two beams of light, one heavier and one lighter, striking sequentially upon the ice snow demon's head. Crack! The ferocious force first overwhelms the pierced throat, causing it to shatter under the strain. Subsequently, the entire head of the ice snow demon disintegrates. Chapter 30. Celestial Phoenix Frozen. The formation of magical creatures involves numerous factors, and their appearance often has a logical basis. Since there exists a head and a torso, there's a reason for their existence, typically corresponding to their vital points, as the ice snow demon's head separates from its body. The ice-like cranium shatters, leaving the body unsteady. Luo Cheng fears it may explode, triggering unforeseen dangers, and once again wields his sword to execute the Unity sword technique, sending it flying away as the snowstorm barrier approaches the two. The ice spirit energy has already been largely absorbed. The ice crystals and snowflakes that compose the barrier have diminished in power to the levels present when they first entered. Not to mention, it poses no threat to the already healed Xing Fei, nor does it harm Luo Cheng. Radiant white primordial light envelopes his skin, dissipating all the ice crystals and snowflakes around him. He extends his hand to gather the blue snowflakes, attempting to swirl into the tempest of falling snow, which hold great utility for him. If it were up to Luo Cheng's personal desires, he would wish to exhaust these blue snowflakes before turning to slay the ice snow demon. However, should that occur, once Xing Fei regains her strength, he would be betraying his prior words, which he cannot allow. Thus, he can only absorb as many as possible resigning the remainder to be swept into the snowstorm barrier. A truly regrettable situation. In the midst of this, the snowstorm stills, as Xing Fei absorbs the ice spirit energy. She lets out a sharp command, her aura surging dramatically, emanating strands of icy blue energy from her form. In an instant, the snowstorm barrier within a radius of approximately half a zhang around her comes to a halt, the individual ice crystals and snowflakes freezing mid-air. Luo Cheng is not significantly affected. However, after collecting a dozen blue snowflakes, a thin layer of ice has begun to envelop him. If he continues, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. With a swift grip of her delicate hand, Xing Fei draws all the ice spirit energy into her palm. She continuously summoned with her hands, gathering the remaining blue snowflakes between her palms, and with a clear voice exclaimed, "Heavenly Phoenix I seal." As she pressed her hands together, frost radiated outward, in the blink of an eye. A fist-sized block of ice was formed, crystal clear, revealing within it 200 to 300 blue snowflakes. Luo Cheng was somewhat taken aback, but did not decline. Subsequently, the two hastened towards the mountain peak, encountering neither the flying snow barrier nor any other discoveries. Even the few ice and snow spirits they encountered were barely alive, and soon they shattered into a pile of ice chunks. The peculiar essence of Flying Snow Mountain began to dissipate. Xing Fei closed her beautiful eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, reached this conclusion. She understood that it was not the icy essence that created Flying Snow Mountain, but rather Flying Snow Mountain that birthed the icy essence. The disturbance of the icy essence led to the gradual fading of the mountain's peculiarities, making it impossible to yield rare treasures. It was likely that in half a month, the vast expanse of ice and snow would cease to exist. Yet, she felt no regret. Acquiring the icy essence was already a rare opportunity. The two exchanged little conversation and parted ways. Fortunately, the return to unity was not a seamless process. Xing Fei hastened her descent down the mountain, unwilling to linger further, eager to leave while the situation remained manageable, lest her mind waver and affect her cultivation. The past 20 days had been rather exhausting. Luo Cheng let out a deep sigh, contemplating his journey through Flying Snow Mountain, where the five-color disc had absorbed much of the essence released by the ice and snow spirits. Seeing that no further gains were likely, he followed the map's guidance and departed from Yuanfeng land. There were many tasks awaiting him, such as acquiring resources for cultivation. Using the 20 yuan stones he had submitted, along with 2 additional strands of black light, he ought to have attended to these matters immediately. However, having spent 2 months in Yuanfeng land, he felt the need to inform Cheng Danxia and Mu Wanning. After all, they were acquaintances, and he knew that if he delayed, he might forget amidst the bustle of activities. There was little he needed to conceal about his situation, so Luo Cheng briefly recounted his experiences that, "Oh, senior brother, I have 2 radiant stones here. Would you accompany me to the Li Cave? All the gains will belong to me." Cheng Danxia said playfully. With no pressing matters chasing him, Luo Cheng agreed. As a primary training ground for disciples at the first, second, and third stages of refinement, the Li Cave was accessible to those in the mid-stage of the 3rd level. After exchanging a few words with Chi Feili, the two entered the Li Cave through a large cavern. The oppressive atmosphere was thick with gravel and debris. Compared to 2 months ago, the Li Cave had changed little, while Luo Cheng's strength had significantly increased. With safety assured, Cheng Danxia felt quite at ease, walking lightly behind Luo Cheng with her hands clasped behind her back. "Senior brother, I have heard something, though I cannot say if it is true, regarding the Tianhu Dan-o." Luo Cheng raised an eyebrow. Instantly intrigued, he had heard of Tianhu Dan, a type of extraordinary elixir, highly valuable. Regardless of its veracity, please share. Cheng Jr. sister. Not long ago, a Tianhu Dan was refined on the Dan Peak. First, it seemed inconsequential, unrelated to us outer disciples, but there are whispers that this Tianhu Dan will be made available to the outer sect. Any disciple who gathers enough thunderstones can exchange for it. The specifics have yet to be announced, and I am not clear on the details. In the absence of others, Cheng Danxia instinctively lowered her voice. Tianhu Dan, Laming Shi Luo seems contemplative, and added, "This will certainly be quite lively. Are you planning to compete, senior brother?" "At present, I am willing but unable. Let us observe for now." The two engaged in casual conversation as they swiftly navigated through the cave. When encountering weaker demonic creatures, it was Cheng Danxia who dealt with them, while the formidable foes were dispatched by Luo Cheng. This strategy ensured a smooth journey, continuously yielding an abundance of various herbs and valuable materials, which flushed Cheng Danxia's cheeks with a rosy hue. As the saying goes, a large tree provides ample shade. "Senior brother, allow me to handle this rocky creature," she declared, aware of her own limitations and refraining from overexertion. Without hesitation, Luo Cheng sprang into action, executing a single stroke of his sword technique to vanquish the rocky beast on the spot. The sword mark was impeccably smooth, adorned with frost. His elemental energy could truly be described as sharp and cold. "There are but a few luminous stones left. We need to exit," Luo Cheng remarked casually, intending to assist further, yet the luminous stones did not permit it. Upon hearing this, a sense of melancholy washed over Cheng Danxia. The day's haul had exceeded 5 luminous stones. A considerable bounty at a nearby stall. There was a sign offering to purchase laming stone for 5 luminous stones. The news regarding Tianhu Dan was nearly certain. Luo Cheng couldn't help but speculate. Bai Hongping is likely to have his sights set on the laming stone. After perusing various items, he made his way to the woods near Yuanzhong Valley. He had yet to utilize the ice essence he had absorbed for cultivation. So he commenced the practice of his 144 sword techniques. Once the chill enveloping him had dissipated, Luo Cheng purified his body with elemental light and changed into a dry robe. He then casually seated himself on a rock, retrieving some food. Having spent over 20 days on Flying Snow Mountain, opportunities for relaxation were scarce, leaving him mentally and physically fatigued. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Forcing it now would be counterproductive, so he chose to unwind. He sought nothing more than a tranquil respite. The modest meal before him may not have been lavish, yet it possessed a flavor lacking in elemental energy. Before long, not a morsel remained, consumed entirely by Luo Cheng. Subsequently, he rested his head upon his hands, reclining against the rock, his eyes half closed, indulging in relaxation as the sun set in the west. The verdant embrace of the forest blanketed the surroundings. The foliage fresh, a gentle breeze caressing the air, accompanied by the occasional melodious chirping of birds. At night, the stars adorned the sky, and the moonlight flowed like water, casting a serene and tranquil ambience. Luo Cheng drifted between wakefulness and slumber, occasionally emitting faint snores, lazily passing the night. The following morning, he awoke, feeling utterly refreshed, his spirit brimming with vitality, even experiencing slight changes in his cultivation. It seemed the chill of his elemental light had receded and lain dormant, making it difficult for others to sense any cold aura emanating from him. As the saying goes, only through restraint can one possess explosive power. Luo Cheng's vague plans for cultivation had become clearer. He stretched his limbs and, guided by an instinctive feeling, departed from the forest. Before he could locate a second demonic creature, an event unfolded before him. Chapter 31. The contest for Tianhu Dan. The reason for the unpredictable seasons in Yuanfeng land was the frequent onslaught of elemental storms, varying in scale. After a storm swept through, peculiar locales might emerge, and upon the next tempest, they could vanish or transform. To this moment, Luo Cheng encountered precisely such an elemental storm. Awu, the ominous black tempest loomed, as if colossal beings were trampling the earth. This evasion lasted for 2 days. As the storm subsided, the landscape transformed dramatically, ushering in the sweltering heat of summer. It remains uncertain how many peculiar realms have vanished, nor how many new and unusual places have emerged. For Luo Cheng, even the 2 originally perceptible magical creatures have shifted in their positions and directions. Moreover, he encountered numerous disciples hastily making their way, each possessing a cultivation level no less than the late 3rd stage, with some even reaching the mid-4th stage. In comparison, the Sambao blood pill seemed insignificant, trailing by a factor of 100. Under normal circumstances, the Tianhu pill would rarely find its way into the hands of outer disciples, being exceedingly scarce and of no market value. This deviation from the norm likely harbors some hidden reason. With such a rare opportunity at hand, it is probable that many inner and outer disciples will vie fiercely for it. According to Cheng Danxia, a sufficient quantity of Thunderstone is required for exchange. Thunderstone, while not particularly precious and valued similarly to the Bio Pearl, is indeed quite rare, with the entire Wulian sect possessing little stock. For outer disciples seeking Thunderstone, they must either find ways to procure it or embark on a quest to locate it. This recent large-scale vitality storm presents a prime opportunity, and it is anticipated that news of the Tianhu pill will soon be officially announced. Luo Cheng clicked his tongue, following the faint sense he felt, and continued on his journey. He, too, was in dire need of the Tianhu pill. The fortification of his physical body alone posed a considerable challenge. Despite having absorbed ice sha for cultivation, which significantly enhanced his physical robustness, it still fell short. The first level of the Unity Strike had yet to be fully comprehended, but its amplitude of power still surpassed the chaotic sword style. The backlash from a direct confrontation would leave his arm numb. This was merely from the recoil force. Should his body directly endure such an impact, it would likely result in either death or severe injury. However, he found himself powerless to acquire the Tianhu pill. With two magical creatures to eliminate and a pressing need for cultivation resources, how could he afford to expend vast amounts of energy on Thunderstone? It could very well end in futility. He resolved to first address his immediate concerns, leaving other opportunities for the future. In the short term, the Tianhu pill would not elude him. Following the route indicated on the map, he arrived at a certain location without incident. This area consisted of low-lying hills, resembling a series of small stone mounds connected together, appearing dark and foreboding. With the trees and vegetation being low and gnarled, it was evidently a peculiar place. The map indicated that this region was named Dijon Ridge, having existed for several years. The second magical creature he sensed was located here. With a heightened sense of caution, Luo Cheng's expression turned serious as he slowed his pace upon entering Dijon Ridge. His body felt slightly heavier, the circulation of his vital energy experiencing obstruction, and the aura emanating from his skin exhibited fluctuations, accompanied by a noticeable discomfort. The gravity within Xuanzhong Ridge exceeded that of ordinary places and fluctuated erratically, with tales suggesting it could crush a person into a mere puddle of flesh. Some outer disciples practiced their cultivation here, likely employing earth-based techniques. As he ventured deeper into Xuanzhong Ridge, he glimpsed a few disciples utilizing the unusual gravity to enhance their training, and he made an effort to circumvent them to avoid disturbance. After searching for nearly half a day, as dusk approached, he finally located the second magical creature. This creature resembled a mass of black sand and gravel, intertwined with crushed stones and bones, and was writhing on its OWN. It belonged to the category of rock-based magical creatures, known as sandstone demons, which could also be encountered in the Lido Cave, and were comparatively weaker than other magical entities. Sensing the presence of Luo Cheng, the sand demon surged forth, unrestrained and fierce, as if a torrent of water were crashing down upon him. The chaotic sword technique unleashed 18 beams of sword light, each striking true. Accompanied by the cacophony of slicing sounds, the swirling sand was instantly left battered and bruised. The chilling edge of the sword further adorned the wounds with a layer of frost. Although the sand demon's strength was relatively weak, and its attacks lacked potency, it was difficult to inflict significant damage without harnessing the power of primordial light. At this moment, the icy aura of the sword subtly restrained it. Nevertheless, due to its unique form, the sand demon did not exhibit signs of severe injury. Despite being struck by the sword's edge, it continued to envelop Luo Cheng in a relentless torrent, with a thunderous roar. The sand surged forth, unleashing its inherent might, intent on grinding Luo Cheng to dust and feasting upon his flesh and blood. Being a creature under the control of the dark light, it harbored a fierce brutality towards Luo Cheng. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, Luo Cheng remained unperturbed. The sword energy flowed around him. With a low growl, the radiant primordial light emanating from his body surged forth, spilling out in a furious rush. Clang, clang, clang. The multitude of sword edges collided with the sand, creating a tempest of chaos. The sword tips emitted a frigid blast, and within mere moments, the fragments of the sand demon were utterly shattered. as if doused in a bucket of cold water and then thrown into a glacier to freeze, resulting in a layer of frost that shattered upon impact, scattering across the ground. Yet, the remnants of the shattered sand demon stirred once more. The frost-laden granules coalesced, choosing not to attack, but rather to glide along the ground as if flying, making a swift escape to the side. It moved with remarkable speed. It dares to flee? Luo Cheng furrowed his brows, immediately employing the sword dash technique, that he closed the distance and swung his sword. Clang! The flying sand was torn asunder, leaving a scar from the sword, but the sand demon hesitated for only a moment before hastily fleeing again. Severely wounded, the icy scar left by the sword was beyond healing. Luo Cheng could not allow it to escape. If it managed to hide away and grow stronger over time, it would pose a grave threat. He showed no mercy toward the creature that thrived on slaughter. Battling against the oppressive gravity, he pursued at full speed. Though his pace lagged slightly behind that of the sand demon, the distance between them widened. Fortunately, he could intermittently employ the sword dash to leap several zhang ahead, ensuring he would not be left behind. It was only a matter of time before he would catch up and slay the demon. Thus, the chase between them unfolded, swiftly covering several miles. The oppressive gravity intensified, weighing heavily upon his vital organs and causing a sense of nausea. Meanwhile, a robust man, training within the depths of the Xian-heavy ridge, witnessed this spectacle. This imposing figure, appearing to be around 40 years of age, was adorned with muscular arms resembling rock formations, possessing a cultivation level at the late stage of the third realm. The primordial light radiating from him was a muted gray, exuding an earthy aura. In his hands, he wielded a massive axe, a weapon of human rank that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seemingly unaffected by the oppressive gravity, he twirled the colossal axe as if it were made of paper. Clearly, the essence of primordial light afforded him substantial wealth. The burly man smirked coldly, gripping his giant axe as he intercepted the sand demon, whose wounds had yet to heal. With a severely injured demon presenting itself, he would not let such an opportunity slip away. Furthermore, he observed Luo Cheng, who had refined his primordial light essence, relentlessly pursuing the demon, suggesting that it possessed unusual qualities not to be overlooked. Having spotted Luo Cheng and the sand demon from a distance, he had ample time to react, sprinting over 100 zhang to block the creature's escape. Without uttering a word, the colossal axe shimmered with a dusty gray radiance before descending abruptly. The sandstone demon, already grievously wounded and exhausted from its frantic escape, was utterly devoid of the strength to resist. In an instant, the demon was cleaved asunder by the mighty axe, its life extinguished on the spot amidst the swirling gray light. After halting his steps, the man, who stood between him and the sandstone demon, offered a slight clasp of his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. I shall express my gratitude shortly." A peculiar smile flickered across the robust man's face. Had Luo Cheng not uttered these words, he might have felt a twinge of hesitation, for the ability to manifest the essence of primordial light was indeed rare among ordinary individuals. However, now that whatever gratitude was to be offered, the act of intervention was undeniably costly. The man's gaze bore down sharply, imbued with a palpable intensity, that he had long since relinquished his aspirations of becoming an inner disciple, recognizing his own insufficient aptitude and comprehension. Instead, he sought to enhance his strength as much as possible, which led him to the Xuanzhong Ridge for cultivation. Given that his training method was of the earth element, the locale provided exceptional benefits for his practice, ensuring his prowess was formidable. Even upon witnessing the essence of primordial light, he regarded it with indifference. With a mere glance, Luo Cheng discerned the man's underlying intentions. Furrowing his brow, he replied, 20 chi pills. After all, the other had indeed intervened to slay the sandstone demon, and thus a token of appreciation was warranted. This he wholeheartedly acknowledged. Luo Cheng could also discern the man's considerable strength. For a warrior practicing earth element techniques, Xuanzhong Ridge was an ideal place for cultivation. Years spent here would significantly augment one's earth energy, and the exceptional gravity would enhance physical strength. Undoubtedly, this man had availed himself of such advantages, making him a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 32. mighty primordial light aware that the man bore ill intentions. How could Luo Cheng afford to be unprepared? As the massive axe swept toward him, his expression turned grave, and he promptly brandished his sword to defend himself. Clang! The clash of sword against axe resonated, and they parted instantly. The robust man widened his eyes in surprise. Luo Cheng felt a weight in his heart. In terms of sheer strength, he had already achieved the power of 15 tigers. Yet the other S might still surpass his own. Typically, a late-stage warrior of the third realm would possess around 10 tigers of strength, with variations arising from cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and so forth. The man before him, being a late-stage third realm practitioner and adept in earth element techniques, had likely cultivated for decades and consumed countless pills, further augmenting his strength. The oppressive gravity of Xuanzhong Ridge would only enhance his capabilities, and the essence of primordial light would amplify the power behind his attacks. In terms of raw strength, this man would rank among the upper echelon of late-stage third realm practitioners within the martial refinement sect. Good lad, you truly possess some skill. The animosity ignited as they engaged in combat. The man's fierce demeanor fully revealed. Internally, he bellowed, "Mighty primordial light, whirlwind battle axe." A dusty gray light enveloped the colossal axe, and he began to spin at an astonishing speed, resembling a whirling blade intent on crushing Luo Cheng. The chaotic sword style that a nine-sword technique collided with the whirlwind battle axe. The resulting clash of metal rang out, neither side yielding. Luo Cheng's chaotic sword style was an amalgamation of comprehension and execution. With his nine-sword maneuver, he amplified his strength to over double, with each strike embodying the power of 30 tigers. The man's martial technique, while not fully mastered, compensated for its inadequacies through his expertise in raw power and the formidable strength of primordial light. 18 sword lights flickered around him as the long sword descended. The remaining 17 sword lights followed in a fan-like array, merging and intertwining. Ultimately, they coalesced into two distinct sword lights, one light and one heavy, descending in succession. Luo Cheng's mastery of the Unity Slash was still in its nascent stages. He had yet to fully integrate the 18 sword lights into a singular, cohesive strike. Stowing away his magic crystal, he promptly departed from the earth-heavy ridge. The cultivation technique, Unity Sword Body, did not belong to the earth element, and at present, his Yuan light energy was entirely concentrated in the frost blade, rendering it impractical for him to remain at the earth-heavy ridge to solidify his physical form, as it would yield no benefit to his Yuan light. To pursue the fortification of his physique alone would be to lose sight of the fundamental goal. He hastened along an alternative route, continuously weighing his circumstances. Every aspect of himself was lacking. His cultivation was insufficient. His martial skills were not comprehensive, and his physical strength was inadequate. Indeed, there was ample room for improvement. Ice Shard, 7 Treasure Blood Pill. Most crucially, he needed resources to sustain his training. Considering that there were fewer than 5 months remaining until the intersect election, coupled with the numerous capable outer sect disciples striving to exchange for the Heavenly Tiger Pill, a sense of urgency intensified within Luo Cheng. He advanced swiftly along the route marked on his map, pausing intermittently. By the following dawn, he had yet to reach his destination, but had already encountered the peculiarities of this extraordinary locale. It was a vast forest, characterized by undulating hills and lush trees, yet drenched in the torrential downpour. The sky was thick with ominous clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, with thunderclaps echoing ominously. This seemed to pose a significant challenge, observing the newly constructed rudimentary pavilions. Luo Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. If this unusual place was indeed linked to the thunder element, there was a possibility it harbored thunderstone, which would attract many disciples to investigate. The makeshift pavilions, constructed from timber, were testament to this. Furthermore, the third magical creature, which resonated with him, was present in this vicinity. Mulling over such thoughts was futile. Luo Cheng swiftly made his way into the forest. Yuanzhong Valley was the only safe haven within the Yuan Wind region, and the routes marked on the map all commenced from there. Consequently, the junction between this forest and the designated path had become the so-called thoroughfare, with rudimentary pavilions erected on either side of the entrance. In front of each pavilion, More than a dozen disciples were engaged in various activities, some perusing books, others leisurely sipping tea, while a few conversed casually. All these disciples were at the late stage of the third realm, with over half having refined their yuan light to its true essence. Among them was a young man who had successfully refined the Unity Sword Body Yuan light, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman, engaged in lively discussion. Upon noticing Luo Cheng's approach, the group turned their attention towards him, murmuring amongst themselves. Disciples capable of refining their Yuan light essence were certainly not ordinary, yet they did not recognize Luo Cheng. "Hey, which peak's disciple are you?" inquired the young man, by Jian Yao, reclining nonchalantly in a rocking chair, exuding an air of arrogance. Luo Cheng, unwilling to dwell on the haughty inquiry, casually replied, "Disciple of the Yuan Stone Waste Mine, Luo Cheng," and proceeded to enter the forest unperturbed. Observing Bai Jian Yao's expression darken, the beautiful woman beside him quickly interjected, "Why waste your breath on a disciple from the Yuan Stone Waste Mine? Perhaps he struck it lucky and mined a significant amount of Yuan stones, allowing him to refine his Yuan light essence." Her words alleviated Bai Jian Yao's irritation considerably, yet he retorted with a tone of derision. "Humph, he likely harbors ambitions for the heavenly tiger pill. He should consider his own worth." The ominous rumble of thunder resonated in the air. Amidst the heavy, brooding clouds, brilliant silver lightning rolled menacingly. Torrential rain poured down, and Luo Cheng, without any deliberate effort to shield himself with elemental light, found his garments drenched in no time. In the mountainous woods, flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings, scorching the trees and creating a perilous atmosphere, further exacerbated by the thunderous roars that shattered boulders into fragments. With the downpour intensifying and the air crackling with electricity, the uncertainty of what dangers lay ahead loomed large should he choose to press on. Luo Cheng retrieved an ice block, his palm radiating a dazzling white light as he squeezed it, causing a trickle of water to flow through his fingers. Nearly 10 blue snowflakes seamlessly melded into his palm. Vanishing without a trace, the chill enveloped him as he stowed the ice away and initiated the 144th form of sword energy cultivation. As the coldness sharpened, the consumption of the blue snowflakes during each session of training escalated, and he realized that within a month, they would be entirely expended. He pondered the extent of the coldness he would achieve by then, but could not ascertain a definitive estimate. Outside the cave, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, making it impossible to discern day from night. He turned and halted, initially expecting to find a white or yellow zone. Instead, his bamboo sword pointed toward the blue zone. After a brief contemplation, Luo Cheng took out a martial technique manual to memorize its contents, before investing a magic crystal to enter the training chamber of the green robe. The appearance of the figure in the green robe mirrored his own, their expressions unwavering and solemn, and rather than engaging in combat, they each delved into their own contemplations. Upon reaching the third level of his cultivation, the technique unifying sword body comprised 3 martial arts practices: heavy slash of unity, skyward sword return, and dragon sword emerging from the abyss. Having selected the blue zone, Luo Cheng intended to simultaneously cultivate skyward sword return and dragon sword emerging from the abyss. However, since the latter was a technique of movement, primarily utilized in conjunction with swordplay and demanding a high level of sword body proficiency, he resolved to focus primarily on skyward sword return for defense and heavy slash of unity as a supplementary practice, allowing for a more effective enhancement of his strength. The sword techniques of skyward sword return were relatively simple, with its essence lying in how to redirect the force endured without inflicting harm upon oneself. It provided immense assistance in the transition of techniques during combat and facilitated rapid counterattacks, simultaneously granting the practitioner a deeper understanding of their own sword body and elemental light. Within the training chamber of the green robe, energy surged boundlessly, with the rapid unfolding of the green robe's techniques. Aligned with his own state devoid of worldly desires, Luo Cheng's comprehension progressed swiftly. Even if the profound truths he ultimately grasped diverged from the original martial techniques, they remained in harmony with his fundamental understanding of the world. Upon awakening, Luo Cheng had mastered the martial technique skyward sword return. He continued to melt the ice, absorbing the icy essence of the blue snowflakes. Once the chill lessened, he took out a 7-treasure blood pill and consumed it. The 7-treasure blood pill, purchased previously in the Yuanzhong Valley, possessed far greater potency than the 3-treasure blood pill, while its effects on strength were rather modest, given the close relationship between physical power, technique, and elemental light. The enhancement to his physical constitution was notably significant, which was precisely the effect he valued. Moreover, with the presence of that streak of black energy, the medicinal power could be absorbed more effectively, fortifying his flesh. Day after day of cultivation yielded continuous progress. Outside the cave, the thick clouds remained, and the rain continued to fall, albeit with slightly reduced intensity, as if the water that had just soaked into the ground would soon return to the ominous clouds above. With the clouds refusing to disperse and the rain unrelenting, Luo Cheng could no longer afford to wait. The 20 days of peaceful training had swiftly passed, bringing about considerable advancements in all aspects. However, the azure snowflakes and the 7 treasures blood elixir had been entirely consumed, leaving him yearning for more, while only a meager amount of Yuan stone vitality pills remained. Despite the occasional flashes of thunder in the forest, he resolved to eliminate the 3rd demonic creature. Having made up his mind, he tidied up briefly before emerging from the cave. Chapter 33. A lengthy lesson. The trees across the mountainside were largely reduced to charred remnants, their forms outlined by arcs of electricity, a sight both striking and alarming. The rain washed over the rocky terrain, revealing occasional flickers of lightning, but a roar erupted as a massive bear lifted its head and bellowed, its voice resonating like thunder. Towering over Tu Zhang, the creature exuded a fierce and formidable presence, its fur completely stripped away, revealing a layer of charred skin, intermittently illuminated by crackling gray lightning. Upon witnessing this demonic corpse, Luo Cheng was filled with trepidation and suspicion. Lightning was known to repel malevolent forces, and in regions frequently visited by storms, it was rare to encounter the remains of such creatures. This particular demon, with which he shared a connection, had not only survived the onslaught of lightning, but had seemingly absorbed and transformed its energy. After a brief contemplation, he found this phenomenon less surprising. The emergence of demons was not solely due to filth, and lightning alone could not counter all threats in the face of one another. Neither man nor beast engaged in conversation. They simply clashed. Crack! The giant bear roared, its paw, larger than a winnowing basket, flashed with lightning as it came crashing down, unleashing a forceful gale. Had this encounter occurred over 20 days prior, Luo Cheng would have either dodged or counterattacked chaotically. Yet now, the scenario was different. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, its blade radiating with brilliant white light, forming a barrier in mid-air. The rain-soaked ground was instantly pulverized in a fine mist, which rapidly congealed into frost, sweeping outward in a tempest that surged over Zhang. Boom! Beneath his feet, large sections of rock fractured like a spider's web. The layer of water on the stones quickly transformed into a thin sheet of ice, and before the splashed droplets could descend, they had already frozen. This fragile ice shattered upon impact, scattering debris across the ground. Observing Luo Cheng, he stood resolute against the bear's ferocious assault, seemingly unscathed, his arms steady as he held the sword horizontally. Meanwhile, the bear's paw had been grievously injured by the sword's edge, its gray lightning clashing violently with the radiant light, creating a scene reminiscent of a dazzling fireworks display. Luo Cheng executed the technique known as skyward return, channeling the force he absorbed outward. However, due to his limited cultivation and incomplete mastery of the technique, he could not entirely nullify the bear's attack, leaving him with a profound soreness and severely torn garments. Yet, seasoned by countless battles, he deemed such discomfort trivial and summoned his strength. With a piercing sword gesture, he formed a dual-fingered stance with his left hand, gathering radiant white light to unleash 3 rapid strikes. The chilling force and power created 3 frost-covered punctures in the bear's abdomen, sending its towering form reeling backward, uncontrollable. Having gained the upper hand, Luo Cheng's subsequent assaults fell like a torrential downpour. In a mere span of a few breaths, the giant bear lay lifeless, much like those demons ensnared by dark energies. Its corpse unable to linger, it swiftly disintegrated into a heap of ash, washed away by the rain in murky waters. The strength of this demon was indeed formidable. Yet Luo Cheng's victory hinged upon his adept use of skyward return to seize the advantage and subsequently overpower his foe. This is a demon crystal, and this is the as he stowed away the demon crystal. Luo Cheng picked up another object, a first glance. Elation surged through him as he thought it to be a rare treasure. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was merely an ordinary yuan orb, primarily utilized for the arrangement of barriers and seals. This moment, it retained a reasonably round shape and was valued at roughly 10 or so yuan stones. This was to be expected, for the Yuan Wen land spanned only a few hundred miles, and a map had already been drawn, indicating it was merely a small-scale perilous area where extraordinary phenomena were unlikely to occur. Unlike certain treacherous lands that stretched across thousands of miles, harboring countless inscrutable entities unknown to humankind, anything could be encountered there. Having vanquished the demonic creatures and obtained the magic crystal, along with the additional acquisition of the Yuan orb, Luo Cheng felt quite satisfied. Noticing a cave not far off, he hastened toward it. Although the colossal bear was indeed a demonic creature, it retained some semblance of its ursine temperament, and this cave likely served as its lair. Upon entering, Luo Cheng's brow furrowed slightly as he discovered several tattered garments and a battered long knife. Could it be that a disciple had met with misfortune? After a thorough search, he found no further clues to confirm this, speculating it possible that a disciple had carelessly discarded their belongings while resting here. However, he did stumble upon two peculiar stones, irregular in shape, resembling two potatoes, varying in size from that of a fist to larger, entirely silver-white, with occasional flashes of silver arcs flickering. Upon closer inspection, he could hear a rumbling sound emanating from within the stones. They were indeed thunderstones, and rather unusually, there were two. The surge of excitement coursed through Luo Cheng as he examined them briefly before placing them into a storage pouch. Pondering, had he sensed them as they scurried about? Were thunderstones easily located? If that were the case, with this thought lingering, he exited the cave. 2 days later, Luo Cheng appeared disheveled, with several strands of hair singed. Aside from discovering some valuable herbs, he had yet to locate another thunderstone. During this time, he had also sustained injuries from being enveloped in rampant lightning. It was now evident that thunderstones were far from common. The colossal bear's ability to find two was likely due to a significant stroke of luck, and because it had been tainted by an exerted control over the lightning, it might possess some sensitivity to the thunderstones. With no yuan stones or medicinal pills in hand, and with the imminent arrival of the day when disciples were required to submit their monthly yuan stones from the mining of abandoned mines in 3 days, Luo Cheng could not afford to linger any longer. After a brief adjustment of his robes, he made his way swiftly toward the forest's edge, the so-called entrance and exit of this woodland. Several rudimentary pavilions had been constructed. Compared to over 20 days ago, there were evidently more disciples present. Upon counting, there were as many as 30, their cultivation levels varying between mid to late stage of the third realm. Some engaged in solitary cultivation in secluded spots, while others conversed casually. They largely awaited the dispersal of the ominous clouds overhead before venturing into the forest to search for thunderstones. Mindful of their own safety, even if they dared to enter at this moment, finding thunderstones would be arduous. As Luo Cheng emerged from the woods, he was recognized by others, and after a moment's contemplation, he casually replied, "I found some." Without compromising his own safety, he did not mind revealing that thunderstones had indeed formed within the forest. Upon his utterance, all activities came to an abrupt halt. Bai Jingyao's face was alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "How many have you found? Present them to me. I shall acquire all 8 pieces of yuan stones, and 1 thunderstone I shall not sell." Luo Cheng did not pause in his stride. Though he was indeed in dire need of yuan stones, he would not part with the thunderstone at this moment. Even if he ultimately could not gather enough thunderstones, and the Tianhu Dam were claimed by another, he could still sell the thunderstone for 4 or 5 pieces of yuan stones later, so there was no need to rush. 10 pieces of yuan stones. But Jinyao's countenance darkened with anger. "If you choose not to sell, then you must circumvent this sword scar. Should you dare to tread beyond it, I, Bai, shall ensure you learn a lesson." The disparity between martial artists was inevitable, Some would require a decade to master a sword technique, while others might achieve it in a single day. Bai Jianyao, renowned as a genius in the outer sect of the Wu Yan men, though he could hardly be deemed a prodigy, was nonetheless a standout disciple among many. He once believed that if he pursued more profound techniques, he would ascend to even greater heights. After 2 decades of smooth sailing, his pride was now at stake, and he could not easily relent. He, the enchanting young woman, chuckled lightly, choosing not to placate Bai Jianyao as she had previously. Some individuals simply needed to be taught a lesson that a few other disciples observed with interest, for both combatants practiced the same martial art and were thus familiar with each other's techniques. The remaining disciples, mostly in the mid-stage of the 3rd level of cultivation, harbored silent indignation. This was truly an act of bullying. They had no designs on the Tianhu Dan. Their intention was to find thunderstones and sell them at a high price for yuan stones. Witnessing such aggressive buying, how could they not feel vexed? Some disciples resolved that when they found thunderstones, they would take a longer route to avoid unnecessary trouble. Luo Cheng was unfazed by Bai Jinyao's threat and did not falter as he stepped over the sword scar. Courageous, Bai Jianyao exclaimed sharply, charging forward and swinging his sword to strike. Clang! The swords clashed, and the assailing Bai Jianyao was forced to retreat 3 steps before he steadied himself. In contrast, Luo Cheng remained unyielding, having not budged an inch. Both employed the same sword technique, contesting their strength, which was readily apparent present. Luo Cheng possessed nearly 20 tigers of strength, comparable to that of an ordinary practitioner at the early 4th level, while Bai Jinyao's strength was around 16 tigers. With some raw power, Bai Jinyao's ears flushed with embarrassment as he charged once more. Raising his hand, he unleashed the chaotic sword style. The beautiful woman, well acquainted with Bai Jianyao, was taken aback to see him falter in strength. Her expression shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing his deployment of the chaotic sword style, a smile graced her exquisite face. She knew that Bai Jianyao had mastered the technique to such an extent that he had earned a formidable reputation within the outer sect, garnering the goodwill of numerous inner sect disciples. Indeed, as he executed it, he unleashed a flurry of 9 swords. Chapter 34. A windfall seeing Bai Jianyao launch his assault with the chaotic sword style. Luo Cheng responded in kind, also employing the same technique. In an instant, 9 beams of sword light danced and scattered in a mesmerizing display. The swords, each forged from different materials, emitted distinct hues of light. Clang, clang, clang. The 18 beams of sword light intertwined and clashed. Luo Cheng's 9 pale gold, frigid beams of sword light swiftly gained the upper hand. The collision of their strengths reverberated, causing Bai Jianyao to be thrust backward, nearly losing his grip on his sword. Fortunately, his combat experience was not lacking. Gathering his energy, he executed the sword dash, retreating like a beam of light at high speed. As Luo Cheng executed his sword-dashing step, his body transformed into a crescent of sword light, pursuing relentlessly in an instant. On a modest patch of ground before a simple pavilion, 2 dazzling beams of white sword light chased each other, the latter moving with a speed far surpassing that of the former. The 2 beams paused momentarily, revealing their wielders, before resuming their pursuit. 18 beams of sword light swirled around him, with a sweep of his sword. The remaining 17 followed suit, fanning out like an expansive FANAS he struck down. The beams converged, ultimately resembling a singular beam of light. At this juncture, Luo Cheng's mastery of the unifying heavy slash had nearly reached a level of profound understanding. Upon witnessing the unifying heavy slash approaching, Bai Jinyao's expression shifted dramatically as he employed the skyward returning sword to defend. The clang of metal echoed loudly as the force of the impact shattered much of his robe. Leaving his skin marred with fissures, the force propelled him backward, and although his command over the skyward returning sword was commendable, it proved insufficient against such a formidable unifying heavy slash, resulting in injury. In his panic, he hastily tapped his foot against the ground, executing the dragon sword emergence technique, twisting his form into a streak of light and swiftly moving 2 zhang before regaining his footing. His robe lay in tatters, his hair disheveled, a picture of disarray. Bai Jinyao's face contorted with fury, determined to fight to the death. As soon as he steadied himself, he unleashed the sword-dashing step that in a flash. He closed the distance and unleashed the breaking air sword point. The radiant white essence around him surged toward his left hand, intensifying the brilliance of his sword point to nearly half a foot in sharpness. With almost 90% of his essence converging upon the sword point, it was evident that Bai Jianyao's mastery of the breaking air sword point was nearing a state of profound understanding. Coupled with the might of the sword-dashing step, its power was indeed formidable, and the essence retained its true nature, rendering the sword point exceptionally sharp. The previous exchange had seemingly determined the victor. Yet Luo Cheng had not anticipated that his opponent would retaliate. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he too executed the breaking air sword point. His left-hand sword point appeared to possess tremendous suction, drawing in all surrounding essence like a dragon consuming water. The sword point shot forth that in this clash of sword points, the contest was not merely one of strength but also of sharpness. Otherwise, the stronger party would suffer greater injury. Should the sharpness be insufficient, it would be akin to an ordinary person striking a blade with their palm. Greater force would result in more severe injury. Bai Jianyao had precisely calculated this, adopting a life-or-death stance to compel Luo Cheng into submission. In the blink of an eye, the tips of their swords met. The clash resounded with a shattering noise as Bai Jianyao's sword point splintered like porcelain, scattering into a chaotic array. With a swift sound, a deep sword scar appeared on his hand and arm, penetrating down to the bone. The scar was further enveloped by a layer of ice, swiftly encasing his entire left arm in frost. This was the consequence of the residual force from the sword point, akin to a strike capable of piercing through 3 six-armed demons. The exchange of sword points, equally potent in release, sent Bai Jianyao hurtling back several zhang, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Without waiting to rise, he anxiously glanced at his left arm, which had lost all sensation. Should he fail to tend to his injuries promptly, it might become irreparable. Swallowing hard, panic etched across his face, he found himself involuntarily retreating. Upon observing the situation, Luo Cheng retracted his intention to continue the assault, directing his gaze towards his sword held aloft in his left hand. After all, engaging in a direct confrontation was perilous. Even the half-foot edge of his sword was on the verge of shattering. With a mere flick of his palm, the yuan light surged back, enveloping him once more. He then cast his eyes upon Bai Jianyao, who was already exhibiting clear signs of distress. With a cold demeanor, he swung his long sword, creating a wave of air that manifested as an almost imperceptible force. If Bai Jianyao could achieve this, so could he. It was neither profound nor particularly formidable. Whooshed out, a scar from a sword appeared upon the rock before Bai Jianyao, reminiscent of a previous scene, that if you dare to cross this line, I will end you, he uttered coldly before turning away to exit. Certain matters are not to be instigated or concluded at the whim of others. The gathered disciples collectively inhaled sharply. The brevity of the confrontation had left the outcome starkly defined, and they found it difficult to process. As they watched Luo Cheng depart, they refrained from discussing his yuan light, which was so keen and imbued with such an icy aura. Upon entering the valley, he encountered a notice regarding the Tianhu Dan, which was available in limited quantity. Only one was offered in exchange for 15 supergene units of Lei Ming stone, with no restrictions on the identity of disciples, whether inner or outer sect. 15 pieces. He was still far from that goal. Muttering to himself, Luo Cheng proceeded to seek out a shop, intent on converting his Hui Yuan pearls and medicinal materials into Yuan stones. Due to the allure of the Tianhu Dan, the number of disciples traversing Yuanzhong Valley had doubled, featuring numerous inner sect members, among whom were likely some merely drawn by the excitement, such as disciples at the 5th stage of Yuan, who were inherently unsuitable for consuming the Tianhu Dan. He set up a table and erected a small wooden sign, offering to purchase Lei Ming stones at a high price, exuding an air of financial extravagance. As a martial artist in the early 4th stage and a prominent outer sect steward, he indeed had numerous means to acquire yuan stones. However, upon seeing Luo Cheng, Bai Hongping's countenance instantly darkened. He discerned that Luo Cheng had achieved the mid-stage of the 3rd level and had refined his yuan light, though it appeared somewhat impure. Today, upon witnessing his prowess, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him immediately. Yet, Due to the constraints of his position as an outer sect steward, he refrained from acting to kill a mid-third stage disciple with his early fourth stage would certainly draw scrutiny from elders within the sect. For there existed an invisible yet palpable chasm of power between the third and fourth stages. A fleeting thought of ambush crossed his mind, contemplating the moment he stepped beyond Yuanzhong Valley. Yet, upon turning again, he found Luo Cheng had vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he had slipped away with remarkable swiftness. Hongping felt an intense desire to shatter the table in frustration. Indeed, Luo Cheng had deliberately evaded him. Without utilizing his aura, he was no match for his adversary, and the demonic transformation instilled great trepidation within him. It was wiser to retreat for the time being, as he was rapidly advancing and need not rush into conflict. Upon leaving Yuanzhong Valley, Luo Cheng arrived at the Yuan Stone Waste Mine. With only 2 days remaining until the deadline for submitting Yuan stones, it was unwise to venture into peculiar territories. Should he encounter unforeseen circumstances and miss the submission deadline, he might inadvertently provide Hongping with leverage against him. Moreover, he was also preparing to submit 15 pieces of Yuan stone. Should he fail to submit even a single piece, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. If the amount of Yuan stone submitted fell below 10 pieces, not only would the required submissions for the subsequent 3 months increase, but he would also be compelled to remain in a designated Yuan stone mine for extraction during that period, prohibited from leaving. The overseers would conduct irregular inspections, and any instance of desertion would result in immediate demotion to the status of a menial disciple. Thus, even if he had only 17 pieces of Yuan stone remaining, he was obliged to submit 15, with the remaining 25 due in the following 3 months. As for the future, less than 4 months remained until the intersect selection, and Luo Cheng was confident he could cultivate to the early 4th stage before entering the intersect. Given these circumstances, Luo Cheng chose to remain at the Yuan stone mine for the past 2 days, avoiding distractions that he casually selected a mine shaft to enter. Aside from cultivating, he also practiced martial techniques while extracting Yuan stone. Although his routine offered little time for rest, it spared him the anxiety of constant vigilance, rendering his days relatively pleasant. Furthermore, every piece of Yuan stone extracted was advantageous, with any surplus contributing to his monthly stipend. Crack, bang, the chaotic blade technique, the void-piercing sword finger, the unified heavy slash, layer by layer. Boulders crumbled into fragments, flying out of the mine in a chaotic flurry. With all his might, and relying on his strength and sharpness, Luo Cheng's extraction speed was naturally swift, leaving the abandoned mine in a state of utter disarray. This is Yuan stone. After slicing through a layer of rock, Luo Cheng caught sight of a corner of the Yuan stone. He quickly continued to excavate, unearthing piece after piece, until he broke through another layer of rock, revealing a sight filled with the shadows of Yuan stones. An unexpected windfall had descended upon him. Chapter 35. The Supreme Dragon Breath Pill. An man becomes rich without unexpected wealth, and no horse thrives without night grass. For martial artists, such fortune may present itself as opportunities or serendipities, and seizing them can lead to a turnaround in their fortunes. Some disciples in the martial refinement sect who suddenly rise to prominence may owe their success to such unexpected gains. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng had always faced financial strain regarding his cultivation resources, as his practice consumed considerable resources. The energy expenditure from rotating the turntable, coupled with the black hue of Yuan light intensifying the cultivation's demands, led to a need for greater amounts of Yuan Qi, while simultaneously his resource gains had been meager. However, the current situation abruptly overturned his previously precarious circumstances. The formation of all things in heaven and earth has its reasons, and Yuan stones are no exception. They are particularly unique. They do not form as large masses, but rather emerge in relatively uniform sizes, containing comparable amounts of the natural energies. The differences lie in the slightly varied shapes of each stone, with some corners bearing useless debris. Upon discovering the Yuan stones, Luo Cheng devoted himself wholeheartedly to the extraction. Upon counting, he found a total of 1,279 pieces for Luo Cheng. This constituted a fortune, An immense resource, the IT was sufficient to alleviate his concerns over yuan stones for several years, allowing him to purchase necessary and commonly needed pills at will. Should his weapons become damaged, he could readily procure new ones, frequently replenishing the yuan qi required for the 5-color turntable. He could dedicate more time to cultivation, and if he found the monotony of solitary training tiresome, he could seek out extraordinary locations to hone his skills and increase his gains, snowballing his fortunes. Perhaps in the future, he would no longer need to worry about the dwindling yuan stones and how to acquire more. Instead, he could contemplate those rare and precious treasures. After a brief respite, Luo Cheng ventured beyond Yuan Windland. Upon locating the Yuanfeng district steward, he submitted a sum of 40 yuan stones, thereby prepaying for the subsequent 3 months. Consequently, even the esteemed chief steward by Hongping would find it impossible to arbitrarily reassign him. For the next 3 to 6 months, he enjoyed complete freedom. Such occurrences were not entirely uncommon, as he was not the sole disciple engaged in the mining of yuan stone waste. The Yuanfeng district steward remained unfazed by this development. Subsequently, Luo Cheng sought out his one true friend, Cheng Danxia. The two shared a piece of luminous stone and ventured into the Lido cave. Initially, Luo Cheng intended to borrow some yuan stones from her to offer support, but he soon reconsidered, realizing the pros and cons of such an action. Instead, he resolved to provide a few superior refining pills when the opportunity arose. Based on Luo Cheng's understanding of the Yellow region, he recognized that the process of creating exceptional refining pills could yield a top-tier refining pill without significant detriment. That it was not that he had abandoned the pursuit of the Tianhu pill. Rather, he had firmly resolved to strive for it with all his might. However, it was still premature to take any action. The formation and search for thunderstones were not matters that could be accomplished in a short time, and many were vying for the Tianhu pill. Even with 100 thunderstones, it would not suffice. Gathering 15 would undoubtedly prove challenging. This situation was not difficult to deduce, and Luo Cheng had already formulated a rough plan in his mind, which seemed quite feasible. Regardless of the happenings in places like Yuanzhong Valley, he focused solely on his tranquil cultivation. The excruciating pain brought on by the yuan refinement eventually became bearable with time. While practicing the return to one sore body technique and mining yuan stone waste, he would pause to rest whenever he felt his vitality depleting excessively, contemplating techniques such as the sword dragon emerging from the abyss. Simultaneously, he consumed a considerable amount of 7 treasures blood pills to enhance the fortitude of his physique. Additionally, he took bone-strengthening pills, tiger bone pills, and solidifying pills, although the potency of these medicines was limited. Their effects were minimal if his body was too robust. Nevertheless, any enhancement, however slight, contributed to his progress, that he could afford to purchase a few superior pills, like spirit pills, but due to his insufficient cultivation level, he chose to refrain from using them for the time being. As for the exceptional refining pills, they could not be procured from the material treasure hall. After selecting the yellow region, he invested in magic crystals to concoct them himself. As long as they remained effective, he would continue to take them, feeling invigorated with the supply of several thousand yuan stones. Time passed swiftly, and more than a month had elapsed during this period. Aside from 2 days spent hunting magical creatures for magic crystals, he remained at the yuan stone waste mine. His mastery of the return to one heavy slash technique was now thoroughly integrated, and he could initially employ the sword dragon emerging from the abyss. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the 3rd level, with yuan light emanating from his skin, showing signs of penetrating his flesh. The only regret was that, lacking Ice Sha, the increase in his physical strength was somewhat diminished. In terms of strength, he fell short of 25 tigers. To remedy this, Luo Cheng procured a Baiyu pearl, attempting to substitute it with water yuan qi, but to no avail. The process of absorption proved arduous, offering no benefit and even damaging his yuan light, compelling him to abandon the effort and sell the Baiyu pearl. The reason for this failure likely stemmed from the stark differences between Ice Sha and water yuan qi. Thus, he was left with no choice but to strive for pure Ice Sha or something akin to it, seeking to expand upon his razor-sharp sword techniques. After leaving Yuanfeng district, Luo Cheng found Cheng Danxiao once again. This time, he presented her with 2 exceptional refining pills, observing the emerald green pills within the jade vial. Their luminescence, subtly pulsating, Cheng Danxia's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Calculating, this marks the fifth exquisite Tsuindan that Luo Cheng has bestowed upon her. Given her inherent aptitude and her choice to consume only a modest amount of ordinary Tsuindan, it would be exceedingly challenging for her to refine the essence of Yuan Light during her breakthrough to the third level. However, the exceptional Tsuindan has provided her with immense assistance. Her cultivation speed has notably accelerated, and her comprehension of martial techniques has become significantly less arduous. This has inadvertently widened the gap between her and the likes of Jiang Yu, Wan Wu, and Du Shan. With the addition of these two exquisite Tsuindan, combined with a substantial quantity of ordinary Tsuindan, and by dedicating herself wholeheartedly to mastering a martial technique with increased diligence, it is highly probable that she may successfully refine the essence of Yuan Light during her breakthrough to the third level. Once she achieves this, her future would undoubtedly be radiant. Each time she contemplates this, her heart brims with motivation. Perhaps she may still fail to refine the essence of Yuan Light, yet it is worth the all-out effort. Having received previous gifts, Cheng Danxia did not decline this time either. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, seemingly summoning considerable courage, and spoke in a soft voice. "Thank you, senior brother, I am unsure how to repay you. Perhaps I could offer myself in gratitude." Within the Yuanzhong Valley, the flow of disciples remained abundant, and the Fengzhan platform was particularly lively. In pursuit of martial arts, where martial prowess reigns supreme. Warriors often exhibit a bold, combative spirit, especially following the incident involving the Tianhu Dan, which has drawn many external geniuses, particularly those in the late stage of the third level and early stage of the fourth level, to the Yuanzhong Valley. Moreover, there were some older and more formidable disciples. Once conflict arose among them, they would undoubtedly be exceedingly fierce. Additionally, certain disciples were engaged in high-priced acquisitions of Thunderstone, with prices reaching up to 15 yuan stones per unit, and even included undisclosed additional conditions in the offers. Despite this, there were no signs of business transactions. That it was hardly surprising, as there was only one Tianhu Dan, yet countless individuals sought to obtain it, resulting in fierce competition, both overt and covert. Today, Bai Hongping was absent, presumably either attending to matters of the Bureau of Households or seeking ways to procure Thunderstone elsewhere. Luo Cheng's arrival drew little attention from others. For the outer disciples of the martial refinement sect, those who could refine the essence of Yuan Light were not exceedingly rare. However, Luo Cheng's actions gradually captivated everyone's gaze, mimicking the gestures of other disciples. He produced a 2-foot-tall rectangular table, an unremarkable creation of his own making. Upon this table rested 2 jade vials, each containing a single pill. While this was not particularly noteworthy, as disciples often fetched pills from Dan Peak or sold and used ones at relatively low prices in the Yuanzhong Valley. The small wooden sign standing on the table proclaimed, "One piece of Thunderstone weighing over a gene may be exchanged for 1 exquisite Phalian Dan. 2 pieces of Thunderstone weighing over a gene may be exchanged for 1 exquisite Longshi Dan." These 2 pills were, of course, crafted by Luo Cheng in the Yellow Zone. His storage pouch still held 4 exquisite Phalian Dan and 2 exquisite Longshi Dan. The Longshi Dan was essential for those at the 4th level, enhancing the essence of Yuan Light and providing the final boost necessary for refining the Yuan Light martial color. The reason this pill bore the name Longshi was not due to its composition from dragon breath, but because it could endow Yuan power with a pressuring force akin to that of a dragon's breath. Only the exquisite Longshi Dan possessed such an effect. Despite the relatively mild nature of the oppressive force, the likelihood of a martial artist successfully harnessing it through the consumption of the elixir is often a mere 1 in 10. However, this does not diminish the rarity and value of the exquisite dragon breath elixir. The more intricate and potent the medicinal properties of the herbs, the more challenging they are to amalgamate, rendering the refinement process exceedingly arduous, with the production of a superior grade being even more elusive. The superior grade essence refining elixirs are exceptionally rare, let alone the extraordinary dragon breath elixir intended for consumption at the 4th level of cultivation. It is likely that only disciples like Xing Fei could continuously avail themselves of such an elixir at that stage. Luo Cheng, determined to secure the Tianhu Dan, understood that relying solely on the superior grade elixir of forging would be insufficient. Thus, he resorted to crafting the Dragon Breath Elixir in the yellow zone. Due to the complex nature of the Dragon Breath Elixir's medicinal properties, even with the investment of a substantial magic crystal and 10 portions of herbs, he could only refine 3 superior-grade elixirs. Nonetheless, this endeavor was worthwhile. During his late 3rd stage and early 4th stage, this might be his only opportunity to obtain the Tianhu Dan. He must seize this chance. For missing, it would surely lead to regret. Chapter 36. The sword dragon emerges from the abyss. Disciples frequenting the Yuanzhong Valley typically possess cultivation levels ranging from the 3rd to the 5th stage. Who among them would be ignorant of the significance and rarity of superior-grade elixirs? A throng of disciples, filled with skepticism, gathered around the stall, questioning how a mere proclamation or a wooden plaque could validate the existence of such elixirs. They craned their necks to peer into the 2 open jade vials, scrutinizing their contents. While the color of the elixirs could be fabricated, the pulsing fluorescence, akin to breathing, could not be deceived. They sensed that both elixirs were subtly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, their fragrance rich and intoxicating. The superior-grade forging elixir and the superior-grade dragon breath elixir were undeniably authentic, but a disciple, perhaps unwittingly, uttered a statement that ignited a commotion among the nearby crowd. Elixirs are vital resources for cultivation, directly impacting one's prowess and potential. This is particularly true for the 3 categories of elixirs closely tied to Yuan Light: the essence refining elixir, the forging elixir, and the dragon breath elixir. Why are some disciples able to refine the true essence of Yuan Light? While talent and comprehension play a role, it also stems from their consumption of superior-grade elixirs. Naturally, there are those who, having only taken ordinary essence refining elixirs, manage to refine their Yuan Light essence, thanks to their unparalleled aptitude. Yet in comparison to those of similar talent who have consumed superior-grade elixirs, their cultivation and strength inevitably fall short. Where did he procure such superior-grade elixirs? Did he steal them? That is a superior-grade dragon breath elixir. How could a disciple at the 3rd stage possess such a thing? His ostentation is alarming, displaying a superior-grade dragon breath elixir. Who does he think he is, the illegitimate child of some inner sect elder? Around 40 to 50 individuals encircled the modest long table, engaged in animated discussions, even though they lowered their voices. A persistent buzz filled the air. From afar, disciples hurried over, drawn by the commotion. Those who did not join the fray stood aside, observing the spectacle. In a short span, nearly 1,000 had gathered, including several 4th and 5th stage intersect disciples, each displaying varied expressions and thoughts. The dozen or so disciples seeking to purchase Thunderstone at a high price wore particularly grim faces. For the sake of Thunderstone, this individual has produced a superior-grade dragon breath elixir. Is he here to stir trouble? Perhaps I should forego the Tianhu Dan, as the chances seem slim. Acquiring a superior-grade dragon breath elixir would be more tangible and reliable. 1 4th stage disciple, gritting his teeth and glaring at Luo Cheng, could not help but entertain such thoughts. Behind the table, Luo Cheng maintained an unperturbed demeanor. Standing casually, he had not intended to divulge the existence of his exquisite elixirs. In light of this, he had earnestly cautioned Danxia regarding the matter. It was certainly not advantageous for such information to become widely known, particularly given his currently meager strength. However, for the sake of the Tianhu Dan, he found himself compelled to act. Only by letting more people become aware could he hope to exchange for a sufficient quantity of Thunderstones. Should any troubles arise from this, he would have to bear the consequences. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions, and among them, a young male disciple stepped forward eagerly, declaring, "I will offer 15 yuan stones for this exquisite refinement pill." Before Luo Cheng could respond, other disciples interjected, "15 yuan stones? That's excessive. It's only worth about 5 at how naive. He possesses an exquisite dragon breath pill and is still in need of your 15 yuan stones. Who does this person think he is, to have such audacity?" A torrent of comments flooded forth, as they all possessed a certain level of cultivation and were not lacking in insight. If the exquisite refinement pill were as commonplace as ordinary pills, its efficacy would suggest a value of approximately 5 or 6 yuan stones per pill. However, rarity dictated value. When such a precious item was scarcely available in apothecaries, how could one determine a price? Typically, thunderstones were valued at around 4 to 5 yuan stones, but during the competition for the Tianhu Dan, the price had surged to 15 yuan stones. Thus, in this exchange, one exquisite refinement pill could be traded for a single thunderstone. Yet opinions varied on whether this was equitable. Many rare items often transcended the mere valuation of yuan stones and were exchanged through barter. Naturally, Luo Cheng was unwilling to engage in a transaction for yuan stones. Had he been inclined, he would have already offered the exquisite refinement pill in exchange for yuan stones to facilitate his cultivation. He had not done so before, and now that he possessed yuan stones, he had no reason to change his approach. Yuan stones were certainly off the table. Besides thunderstones, he would also consider unique secret techniques or items related to ice frost. Luo Cheng maintained his composure and casually remarked, "Ice frost?" The gathered disciples were perplexed, somewhat unfamiliar with ice frost, questioning its utility. Was it somehow related to the exquisite elixirs? The atmosphere remained tumultuous for a quarter of an hour, yet no disciple approached to make an exchange. Everyone was merely observing, and within the entirety of Yuanzhong Valley, there were few who possessed thunderstones. Those disciples who owned thunderstones were waiting for an even higher price before selling, hoping for a valuation around 30 yuan stones or the equivalent of 2 exquisite refinement pills. The lack of any exchanges took Luo Cheng by surprise. After some contemplation, he began to pack up his stall. Some disciples, noticing this, grew anxious and exclaimed, "Senior brother, are you closing up already?" Luo Cheng, having made his calculations, spoke clearly, "I, Luo, shall return in about half a month. The conditions remain unchanged. If no one is willing to exchange, I shall have to devise another plan." Having said this, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and made his way towards the exit of Yuanzhong Valley. He had seized the upper hand. What significance did a single exquisite refinement pill hold? He would not even stoop to pick it up if it fell to the ground. One disciple expressed discontent, speaking derisively. "Let us follow him." Two middle-aged men in the early stages of the fourth realm exchanged glances and stealthily trailed him. Additionally, a late-stage inner disciple of the fourth realm cast a distant gaze before fixating intently on Luo Cheng's figure. Wealth could stir the hearts of men. While the resources lay hidden within storage bags, they remained unknown to others. Yet, once even a hint was revealed, it would attract the attention of the discerning. Among the disciples frequenting Yuanzhong Valley, there were always those with designs on such matters, ever watchful for opportunities. This is precisely what Luo Cheng feared. After meandering through the Yuanzhong Valley for nearly half a day, he had yet to successfully elude the person trailing him. Lacking power and status, a child brandishing gold in a bustling market could only imagine the consequences that he chose not to enter through the so-called entrances along the route, opting instead for a more circuitous path, which led him to the thunderous land without encountering any other disciples. While exchanging exquisite elixirs for thunderous stones was one aspect of his endeavor, it was equally essential to actively seek them out to ensure greater success. Resolute in his decision, Luo Cheng did not rush to depart. Instead, he interwove his search for thunderous stones with his cultivation practice. The rain in the thunderous land had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. Verdant trees were a rare sight, and the landscape was predominantly charred. The flickering lightning was scarce, not due to a waning danger, but rather because the threat lay dormant. Luo Cheng remained vigilant, searching for locations that exhibited unusual signs. He refrained from engaging with other disciples when he encountered them. After nearly 10 days, he had gathered some medicinal herbs. Yet he had not discovered a single thunderous stone that he did, however, select the blue area of the 5-colored spinning wheel. Within a small cave, after casting in the last magic crystal, Luo Cheng arrived at the blue-robed training chamber. Outer disciples, upon commencing formal cultivation, were permitted to receive the foundational techniques and corresponding martial arts scrolls of the first 3 levels in terms of martial arts. He had already mastered the Unity sword technique, the chaotic sword style, the void sword finger, the sword acceleration step, the Unity heavy slash, and the skyward returning sword. The only technique he had yet to practice in the blue robe chamber was the body technique. The sword dragon emerging from the abyss, the T.O. acquire more martial skills. He could either devise a means to obtain them or wait until he advanced to the fourth level, at which point he could exchange in the transmission hall. At this moment, Luo Cheng was capable of initially executing the sword dragon emerging from the abyss. He wasted no time and immediately immersed himself in cultivation. The sword dragon emerging from the abyss, as a body technique, bore some resemblance to the sword acceleration step, yet possessed distinct differences. Its name emphasizes both form and meaning. The form represents that of a sword dragon, a mythical beast seldom seen in the heavenly martial domain, said to exist in the heavenly demon domain. The dragon's silhouette aligns with the principles of the Great Path, powerful and imposing, while the sword dragon embodies a more ferocious aspect. Thus, employing the form of the sword dragon to manipulate the sword body and elemental light manifests the formidable presence of the sword dragon's form. The meaning lies in the concept of emerging from the abyss, deriving the momentum of the abyss through the unity method, navigating with agility and strategy. This is the essence of the body technique. The sword dragon emerging from the abyss, which emphasizes agile strikes, and when combined with the straightforward sword acceleration step, it augments both body and footwork, enhancing lethality. However, it demands high standard from the sword body and elemental light. Otherwise, it lacks significant power. Much like a white sword wielded ineffectively. It is akin to handing a sword weighing over 10 pounds to a 3-year-old child. Merely avoiding self-harm would be commendable. Luo Cheng's cultivation level, sword body, and elemental light could only be deemed as having crossed the threshold of training in the sword dragon emerging from the abyss. Fortunately, the blue-robed training chamber allowed him to grasp the technique swiftly. Each encounter with the blue robe facilitated a rapid transmission of understanding, which included insights into the sword dragon emerging from the abyss as well as the skyward returning sword. Perhaps it was a matter of fortune. Or perhaps it stemmed from Luo Cheng's desire to dedicate more time to cultivation. After over 20 days, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of a thunderous stone, oblivious to the phenomena that often accompanied the formation of such stones. Finding a vacant space, he arranged a table and 2 elixirs, surveyed his surroundings, and then narrowed his eyes to attentively absorb the insights gradually imparted by the blue robe. Nearby, various stalls displayed an array of wares. Among them, over 10 disciples are scattered in various locations, eagerly acquiring Thunderstone at exorbitant prices. The additional conditions beyond the basic acquisition of Yuan Stone vary from person to person, often entangled with family backgrounds or even involving acts of murder. They observed the humble stall of Luo Cheng, which was devoid of the previous bustling atmosphere, now as desolate as a deserted street, and they could not suppress their covert laughter. The contention over the Tianhu Dan is indeed a treacherous affair. Some disciples of notable lineage have already procured several pieces of Thunderstone through various means. There are even whispers circulating in the shadows, advocating for a ban on the entry of external Thunderstones into the Wu Yin sect. The situation has escalated to this extent, and Luo Cheng's actions are certain to offend many disciples, making him a target for ostracism. Who would dare to readily exchange Thunderstone with him? To acquire the Tianhu Dan, one must possess strength. Otherwise, success is unattainable. By the time he gathers enough Thunderstone, the opportunity may have long since spoiled. Unbeknownst to Luo Cheng, who is oblivious to the chaotic thoughts of others, he senses a shift in the atmosphere, realizing that a transaction is at hand. Chapter 37. The triumphant invincibility. As various disciples traverse the Yuanzhong Valley, they often linger near the Fengzhan platform to observe. Disciples continuously pass by his stall. Luo Cheng does not pay them any heed, narrowing his eyes slightly as he contemplates the art of movement akin to a dragon emerging from the abyss. Noticing that someone is scrutinizing him intently, he lifts his gaze to find an unremarkable young man staring back. This, in itself, poses no issue, as the table before him bears 2 exquisite elixirs, easily drawing attention. However, the young man, with a grave expression, nods solemnly and glances at him once more before turning to leave. In the mid-stage of the 3rd realm. What message is he attempting to convey? Luo Cheng feels a flicker of confusion, but after a moment's reflection, his expression shifts, and he begins to gather his table and elixirs, retreating towards the back. The moment he departs, several late-stage disciples of the 3rd realm immediately take notice. Instinctively following him, he must shake them off. Luo Cheng furrows his brow and quickens his pace. The previous actions of a young disciple ignite a suspicion within him. This individual likely intended to catch his attention through direct gaze, with the plan of evading prying eyes before they meet again for a transaction. Thus, to facilitate the potential exchange, he must remain discreet. However, the few disciples trailing him show no fear of being discovered, following him openly and audaciously. After a quarter of an hour without shaking them off, Luo Cheng feels a surge of irritation. Just as he rounds a corner, pondering how to resolve the situation, an object is suddenly thrown towards him. As he catches it, he discovers it to be a piece of thunderstone, weighing over a pound. The ordinary-looking young man stands at another corner, having indeed handed the thunderstone to Luo Cheng first. His expression is heavy, eyes veiled with concern. With the thunderstone in hand, Luo Cheng would naturally uphold the terms of their transaction, promptly tossing a jade vial containing exquisite refining elixirs to the young man. The youth receives the vial, opens it to inspect carefully, confirming its contents without a word, and swiftly vanishes around the corner. The transaction unfolds in a manner reminiscent of a clandestine meeting between spies. As he stows away the thunderstone, Luo Cheng furrows his brow in contemplation. At this juncture, he realizes that some disciples may be willing to trade with him, yet for various reasons, they cannot or dare not let others know. Fearing retaliation, the surreptitious nature of their dealings contrasted with the brazen pursuit of his tailors ignites a simmering frustration within Luo Cheng, compelling him to memorize the faces of those following him. The intense gazes of both parties collide, sparking an unspoken tension. Such a sight is certainly not what they wish to witness, for the disciples who are fervently striving to obtain the Tianhu Dan. Anyone who covets it becomes an adversary that a robust young man, who had just finished sparring on the wind battle platform, let out a cold snort and cast a sweeping glance at the gathered disciples. His voice laced with ire. Should anyone dare to exchange thunderstone here at such a critical juncture, they shall find themselves at odds with me. Lu Yuan, in this scenario, his audacity was indeed astounding, for he was merely a late-stage disciple of the third realm. Not to mention that there were also disciples of the fourth and fifth realms nearby, and the crowd numbered in the hundreds, all ensnared by his words. Such a threat was grating to the ears of all present. Among them were a man and a woman, both at the fifth realm and around 35 or 36 years of age, who were engaged in casual conversation. Upon hearing his words, they furrowed their brows in discontent. Originally, they had come merely to enjoy the spectacle after a tiring adventure, but they found themselves caught in the web of his intimidation. Given their own cultivation, they were reluctant to take action against Lu Yuan, lest they tarnish their reputations. The man, named Fan Yashan, glanced at Luo Cheng and remarked in a nonchalant tone, "If he is pressing you so, why not swiftly cast him down from the wind battle platform?" The other disciples turned their gaze towards Luo Cheng, pondering how his capabilities might influence the unfolding situation. Luo Cheng, suppressing his rising ire, was contemplating how to navigate this predicament when he found himself pointed at and threatened. His anger ignited, he stowed away his medicinal pills and strode towards the wind battle platform, swiftly appearing upon it and declaring in a deep voice, 10 pieces of elemental stone as a wager. Do you dare? 20 pieces, Lu Yuan retorted, raising his chin and pointing his long blade at Luo Cheng, directly upping the ante. With matters having reached this point, there was little left to discuss. Grasping his long sword, Luo Cheng charged forward. Upon engaging, he quickly assessed Lu Yuan's strength. He noted that Lu Yuan's power surpassed that of Bai Jianyao, and his innate essence and martial techniques were remarkably adept, marking him as a rare talent. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Cheng held nothing back, and with 3 strikes, he sent Lu Yuan sprawling onto the platform. With a swift kick, he sent Lu Yuan tumbling off the edge that a cacophony erupted among the disciples, as they had initially speculated that Luo Cheng's display of 2 top-tier medicinal pills indicated substantial strength. Now, it was evident that he was indeed worthy of the title of a prodigy. Lu Yuan, having fallen, took a moment to regain his footing, and with a furious glare towards Luo Cheng, he conceded. A wager is a wager. 20 pieces of elemental stone it is. Tossing the elemental stones onto the platform, Lu Yuan strode away, subsequently entering a shop established by the sect, where he procured 3 thunderstones, selling them at a rate of 5 elemental stones each. This action left many in stunned disbelief, questioning his motives. Several disciples recognized him as the outer sect genius Luo Cheng, a late-stage disciple of the Third Realm, whose strength far surpassed that of Lu Yuan. Had it not been for his slightly slower cultivation speed, he would certainly be hailed as an extraordinary talent. Yet, in less than 5 exchanges, he too had faced defeat, losing the wager of 10 elemental stones. Consequently, the murmurs among the disciples diminished somewhat. Meanwhile, several early-stage disciples of the Fourth Realm began to stir restlessly. The display of Luo Cheng's formidable prowess was not something they were keen to witness. It was imperative to temper his rising momentum, and perhaps through the wager, they could seize his thunderstones, achieving a twofold success. However, when a disciple with a rather difficult disposition, possessing a cultivation level of the Fourth Realm, was about to ascend the wind battle platform, the previously outspoken Fifth Realm disciple, Fan Yashan, casually remarked to him, "Esteemed junior brother, it appears your skills are itching for a display. Allow me to inform you that his most formidable strike is conservatively estimated to exceed 50 tigers in strength. You possess merely a tangible advantage in vigor, and regardless of the outcome, your actions would be deemed disgraceful." Fan Yashan's words, laced with a hint of provocation, sought to bolster his own status, especially upon witnessing Luo Cheng's impressive prowess. At this moment, he spoke again to extricate the disciple from potential embarrassment, thereby establishing his own reputation for virtue and authority. Upon hearing this, the disciple of the early Fourth Realm visibly changed his expression. He glanced around, scratched his head, and pretended to have heard nothing, ultimately opting not to ascend the wind battle platform. The nearby disciples, however, had heard every word. What? 50 tigers. The force of a strike from a practitioner at the early Fourth Realm is hardly comparable. The previous 2 bouts had concluded too swiftly for them to form an accurate assessment of Luo Cheng's strength. They only knew he was exceptionally formidable. Upon hearing such an evaluation of strength, the disciples unusually did not engage in fervent discussion, but instead dispersed significantly, and for a time, no one dared to step onto the wind battle platform. Luo Cheng, standing resolutely on the platform, bore a solemn expression. He did not leave, but remained, sword in hand. Having procured an exquisite dragon breath pill, he had no intention of being ostentatious. Rather, he chose to continue battling, striving to secure a place for himself. This would alleviate the concerns of any disciples wishing to trade for Thunderstone, encouraging them to engage with him directly. Additionally, it would serve to intimidate those with malicious intent, deterring them from continuous harassment. He stood there for nearly half a day without anyone approaching him for a transaction until a young male disciple arrived. This individual was an inner sect disciple, evidently under 20 years of age, of short stature, donned in a fiery red robe, with a handsome yet proud countenance. Upon his arrival, the nearby inner sect disciples engaged in idle chatter, including Fan Yashan, fell silent. The atmosphere grew somber, devoid of any sound. Most of the disciples present were well acquainted with this young man. Known as Nangong Rong, that he hailed from the Nangong lineage of the martial refinement sect and held the status of a direct disciple. At 19 years old, he had attained late-stage cultivation in the Third Realm, practiced a top-tier technique known as the Heavenly Fire Frenzy Body, and had consumed a Heavenly Tiger Pill. His physical strength was quantified at 35 tigers, and he possessed a comprehensive mastery of multiple martial arts, along with the secret technique Scorching Heavenly Fire method. Notably, he had once defeated a late-stage practitioner of the Third Realm using a single strike when he was still at the early stage of the Third Realm. To date, he had never suffered a defeat, by various measures. Some disciples conferred upon him the title of Invincible in the Third Realm. The title Invincible in the Third Realm is distinct from other accolades such as 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, or a talent rarely seen in a century. The designation of genius is based on the pace of cultivation, comprehension of martial techniques, and innate qualities, among other factors. In contrast, Invincible in the Third Realm implies that against any practitioner at that level, he would not be defeated. Only victory or mutual destruction awaited, regardless of the opponent's talent, mastery of martial arts, cultivation methods, secret techniques, fortuitous encounters, or years of training. Any practitioner at the third realm would find themselves unable to best him. While such claims may be exaggerated, they do echo the sentiment of the title Invincible. The numerous predecessors within the gates have yet to bestow their recognition, and even the other direct disciples regard the notion of triple invincibility with disdain. After all, the vastness of the universe is filled with wonders. To hastily draw conclusions without having witnessed its breadth is a folly. The so-called triple invincibility is largely a misnomer, especially considering that attaining the third level of cultivation is but a fleeting stage, a mere transient realm. Ultimately, the essence of cultivation is assessed through one's yuan light martial aura, martial intent, and the achievements of one's cultivation. Nonetheless, within the martial refinement sect, Nan Gongron's title of triple invincibility still holds some weight. At this moment, Nan Gongrong has unexpectedly arrived at the Yuan's Central Valley, seemingly having received some news, and is headed straight for the wind battle platform. From several paces away, flames flicker as he stands atop the platform. With a smile gracing his face, he surveys the quiet assembly around the battleground, taking great satisfaction in the reverent gazes directed at him. He then turns his attention to Luo Cheng, extending a finger to shake dismissively, and with a bored expression, declares, "You are unworthy. Depart at once." Chapter 38. Flames tempering the cold edge from the expressions of the disciples near the wind battle platform and the undercurrents of energy emanating from Nan Gongrong. Luo Cheng discerns that this individual possesses formidable strength. He can feel a sense of suppression, an oppressive aura that envelopes him. The disparity in their energies is palpable, as is the difference in their abilities. The explosive flames of Nan Gongrong counteract Luo Cheng's chill, or perhaps it is a divergence in their respective techniques. Should this individual also master secret arts, such as the Tianhu Dan? Luo Cheng speculates that confronting him would result in a devastating defeat, with a mere 50% chance of victory through martial skill alone. The wisest course of action would be to retreat. For this is the wind battle platform, and the consequences, regardless of life or death, render it unwise to risk his life here. The figure of Fan Yishan below the platform is also signaling him with his eyes to make a hasty exit. Yet, Luo Cheng remains unmoved in matters concerning people and events. He possesses a steadfast sense of judgment. He is unwilling to concern himself with trivialities. Some matters are beyond his current capability, and he will bide his time, just as he did previously when he managed to evade several early-stage fourth-level disciples without resorting to his aura. Even when faced with the bureaucratic hindrances posed by Hongping, he complied with the sect's regulations. However, the current situation is markedly different. If he were to leave the platform now, he would hold himself in contempt, recognizing that he is merely a bully of the weak and one who fears the strong. How, then, could he allow himself to be intimidated by the person before him? Defeat is acceptable, but he must not be crushed. He must act within his means and exert all his capabilities, with this conviction firmly in place. Regardless of whether the outcome is defeat or a desperate bid for survival, he remains resolute. After furrowing his brow, his tone becomes casual as he remarks, "Young man, before you accomplish anything, do not speak so confidently. What will you do if you fail to deliver?" Upon hearing his words, a commotion arises near the wind battle platform. Many revel in the misfortune of Luo Cheng, whose sudden surge in bravado has drawn their ire, eager to extinguish his flame of confidence. "You have grown too arrogant. It seems you have backed yourself into a corner." Others, indifferent or shaking their heads in disbelief, deem him foolish for failing to recognize the limits of his own strength. Asserting that bravado must be tempered by an awareness of one's opponent. Truly, it is quite tiresome. Ngongrong casts a glance towards the crowd below, and the clamor abruptly ceases. He then lazily turns his gaze back to Luo Cheng and says, "Young man, you haven't accomplished much despite being born a few years earlier. Since you refuse to leave, stay and let me know how much you intend to wager on the wind battle platform." 10 pieces of yuan stone, Luo Cheng remarked casually, echoing his previous 2 instances without any change. No. Nangong Rong shook his finger, his smile turning ferocious. "Wait until I have slain you, then we shall talk." With that, he clapped his hands, and a roaring blaze erupted around him, a wave of heat surging forth, engulfing his dark hair in flames. Despite his mastery at the 3rd level, he could not transform strength into fire. Instead, he employed a secret technique to manifest yuan light as fire. When confronting adversaries, he always exerted himself to the fullest, akin to a lion seizing a hare. With a sweep of his hand from his storage bag, a fiery red staff materialized in his grasp, and with a flash of movement, he unleashed a curtain of flames, initiating the assault. Faced with such a formidable foe, Luo Cheng dared not fall into a passive stance. With a sword gallop step, a crescent-shaped blade of light sliced through the air, and he deftly moved to a distance of about 10 feet, skillfully evading Nangong Rong's onslaught. Without pausing, a resonant hum filled the air as Luo Cheng soared into the sky. His form enveloped in resplendent white yuan light. In that fleeting moment, he resembled a fierce dragon clad in scales. He had unleashed the sword dragon emerging from the abyss, before his feet could touch the ground. The force of the staff propelled him backward, steam swirling around him, igniting his sleeves, which extinguished only when the brilliant white yuan light receded. In terms of raw strength, Luo Cheng's power paled in comparison to 30 tigers. While Nangong Rong's secret technique, the fiery celestial technique, even without augmenting his strength, had already surpassed 40 tigers. Furthermore, Luo Cheng's piercing coldness, derived from the unifying sword technique and the ice saber, could not rival the explosive flames birthed from the fusion of the celestial fire and the secret arts. Indeed, it was formidable. Luo Cheng gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the ground to stabilize his form. Nangong Rong, with a smile, remarked, "Interesting, but enough." His expression turned cold, his form resembling a spreading flame as he launched another assault. Luo Cheng, combining the sword gallop step with the sword dragon emerging from the abyss, engaged in a dance of pursuit and evasion with the encroaching flames. Instantly, the arena was awash in crimson and brilliant white. Two streams of light in a fervent chase. The many disciples surrounding the battlefield watched in rapt attention, unable to fathom that Luo Cheng could contend with Nangong Rong in such a manner. However, Nangong Rong's overwhelming strength was undeniable, and the limited size of the arena inevitably brought the two closer together. With a sudden roar, Nangong Rong's staff, ablaze with flames, came crashing down. The sheer force, wild and untamed, distorted the air, whipping up a tempest within the combat arena. There was no time left for Luo Cheng to evade. With a sweeping motion, he brought his sword to bear, crossing it in defense. The impact was thunderous. The torrent of flames engulfed him, overwhelming his form. The staff's violent force surged into his body like a flood breaking through 8D. An explosive sound resonated from every part of Luo Cheng, as the flames surged and his robes were nearly torn to shreds, revealing skin marred with fine cracks. Even with his mastery of the aerial sword technique, he could not withstand such ferocity, and his vital organs were left unprotected. That it felt as if every fiber of his being, from limbs to internal organs, and even his very marrow, was being incinerated. He could only exert himself to retreat, attempting to lessen the force bearing down upon him. This scene bore a striking resemblance to his previous battle against Bai Jianyao, though the roles had reversed, with the once strong, now rendered weak. The unpredictability of life had become apparent. Finally, he understood the disparity between the piercing cold and the pinnacle of martial arts. I shall temper the piercing cold with flames. Swallowing hard, the fleeting thoughts vanished as Luo Cheng's feet made contact with the ground, forcefully halting his form at the edge of the arena. Despite his grievous injuries, he steadfastly refused to abandon the battleground, unwilling to concede defeat. Moreover, the unusual heat surging within him was sapping the chill of his primordial energy, causing steam to billow from his body. Rather than immediately attempting to dispel it, he urged the blackness within him to consume the heat, melding fire and ice in a tumultuous struggle. The chilling sensation rapidly dissipated, yet his body was enveloped in steam, a self-destructive act that felt akin to the excruciating pain of flesh being carved away. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred that he executed the sword dash, unleashing the dragon of the sword from the depths. Darting away to engage in a fierce tussle with Nangong Rong, he had truly lost his senses. The watching disciples below the stage gasped in disbelief. They could discern that Luo Cheng's defeat was glaringly apparent. Even with his mastery of the chaotic sword technique, nothing could alter his fate. He was merely clinging to a futile resistance, his aura waning rapidly, yet he persisted in exerting every ounce of strength to execute his martial skills. The defensive technique, the thunderous staff, employed a long staff combined with explosive flames to form a shield, possessing a certain degree of rebounding force. Clenching his teeth, Luo Cheng's heart roared in anguish. As the sharp energy momentarily stagnated, it surged forth that a resounding clang echoed, contrary to Nangong Rong's expectations of a rebounding effect. He instead felt a sharp, icy force piercing through his defenses, abruptly invading his arm and half his body, devastating his defenses with overwhelming force. The long staff in his hand nearly collided with his chest. How could this be? Nangong Rong's expression shifted in shock. He could hardly fathom how Luo Cheng's strike could penetrate his defenses. This momentary lapse cost him the opportunity to adjust. Luo Cheng's assault surged forth, a relentless barrage of strikes that compelled Nangong Rong into a hasty defense, knowing that to counterattack he would first have to endure a strike. Within mere moments, Nangong Rong was forced to retreat over 10 steps, tumbling off the arena. The spectators were left in disbelief. Many disciples failed to comprehend how Nangong Rong had been so decisively overwhelmed. How had he suddenly found himself utterly suppressed? I doubt you. Nangong Rong's eyes widened, half of his body rendered weak and powerless, his frustration palpable that he too could not accept such an outcome. Luo Cheng, his robe tattered and skin marred with cracks, appeared quite disheveled as he stood at the edge of the arena, gazing downwards. Maintaining an air of composure, he spoke, "Young one, while your strength is commendable, you remain too inexperienced if you wish to defeat me. Go and slay some foes stronger than yourself. No, I demand a rematch." Nangong Rong, filled with resentment, found it intolerable to accept defeat. Yet Luo Cheng merely pointed his sword at him, intoning gravely, 10 pieces of primordial stone. If I refuse to provide them, what will you do? 10 pieces of primordial stone were insignificant in Nangong Rong's eyes, yet yielding them would signify his admission of defeat. Upon uttering this ultimatum, he regarded Luo Cheng with disdain and provocation. Hushed murmurs rippled through the crowd of disciples, who struggled to contain their reactions. Still, some jeers escaped. In the wind arena, there had never been an instance of someone refusing to present a token after losing. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow and exhaled lightly. Then I shall forego them. With that, he leaped down from the platform and made his way towards a small stall that a group of individuals whispered among themselves, believing that he lacked the courage to confront his opponent. Yet you seem bold enough to do so, remarked Nangong Rong with a tone of scorn. Chapter 39. The Art of Annihilation Within the Confines of the Yuanzhong Valley. Disciples came and went incessantly, their chatter interspersed with various discussions. After changing into a different robe, he placed the exquisite refining pills and the supreme dragon breath pill upon the long table. Luo Cheng squinted slightly, sensing the transformation in his cultivation. The returning one-sword technique is a martial art that melds the sharpness of the sword with the profound principles of unity, resulting in a remarkable skill. The pure light of Yuan radiated a brilliant white. The essence of this luminous energy lies in its sharpness, yet a trace of darkness that emerged within the Yuan light devoured the icy chill, transforming that sharpness into a bone-chilling cold. This heightened the intensity of his training, expanding his cultivation and significantly augmenting his strength, imbuing his attacks with an icy aura. However, once the blue, snowflake-like icy chill was depleted, the extent of this enhancement diminished considerably. To counter this, Luo Cheng procured a Baiyu pearl. Yet, the pearl failed to provide the expected benefit. The dark essence consumed its energy with great difficulty, and afterward it would inflict damage upon the Yuan light. The harm lay in the fact that, while the water-type Yuan energy amplified the chill, it also softened the sharpness, rendering the entire endeavor futile. Perhaps the only solution was to seek out the icy chill or related substances. During his battle with Nangong Rong, Luo Cheng experienced a moment of clarity. Despite successfully resisting a strike from Nangong Rong, he felt as though his entire being, even to the marrow of his bones, was being seared away. This was due to the pinnacle of techniques and secret arts employed by his opponent. The disparity in their martial arts was evident. Nangong Rong's strikes were intensely fiery, penetrating his body and directly suppressing his chilling force. In contrast, Luo Cheng's icy sharpness primarily affected his opponent's staff, requiring Nangong Rong only to negate his pure force. This realization made Luo Cheng aware of the inadequacies in his chilling force. Thus, he urged the trace of darkness within his yuan light to consume the searing heat within him, compelling the icy essence to manifest. Naturally, this would weaken the chill, and there was a strong possibility that the icy sharpness would revert to its original state of sharpness. However, disregarding all else, Luo Cheng devoted himself entirely to the execution of his martial techniques. The techniques he practiced were derived from the returning one-sword body, embodying the principles of unity and transformation. In doing so, not only did the icy essence undergo a metamorphosis, but it also transformed into a more pronounced sharpness, thereby greatly enhancing his icy sharpness. The yuan light and strength were not merely two separate entities. They were the embodiment of icy sharpness. Such a transformation held immense significance, altering not just his cultivation, but also elevating his martial art. The returning one-sword body ascended to the level of a top-tier technique upon the infusion of icy essence, and it did not stop there. After all, Nangong Rong simultaneously employed the secret art of burning heaven fire technique, making his strength far superior to Luo Cheng's. Nonetheless, his thunderous staff still failed to block the returning one's decisive blow. To further confirm his conjecture, Luo Cheng drew forth his long sword, without any deliberate attempt to empower it with yuan light. He merely waved his hand casually, and the long sword emanated an overwhelming icy sharpness. Had his cultivation truly broken through? Several disciples observing Luo Cheng were taken aback. They understood that this seemingly casual gesture was, in fact, a feat only achievable after reaching the early stage of the fourth level, where tangible strength could be infused into a weapon, unless one had mastered a top-tier technique. However, upon sensing his aura, they realized that Luo Cheng remained at the late stage of the third level, and his energy appeared somewhat feeble. Indeed, Luo Cheng felt somewhat weak, while devouring the searing heat had transformed his icy sharpness. It had also significantly drained his yuan light. The moment he relaxed his mind, the exhaustion of his yuan light overwhelmed him, leaving him devoid of strength. Taking ordinary medicinal pills to treat his physical injuries would yield no effect. Having demonstrated his considerable prowess, Luo Cheng felt a surge of joy as he picked up the Thunderstone for a brief examination to confirm its authenticity. Once the transaction was concluded, the woman departed with a sense of fulfillment. Under normal circumstances, it would be inconceivable to exchange a single Thunderstone for a premium refining pill, let alone 15 yuan stones. With this woman's successful exchange of a pill, it was not long before another disciple arrived. Similarly, trading a Thunderstone for one. Brother, shall we have a private discussion over there? A young man suggested with a knowing grin. Not only had the yuan light undergone a transformation, but the exchange of Thunderstones had also progressed, and Luo Cheng, in a good mood, saw no reason to refuse. After stowing away the pill, he followed the young man to a more secluded spot. With a smile, the young man retrieved an ordinary tome from his storage bag. The book appeared quite old and was evidently well worn. Containing no more than a dozen pages, he leaned closer to Luo Cheng, casting furtive glances around before lowering his voice. Brother, this is a family heirloom of mine. A secret technique known as the fall and kill battle method. It is somewhat incomplete, but I also possess knowledge of a location in Thunder Valley where there is a 90% chance of finding Thunderstones. I wonder if this secret technique, along with this information, could be exchanged for a premium refining pill. As he spoke, he opened the book, allowing Luo Cheng to glance through a few pages. The technique appeared to be a rubbings, lacking a clear provenance, making it susceptible to forgery. The verification of martial arts techniques is notoriously challenging. One must possess sufficient cultivation or attempt to practice the technique to discern its authenticity. Otherwise, a few altered lines could render it indistinguishable. The book's age lent it no credibility, and the last 3 pages of martial techniques had been torn out, presumably by the individual before him. The young man, aware of Luo Cheng's thoughts, chuckled awkwardly and said, "For the sake of a premium refining pill, how could I dare deceive you, brother? Look, this is my identification token. Should you find me deceitful, I assure you others will believe you over me." and you are free to punish me as you see fit. This. He presented the token, which bore the character Zhang Fang Zhonghai on both sides. Fang Zhonghai continued in a hushed tone. The fall and kill battle method is a treasure technique passed down to my family, reputedly possessing great power. It is said that our martial refinement sect lacks such methods. As my family prohibits their dissemination, I had no choice but to destroy a small part of it. Luo Cheng hesitated slightly and finally spoke. If you demonstrate this secret technique, I shall receive your strike. I have yet to master it, Fang Zhonghai admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. But the technique is undoubtedly genuine. My great-uncle can wield it, and my father claims it to be exceptionally powerful at this point. Luo Cheng was genuinely skeptical about the authenticity of the technique. However, he reconsidered. The other party was also taking risks. The token might belong to someone else, but this face could not be faked. If it turned out to be a deception, he would not be utterly lost. Moreover, based on the brief description of the technique, it indeed sounded extraordinarily formidable. If it were genuine, even the loss of the most profound last 3 pages would render it far more valuable than a single premium refining pill. This risk was one Luo Cheng was prepared to accept, especially with the uncertain information regarding the Thunderstones. I believe in you. This is undoubtedly worth the exchange. Luo Cheng did not deliberate for long. Fang Zhonghai's expression brightened. Excellent. This is a rudimentary map drawn by my younger brother. Here, there's a high probability that Thunderstone will form. The rough outlines on the paper could hardly be called a map. Yet they did provide a general location. After exchanging a few more words, Fang Zhonghai, humming a cheerful tune, departed with the elixir in hand. Every word he uttered was sincere, untroubled by the prospect of Luo Cheng seeking retribution. As for the matters left unspoken that he did not inquire about, they held no weight. Luo Cheng did not immediately examine the secret technique, but discreetly stowed it away in his storage pouch. If others were to discover the earlier transaction of secret techniques, he would not be overly concerned. However, it might cause trouble for Fang Zhonghai. Having made arrangements for confidentiality, he would naturally adhere to them. Not long after Fang Zhonghai's departure, a 4th-level early disciple, who had been standing by with a high-priced offer for Thunderstone, could no longer contain himself. He approached the stall and casually stated, "I would like to exchange for a premium Dragon Breath elixir." The value of a premium Dragon Breath elixir far surpassed that of 2 Thunderstones. Under normal circumstances, the two could not be compared at all. Luo Cheng's willingness to set such a price was unavoidable. Currently, most Thunderstones were collected as soon as they manifested during thunderstorms, and he could not simply take a premium elixir to the thunderstorm site for extensive exchanges. Thus, the majority of Thunderstones would fall into the hands of disciples eager to vie for the Celestial Tiger elixir, rendering the allure of premium refining elixirs insufficient, necessitating the use of premium Dragon Breath elixirs instead. However, if the exchange rate was 1 elixir for 3 Thunderstones, it was likely that the disciples wishing to trade would possess only 2 Thunderstones, thereby missing out on the transaction. Fortunately, the exchange rate was set at 1 premium Dragon Breath elixir for 2 Thunderstones. Since the individual before him bore no enmity towards Luo Cheng, he was more than willing to facilitate the exchange. Subsequently, Luo Cheng refrained from displaying any more Dragon Breath elixirs, leaving only 1 premium refining elixir on the table. This was done to prevent others from discerning the total number of Thunderstones he had traded. After more than half an hour had passed, a robust man of mid-3rd level arrived, and upon noticing the absence of Dragon Breath elixirs on the table, his expression turned anxious. Luo Cheng discreetly ushered him aside, whereupon the burly man produced 4 Thunderstones, exchanging them for 2 premium Dragon Breath elixirs. He must have come to exchange on behalf of someone else. But who could it be? Contemplating this, Luo Cheng observed that dusk had fallen, so he took his last premium refining elixir and headed to the shop, hoping to exchange one of the Thunderstones sold by Lu Yuan. However, he found that it was utterly impossible. Reluctantly, he resumed his stall until late into the night. When he was the last person remaining near the wind battle platform, and no one else came to trade it on that day, 3 premium Dragon Breath elixirs were exchanged for 6 Thunderstones, and 4 premium refining elixirs were traded for a secret technique and a piece of information. Along with 3 Thunderstones, including the 2 he had previously obtained, he now had a total of 11 Thunderstones, just 4 short. First, he would seek that one remaining stone before devising a plan. After packing up the stall and the elixirs, and ensuring the surroundings were clear, Luo Cheng hastily made his way to the thunderstorm site under the cover of night. Without any magic crystals in hand, he pondered when he might select the black area, followed by the yellow area to refine premium elixirs. Even though he possessed many elemental stones in his storage pouch, he could still not make an accurate estimation. Perhaps he would exhaust the elemental stones, continually selecting the white area, which would prevent him from storing too much transform vitality, resulting only in waste. At it was also possible that he might select the black area and successfully acquire 3 magic crystals, yet ultimately expend all 3 on the blue area. Upon selecting the blue or yellow regions, one cannot simply choose to forego them. One must invest in the magic crystal, or else one will be unable to continue spinning the colorful wheel. Luo Cheng is well aware of this, and, naturally, will not place all his hopes solely on exchanging pills. Having already traded exquisite elixirs for 9 pieces of thunderstones, he feels sufficiently satisfied. What to do next will depend on the circumstances. He encountered no errors along the way. By the following dawn, he finally arrived at the approximate location mentioned by Feng Zhonghai. Chapter 40. The swallowing cloud battle body. Upon closer inspection of the colossal stone, one might notice flashes of lightning that if one were to launch a full-force attack, bolts of electricity would surge forth. The reason Feng Zhonghai did not attempt to collect the stones was primarily that the thunderstones might not yet be fully formed. He could not penetrate the outer layer. For why the thunderstones formed within the giant rock, it could be due to the presence of trees on the rock that were struck by lightning, leading to the roots retaining remnants of electricity, among other intricate reasons. Luo Cheng soon located the massive stone, and indeed, as Feng Zhonghai had described, there were occasional flickers of lightning on its surface, indicating that the thunderstones were still in the process of formation. However, a young man emerged from behind the stone. This individual appeared to be in his mid-20s, possessing late-stage third realm cultivation, with a robust physique and a somewhat dull expression. His cultivation technique was the unified sword body. He had not yet refined his original light. His name was Jia Shichen, and upon seeing Luo Cheng, he squinted his eyes and inquired in a deep voice, "I discovered this first. Do you intend to steal it from me?" Luo Cheng found this person somewhat familiar, likely having encountered him in the Yuanzhong Valley, but he held no substantial impression of him. Hearing this, he furrowed his brows slightly. Had he known that someone was already guarding this place, he would not have come. He could also surmise that the reason the other party lingered behind the giant stone was to avoid being seen by others, thus preventing them from realizing that this stone was special. Naturally, Luo Cheng had no intention of resorting to theft. It now seemed evident that the information provided by Feng Zhonghai was indeed accurate. Perhaps he had been guarding it initially, but was subsequently displaced by this person, or he discovered it afterward and was driven away by Jia Shichen. Regardless of the situation, it made little difference to Luo Cheng. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Senior brother, why not propose a prize for the potential thunderstones and transfer them to me?" He inquired solemnly, "Junior brother Jia, has something occurred? As an outer sect genius, how could Gu Shuo personally traverse the mountains in search of thunderstones, which would be time-consuming and unlikely to yield results? Therefore, he enlisted over 10 junior brothers to assist him in the search, while simultaneously attempting to acquire thunderstones at this entrance. Given the significance of the Tianhu pill, he must be anxious. Despite having missed the optimal time to consume it, he still desired to obtain it. He then turned his attention to the disciples beside the various pavilions and continued, "I have news for you all. That Luo Cheng has arrived." Luo Cheng. As Bai Hongping sipped his tea, he crushed the cup in his hand, causing the liquid to disperse in a mist in terms of cultivation and strength. He found it challenging to compare himself with Gu Shuo. However, as the outer sect's chief steward and a practitioner at the early fourth realm, he too would not venture out to search for thunderstones personally. He had also sought assistance and was attempting to acquire thunderstones in this location. Despite being somewhat isolated from information, he had heard that someone had recently exchanged exquisite elixirs, and upon hearing the description, he realized it was indeed Luo Cheng. Witnessing these individuals gathering to cause a stir, Bai Hongping's expression turned grim. These individuals, to varying degrees, possessed several pieces of thunderstone. How could he fail to perceive that they are scheming to profit from the chaos? Once he successfully slays Luo Cheng, it is likely that these people will engage in a fierce scramble over the storage bag, thereby settling both old grudges and recent enmities that moment. The relatively peaceful situation will undoubtedly be shattered, potentially leading to a definitive resolution regarding the ownership of the Tianhu Din, the Jiyu Shah. However, harbored no intention of participating. Instead, he continued to practice with his spear. There is but a single Tianhu Dan, and how many covet it? His heart was troubled, and he lacked confidence in securing it. Furthermore, resorting to murder and theft is universally condemned, making such actions ill-timed. The disciples vying for the Tianhu Dan are no ordinary individuals and cannot be easily dispatched. It seems the only course is to search diligently, as he only needs for more pieces to complete the set. Luo Cheng slowed his pace, scanning the surroundings. The rare and wondrous treasures, whether exhibiting subtle anomalies or none at all, are elusive, testing one's fortune and patience. Before long, however, an inexplicable sense of unease caused him to furrow his brow. Something is amiss. After a day and night without rest, he resolved to find a place to cultivate. Trusting his instincts, he was not overly concerned about a brief delay, and thus quickened his pace, seeking a suitable cave for refuge. Yet before he could find an appropriate shelter, Bai Hongping and his companions had already arrived. Luo Cheng, where do you think you're going? Bai Hongping stood atop a boulder, his eyes gleaming with malice. Not far behind him, a dozen disciples exhibited various expressions, some crossing their arms, others leaning against the rocks, all appearing to relish the unfolding drama. How could he have been located? Upon seeing them, Luo Cheng's heart sank, and his expression turned icy. He was acutely aware that revealing himself in Thunderstone territory would invite incessant troubles. Thus, he had been exceedingly cautious, only interacting with Jia Shichen and making little noise. Yet Bai Hongping and his followers had still managed to track him down. Encountering Bai Hongping ignited a murderous intent within Luo Cheng. Their animosity had escalated to dangerous heights. He yearned to settle the score, to determine the victor, even to the point of life and death. That if he were to unleash his aura, his opponent would undoubtedly be no match for him. However, he was deeply wary of the corruption that could ensue. He might easily lose control, and with so many disciples present, should he resort to violence, they would all become targets of his frenzied wrath. If all 10 or so disciples were slain, or if even a couple managed to escape, the consequences would be dire. Fleeing was the only option. With a resolute assessment of the situation, Luo Cheng made a swift decision. Drawing his long sword, he bolted towards the outskirts of the Thunderstone realm. Bai Hongping was precisely concerned that Luo Cheng would attempt to escape. "You cannot evade me." His massive form shimmered with a metallic silver light as he produced a series of small blue steel axes. In an instant, the axes were enveloped by the silver glow, their blades forming a vortex of light that voraciously consumed the surrounding air. Whoosh, 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 3 blue steel axes hurtled forth, transforming into streaks of light aimed directly at Luo Cheng. Although Bai Hongping had not yet refined his Yuan light to its fullest potential and lacked a reputation for brilliance among the outer disciples, this did not diminish his formidable strength. As a senior deacon, he was not short of Yuan stones and possessed ample resources for cultivation. Moreover, his unique and powerful technique, swallowing cloud battle body, rendered his physique extraordinarily resilient. Thus, he adeptly evaded the assault of the 3 blue steel axes. Boom! The axes detonated against a large expanse of rock. Gravel and azure steel fragments erupted alongside a wave of force. Although Luo Cheng managed to evade the axe, he was still struck on the shoulder by the debris. How much longer could he avoid it? Bai Hongping, fully aware of his own advantages, displayed a fierce countenance as he drew a human tier weapon, a small axe. He infused the tangible power into the axe, causing a swirling vortex to manifest upon its blade. The terrifying suction of the vortex pulled nearby small stones off the ground. Having cultivated to the 4th level of martial prowess, his techniques were undoubtedly more profound than those of the 3rd level. The swallowing cloud battle body, being an extraordinary martial art and a battle body, inherently possessed formidable strength, capable of absorbing various forms of energy to launch attacks. Buzz, the human tier small axe sliced through the air, sending dust and stones flying in its wake. Even the charred trees, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, were consumed by the small AX. In an instant, Luo Cheng's form appeared as if ensnared in a quagmire, violently tugged by the raging winds. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, the human T-Rex, resembling a black iron cyclone, struck the rocky wall beside him with a thunderous crash. Chapter 41. The fourth level of martial prowess, the ground where the human T-Rex struck erupted with a deafening crack, sending fragments scattering. Subsequently, the assorted debris twisted into a vortex, causing the surrounding rock walls to collapse into it. A charred tree was engulfed, violently shredded into pieces, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The vortex expanded rapidly to a diameter of several feet, unleashing a force reminiscent of devouring oceans and mountains. Boom! The vortex embedded in the ground mingled with an iron-black radiance, resembling a sand pit or the surface of a sunken sea. It stirred a frenzied whirlwind filled with mixed debris within a 10-jong radius. Luo Cheng found himself perilously close to the landing of the human T-Rex, unable to evade it, and was directly drawn into the maelstrom of stones. As if submerged in a swamp, the vortex brimmed with devouring power, squeezing his body as if to flatten him, draining both his strength and vital energy. Encountering such a situation for the first time, Luo Cheng could not help but feel a surge of dread. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Hongping's fierce gaze intensified, his eyes gleaming with malice as he coldly declared, "Does your strength matter? This is the chasm that separates us." Knowing that Luo Cheng had, through some means, defeated the renowned threefold invincible Nangong Rong, he still approached to kill him, confident in his own abilities. The formidable cultivation of tangible power at the early fourth level had secured him an invincible position. The technique he had just executed, swallowing cloud-heavy vortex, could only be cultivated at the fourth level. The vortex absorbed all available power, its might growing increasingly potent, ultimately contracting nearly tenfold, crushing all within it to oblivion. The more than 10 individuals behind Bai Hongping could not help but reassess his strength upon witnessing this. Any one of them caught in this attack would find it nearly impossible to contend. And even if they managed to escape, they would inevitably sustain injuries. Clang! A pale golden sword light flashed. The vortex, measuring a span of roughly a zhong, was cleaved in two from the center, and even the rock walls outside the vortex, though not directly struck by the sword light, bore a straight crack that widened to a tapering length exceeding 3 zhong. Glimmering with frost, that moment, a resonant hum echoed. A figure resembling a fearsome scaled dragon surged forth from the vortex, landing on the ground where its radiance receded, revealing Luo Cheng's form. His robes were tattered, his body marred with injuries. A mere movement of his throat sent forth a cloud of blood mist. Had it not been for the manifestation of the aura from the 5-colored turntable, which slightly stilled the tumultuous whirlpool of rocks, allowing him the opportunity to wield his sword in a decisive strike and subsequently unleash the sword dragon from the abyss, he would indeed have met his demise within that vortex. The distinction between the third and fourth levels of cultivation is a significant watershed, a formidable chasm a warrior who has broken through to the fourth level possesses. At the very least, the strength of 20 tigers, not to mention the profound martial techniques at their disposal, in a direct confrontation. Luo Cheng harbored confidence in his ability to contend with Bai Hongping. Yet Bai Hongping, relying on his tangible strength, launched attacks from a distance, placing Luo Cheng at a distinct disadvantage that moment. Even revealing the aura of the 5-colored turntable was a strenuous endeavor for him. Luo Cheng cast a sideways glance, his black pupils seemingly exuding sword light, coldly scrutinizing Bai Hongping. He then fled at full speed. To his astonishment, he managed to escape. As he was swallowed by the chaotic whirlpool of rocks. Bai Hongping initially believed victory was assured. However, he was taken aback to witness Luo Cheng's miraculous escape and immediately pursued with all his might. The dozen or so disciples, each with their own ulterior motives, were a beat too slow to react and hesitated, failing to make a swift decision to give chase. This hesitation afforded Luo Cheng a precious opportunity. If he were to be encircled, the only recourse would be to utilize his aura to seek refuge elsewhere. Regardless of anything else, Luo Cheng sprinted with all his strength, executing the sword gallop and the sword dragon from the abyss, continually advancing. The obstructing boulders were trampled underfoot, and the trees in his path were deftly maneuvered around. The thunderous explosions reverberated without cease. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he had lost all trace of Luo Cheng, and further futile searches would only render his task even more arduous. The sole remaining strategy was to intercept him at the entrance, ensuring that Luo Cheng could not escape Yuanfeng land, preventing him from obtaining the Thunderstone, regardless of how many he might gather. He surmised that Luo Cheng had not ventured far down on a verdant prairie. Bai Hongping gazed at the luminous gate leading in and out of Yuanfeng land, his expression darkening. After a meticulous survey of his surroundings, he settled into a low dip near the light gate. Adopting a meditative posture, a sinister smile crept across his face, and soon after, he entered a state of cultivation he had no intention of departing, choosing instead to hone his skills right there. This was the only plan Bai Hongping could conceive. He aimed to ambush Luo Cheng in this location. Should Luo Cheng arrive, he could either slay him or retreat. And if Luo Cheng did not come, he would naturally be unable to leave Yuanfeng land, as for himself. His prospects of obtaining the Thunderstone were already slim. Thus, he placed his hopes squarely on Luo Cheng. He intended to first disseminate information, then seize the Thunderstones from him, and with the additional ones gathered by his dispatched disciples, they could surely amass a total of 15 pieces, which would be most advantageous. 2 days later, a piece of news spread within Yuanfeng land. The content of the message was exceedingly brief. Luo Cheng had gathered 14 Thunderstones. There was no need for anyone to deliberately disseminate it. Within mere days, this news had become common knowledge among the inhabitants of Yuanfeng land. Without anyone needing to sow discord, Luo Cheng found himself at odds with several disciples in the shadows. A bounty was placed on the search for Luo Cheng's hiding place. Though the identity of the issuer remained unknown, and the efficacy of the bounty was uncertain, should Luo Cheng's whereabouts be spotted by others, it was likely to circulate widely, prompting those with ulterior motives to pursue him. During this time, Luo Cheng found it increasingly difficult to find refuge, as if he had transformed into a notorious criminal, deserving of condemnation from all. This occurrence is both unexpected and yet entirely within reason. At the critical juncture of the Tianhu Dan contest, whoever possesses 14 Thunderous Stones is likely to find themselves at the center of attention, with the only distinction being that Luo Cheng possesses merely 11. Concurrently, the news of Bai Hongping's interception at the entrance of Yuanfeng land has begun to circulate. Speculations abound among the disciples regarding whom he is blocking, as they remain oblivious to the enmity between Bai Hongping and Luo Cheng. Attributing it instead to the contest over the Tianhu Dan, people differ in their perspectives. Some disciples believe Bai Hongping is indeed overstepping his bounds with such brazen obstruction, while others contend that Luo Cheng is exceedingly timid, failing to show himself in the face of such oppression. Were it me, I would risk my life to confront the adversary. Various bits of information flowed in and out of Yuanfeng land. They gradually reached the outside world. Like the proverbial blind men examining an elephant, the narrative morphed through word of mouth, leading to a cacophony of differing accounts. Some disciples, seeking amusement, gathered at the entrance of Yuanfeng land, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Yet Luo Cheng's appearance remained elusive. Naturally, such rumors also reached the ears of the elders and peak masters, yet they exhibited no visible reaction. It remains uncertain whether they are merely observing the situation or if they consider it trivial. After all, the martial arts world is fraught with peril, characterized by the survival of the fittest. If they were to concern themselves with disciple conflicts, they would not resort to the exchange of Thunderous Stones to determine the ownership of the Tianhu Dan. In the absence of any blatant transgressions of sect rules, why would there be a need to investigate culpability? Xing Fei was also aware of this matter, though she chose to remain uninvolved. Cheng Danxiao, the Dan Peak, however, found herself unable to eat or sleep. Consumed with worry, she dared not contemplate the plight of Luo Cheng, ensnared in a web of pursuit. Would he emerge unscathed? Why does the strictly governed Wu Yin sect not intervene in such matters? Would he face disciplinary actions for harming fellow disciples? As time elapses, the Tianhu Dan remains unclaimed. Nevertheless, as the Thunderous Stones are discovered one by one, A disparity begins to emerge among those disciples vying for the Tianhu Dan. Some possess merely 3 or 4 stones, while others exceed TNIT. Would be easy for 2 or 3 individuals to pool their resources and reach 15 stones. Yet such a scenario has yet to materialize. Perhaps only the parties involved understand the reasons behind this. Ultimately, the Tianhu Dan is exceedingly rare. Luo Cheng pondered incessantly upon entering the Qing Pao cultivation chamber. He realized he had yet to master the secret technique Yinsha warfare to a practical level. However, it is certain that the technique exists. Its difficulty in cultivation stems not only from the absence of 3 pages, but also from its extraordinary complexity. It endows the martial artist with the might of annihilation, which demands exceptionally high standards regarding one's spirit, cultivation methods, and innate talent. Once mastered, the power of attack would be unparalleled, and during its execution, it would also accumulate energy to be unleashed upon the lifting of the technique's enhancement. The missing 3 pages pertain to the energy accumulation section. The incompleteness of the technique significantly amplifies the difficulty of comprehension, making even the Qing Pao's progress a formidable challenge. Currently, Luo Cheng's grasp of the Yinsha warfare is limited. He can only apply the technique superficially, and any movement he makes results in the automatic cessation of the technique due to the lack of energy accumulation. He must await the next selection of the blue zone to see if the Qing Pao can derive a method for energy accumulation. Let us momentarily set aside thoughts of the annihilation technique. It is imperative to swiftly advance my cultivation. Luo Cheng's expression shifted, growing increasingly somber. Over the course of the past month and a half, he had navigated his existence with utmost caution, even when venturing out to slay demonic creatures. He was shadowed by a disciple. He had contemplated a visit to Yuanzhong Valley, but narrowly escaped an ambush. He understood that this turmoil was a result of Bai Hongping stirring the waters. Once I achieve a breakthrough, I shall eliminate you and see who can stand in my way. Dismissing his chaotic thoughts, Luo Cheng commenced his training at the bottom of the pool. The 144 sword techniques were set into motion. The oppressive water pressure compressed his body, causing the brilliant white essence to flicker. The chill of the lake water was rapidly consumed by him. Although this cold pool cannot be deemed a place of wonders, devoid of treasures or formations, it would suffice. Chapter 42. A fight to the death. After murmuring this, Luo Cheng plunged in without hesitation, neglecting any form of defense. Lightning, like serpents, enveloped his form. Crack, the electricity coursed through his flesh, scorching the robe he wore to tatters. The sensations of paralysis and burning caused his body to spasm uncontrollably. Yet he refrained from wielding any substantial force, namely his essence power, to counteract the might of the lightning, allowing it to inflict damage upon him freely. After a brief interval, his essence energy began to wane and weaken. Approximately 100 breaths later, Luo Cheng emerged from the deluge of lightning, his appearance disheveled. Yet his countenance remained remarkably cold. After changing into a fresh robe and tidying his attire, a radiant white essence emanated from his skin. It was as if, just over a month prior, his cultivation had still been at the late stage of the 3rd level. To an observer, he would still appear to possess the same level of cultivation. However, Luo Cheng sought to obscure his true strength for the sake of convenience. During the past month and a half, he had continuously consumed exquisite refining pills, such as the 7 Treasures Blood Pill, until these elixirs no longer provided him with enhancements. Moreover, he had absorbed the icy energy within the cold pool while enduring the heavy pressure to cultivate, ensuring that return to 1. Heavy Slash remained at the pinnacle of techniques, even surpassing the highest tier. As he approached a breakthrough, his strength alone had exceeded 35 tigers, comparable to that of Nangong Rome, who had consumed the heavenly tiger pill. Upon breaking through, the fusion of his strength and essence power became tangible. This tangible strength is known as essence power, and its luminescent hue is termed essence light. This breakthrough resulted in a dramatic surge of his strength, exceeding 70 tigers. Consequently, his essence energy became notably potent, easily discernible to others. Thus, he needed to conceal his cultivation. Otherwise, Bai Hongping might retreat without a fight. If that were to happen, it would be exceedingly difficult for Luo Cheng to find an opportunity to eliminate Bai Hongping, as he could not simply storm into the Hall of Administration to enact his vengeance. However, lacking the secret techniques for concealing his cultivation, he required external means to diminish the essence power he had just attained, thereby weakening his presence that he would then secretly mobilize his essence power to create an illusion of flowing essence light, thus presenting himself as a late-stage, third-level cultivator. Admittedly, this would render his strength inferior to its peak form, but it would suffice, while disciples of a higher cultivation would see through the ruse. Those of the 5th level or below would be unable to discern the truth. Once he had successfully concealed his cultivation, he swiftly made his way to Yuanzhong Valley, bypassing the entrance of Yuanfeng. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Hongping serves as the chief steward of the outer sect. He possesses the authority to intercept Luo Cheng at the entrance of the Yuanfeng region, even slay him, and ultimately may not face any repercussions. However, should he fall victim to Luo Cheng's hand at that very entrance, how could the sect refrain from seeking out the culprit, even if the sect chooses not to pursue the matter? Certain disciples, amidst the fierce contest for the Tianhu Dan, would undoubtedly report the incident, compelling the sect to launch an investigation. After all, the rules of the Wulian sect strictly prohibit disciples from engaging in private duels. It is precisely for these reasons that Luo Cheng must conceal his cultivation, baiting Bai Hongping into a trap, only to eliminate him on the Feng's hand tie. Within the Yuanzhong Valley, disciples come and go incessantly. Moreover, Bai Hongping, the chief steward of the outer sect, has been stationed at the entrance of the Yuanfeng region for nearly 2 months without making an appearance. Observing Luo Cheng's arrival at Yuanzhong Valley, it appears that extraordinary events are afoot, likely to stir the murky waters of the Tianhu Dan competition. Numerous opportunistic disciples, drawn by Luo Cheng, hasten towards the Fengzhan Tai in the vicinity of the Feng's hand tai. Gu Shuo and several others have gathered. The Thunderstone, which once thrived in the Thunder Realm, has become a rare commodity, rendering the need for prolonged stationing there obsolete as a safe haven and trading post. Yuanzhong Valley witnesses a continuous influx of disciples, among whom some may possess Thunderstones. Gu Shuo and the others congregate here, attempting to acquire these stones through various high-priced offers. Even if they cannot procure any themselves, they are determined to prevent others from obtaining them, employing every possible means to entangle one another, all while seeking to reach an agreement to secure another's Thunderstone. Yet, with Luo Cheng still alive, there is no profit to be gained, which has left him in a state of regret for quite some time. In retrospect, he believes he should have devised a way to evade Bai Hongping and his ilk, executing his plans without arousing suspicion. Even if he were to leave behind evidence of murder and plunder, he could have attempted to cover it up or find someone to take the fall, claiming self-defense. Much like Bai Hongping now, who blocks the entrance of the Yuanfeng region. Everyone is aware of his actions, yet he does nothing but cultivate in accordance with the sect's rules, leaving no room for criticism. When Luo Cheng arrives, should Bai Hongping kill him, he could easily assert that he was the victim of an ambush, and by the time Gu Shuo and the others react, he would have already consumed the Tianhu Dan, rendering the situation irreversible. What is his purpose? Is he here to trade materials for yuan stones to satisfy his cultivation needs? Gu Shuo's thoughts raced. He had managed to gather 13 Thunderstones and could not afford to lose them. Sensing the hostile gazes directed his way, Luo Cheng cast a frosty glance around him. He lingered not, leaping onto the Feng's hand tai. Before Luo Cheng could utter a word, 4 figures surged onto the Feng's hand tai almost simultaneously. Each of these 4 individuals possessed early-stage cultivation of the 4th layer, all harboring similar intentions. You 4 need not compete. Luo Cheng's voice was frigid. Observing the mutual animosity among the 4, he continued, I, Luo, have come today solely to resolve grievances with Bai Hongping. I have no desire to battle with you. Among them, the eldest, Shan Jiang, stepped forward. For the sake of the Tianhu Dan, he cast aside any concerns for his dignity and scoffed. Luo Cheng, do you think the Feng's Antai is a place you can enter and exit at will? Aware of your strength, are you too afraid to accept the challenge? In his possession, he already held 10 Thunderstones and had contemplated joining forces with another individual to amass a total of 15. Intending to exchange them for the Tianhu Dan, however, before any action could be taken, the plan faltered, and that individual was compelled to sell the Thunderstones at the Wuhua Hall. Consequently, he gazed enviously at the thunderstones in Luo Cheng's hands. Fearing that the late stage of the third realm Luo Cheng might refuse to engage in battle, that I am well aware of the rules governing the battle platform. At this juncture, Luo Cheng shifted his tone. However, it is unacceptable for the four of you to join forces. Moreover, I, Luo, can concede defeat. Should anyone lack those 10 vitality pills, I shall provide them immediately. The matter once resolved will not be altered. Hushed whispers erupted among the crowd near the battle platform, expressing discontent with the unfolding scene, which seemed inconsistent with Luo Cheng's typical demeanor. Could it be that he had finally resolved to confront Bai Hongping in a decisive battle to the death, necessitating a retreat from others? This seemed plausible. His choice of the wind battle platform likely stemmed from a desire to leap from it in the event of defeat, preserving a slim chance of survival. The onlookers speculated incessantly. Humph, cowardly as a mouse, do you think relying on the wind battle platform will bridge the gap between you and the fourth realm? How naive and laughable. Shan Zhang's expression faltered, followed by a blatant mockery. His words echoed the sentiments of many disciples below. Luo Cheng paid no heed, turning to address the crowd beneath the platform. After a slight clasp of his fists, he spoke. Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, should any of you encounter the steward Bai Hongping from the Husi Hall upon leaving the Yuanfeng region, I kindly ask you to convey a message for me. Luo Cheng. Inform him that I await him at the wind battle platform, seeking to resolve our past grievances here, with no regard for the consequences, life or death. Tell him not to act as he did in years past. Upon hearing these words, the murmurs from below intensified. He was indeed intent on a battle to the death. Despite the slim odds of victory, he exhibited a certain boldness. The confines of the wind battle platform offered him a semblance of hope. He had previously achieved victory through a sudden counterattack against Nangong Rome, and perhaps fortune might favor him once more. The phrase life or death appeared to be a means of salvaging his pride. For remaining silent would be far more humiliating. The chatter grew louder, yet no one made a move to relay his message. Perhaps they sought to befriend Luo Cheng, but doing so would undoubtedly offend Gu Shuo and others, a risk not worth taking. His cultivation. Yu Shuo pondered. Sensing something amiss with the radiant essence emanating from Luo Cheng's surface, he then speculated. After more than a month, his sudden reappearance must have a purpose. Was it for the intersex elections? Or had he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, necessitating caution, observing no inclination among the crowd to relay his message? Luo Cheng remained undeterred, patiently awaiting a response. He had merely mentioned it casually. If he truly desired to communicate, he could produce a yuan stone or offer some premium pills as compensation. Luo Cheng had anticipated this, believing that Bai Hongping would soon have someone monitoring the situation in the Yuanzhong Valley. And thus, Bai Hongping would swiftly learn of this matter. Indeed, among the onlookers, one disciple discreetly departed from the Yuanzhong Valley, hastening toward the exit of the Yuanfeng region. Chapter 43. One sword to vanquish the enemy. Regarding Luo Cheng's cultivation still resting at the late stage of the third realm, he harbored little doubt that he was acutely aware of Luo Cheng's remarkably rapid cultivation pace, witnessing his capabilities surging upwards with astonishing swiftness. However, he did not believe that Luo Cheng had attained the fourth level of cultivation. The threshold between the third and fourth levels was a significant divide that had ensnared countless disciples. It was implausible for Luo Cheng to have advanced to the fourth level so expeditiously. Bai Hongping quickly formed a judgment in his mind. His strength must have indeed improved, and he sought to diminish my advantages through the wind battle platform. Thus, it appeared that he harbored hopes of victory. At the very least, he could preserve his life. Humph, while you are advancing, do you presume that I shall remain stagnant? Your thoughts are truly laughable. You likely wish to leverage my pressure to expedite your own breakthrough, which aligns with your typical style. Even if you have indeed broken through to the fourth level, concealing your true capabilities through some method, I assure you, should I desire to descend from the battle platform, you would not be able to impede me. After careful consideration, Bai Hongping made a resolute decision, his eyes gleaming with malice, secretly contemplating. The Tianhu Dan shall be mine. He then hastened towards the Yuanzhong Valley. Within Yuanzhong Valley, the clashing of metal resonated on the wind battle platform. 2 disciples, both at the early fourth level, were engaging in a measured spar, one of whom was Shan Jiang. In a short while, Shan Jiang emerged victorious by a narrow margin. After claiming the reward of 10 Yuanqi pills, Shan Jiang remained on the wind battle platform, casting a contemptuous glance at Luo Cheng, who was nearby, and boastfully declared, "Luo Cheng, if you wish to utilize the wind battle platform, then come up and defeat me first. Otherwise, seek another venue that if you lose your life, it shall be of your own making." Luo Cheng lowered his gaze, seemingly unaffected by the words, which prompted the nearby disciples to murmur among themselves, questioning why Luo Cheng appeared so cowardly. What was there to fear in stepping up to fight? Gu Shuo and the others observed in silence. That moment, a commotion echoed through the street, and upon investigation, it was revealed that Bai Hongping had arrived. His presence drew nearly all the disciples in Yuanzhong Valley towards the wind battle platform. The contest for the Tianhu Dan had been ongoing for several days, and Bai Hongping's blockade at the exit of Yuanfeng was now common knowledge. It was evident that a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Bai Hongping, with his rotund belly and leisurely gait, approached the vicinity of the battle platform. He scrutinized Luo Cheng intently before, with the agility of a hefty iron ball, he ascended the wind battle platform and addressed Shan Jiang casually. "Shan Jiang, you should vacate, or else we shall engage in combat first." Shan Jiang narrowed his eyes. Ever since he had witnessed Bai Hongping in action previously, he had developed a wariness of his strength, recognizing that his own was comparatively inferior. With a huff, he refrained from responding and turned his gaze towards Gu Shuo and the others. Ji Yushuo swiftly made his way onto the wind battle platform. Glancing at Luo Cheng before fixing his attention on Bai Hongping, he spoke in a grave tone. "The outcome between you and Luo Cheng is of no concern to anyone, but the prize cannot be the Lei Ming stone. Otherwise, you must first contend with me." Ji Yushuo already possessed 13 Lei Ming stones, and he would not allow this battle to disrupt his plans. Shan Jiang and the others shared a similar sentiment. Upon witnessing Bai Hongping's arrival, Luo Cheng's expression turned frosty, and after hearing Gu Shuo's remarks, he furrowed his brows and spoke. "As for the prize, I have no particular preference at Bai Hongping. Shall we agree upon a reward of 10 Yuanqi pills? Do you dare?" Gu Shuo's obstruction darkened Bai Hongping's countenance, yet he found himself powerless against Gu Shuo's superior strength. He cast a glance at Luo Cheng, a derisive smile gracing his lips as he spoke. 10 Yuanqi Dan, is this child's play? Dare you accompany me to a different venue? To slay Luo Cheng without claiming his Thunderstone, how could Bai Hongping possibly be satisfied? It is either the wind battle stage or the celestial selection platform. Should that be insufficient, do not compel me to bestow the entirety of the Thunderstone upon one among you at that moment. Let us see who among you can contend with me, that I, in truth." He possessed 10 Thunderstones, 3 of which had been acquired through alternative means. The disciples gathered near the wind battle stage were filled with excitement, thrilled by the rare spectacle and the anticipation of dividing spoils even before the battle commenced. Gu Shuo's mind raced as he calculated meticulously. He did not believe that Bai Hongping truly possessed 10 Thunderstones. Even if Bai Hongping managed to gather 15, it was uncertain he could extract them from the Yuanfeng realm. Thus, what would you propose? Gu Shuo turned his gaze towards Luo Cheng, his voice cold as he inquired, "At this juncture, how could Luo Cheng concern himself with the competition among others?" He chuckled softly, responding with a grave tone, "What you deem as rewards is of no consequence to me. However, your aspiration to claim a share from my hands is nothing but a fool's dream. You may proceed as you wish." Both Bai Hongping and Gu Shuo's expressions darkened with anger. They secretly suspected that Luo Cheng might be attempting to take advantage of the situation, avoiding a confrontation with Bai Hongping. The likes of Dan Jiang and others were in a flurry of thoughts. This battle seemed inevitable, and what followed might well devolve into a chaotic melee to determine the rightful owner of the Thunderstones. It could be anyone, not necessarily Bai Hongping, who might have managed to gather 15, nor Gu Shuo, who possessed formidable strength. It could even be Dan Jiang, who now leaped down from the battle stage. "You may commence." Gu Shuo coldly shot a glance at Luo Cheng, yielding the wind battle stage. Thus, no one dared to impede this confrontation any longer. Those eager to vie for the Tianhu Dan began to harbor ulterior motives, particularly those few with fewer thunderstones, who sensed that their chances of obtaining the Tianhu Dan were about to increase. Once they had gathered sufficient thunderstones, I must avoid directly entering Yuanzhong Valley to evade their ambush. I must devise a means to slip away stealthily. Bai Hongping had already planned his next steps. He pointed a finger at Luo Cheng, his eyes gleaming with malice, and harshly declared, "Luo Cheng, do not delay any longer. To prevent you from feigning ignorance, let us first display the 7 thunderstones as a wager." With that, Bai Hongping took the lead, producing 7 thunderstones and placing them upon the wind battle stage. Very well. Luo Cheng leaped onto the stage, first casting the thunderstones onto the platform before drawing his longsword. Instantly, silence enveloped the arena. The disciples nearby understood that at this moment, it was a matter of life and death. Many among them were secretly curious about how Luo Cheng intended to maneuver within the limited confines of the wind battle stage against the formidable Bai Hongping, who had achieved the 4th stage of cultivation. "I know your intentions, and I shall ensure you have no opportunity to concede." Bai Hongping could not help but laugh heartily, exhilarated that, at this moment, he was in high spirits. Wielding a massive axe measuring 7 feet in length, its blade revealing a swirling black iron vortex, emanating a terrifying force of absorption, the tempest it conjured whipped the garments of those surrounding the battle stage into a frantic rustle. "You have finally taken bait, Bai Hongping. It is too late for you to escape, now that a surge of murderous intent flooded Luo Cheng's heart. In the latter stages of the 4th realm, he no longer concealed his prowess. A chilling aura surged around him, and without a moment's hesitation, he wielded his longsword, conjuring 35 gleaming sword lights that flickered about him. From several paces away, Luo Cheng pointed at Bai Hongping and swung his sword in a decisive arc. In an instant, the 35 sword lights converged towards the blade. With a swift motion, a crescent-shaped beam of blindingly white, icy sword light was unleashed from the longsword. The speed of the sword light slicing through the air was so rapid that it left onlookers unable to react. In terms of power, the sword light far surpassed that of 150 tigers. I recognized that Bai Hongping's countenance shifted dramatically, his voice rising in alarm. Yet before he could retreat a single step, the word defeat had not yet escaped his lips, and his massive axe had yet to shield his vital points, when he was struck by the radiant white sword light. Clang! The brilliant sword light cleaved from the top of Bai Hongping's head down to between his feet, severing even the axe handle of his weapon. A fissure, laden with solid ice, abruptly manifested in a straight line from the crown of his head through his brow, neck, and abdomen, mirroring this line on his back. Had it not been for the freezing grip of the ice, his body would have been cleaved in two like a great iron ball. The panic etched on his face became a frozen tableau, and he perished in an instant. Clang! The entire combat platform trembled violently that a sword mark, extending over 10 paces and adorned with ice crystals, appeared upon the platform and the stone slabs beneath it. The result of the severing sword light. The clash with the platform shattered the sword light, erupting in a tempest of frigid energy that surged outward nearly 100 paces before dissipating. Several disciples positioned too close to the platform, unprepared to raise their defenses, were knocked to the ground by the force, except for a handful who had attained the late 4th realm or the 5th realm. The majority of spectators found their robes tattered and frosted from the residual energy of those affected. Luo expressed his apologies. After successfully vanquishing Bai Hongping with the aid of his externalized yuan power, Luo Cheng's demeanor remained slightly cold. After respectfully bowing to those around him, he leaped down from the combat platform. Witnessing a battle can be perilous. Proximity demands caution, even though some were caught in the aftershock of the clash. The crowd had no recourse for grievance, and at that moment, nearly 1,000 onlookers stood in stunned silence, their gazes following Luo Cheng's every movement. Many began to ponder, realizing that Luo Cheng had concealed his true cultivation level, having indeed broken through to the early 4th realm. Remarkably, he had slain Bai Hongping with a single stroke, even severing his weapon in the process, leaving Bai Hongping without a shred of resistance. Unable to utter the words "I concede," they suddenly comprehended that Luo Cheng's prior restraint in dealing with individuals like Shan Jiang had all been a ruse, orchestrated solely to eliminate Bai Hongping. He was resolute in his aim to slay his adversary, disregarding all else. Otherwise, how could Shan Jiang, toppled by the aftermath of the combat, stand as a contender against Luo Cheng's singular strike. The crowd further grasped that Luo Cheng's decision to engage on the Wind combat platform, rather than directly in Yuanfeng land, was not merely a strategy to preserve his life in the event of defeat, but a refusal to face punitive measures for eliminating Bai Hongping, as such consequences were simply not worth it. Chapter 44. This is defamation. How did Luo Cheng achieve such prowess? Just moments ago, I was preoccupied with other thoughts and failed to perceive clearly. His cultivation of the unification sword body has rendered him so formidable. Luo Cheng has fled. The murmurs of the crowd grow increasingly fervent, and upon further observation of Luo Cheng, he has nearly vanished from sight. It is clear to all that he has gathered 15 pieces of thunderstone and intends to exchange them for the Tianhu Dan without delay, lest unforeseen complications arise. Shall we intercept him? Shan Jiang swallowed hard, his voice lacking conviction. The residual force from the prior attack had already left him feeling overwhelmed. His face bore several lacerations from the force, and his robe lay in tatters, rendering him utterly disheveled. With the matter of the Tianhu Dan at stake, Shan Jiang yearned to pursue and intercept Luo Cheng, yet his feet remained rooted in place. The others hesitated as well. They had previously resolved to wait until Bai Hongping acquired 5 more thunderstones, regardless of whether he had reached the requisite 15, but once he departed from the Yuanzhong Valley. They would pursue him, hoping to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos of battle. Now, with Luo Cheng in Bai Hongping's stead, they were uncertain if they could successfully intercept him, and they feared which of them might meet the same fate as Bai Hongping. Shan Jiang, faced with this predicament, could not afford to hesitate any longer. I shall trade that item for your 2 thunderstones, quickly. Gu Shuo urged, his voice urgent. He darted forward, seizing Shan Jiang by the collar. Shan Jiang, initially startled, then felt a flicker of joy, coldly retorting, "No, the terms remain as they were. Otherwise, Shan shall not exchange." Get lost? Gu Shuo, now frantic, unleashed a palm strike that sent Shan Jiang sprawling several feet away. He then turned to another disciple at the initial 4th stage, pressing, "Will you exchange?" "I doubt will." This disciple, resolute in his decision, relinquished his pursuit of the Tianhu Dan, handing 2 thunderstones to Gu Shuo in exchange for an unknown jade box. "Remember, do not exchange with anyone else," Gu Shuo warned coldly before swiftly departing to it was over. The remaining disciples possessing thunderstones were filled with profound regret. First it was Luo Cheng, then Gu Shuo. Any further attempts to collectively gather 15 thunderstones would be futile, only amplifying their losses. Outside the Yuanzhong Valley, Luo Cheng felt a sense of urgency as he summoned all his speed to race forward. The surge of primal energy enveloped him in a radiant glow, his rapid pace rendering his form a mere blur, akin to a white ribbon weaving through the air. He unabashedly executed his sword sprint. Whoosh, his form, resembling a white ribbon, traversed mountains and valleys, not adhering to the mapped safe routes, but charging directly ahead. Luo Cheng had devised a strategy to deal with Bai Hongping, and naturally he contemplated what to do after eliminating him to secure the 15 thunderstones he aimed to exchange for the Tianhu Dan as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, those aspiring to contest for the Tianhu Dan, sensing the tide turning, could easily combine efforts to amass the required 15 thunderstones that a moment's delay would mean losing the Tianhu Dan, a possibility Luo Cheng could not entertain. Thus, after dispatching Bai Hongping and collecting the thunderstones, he departed without hesitation, propelling himself at full speed. The distance between them continued to widen. What to do? What to do? Gu Shuo felt the Tianhu Dan slipping further from his grasp. Over the past few months, he had sacrificed so much: primal stones, treasures, and even favors, all of which were on the verge of being rendered futile. Might he inadvertently stumble into a peculiar realm and be delayed? Gu Shuo fervently hoped so. Yet he was acutely aware that such hope was slender, for what were the odds of such a coincidence? Suddenly, as he sprinted, Gu Shuo's expression darkened, followed by a cold smile. A resolution had formed within him. Indeed, you must bear the consequences of the seeds of misfortune you have sown. This method will prove effective. I am eager to see how long you can persist in your independent and unconventional ways. Although the distance between him and Luo Cheng was steadily increasing, Gu Shuo was exerting all his strength in his flight. Without any unforeseen events along the way, the two passed through the light gate, departing from the Yuanfeng realm and heading towards the outer gate's main hall. The outer gate's main hall presided over various departments and halls of the outer gate for any internal selection. It was the outer gate's main hall that handled the preparations, while the inner gate conducted inspections and oversight. Regarding the matter of the Tianhu Dan, since it pertained to the outer gate and was an exceptionally precious, miraculous elixir, it was deemed unsuitable for storage within the material hall to ensure fairness. It was kept in the outer gate's main hall, where disciples who gathered 15 thunderstones could come to exchange for it. On a first-come, first-served basis, the outer gate's main hall was not difficult to locate, and Luo Cheng arrived swiftly. After making minor adjustments to his attire and regulating his breath, Luo Cheng bowed respectfully at the hall's entrance and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Disciple Luo Cheng, here to exchange for the Tianhu Dan enter," came the voice of a middle-aged man from within the hall. Heeding the command, Luo Cheng stepped through the hall's door. The outer gate's main hall did not entertain trivial matters, and those who frequented it were often the senior officials of the outer gate, resulting in an eerily quiet atmosphere within the grand hall. Inside, only 3 middle-aged men, who appeared to be outer gate elders, were engaged in discussions regarding the inner gate selection. Upon seeing Luo Cheng enter, all 3 cast their gazes upon him, scrutinizing his presence. Strangely, one of the elders, who possessed a refined and scholarly demeanor, displayed a flicker of surprise at the sight of the anomalous Gu Yi sword body. The other 2 elders, while initially puzzled, also exhibited a burgeoning interest. Holding the esteemed position of outer gate elder required a certain level of cultivation. All 3 had attained the 7th level of martial intent, coupled with years of experience, enabling them to easily discern the authenticity of an outer gate disciple's cultivation. Even though Luo Cheng did not reveal any aura of elemental energy, they could still ascertain that his elemental force was cold and sharp, not merely sharp. However, they found it difficult to gauge the relative merits of this cold sharpness compared to ordinary sharpness. After all, the elemental radiance of the Gu Yi sword body was originally sharp. If it had transformed into cold sharpness, it could either signify an expansion of cultivation or a deviation in training, such as absorbing exotic treasures from other attributes during the 4th level of cultivation, yielding temporary benefits, but ultimately leading to a muddled and diluted elemental force, thereby compromising its original brilliance. Disciple Luo Cheng, I have the honor of meeting the 3 elders. Luo Cheng greeted with utmost respect. The 3 elders, maintaining their dignified composure, refrained from displaying any overt curiosity or concern. The elder with a scholarly appearance spoke in a measured tone. "Present your ways token along with the 15 thunderstones." "Understood," Luo Cheng replied, complying with the request, and then he lowered his gaze, awaiting patiently. After a brief examination, the waste token and 15 thunderstones were confirmed to be in order, and the refined elder did not express any surprise at Luo Cheng's status as an outer gate disciple. Although the distribution of Tianhu Dan was not restricted to the identities of inner or outer disciples, it primarily targeted the outer gate, while the inner disciples faced certain constraints, resulting in few of them participating. "Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the Tianhu Dan for you," the refined elder said as he rose to leave. This moment, Luo Cheng's heart felt considerably more at ease. The Tianhu Dan is equivalent to being within reach. As long as it is consumed properly, one's physical self will experience monumental enhancement, Lin inquired nonchalantly. Just as the Tianhu Dan was about to be exchanged, Gu Shuo inserted himself, causing a surge of anger to rise within Luo Cheng, who was uncertain of the means by which the other intended to obstruct him. After all, the announcement regarding the exchange of the Tianhu Dan clearly stated that there was only one available, and the first disciple to gather 15 thunderstones would be the first to receive it. Luo Cheng was the first to arrive at the outer gate's main hall to redeem it, and with the Tianhu Dan nearly in his grasp, what could the later arriving Gu Shuo possibly change? Elder, a portion of Luo Cheng's thunderstones was acquired through the killing of the hall steward by Hongping. Gu Shuo respectfully stated. The expressions of the 3 elders darkened, and Gu Lin's face grew particularly cold as he questioned Luo Cheng. "Is this true? How do you explain this?" The rules of the sect strictly prohibit disciples from engaging in private duels, let alone mutual killings, that if such an incident were to occur in a perilous and treacherous place like the Li Cave, it might go uninvestigated, but should someone report it, an inquiry will certainly follow. Especially since the suspect is right before us, and it concerns the Tianhu Dan, Chapter 45. Who comes first? The truth of the matter cannot be determined by merely one disciple's account. The law enforcement disciples are stationed within the Yuanzhong Valley, and the death of an Outer Gate's chief steward is no trivial matter. It is likely that the law court of the Outer Gate is already aware of the circumstances. The Outer Gate's main hall can simply consult the law court for clarification. The three Outer Gate elders need not deliberate amongst themselves. Jilin, his tone slightly frosty, spoke up. Luo Cheng as a suspect. You're not permitted to leave. Await the outcome outside the hall. Gu Shua. Since the death of Bai Hongping is a fact, your words, though perhaps unproductive, will not be in error. You may take your leave. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng's heart sank, yet he did not depart immediately. Elder Go, I have gathered the 15 thunderstones. I wondered. Jiu Shua felt an overwhelming joy and cautiously continued. Jilin, fully aware that Gu Shua had also gathered the thunderstones, waved his hand dismissively, stating, the exchange of the Tianhu Dan is contingent upon the order of events. We shall discuss the exchange once the matter of Bai Hongping's death is resolved. Exited the Outer Gate's main hall. He hurried towards the inner gate's Nan Feng, that he understood that the incident concerning Bai Hongping's death could not prevent Luo Cheng from redeeming the Tianhu Dan, as there was no violation of sect rules. With over 1,000 disciples witnessing the event, making it straightforward to investigate, his intention was merely to interrupt Luo Cheng's exchange of the Tianhu Dan, granting him time to seek an audience with Nan Gongrong. Gu Shuo was acutely aware of Nan Gongrong's resentment after his defeat to Luo Cheng, as he had not even been willing to part with 10 yuan stones, which spoke volumes. This was his opportunity to reverse the situation by having Nan Gongrong intervene. In the past, he had never had the chance to befriend someone as extraordinary as Nan Gongrong, but that was no longer necessary. He believed that with a slight alteration in the narrative regarding Luo Cheng, Nan Gongrong would not allow the Tianhu Dan to fall into Luo Cheng's hands. Nan Feng, also known as the Martial Refinement Celestial Peak, is a place where ordinary Inner Gate disciples are not permitted to tread without an invitation. Gu Shao, in a tone of utmost respect, requested the guarding disciples to inform the higher-ups, stating, Outer Gate disciple Gu Shuo seeks an audience with senior brother Nan Gong. Indeed, Gu Shuo successfully ascended Nan Feng. And approximately 15 minutes later, when he descended, his face was alight with exhilaration. Upon this realization, he furrowed his brow and gazed intently into the hall. Could it be that the Law Hall had yet to notify the outer sect elders regarding the demise of Bai Hongping? Inside the hall, Jelin sat poised upon a wooden chair, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. He had already received the report from the Law Hall, which stated that in the incident involving the death of the steward Bai Hongping from the household hall, Luo Cheng had committed no violation of sect rules and bore no culpability. Furthermore, the altercation between the two had transpired upon the wind battle platform. Thus, Luo Cheng was not required to elucidate the circumstances to the Law Hall. The disciplinary disciples would investigate independently. However, should a disciple kill in self-defense outside the wind battle platform and the celestial selection platform, they must promptly report to the Law Hall to clarify the details of the incident. Consequently, Jelin, after receiving the report, should have permitted Luo Cheng to enter the hall to continue exchanging for the Tianhu Dan yet. The words spoken by Gu Shuo prior to his departure carried an unmistakable implication, prompting Jelin and the others to deliberate briefly before opting to wait. Jiu Shuo had met with the three elders and, with a smile, performed a respectful salute. He then retrieved 15 thunderstones and 2 tokens from his storage pouch. One of the iron tokens belonged to him, while the other, made of jade, was the property of Nan Gongrong. The sight of Nan Gongrong's tokens startled the 3 outer sect elders, although Nan Gongrong was a junior to them. His status was not merely that of a direct disciple. He hailed from the esteemed Nan Gong lineage. The martial refinement sect had been established for over a millennium, and the founding patriarch bore the surname Nan Gong. In the early days, when the sect was weak, positions such as sect master, elder, and peak master were held by his descendants and disciples. As the sect grew in strength, various factions gradually emerged. leading to the formation of the so-called Nangong lineage, also referred to as the direct line. To this day, while the Nangong lineage no longer holds absolute sway over the sect's major decisions, the position of sect master is still occupied by a member of this lineage. Given that Nangong Rong was a direct descendant of the Nangong lineage, his significance was evident. The allocation of a Tianhu Dan to anyone did not necessitate his personal involvement. A token sufficed. Elder Jelen, disciple Gu Shuo, has come to exchange for the Tianhu Dan. Gu Shuo spoke cheerfully, brimming with confidence. The gazes of the three outer sect elders flickered uncertainly before returning to a semblance of normalcy. Jelen chuckled lightly and remarked, "Since you have arrived first and presented 15 thunderstones, I, as the elder, shall exchange the Tianhu Dan with you. The Tianhu Dan is not to be ingested." After imparting the necessary instructions, Jelen handed the Tianhu Dan over. The disciple expressed his gratitude to the three elders, his voice trembling with excitement as he held the jade box, which felt weighty in his hands, taking a deep breath of the medicinal fragrance. He carefully stored the jade box in his pouch. After paying his respects to Jelen and the others, he departed. "Luo Cheng, the Tianhu Dan is now mine," Gu Shuo declared triumphantly before continuing. "You, my friend, are still too inexperienced." "Impudent," Jelen retorted in anger. The moment Gu Shuo produced the jade token, Jelen and the others realized that Nangong Rong and Luo Cheng harbored enmity towards one another. How could they possibly show favor to Luo Cheng, especially when he displayed such blatant disregard? Their indignation at his insolence had reached a boiling point. With a voice laced with fury, Golin declared, "As an elder, I, along with two others, witnessed Gu Shuo's initial attempt to exchange. It is only fitting that he be granted the exchange. The facts are indisputable. What more do you have to say? If you are dissatisfied, feel free to report to the Innergate Law Hall. However, should you dare to act insolently here, I shall ensure your demise on the spot." Luo Cheng, filled with a fierce wrath that assailed his reason, replied in a low voice, stowing away his waste token and thunderstone before turning to leave. Upon exiting the martial refinement gate, he made his way directly to the Innergate Law Hall. Luo Cheng, a man of principle, would accept the situation if he had indeed arrived a moment too late for Gu Shuo. Yet, how could he swallow such an inversion of truth? Upon reaching the Innergate Law Hall, he recounted the entire sequence of events, hoping they would pursue an investigation to restore his honor. However, the outcome was not as he had anticipated. After hearing his account, the Law Hall refused to file it, deeming his words absurd, suggesting that he was merely resentful for not obtaining the Tianhu Dan and sought revenge by defaming the Outer Gate elders. They even issued a warning that if Luo Cheng continued to stir up trouble, he would be dealt with according to the sect's regulations. While serving as a night patrol in the Li Cave, he had never been careless, vigilantly guarding against potential breaches of the seal. The slaying of Renhong was due to prior conflict, as Run had come to harm him, and thus he showed no mercy. The subsequent eliminations of Mao Qing and Ding Songhan were equally justified. Even if the Law Hall investigated these three incidents, he considered them acts of self-preservation, not the slaughter of fellow disciples. It was only to avoid being exploited by Hongping that he chose to conceal the truth. This principle might well be termed respect through strength. Luo Cheng found himself in a moment of confusion, questioning whether he should continue striving to become an inner disciple. From the outset of his cultivation, he had aspired to attain the status of an inner disciple, for it was a matter of great honor. Becoming an official disciple of the sect would relieve him of the burdens of tending to the herb garden, allowing him to devote himself wholly to his training. The sect would provide the necessary resources for his cultivation, and when the sect required his service, he would do his utmost to repay their nurturing grace. Chapter 46 is about to commence. As Luo Cheng found himself lost in contemplation, his vigilance towards his surroundings waned considerably. It was only upon hearing Xing Fei's voice that he realized his distraction. Gathering his focus, Luo Cheng rose to his feet and could see that moment. For reasons unknown, he found himself reluctant to encounter Xing Fei. Rubbing his brow, he casually remarked, "It seems senior sister Xing is already aware." Senior sister? Xing Fei's expression turned curious. While she accepted being addressed as senior sister by even the older disciples as a matter of course, Hearing it from Luo Cheng felt peculiar and oddly delightful. After a brief shiver, her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she replied, "Of course I know. It is quite a rare and exciting event for a group of outer disciples to compete for the Tianhu Dan. Here, I have a Tianhu Dan. Let us make an exchange, shall we?" Xing Fei spoke with an air of generosity. Tianhu Dan? Luo Cheng pondered, initially believing Xing Fei was merely here for a casual visit. But it appeared she had come to present him with the Tianhu Dan. He refrained from taking it, instead observing her expression with keen scrutiny. The Tianhu Dan was a remarkable elixir, exceedingly rare and precious. Countless inner disciples had never even had the opportunity to consume a Tianhu Dan. Even those who were unconcerned about the value of spirit stones would not possess one so casually, nor would they exchange it lightly. Moreover, Xing Fei must have already attained the late stage of the 5th level of cultivation, and it is unlikely that she would carry a Tianhu Dan at all times. Where did she acquire this Tianhu Dan? Could it be that the elixir is poisoned, and she seeks to take revenge for the events that transpired on Feishua Mountain? Such absurd thoughts flickered through Luo Cheng's mind. "Hurry up, senior sister. I am quite busy. Hand over the Lei Ming stones, and throw in a few premium Longxi Dan as well. I intend to gift them," Xing Fei urged lightly, casting a casual glance around her. "I currently do not possess any premium Longxi Dan," Luo Cheng replied, his expression shifting. How could he be unaware that Xing Fei was intentionally assisting him? While Lei Ming stones are indeed rare, their value is not particularly high. Premium Longxi Dan, although precious, are likely not something Xing Fei lacks, especially given her cultivation at the late stage of the 5th level, which renders them unnecessary and no longer willing to refuse. Luo Cheng decided to probe further. "How many premium Longxi Dan do you require? Can we defer the payment for now? This Tianhu Dan is somewhat inferior in quality, so I want TB2 demanding. 3 premium Longxi Dan can be deferred," Xing Fei replied after a moment of contemplation. Her lips pursed. Naturally, Luo Cheng agreed, handing over a total of 18 Lei Ming stones to her. Subsequently, he opened the jade box, revealing a Tianhu Dan inside. Just as Xing Fei had mentioned, this Tianhu Dan's quality was slightly inferior to the one Gu Shua had acquired, lacking in translucence and displaying a somewhat muddled overall hue. Nevertheless, its value still surpassed that of 18 Lei Ming stones and 3 premium Longxi Dan, especially considering it was on credit. After consuming the Tianhu Dan, if you still cannot secure the top position, this senior sister will look down upon you severely, Xing Fei said, raising an eyebrow with a playful tone. The top position? The top position in the intersect selection? Luo Cheng furrowed his brow. He had contemplated such a notion, given the associated glory and rewards. However, numerous disciples would be competing in the intersect selection, many of whom would be at the late stage of the 4th level. Furthermore, the challenges in the selection are not solely confined to combat on the arena. One can only imagine the difficulty of claiming the top spot. Luo Cheng was confident in his ability to become an intersect disciple through the forthcoming selection. Yet he held no assurance regarding the top position. "If I do not strive for the top position, how can I rid myself of this frustration?" Xing Fei huffed, her tone indignant. She continued, "If you lack the capability, you will have to swallow your pride and obediently submit. However, if you truly possess the talent, then let those individuals, let all the disciples of the Wu Yin sect see that you, Luo Cheng, aspire to soar to great heights, and that no one can hinder your brilliance and potential." With newfound determination to contend for the top position, not merely for the rewards, Luo Cheng watched Xing Fei's figure fade from view before hastening to the transmission hall. Aside from overseeing perilous and treacherous territories, martial arts techniques are also of paramount importance to a sect. As outer sect disciples come and go, the sect does not impart complete martial arts techniques to them. Hence the existence of the transmission hall. Once disciples reach the requisite level of cultivation, they may exchange for techniques. Luo Cheng originally intended to exchange for a particular martial art from the Tunyan Zhanti, especially the Tunyan Chongxian demonstrated by Bai Hongping. Although his Yuan Guang ability is sharp and cold, preventing him from executing this technique, he could still glean insights and inspiration from it. However, he was constrained by his status as an outer sect disciple, rendering him ineligible to exchange for any secret techniques, which require the identity of an inner sect disciple. He had yet to consume the Tianhu Dan remaining within the confines of the where other disciples rarely ventured. Luo Cheng was undisturbed that in this tranquil atmosphere. He immersed himself in his cultivation. As he turned and paused, the yellow sector of the five-colored rotating disc was chosen as he had wished. Luo Cheng maintained a composed demeanor as he placed the last magic crystal from his storage bag into the yellow vortex. After a brief wait, he unhesitatingly tossed the Tianhu Dan into the vortex as well. Having previously experimented with refining elixirs in the yellow sector, he was aware of the potential for failure. With success and failure probabilities nearly equal, should he fail, the Tianhu Dan would be rendered useless, and the chance of acquiring another would be nearly impossible. Thus, consuming the elixir directly would have been the wiser choice, prioritizing a stable enhancement over the risk of seeking a superior product. What if the refinement of the Tianhu Dan failed, resulting in a wasted elixir? Had this Tianhu Dan been exchanged from the outer sect pavilion, he would undoubtedly have chosen a more cautious approach. However, as this particular Tianhu Dan was a covert gift from Xing Fei, Luo Cheng resolved to use the yellow sector for refinement, aiming to elevate its quality. Success would be ideal, but even in the event of failure, he would have to accept the outcome that he believed that his ability to secure the top position in this intersect selection would not hinge solely on a single Tianhu Dan. If failure were to occur, it would not significantly impact the results of the intersect selection. With a hum, an elixir was expelled from the yellow vortex. As he retrieved the elixir, Luo Cheng examined it with an unflinching expression. The elixir was roughly the size of a walnut, perfectly round and silver in hue, glistening with the clarity of the purest pearl. Most importantly, the silvery luminescence pulsed gently, drawing in the elemental energy of the world. This was indeed a top-grade Tianhu Dan. Realizing this, Luo Cheng's eyes sparkled with joy. Although slightly smaller, the quality of this top-grade Tianhu Dan far surpassed the one obtained by Gushua by more than tenfold. The two could hardly be compared in terms of rarity. Conventional are exceedingly difficult to produce, with 100 furnaces yielding but a single top-grade elixir. The Tianhu Dan is exceptionally rare, often refined as a solitary piece. And achieving success in its refinement is already a formidable task, let alone producing a top-grade variant. Not only had Gu Shuan never encountered a top-grade Tianhu Dan, even Nan Gongrong had yet to witness one. In terms of efficacy, the top-grade Tianhu Dan not only possesses enhanced potency, but is also more attuned to the cultivation of martial artists, perfectly aligning with their physical transformation techniques to bolster their corporeal form. Consuming it during the late stages of the third level would allow for the full manifestation of the Tianhu Dan as strengthening and healing abilities, laying a solid foundation for a breakthrough to the fourth level. When taken in the early stages of the fourth level, due to the increased strength of the body, the benefits derived from the Tianhu Dan would also amplify, though the focus would lean more towards fortifying and healing, with the enhancement aspect somewhat diminished. Whether to consume it in the late third level or the early fourth level is a matter of personal preference, typically leaning towards the late third level. For Luo Cheng, it was most suitable to consume the elixir in the early stages of the fourth level. As the Tianhu Dan gradually diminished in potency, Luo Cheng continued to elevate his abilities amidst a blend of tranquility and tension in his cultivation. Now, the annual intersect selection was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 47, The Five-Gate Selection. With his breath converging back into his body, Luo Cheng slowly opened his eyes in the past 20 days. He had devoted himself to diligent cultivation, utilizing nearly all his time for training, which resulted in a swift enhancement of his abilities. The precious Tianhu Dan had been entirely consumed, providing immense benefits to his physical form. Far exceeding Luo Cheng's expectations, as dawn broke. It was indeed preferable to arrive early. His murmurs were tinged with solemnity as Luo Cheng rose from the cave and made his way beyond the Yuanfeng realm. The annual intersect selection was set to commence today, marking a significant event. Operations across various peaks had momentarily paused, allowing all disciples the opportunity to witness the occasion. The total number of disciples in the Wulian sect, both inner and outer, exceeded 40,000, that excluding a few uninterested true disciples of the inner sect. Most were eager not to miss such a lively affair. Observing the intersect selection not only served as a means of leisure, but also broadened their horizons and provided ample conversation fodder, even serving as motivation for self-improvement. The break of dawn, a substantial number of disciples had already begun their journey to the Tianzi. It was said that hundreds of years prior, Tianzi was originally known as Zhongma Gang, a perilous place. However, after certain extraordinary events transpired, it was no longer accessible to the disciples and gradually transformed into Tianzi, designated specifically for various elections within the sect, with the topics of the intersect election set within its confines. Whether participating in this election or merely enjoying the spectacle, disciples were required to be within Tianzi. "Look, isn't that Luo Cheng?" One voice remarked. "It must be him. I heard he went around complaining after failing to compete with senior brother Gu Shuo. How shameless that I heard about that, too. Wasn't he supposed to have some strength? He looks rather unimpressive, devoid of any presence. Three female disciples, each at the second stage of their cultivation, hastened towards Tianzi. Upon spotting Luo Cheng from a distance, they huddled together to whisper amongst themselves. The tale of the Tianhu Dan falling into Gu Shuo's hands had long circulated, inciting envy and admiration in equal measure. Furthermore, it was widely exaggerated that after Luo Cheng had slain Bai Hongping with a single sword strike, he rushed to exchange for medicinal pills, only to arrive a moment too late, leading him to furiously slander the outer sect elders. Ultimately, his baseless accusations resulted in him being expelled by the law hall's enforcers. Such rumors became the subject of light-hearted gossip, increasingly distorted with each retelling. Many disciples, swayed by these tales, took them to be truth. It was not uncommon for a defeated disciple like Luo Cheng to lash out in frustration. Moreover, Gu Shuo was quite renowned in the outer sect, leading everyone to believe that his acquisition of the Tianhu Dan was only to be expected, with no one casting doubt upon it. "Senior brother," a delighted voice called out, belonging to Cheng Danxia. The fragrant breeze heralded her approach as she drew near, expressing concern. "Senior brother, are you well?" Although her interactions with Luo Cheng had been limited, she harbored no belief in the rumors. Quite the opposite. "Yes, quite well," Luo Cheng replied, scratching his brow before presenting 3 exquisite Tuan Dan and 2 exceptional Phalian Dan that he had set aside over the past 2 months. The trio of female disciples continued to observe from the side, their curiosity piqued. "Are those medicinal pills?" They wondered. "I heard Luo Cheng once produced a precious Longxi Dan. Are you suggesting that those 2 jade vials contain top-grade medicinal pills?" "How could it be? He gives away precious pills so casually," exclaimed one disciple. "And who is that female disciple? How shameless to accept someone else's pills without a second thought. What if they truly are top-grade pills?" Subsequently, the two engaged in light conversation as they entered Tianzi. Upon stepping into Tianzi, they found themselves atop a hill. The hillside has been leveled into a broad platform, spacious enough that even 100,000 individuals would not appear crowded. At the center of this platform stands a towering jade monument, reaching a height of 10 zhong. This esteemed edifice is known as the Record of Achievements, adorned with intricate formations that reflect, like a mirror, certain circumstances from a selection process for the multitude of disciples to observe. After completing a selection round, it can, in conjunction with the achievement cauldron linked through its formation, rank the disciples based on their performance, with the top-ranking individual becoming the champion of the selection. On one side of the platform, a magnificent viewing stand has been constructed, designated for the elders and peak masters. This moment, the platform has already amassed tens of thousands of disciples, with more arriving incessantly, engaged in animated discussions and conjectures, creating a cacophony of voices. Disciples from the same peak or locality huddle together, with those from Dan Peak congregating in one area and those from Chi Peak in another. Meanwhile, disciples like the guards of Li Cave attempt to blend into the throng formed by others. Luo Cheng, having just arrived, quickly drew the attention of numerous gazes and a myriad of speculations. Rumors ran rampant as the disciples finally laid eyes on the real person and gathered with fellow peak members, unrestrained in their chatter. Even a few youthful disciples of the first stage of refinement pointed at Luo Cheng, engaging in fervent discussions about him. Cheng Danxia had sent someone to find Luo Cheng among his fellow peak disciples, but he, indifferent to the surrounding murmurs, retreated to a quieter corner, his expression slightly solemn. Standing in silence, more disciples gathered on the platform, including several inner sect disciples. The numbers swelled to 30 or 40,000, and the clamor grew increasingly louder. The topics of conversation predominantly revolved around the inner sect selection's questions and rewards, speculating on who might be chosen as inner sect disciples and who could potentially claim the top spot. Amidst these discussions, Luo Cheng was the focal point, though the prevailing sentiment was one of disdain, scorn, and even disparaging remarks, as if he were a rat crossing the street. Following him, discussions also included figures like Jigua, Feng Yuan, and Gu Shua. Both Jigua and Feng Yuan were at the late fourth stage, having already refined their essence into its true form. They had been eligible for selection as inner sect disciples several years prior, but chose to wait in competition for the top position. A few other outer sect disciples at the late fourth stage opted to forego this year's selection, deferring their aspirations to the following year, as they were deterred by Jigua and Feng Yuan's determination to participate. Gu Shua, at the mid-fourth stage, had little hope of contending for the top spot, but found a glimmer of possibility after acquiring a Tianhudi and AS for how the final rankings would unfold. The thousands of disciples had their own theories, with some having even discreetly set odds that by the time the sun had risen to a certain height, over 100 law enforcement disciples from both inner and outer sects arrived to maintain order on the platform. They were there to witness the ceremony alongside various elders and peak masters. The inner sect selection was a significant event for the sect, and prominent figures from within were expected to attend. Observing briefly before departing, the elders and peak masters took their respective seats, while their favored disciples stood behind them, serving fragrant tea. The inner sect selection had been meticulously organized by the outer sect's main hall. Elder Go, with a refined demeanor, after exchanging a few words with the third elder Nangong Jingfeng, rose to his feet and approached the edge of the viewing platform. He gazed out over the tens of thousands of disciples below, his voice solemn yet resonant, capable of enveloping the entire platform. The founding of the Nangong Zushi sect. The subsequent discourse has been heard by numerous disciples at least on several occasions, recounting the establishment of the Wu Yin men, its historical evolution, and the principles of the sect. The selection process for the inner disciples is relatively straightforward. However, should a significant event occur within the sect, such as a memorial ceremony, the procedures become considerably more intricate. The voice of Golin made Luo Cheng feel a sense of agitation, prompting him to gaze from a distance at Xing Fei, who stood behind the Ling Feng sect master. Appearing utterly disinterested, he still owed Xing Fei 3 exquisite dragon breath pills. This time, the inner disciple selection comprised 5 trials. Ji Yilin mentioned the topics of the inner disciple selection. The disciples on the platform, particularly those about to participate in this selection, listened intently. As with previous occasions, 5 questions were set for the selection, and the disciple scores will be ranked accordingly to determine the top contender. After providing a general overview of the 5 trials, Golin continued. Upon the conclusion of the 5 trials, the sect will bestow generous rewards based on the performance rankings, with the top 3 disciples receiving substantial accolades. The disciple who secures the first place will be awarded 3,000 yuan stones, an exquisite human tier weapon, a set of exquisite human tier martial attire, 3 exquisite dragon breath pills, and a quota to participate in the 9 sects martial assembly. At this point, Golin paused for emphasis. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered disciples. In previous years, the rewards for the top disciple were typically comparable, occasionally including secret techniques. This time, however, the inclusion of a quota for the 9 sects martial assembly added a significant allure. This prestigious event occurs once every 20 years, and participation is a tremendous honor that brings glory to one's family. The next 9 sects martial assembly is scheduled to take place in 2 years. The disciple ranked second will receive 2,000 yuan stones, an exquisite human tier weapon, and 2 exquisite dragon breath pills. The disciple in third place will be awarded 1,000 yuan stones, an exquisite human tier weapon, and 1 exquisite dragon breath pill. Compared to the first place, the rewards for the second and third ranked disciples remain consistent with previous years, while those ranked further down will receive no rewards. The rewards are indeed bountiful. Luo Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Whoever claims the top prize will find their wealth in yuan stones instantaneously comparable to that of true disciples like Xing Fei. Although Xing Fei is not lacking in yuan stones and possesses exquisite human tier weapons and attire, she would still be unable to produce 3,000 yuan stones at once. Of course, this is merely a matter of yuan stone wealth. True disciples ultimately represent the pinnacle, as their cultivation techniques, secret arts, and the elixirs and treasures they utilize are beyond the reach of ordinary inner disciples. Those disciples at the 4th level of cultivation preparing to participate in the inner disciple selection, along with the law enforcement disciples, are to proceed to the first trial, the Flying Stone Array. G. Elin announced. Chapter 48, The Might of the 100 Tigers. This inner disciple selection is divided into 5 trials, spanning 5 days. Today marks the commencement of the first trial, during which disciples will enter the Flying Stone Array to seek tokens. Only those who successfully locate a token will qualify for the second trial tomorrow. Failure to do so results in elimination, necessitating a wait until the following year to participate again. Furthermore, within the first trial, the more tokens a disciple acquires, the greater their achievements, with the ranking for this trial determined by the quantity of tokens collected. Disciples at the 4th level of cultivation, preparing to engage in the inner disciple selection, please follow promptly. A law enforcement disciple called out, leading a dozen or so law enforcement disciples as they hasten towards one side. A subtle commotion stirred upon the platform, as numerous disciples emerged from the throng, closely following the enforcing disciples. Upon closer inspection, nearly 800 individuals could be counted, each possessing at least early-stage 4th-tier cultivation. Among the outer disciples, those who had achieved the pinnacle of 4th-tier cultivation predominantly gathered here. Even if they were to fail this time, they would gain invaluable experience to better prepare for future endeavors. This cohort of nearly 800 disciples did not act alone. One could discern that several had formed small groups, with some even clustering around a single individual. That must be Che Yinyu. As long as he refrained from provoking Luo Cheng would naturally not instigate any conflict with him. After all, their relationship had devolved from friendship to rivalry, leaving no other animosity between them. Che Yinyu, clad in the formal and austere garb of the enforcing disciples, stood on the platform like a sharp sword. He had certainly noticed Luo Cheng, yet his expression remained unchanged, and he did not meet his gaze. What thoughts occupied his mind remained a mystery to outsiders. Approximately 10 miles from the platform lay a rocky outcrop, spanning 2 to 3 li, enveloped by a formation barrier, which marked the first trial of the inner door selection, the Flying Stone Formation. As one enforcing disciple activated the formation, a thunderous roar erupted from within the Flying Stone Formation. Countless stones of varying sizes levitated, the smallest no larger than a human head, while the largest could rival the size of a room. Subsequently, all the levitating stones began to whirl like a tempest, spiraling faster and faster. The cacophony of countless stones crushing through the air sent shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, all present disciples possessed 4th-tier cultivation and had undergone numerous trials, having explored extraordinary realms. Thus, they were not easily daunted by such a spectacle. After all, this was merely the preliminary round. If one lacked the courage to enter, how could they aspire to become an inner disciple? The inner door had no need for warriors lacking in bravery. Confirming the activation of the Flying Stone Formation, an enforcing disciple solemnly declared, "The power of the Flying Stone Formation is formidable. All of you, exercise caution. Remember, while competition among disciples is permitted, do not maliciously harm another's life or face severe repercussions." The inner door selection was inherently a contest, and with competition came conflict, which was unavoidable. This trial was time-limited to 1 hour and would commence immediately. Those who lingered would be left behind. As soon as the enforcing disciples' words fell, nearly 800 outer disciples dispersed rapidly, entering the Flying Stone Formation. At that moment, the J Battle Record Board, towering 10 zhang high on the platform, shimmered like water, displaying a portion of the unfolding scene within the Flying Stone Formation. The images appeared from a vantage point above and changed at a measured pace, striving to showcase the entirety of the formation spectacle. Wow, this Flying Stone Formation is truly formidable. Just a stone the size of a watermelon would be enough to shatter a second-tier cultivator to pieces. Many disciples of lower cultivation exclaimed in awe. The stones within the Flying Stone Formation were not ordinary boulders. They had been imbued with restrictions and seals. The stones possessed significant weight and, coupled with their incredible speed, generated an overwhelming force. Notably, the larger the stone, the greater its destructive power, and the stones whirling within the formation were particularly dense. Inside the Flying Stone Formation, Luo Cheng, wielding a long sword, bore a solemn expression. The rush of wind howled around him as stones of all sizes surged forth like an avalanche, leaving him with little room to maneuver. He prepared to execute the chaotic sword technique. Luo Cheng wielded his long sword, and 36 beams of sword light danced and scattered within a radius of several feet around him. This was true sword light, not merely the traces left by the motion of the sword. The 36 beams were formed by the chaotic sword technique, allowing the sword light to emanate away from the blade, splattering outward. Thus, the area enveloped by the chaotic sword technique was no longer confined to the length of his arms and the sword. Although this sword light was composed of elemental energy rather than the sword itself, its power and solidity were somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to deal with the small fragments of stone. Through over 20 days of diligent cultivation and the aid of a superior Tianhu Dan, Luo Cheng experienced significant enhancement. Even though he was in the early stages of the 4th level when consuming the Tianhu Dan, its fortifying effects were somewhat lacking. However, considering his current strength, he still reached the power of 100 tigers. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of whirling stones were cleaved in two by the sword light. The seals placed upon the stone shattered, causing them to break apart and free themselves from the control of the Flying Stone Formation. Among the debris, a silver token was propelled far away by inertia, landing upon the ground. The rules of the first stage of the Flying Stone Formation were quite simple. Within the tumbling stones, there might be hidden tokens. Generally, the larger the stones, the more tokens they might conceal that be why shattering the stones. One could discover them. A disciple only needed to retrieve one intact token to pass, while any fractured tokens were rendered void. Should another disciple snatch the token first, it would belong to them. Upon seeing the token land at a distance, Luo Cheng immediately shattered the approaching stones to claim the token resting on the ground. Acquiring one token was not enough for him. In his pursuit of the top rank, he aimed to gather as many tokens as possible. Moreover, he had to act swiftly, for in just a short while, the swirling stones at the edge of the formation would soon be cleared by nearly 800 disciples. Aware that his advantage was limited, Luo Cheng quickened his pace and surged into the heart of the Flying Stone Formation. On the platform, wow, it's senior brother Ji Guoshi. He is truly majestic and impressive. Many were rallying to assist him, and numerous female disciples were utterly captivated. The figure displayed on the achievement board was none other than Ji Guoshi, who was cultivating the golden giant body. He radiated a brilliant golden light, and as he wielded his crescent blade, not a single stone remained intact within several feet of him. The tokens he found required no delay for collection, as over 10 disciples in the early 4th level were aiding him, allowing his token collection speed to be easily imagined. The scenes on the achievement board shifted, revealing Feng Yuan, clad in a flowing black gauze dress. There was no need for a time limit of 1 hour. It was likely that the Flying Stone Formation would be breached in less than a quarter of that time. The images on the board continued to change, now showcasing another disciple. Look, it's senior brother Gu Shuo, and he has many helpers as well. Senior brother Gu Shuo was extraordinarily handsome, his spear sweeping across the battlefield like a dragon. After consuming the Tianhu Dan, Gu Shuo's prowess was indeed formidable. He would certainly rank at least 3rd in this election. The image of Gu Shuo revealed a stern countenance, and the might of his spear left the observing disciples in awe. Many female disciples who admired Gu Shuo were flushed with excitement. The scenes on the achievement board shifted once more, displaying other disciples, leading many who wished to witness Gu Shuo's display of prowess to grumble in disappointment. The image quickly transitioned to a position near the center of the Flying Stone Formation. Every stone here weighs over 10,000 pounds, some even more colossal than an entire house, tipping the scales at hundreds of thousands of pounds. As a dozen massive boulders whirl and dance, they become instruments of relentless crushing. The entrance of a single person is akin to tossing an ant between two grinding stones at that moment. A figure emerges amidst the tumultuous giants, Shi Xiang, Cheng Danxia, desperately searching through the chaotic scenes for Luo Cheng's silhouette, suddenly feels a surge of joy, quickly followed by a pallor of dread. It is indeed Luo Cheng. The vigilant guard, Chi Feili, also recognizes the figure on the screen. Luo Cheng, on the battle platform, Xing Fei raises an elegant eyebrow, her demeanor tinged with anxiety. As the image of Luo Cheng enters the fray of spinning boulders, he is immediately struck on the shoulder by one, sending him crashing to the ground. It is Luo Cheng. A chorus of disapproval fills the platform, many disciples visibly disappointed. Look, Luo Cheng is getting up again, and he has sheathed his sword. What is he planning? Who knows? He must be seeking death. He has gone mad trying to claim the top spot. With his meager abilities, how does he dare to contend with Shi Xiang, Gu Shuo? Ha! What folly! Such titanic stones are beyond his measure. He will soon be crushed. As Luo Cheng makes another move in the footage, the chatter grows louder. The number of younger female disciples shield their eyes, unwilling to witness a scene too gruesome. Xing Fei furrows her delicate brows, equally perplexed. It seems he does not wish to damage the token, but what is his intent? Suddenly, within the performance of the leaderboard, Luo Cheng dashes forward, unarmed, toward a rapidly spinning boulder weighing tens of thousands of pounds. The collision between man and stone sends shockwaves through the scene. In stark contrast to the boulder, Luo Cheng's form appears frail. Yet he astonishingly embraces the boulder with his arms, exhibiting a Herculean strength that halts its tumultuous flight. Then, with a mighty heave, he alters the boulder's trajectory, propelling it violently toward other oncoming stones. Boom! Multiple boulders collide in a chain reaction, escalating into a cacophony reminiscent of meteorites crashing. Boom! The screen on the leaderboard plunges into darkness, revealing only countless shards of stone and a multitude of tokens scattering chaotically. The spectacle is overwhelmingly intense and violent. Amidst the vast platform, filled with 30 to 40,000 observing disciples, silence descends in an instant. What extraordinary strength! Chapter 49, Reverence for the Sect. The scene portrayed on the towering leaderboard trembles violently, as if the unfolding spectacle within threatens to shatter the very board itself. Disciples positioned near the leaderboard instinctively retreat, their reflexes urging them to evade the unforeseen chaos. Boom! Although the audience cannot hear the sounds emanating from the screen, the resounding crashes resonate deeply within their hearts. Even the elders and peak masters, prepared to depart from the viewing platform, are momentarily stunned by this display. This disciple's cultivation at the early stage of the fourth realm. The venerable third elder of the martial refinement sect, Nangong Zhengfeng, with hair as white as snow, strokes his beard thoughtfully. Having reached the realm of divine abilities and lived for centuries, he has encountered countless prodigious disciples. Yet this moment remains astonishingly unexpected. Elder Yao, the stern overseer of the Inner Gates Grand Hall, was intently fixated on the performance rankings displayed before him. In the realm of martial cultivation, no disciple could achieve such feats through sheer brute force alone. Not even the most esteemed disciples of the fourth stage's initial phase. Only through the deployment of extensive martial techniques could one hope to make an impact, yet such actions would inevitably lead to the destruction of the tokens. It was both audacious and commanding. As she observed the elusive figure of Luo Cheng on the screen, Xing Fei's heart brimmed with pride, though a flicker of confusion lingered within her. When had Luo Cheng become so formidable? The tumultuous scene of colliding boulders had begun to settle. Upon closer inspection, one could count more than a dozen massive stones that had shattered upon impact. Luo Cheng, shaking his head as if dazed from the force, set his sights on another boulder and lunged forward once more. This time, he refrained from hurling the stone, as the surrounding debris had thinned out, rendering such a tactic ineffective. He seemed to be taming a wild stallion that had broken free, leaping atop the tumbling boulders, lowering his body, and delivering a powerful punch. Boom! With a resounding impact, his fist unleashed a torrent of chilling elemental force. The boulder was first pierced through, followed by a cascade of cracks radiating outward. The fusion of strength and elemental energy manifested as a sharp, penetrating force. Luo Cheng's energy was indeed frigid and formidable. The force that pierced the boulder expanded, resulting in its shattering. The fragments lay scattered, their edges as smooth as those cut by a blade, encrusted with frost. Unbeknownst to Luo Cheng, who was busy amidst the flying debris, he was the focus of thousands of gazes. Without pausing, he deftly maneuvered, collecting token after token into his storage pouch. By the time the spectators on the platform regained their composure, the screen had already shifted to showcase the accomplishments of other disciples. The radiant light of the performance rankings flickered momentarily as the tokens within the vessel vanished, replaced by the names and achievements of the new contenders. Qi Feng's outer sect disciple, Gu Li, ranked first with a score of 1. Another outer sect disciple, Jin Qingming, followed closely with a score of 3. Each token obtained from the first challenge counted towards 1's performance. The rankings were determined by the totals amassed after over 100 tokens were submitted. The disciple at the top of the rankings boasted a score of 10. He had said that senior brother Ji's strength was comparable to that of senior sister Fong. Indeed, their performances should not diverge significantly. Perhaps luck had played a part. Yet, it was now evident that senior brother Ji was undeniably the foremost contender in this round of inner gate selections. Many disciples were taken aback by Ji Guo's impressive score, and soon the air buzzed with discussions centered around him. Luo Cheng had ascended to first place, pushing brother Gu Shuo out of the top 3. The throngs of disciples on the platform, numbering in the tens of thousands, began to chatter casually, having initially shown little interest in the rankings. However, upon glancing at the results, a wave of excitement spread through the crowd, in the absence of assistance. Luo Cheng, at the early stage of the 4th level, had astonishingly managed to collect 425 tokens, 140 more than the second-ranked Jigua, nearly double the score of Fong Yuan, and exceeding Gu Shua's score by 79. Such a stark disparity among the top 3 disciples had emerged even within the first challenge. The multitude of disciples regarded Luo Cheng as if he were a monstrous anomaly. "I knew my senior brother would astonish everyone," exclaimed Cheng Danxia, her fists clenched in exhilaration. Meanwhile, Xing Fei in the observation area wore a look of utmost satisfaction. Jigua, Fong Yuan, and Gu Shuo exhibited a variety of expressions as they arrived sequentially at the center of the flying stone array, each harboring their anticipations of the outcome. This young man is destined to become a menace. Elder Galin of the outer sect tightened his grip around the teacup in his hand, narrowing his eyes as he observed Luo Cheng approaching the observation platform. The other elders and peak masters displayed their usual demeanor upon witnessing Luo Cheng's bold intrusion into the heart of the flying stone array. The outcome lost much of its suspense. The initial selection round had concluded, and the second round was set to commence the following day. During this interlude, all disciples were permitted to remain within the Tianzi land, provided they refrained from wandering aimlessly. A considerable number of disciples had departed, leaving behind a small contingent. Some set up stalls in place, while others leisurely strolled about within the Tianzi land, unconstrained by any rank or position. Luo Cheng ventured alone to a small hill several miles away. He seated himself on the ground at random, reflecting inwardly. "Tomorrow, I shall become the target of many. Thus, I must exercise caution. The current position at the pinnacle is but temporary. Only by surpassing all 5 trials and maintaining the top rank will I emerge victorious. Otherwise, I shall merely be the source of amusement. Fortunately, my physical body is quite resilient. Otherwise, a collision with a flying stone would surely result in severe injury." Rubbing his aching shoulder, Luo Cheng entered into a state of cultivation. After practicing for the better part of the day, the transformed vital energy within him dwindled, prompting him to summon the 5-colored turntable and invest some elemental stones into it. Spin. Stop. The bamboo sword pointed at the black section of the turntable. A flicker of black light emanated, splitting into 3 swift trails. All remained within the Tianzi land. Luo Cheng's expression darkened. Selecting the black area at this moment would introduce further variables, fearing potential mishaps. He spun the turntable again, opting for the white area, and immediately pursued the sensations it elicited. Ultimately, all 3 sensations led to 3 peculiar locations that were sealed off, rendering Luo Cheng unable to enter. These 3 enigmatic places, bound by seals, were designated as the subjects for the intersect selection. Luo Cheng could only bide his time. As time flew by, The second day arrived out on this day. The number of disciples gathered at the platform was relatively sparse, as the second round might consume an entire day. It would not be too late to return at noon or in the afternoon to observe the observation platform. Only Elder Galin and 2 other outer sect elders were present. The disciples participating in the inner sect selection followed the enforcement disciples towards the burial demon ridge. Commencing the second round of the filial piety sect selection, Ji Lin spoke, and upon finishing, he cast a cold glance at Luo Cheng. Led by over 100 enforcement disciples, Jigua and the more than 700 disciples proceeded towards the burial demon ridge. The Tianzi land had previously borne the name Burial Demon Ridge. Following certain anomalies, it was renamed Tianzi land. Now, Burial Demon Ridge constitutes a peculiar area within Tianzi land. Its entrance sealed and confined at it is said that entering Burial Demon Ridge would suppress the martial prowess of the warriors. Even those with divine abilities would be restrained to the late 4th stage, likely due to the incomplete laws and principles within the Burial Demon Ridge. The second round, entitled Filial Piety Sect, required the participating disciples to don spirit-capturing pearls and slay demonic entities. The spirit-capturing pearls would absorb the strands of demonic spirits from the slain foes, with the quantity of captured spirits reflecting the achievements. Since the captured spirits must be contributed to the sect, this round is termed Filial Piety Sect. This trial also serves to remind all disciples that to become inner sect disciples and receive the sect's nurturing, they must harbor reverence and loyalty towards it. The rules for the second stage are quite simple. Within the confines of the Demon Burial Ridge, the objective is to slay as many demonic creatures as possible, particularly those of formidable strength. Disciples, please enter in an orderly manner. Once the seal at the entrance of the Demon Burial Ridge is lifted, a law enforcement disciple proclaimed loudly, Chapter 50, The Peculiar Phantom Sword. Over 700 outer disciples participating in the inner gate selection, along with more than 100 inner gate law enforcement disciples, streamed into the Demon Burial Ridge, given the perilous nature of the ridge and the limited scope of the array's monitoring. Aside from the entrance where 2 law enforcement disciples would remain on guard, the remainder would disperse throughout the ridge to provide timely rescue to the disciples and to curtail any malicious slaughter among them. After another law enforcement disciple reiterated various precautions, the 700 disciples began to scatter. Look, Luo Cheng is fleeing quite swiftly, remarked a slick-haired male disciple beside Gu Shuo, his tone dripping with disdain. Another disciple immediately chimed in. This is the Demon Burial Ridge, not the Flying Stone Array. The situation can become quite chaotic. Shouldn't he hide quickly? If he angers the masses with so many disciples, one spit from each could drown him. Unperturbed by the idle chatter around him, Luo Cheng pursued with haste, guided by an instinctive sensation. The expanse of the Demon Burial Ridge was not vast, approximately 30 to 40 miles. If he did not act swiftly, the demonic creature that resonated with him would soon be discovered by other disciples, and whether it ended in his death or the creature's, it would not bode well for him. Furthermore, as those 2 had mentioned, he intended to distance himself from the crowd, particularly from the law enforcement disciple Che Yinyu, and to avoid the youth who stirred his suspicions that T.O. claimed the top position. He must strive to avoid any missteps. Luo Cheng accelerated, swiftly finding himself alone, devoid of any other disciples in sight. This Demon Burial Ridge is indeed peculiar. He sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from the surrounding environment, heightening his vigilance. Locations that suppress cultivation levels and impose restrictions are rare. Such phenomena may arise from the incomplete laws within this miniature realm. For instance, the absence of laws corresponding to those of the 5th rank or above would preclude the existence of 5th rank cultivators and may even hinder the execution of relevant martial skills. It is drawing closer to me. Through his perception, Luo Cheng discerned this. Casting a glance around, he slowed his pace and veered to one side. Demonic creatures were commonplace within the Demon Burial Ridge, and not long after he had ventured forth, he encountered 2. These creatures resembled pools of sludge, exuding a nauseating stench. They slithered across the ground, inching toward Luo Cheng's feet, chaotic sword style. Luo Cheng did not dare to be careless. Unleashing a technique of 9 swords, 9 beams of sword light, forged from his essence, struck the 2 creatures, clang, clang. The two sludge-like entities were cleaved into numerous pieces, frozen into solid ice chunks, accompanied by a hissing sound. Wisps of a surreal, emerald-hued mist emanated from the corpses of the two creatures, merging into a transparent orb embedded in the protective wristband that Luo Cheng wore. The stone pillar serves as a detection array, primarily used to monitor conditions within the demon burial ridge, preventing unforeseen events. During the inner gate selection, the array is connected to the performance leaderboard, allowing other disciples to observe the circumstances of the selection. In order to slay the magical creature entangled in the web of its own presence, Luo Cheng must deftly evade the array's detection, lest the affair surrounding the magic crystal become widely known. To avoid such scrutiny is not overly difficult, given the cover of the terrain and the creature's propensity to wreak havoc upon the stone pillars. Having identified a suitable location, Luo Cheng bides his time. At last, it arrives. In response to Luo Cheng's summons, a creature materializes within his line of sight. This being a common humanoid demon, is devoid of a head and is enveloped in a formidable, grotesque armor of bone. Once pitch black in hue, grasped in its hand is a massive black sword, battered and riddled with nicks, its material indiscernible. Stopping abruptly at a distance of over 10 paces from Luo Cheng, it raises its heavy sword with a grave demeanor. The sword swings through the air without a sound, and no visible manifestation of energy accompanies its arc, as if merely a feigned display. However, Luo Cheng's countenance shifts dramatically, prompting him to execute a swift retreat using his sword-dashing technique. A faint clang resonates as a decrepit stone pillar behind him shudders slightly. This tremor causes the pillar to collapse into a fine dust, akin to flour scattering in the wind. What manner of swordplay is this? Yet, after several hasty evasions, he discerns that this creature possesses only this singular technique. Thus, the sword's point strikes forth, unleashing a beam of sword light that swiftly connects with the demon. Though the thrust fails to pierce the creature's chest, it nonetheless freezes its movements, impeding the swing of its sword. Maintaining a distance of over 10 paces, Luo Cheng employs his sword dashing and the dragon of the sword descent techniques, simultaneously executing his martial arts to unleash beams of sword light, disordered sword forms, unified heavy strikes, and piercing sword points. Through relentless skirmish, he inflicts further wounds upon the creature, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. Observing the demon's apparent demise, Luo Cheng retreats to a safe distance, as the demon's carcass disintegrates rapidly. Much like the stone pillar, so too does the massive black sword. Has the magic essence been absorbed? Luo Cheng furrows his brow and glances at the spirit-absorbing gem on his wrist. He had anticipated that the gem would capture the demon's essence. Yet to his astonishment, the strands of magic within the gem are being drawn away by the disintegrating sword. Uncertain of the circumstances and wary of approaching too closely, Luo Cheng waits. After a brief moment, witnessing the demon's remains reduced to dust with no further movement, he cautiously approaches. What unfolds before him is astonishing. The black sword and the demon's body have both been transformed into powder. Yet an ethereal silhouette of the sword prevails. This spectral form bears no resemblance to the original black sword. It is a translucent, colorless blade, diminished to a mere foot in length, flickering in and out of visibility in the air. Luo Cheng cannot discern any power or significance within it. Heightened alertness courses through him as he tentatively reaches out to grasp it. In an instant, the ghostly little sword vanishes from his hand without a sound. It still exists, but where has it gone? A peculiar sensation envelopes Luo Cheng. The strange little sword seems to have integrated into his being, yet he cannot ascertain where, unable to unravel the intricacies of this phenomenon. He dismisses his musings, securing the magic crystal before departing. As he roams the surroundings, the quantity of magic essence within the spirit-absorbing gem steadily increases, thread by thread. The other 700 disciples of the outer sect engaged in battle within the demon burial ridge, often banding together in groups of several or even a dozen. Within the confines of the ridge, numerous demonic creatures lurked, many of which were comparable to mid-stage Fourth Realm warriors, if not even stronger. Within less than half an hour, several disciples had sustained grave injuries, rendering them unable to continue. Approximately half an hour later, a mid-stage Fourth Realm disciple met his demise at the hands of a demonic beast. The law enforcement disciples were a moment too late. He deserved his fate. After all, he had abandoned his comrades to flee first out on the heavenly selection platform. Countless disciples witnessed the tragic demise of the mid-stage Fourth Realm disciple through the battle record board. Yet, few felt sympathy. Those young disciples who had never experienced bloodshed turned pale and felt a surge of fear. However, as the images on the battle record board shifted, the expressions of these young disciples brightened. The scene depicted Jigua wielding a crescent blade at the forefront, flanked by over a dozen disciples, intercepting a horde of demonic creatures pursuing 3 early-stage Fourth Realm disciples. Thus commenced a massacre. The very beast that instilled terror in the hearts of the young disciples fell like ripe fruit beneath Jigua's crescent blade. "Senior brother Jigua, annihilate them all," echoed the shouts of encouragement from the platform. Within the demon burial ridge, Luo Cheng, having discovered 8 demonic creatures, was poised to charge forth and slay them. But he hesitated. Opposite him, Feng Yuan and a dozen others had also spotted the same 8 beasts. Aside from Feng Yuan, the other disciples bore no wrist guards embedded with spirit-absorbing pearls, likely stowed away in their storage bags. Upon assessing the strength of the demonic creatures, they surged forward, while Feng Yuan approached Luo Cheng. Feng Yuan, appearing to be around 30, donned a flowing black gauze dress, her tall figure and alluring visage accentuated by her fair skin. Moreover, she preferred to avoid enmity with others. There was no need to quarrel over a few demonic creatures, as he could easily seek battles elsewhere. Relying solely on his strength, he faced the beasts with the option to advance or retreat, and thus far, he had not encountered significant mishaps by noon. Meanwhile, the number of disciples gathering to observe the intersect selection on the platform steadily increased. "Look, it's senior brother Gushua." The person across from him seems to be Luo Cheng. Indeed, what a narrow road for rivals. Let us hope the scene doesn't shift elsewhere. It could lead to some thrilling entertainment. It seemed that the tense atmosphere depicted in the imagery resonated with the excitement of the disciples on the platform. Chapter 51. A bloodbath after half a day's time. The disciples participating in the intersect selection had gained a general understanding of the demon burial ridge and gleaned some experience. The weakest of the demonic creatures could rival early-stage Fourth Realm warriors, making solitary actions exceedingly perilous for the disciples. The strongest of these creatures could slaughter late-stage Fourth Realm disciples, necessitating collective efforts to vanquish them. Alarmingly, the demonic beasts often appeared in packs, sometimes numbering in the hundreds. Misfortune awaited any who encountered them, including Jigua and his companions. The knowledge gleaned included observations regarding the stone pillars used for formation detection. Should a pillar remain relatively intact, it indicated the absence of insurmountable demonic creatures nearby. Conversely, if a pillar was damaged and the wear was recent, it was wise to retreat swiftly from the area. Other disciples could derive such insights, and so too could Gushua and Luo Cheng. Thus, despite the expansive area of the demon burial mound spanning several dozen miles, Luo Cheng fortuitously encountered Gushua and his companions, with the law enforcement disciple Che Yinyu also present. "Luo Cheng, your luck seems rather favorable. Even the winds of autumn yield such distant rewards for you," Gushua remarked casually, twirling his long spear with nonchalance. After glancing at the spirit capture pearl adorning Luo Cheng's wrist, he continued with a hint of playful sarcasm. "Your gains are quite substantial, nearly rivaling half of what I have amassed." Gushua was acutely aware of Luo Cheng's formidable prowess. However, having consumed the Tianhu Dan, he felt no trepidation towards his adversary. Thus his provocations were delivered without restraint. The previous day, Elder Galin from the outer sect approached him, cautioning that allowing Luo Cheng to persist would lead to calamity. Hence, today, Gushua harbored intentions of eliminating the menace, even in full view of the public, for the principle of law does not penalize the many, and given the current circumstances, even should he slay Luo Cheng under the scrutiny of the formation, the rationale would still be in his favor, especially with the compelling testimony from Che Yinyu. Earlier, Che Yinyu had approached Gushua, asserting a discord with Luo Cheng. Thus, they found common ground in their shared adversary. Over the past half-day, Che Yinyu had predominantly accompanied Gushua in their excursions. "Humph," Luo Cheng scoffed coldly, a weight settling in his heart. The amount of demonic essence he had collected paled in comparison to Gu Shua's, being less than half. And when juxtaposed with the even stronger Fang Yuan and Jigua, the disparity in their collections would be far more pronounced. Ignoring Gu Shua, Luo Cheng shifted his gaze towards Shi Yinyu, fully aware that the convergence of these two was no mere coincidence. Shi Yinyu, what are your intentions? Should you dare to act recklessly, I, Luo, shall ensure you face the severest penalties in accordance with the sex rules. Shi Yinyu's aura was sharp and his tone commanding. His chiseled features and piercing gaze, coupled with the stern garb of a law enforcement disciple, lent weight to his righteous declaration. Colluding with one another, Luo Cheng muttered darkly before retreating down the platform. It appeared that Luo Cheng had been frightened away by senior brother Gu. What else could he have done? What audacity did he possess? In the first trial, he had cunningly navigated through a series of boulders. However, the second trial would be a different matter altogether. He could scarcely maintain his position among the top three, with no battle unfolding and the anticipated excitement lacking. The observing disciples expressed their dissatisfaction. Cheng Danxia, however, felt a subtle relief. Uncertain of Luo Cheng's true capabilities and whether he could withstand Gu Shua, she was genuinely concerned that he might fall prey to the onslaught of over a dozen disciples. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding disciples, her face flushed with anger. Elder Galin on the observation platform was exceedingly vexed. He had anticipated either Luo Cheng's demise at the hands of the disciples or his wounding or slaying of one of them. Yet, nothing had transpired. Within the confines of the demon burial mound, Luo Cheng felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his heart. To contend for the top position, he could only resort to desperate measures. As a cultivator at the early stage of the fourth tier, how could he afford to be reckless here? Yet, if things continued down this path, the top position would undoubtedly slip from his grasp. While he hunted demonic creatures, Gu Shua and the others were likewise engaged in their own slaughters. Jigua and Fang Yuan were no less formidable than he, and with their allies, he found himself at a disadvantage. How could he possibly catch up, let alone prevent the gap in their collections of demonic essence from widening further? Upon sensing the Yuan stone vibrating violently, he hurled it high into the air. Bang! The primal stone erupted in the air with a resounding blast, unleashing a torrent of dense primordial energy that sent ripples of turbulence through the atmosphere, resonating far and wide. Many of the demonic creatures lacked eyes and ears. Their perception of the external world was primarily through the essence of energy, vitality, temperature, and vibrations. Luo Cheng aimed to attract these entities using the fluctuations of primordial energy. Before long, a cacophony of sounds heralded the arrival of over a dozen demonic beings drawn by the energy waves. Luo Cheng's expression turned slightly frigid as he charged forward with his longsword. The clash of steel echoed as each creature was cleaved in two by the brilliant arcs of light emitted by his blade. The corpses of the vanquished demons exuded wisps of demonic spirit, which were drawn into the spirit-absorbing pearl. Just as the first wave of adversaries was annihilated, a second wave appeared in his line of sight, soon followed by a third and a fourth. In the vicinity of several miles around Luo Cheng's chosen position, there were no other disciples to be seen. All the stone pillars lay in ruins, and numerous formidable demonic creatures lurked nearby. Upon sensing the fluctuations of primordial energy, they surged forth like a tide. Initially, the situation seemed manageable, with the strength of 100 tigers coursing through his sword. He was capable of dispatching 2 or 3 weaker foes with ease. However, the arrival of a more potent fourth-tier demonic creature drastically slowed Luo Cheng's pace of slaughter. This delay resulted in a rapid increase in the number of surrounding demons. 10, 30, 50, 100 at Luo Cheng found himself engulfed in a sea of adversaries, his form obscured, save for the dazzling white flashes of his sword strikes. Kill! He bellowed inwardly. With a decisive stroke, he unleashed a colossal beam of sword light that carved a frosty path through the horde of demons, measuring over 10 yards wide. Yet in the blink of an eye, the path was once again submerged by the throng of creatures. A dense mist of ethereal green swirled, coalescing towards the spirit-absorbing pearl like a flock of birds returning to their nest. In a flash, Luo Cheng transformed into a crescent-shaped ray of sword light, slicing through the mass of demons with remarkable agility. Utilizing his footwork and body techniques to eliminate his foes, he found his physical form significantly bolstered after consuming the supreme heavenly tiger pill. Though he still endured considerable pain and sustained injuries from the claws of the demons, the severity of his wounds was relatively light. The regenerative properties of the heavenly tiger pill endowed him with formidable self-healing capabilities. The ground lay strewn with a carpet of frozen demonic corpses, while within the spirit-absorbing pearl, the collection of demonic spirits swelled like water, rising in a vessel. Kill, he urged himself as his primordial energy dwindled rapidly. Primordial energy is a tangible force and thus subject to consumption. Even though he stored a considerable amount of transformed energy in his chest, and the restorative properties of the heavenly tiger pill granted him significant recuperative power, allowing him to maintain a balance between energy expenditure and recovery while running at a moderate pace. He could not withstand the exhaustive slaughter for long as the spirit-absorbing pearl filled to capacity with demonic spirits. Luo Cheng found himself utterly fatigued, his primordial energy depleted, and his longsword felt unbearably heavy in his grasp. Yet he could not afford a pause. Any cessation of effort would render him vulnerable to being devoured by the demons. What to do? With a thunderous crash, he blocked a strike with his sword, but a demonic claw sent him staggering. Undeterred, he harnessed the force of the blow to propel himself forward, swinging his longsword to fell other demons. Thud, thud, thud. Luo Cheng staggered repeatedly, navigating through the relentless onslaught of over 20 demons, engaging in a perilous dance of survival. His body was continuously adorned with wounds. Fortunately, the unified sword technique he had mastered allowed him to achieve a harmonious blend of man and sword. And owing to his prior slaughter of numerous demonic creatures, otherwise, even if he were to grit his teeth, he would have been unable to withstand it. After his finally began to recover, he resumed the ferocious battle. From the afternoon until dusk approached. Within a short distance lay heaps upon heaps of demonic corpses, numbering over 1,000. The collected magic spirits had completely filled the spirit-absorbing orb. Luo Cheng appeared rather disheveled, his complexion pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably, both his and spirit severely depleted. Taking a deep breath, Luo Cheng abruptly ceased his trembling, after tending to his wounds and changing into a fresh robe. He appeared, aside from the deep fatigue evident in his eyes, as if he had not just endured a harrowing slaughter. He stood tall and straight, his features strong and resolute, his expression unperturbed. He refrained from gazing at the corpses strewn about. For apart from the magic spirits, the bodies held no other valuable materials. Without lingering, Luo Cheng hastened towards the exit of the demon burial grounds that in the second round, which was time-limited to a day. More than half of the over 700 disciples who participated had withdrawn midway. As the sun dipped low in the west, the time for the second round's conclusion was drawing near, and the remaining disciples began to depart. Shortly after Luo Cheng exited the demon burial grounds, Gu Shuo, Feng Yuan, Jigua, and others followed suit. Chapter 52. The ascendancy of fortune that he could not rely on the achievements gained from the first round for long. How could he possibly compare to senior brother Jigua and others? Faced with Luo Cheng alone, tens of thousands of disciples felt no trepidation in voicing their opinions. Ignoring their discussions, Luo Cheng approached the achievement cauldron, and after embedding his token, he removed the spirit-absorbing orb from his wrist and tossed into the cauldron. That a flash of brilliance erupted from the achievement cauldron, and the orb vanished from sight. The top position displayed: Yuan Stone Waste Mine, Luo Cheng. Achievement of 1,425. That a single spirit-absorbing orb, filled to the brim with magic spirits, had propelled Luo Cheng's achievements by a staggering 1,000. 1,000. Was that a lot or a little? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the platform. In this round of the Jingxiao sect, similar challenges have been present in previous inner-door selections, particularly in the demon burial grounds, allowing for comparisons with past instances. In the last 3 inner-door selections, no disciple had managed to achieve a score of 1,000 in this round. Yet, Luo Cheng had singularly amassed 1,000 points. How had he accomplished this? What kind of trickery was at play? When the other disciples turned to scrutinize Luo Cheng in hopes of uncovering some clue, they discovered he had already departed the platform, heading towards another location dictated by fate, Was he brimming with absolute confidence? Fang Yuan achieved a score of 846 in this round, totaling 1,063. Ranking third, G. Yushua secured a score of 664, with an overall total of 873, ranking fourth. The disciple in fifth place had yet to reach 500 in score. Once all disciples had submitted their spirit-absorbing orbs, not only did Luo Cheng's top position remain unshaken, but the gap in achievements among the top four also widened. How could this be? He must have cheated. Gu Shuo felt a surge of indignation within, his expression dark and stormy. He could not accept such a result. Whether it be Jigua or Fang Yuan, both found it difficult to believe. They were acutely aware of Luo Cheng's formidable strength, which was scarcely inferior to their own, yet how could he possibly surpass them in the slaying of magical beasts? What was the source of his prowess? Some potent artifact? Meanwhile, the other disciples on the platform fell into a contemplative silence, casting curious glances at Jigua and Gu Shuo. Regardless of their previous opinions of Luo Cheng, one undeniable fact remained. He had accomplished what Jigua and the others could not. Did this not signify strength? A wave of doubt swept through the disciples gathered on the platform. Could it be that Luo Cheng, possessing such remarkable abilities, would truly be unable to contend with Gu Shuo for the Tianhu Dan exchange? Was he truly as lacking as the rumors suggested? Were those rumors erroneous, perhaps even reversing truth and falsehood? In a world where martial prowess held supreme value, they were inclined to place their faith in the capable. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, the disciples gradually dispersed as the night deepened. On an unremarkable hillside within the realm of Tianza, Luo Cheng stood at ease, speaking aloud. Turn, stop. The bamboo sword landed in the white zone. Turn, stop. Once again, it was the white zone. Luo Cheng continued, spinning the colorful wheel, and 6 consecutive times it pointed to the white zone. His chest felt heavy, filled to the brim with the transformed vital energy, which began to dissipate, resulting in considerable waste. Last. On the 7th attempt, the blue zone was selected. He needed a place to conceal himself to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Finding a small cave, he sat cross-legged and cast the magical crystals he had acquired that day into the blue vortex. Once the blue vortex vanished, he found himself with 3 more trials remaining in the inner door selection. He aimed to enhance his strength as much as possible in pursuit of the top position. However, upon entering Luo Cheng was taken aback by an extraordinary sight. Traditionally, the wood wielded a long sword identical to his own. Whenever he changed swords, the wood do the same, maintaining perfect synchronization. Yet now, the weapon held by was a mere phantom of a sword. It bore a striking resemblance to the ethereal little sword he had grasped after vanquishing the beasts controlled by the black light, the only difference being that the sword's phantom in his hands measured approximately 4 feet in length and 3 fingers in width. With a hilt suitable for 2-handed grip, its blade appearing in a faint shade of green, rendering the sword's phantom somewhat more tangible. It was indeed that very sword. Luo Cheng's expression shifted from surprise to certainty. He refrained from immediately commencing his cultivation. Instead, he wished to discern the peculiarities of the sword's phantom, charging towards the result was astonishing. The sword's phantom melded with and in its place appeared identical to Luo Cheng's. How strange! Luo Cheng was perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, he began to practice his martial skills in the realm of martial arts. There existed 3 techniques for those who had reached the 4th stage of body refinement. Luo Cheng decided to first cultivate the power of was not suited for close combat. Rather, it was intended for the external projection of vital energy. This technique involves splitting a single stream of vital energy into 9, only to then combine them into a singular sword essence, which would deliver a strike more potent than that of the. However, it was ineffective in direct melee engagements. Otherwise, its might would be inferior even to a single strike from a chaotic sword technique, as each martial skill had its own designated applications and strengths. Moreover, he intended to continue his training in the secret technique. Within the confines of the azure-robed training chamber, an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality permeated the atmosphere. And Luo Cheng felt no trace of fatigue. As he swiftly grasped the essence of the unification sword technique, he stumbled upon a revelation. The azure robe's derivation of the falling kill battle method had made significant strides. seemingly uncovering a promising direction for its evolution. He pondered whether this development bore any connection to the ethereal specter of the sword. As night deepened, within the outer gate's grand hall, luminous night stones illuminated the expansive space as brightly as day. Elder Golin's countenance was particularly grim, but he spoke in a low, heavy tone. Tomorrow's third trial demands that you find a way to eliminate Luo Cheng, ensuring he stirs not a single ripple. Opposite him stood Gu Shaw, his expression also somber as he replied quietly, Elder Gu, there is no need for excessive concern. Even if Luo Cheng enters the inner gate, how could senior brother Nangong Rong allow him to roam freely? Regarding tomorrow's third trial, should he choose to deliberately evade, it may prove exceedingly difficult for us to oust him. It was precisely because of Nangong Rong that this elder felt a sense of urgency. Golin's voice turned icy. After a brief pause, he continued, should Luo Cheng manage to create a stir, causing tumultuous speculation among the disciples of both the inner and outer gates, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of her sect. Consider how Nangong Rong and even the entire Nangong lineage would regard me. If I fail to manage a mere fledgling, what standing shall I hold within the sect henceforth? The exchange of the Tianhu Dan with Gu Shuo was not a significant matter in itself. Yet Luo Cheng's interference had begun to sway some disciples into believing in him. Thus, it was imperative to quash this momentum promptly. Otherwise, a trivial issue could spiral beyond control. Daji Yushua hesitated slightly, feeling a twinge of concern that he might be manipulated by Golin. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Elder Gu, the law enforcement disciple Che Yinyu harbors animosity towards Luo Cheng. Perhaps. Law enforcement disciple? That simplifies matters considerably. Fetch him at once, Golin proposed, formulating a plan. Time flew, and the third day arrived. Perhaps due to the effects of the magic crystal, Luo Cheng lingered in the azure-robed training chamber for nearly an entire night. Upon awakening, he discovered he had achieved a modest mastery of both the martial technique unification sword technique and the secret art falling kill battle method. After tidying his attire, he made his way to the platform of Tianzidi. Given that the third trial scheduled for today would not be overly prolonged and promised considerable intrigue, a gathering of 30 to 40,000 disciples had assembled on the platform. Furthermore, the audience included not only the 3 outer gate elders, but also several true disciples. Among them Xing Fei. Poised elegantly upon a wooden chair, Xing Fei held a book in her hands, engrossed in her reading, clad in a resplendent azure dress that exuded an aura of tranquil beauty and scholarly charm. Disciples participating in the inner gate selection followed the law enforcement disciples to the Yuanshan array, commencing the third trial of fate and fortune selection, as Elder Golin intoned solemnly. Led by over 30 law enforcement disciples, Jigua and 500 to 600 other disciples proceeded towards the Yuanshan array. The 30 to 40,000 disciples on the platform engaged in light-hearted banter, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the selection. The third trial of fate and fortune selection was not a test of the disciples' strength, but rather an assessment of their fortune and destiny in the realm of martial arts. The distance one can traverse and the accomplishments one can attain are not solely dictated by innate talent. Comprehension, a plethora of resources, personal diligence, and the guidance of one's master, to a certain extent. Fortune plays a crucial role, especially at pivotal moments where the ebb and flow of luck becomes paramount. Some disciples are born into affluence, only to experience a sudden and drastic downfall, while others, born into humble circumstances, may unexpectedly rise to greatness through unforeseen fortune. After all, within this vast expanse of existence, the narrative does not revolve solely around any single martial artist. An individual's circumstances cannot wholly determine their destiny. Some may stumble upon a cliff and discover an unparalleled legacy, while others, leading a modest life at home, may fall victim to a stray shard of a broken sword that descends from the heavens. The fortunes of a martial artist will dictate whether their path remains smooth or encounters significant upheavals. The selection for the third round, which hinges on the capricious nature of fortune, may seem trivial, yet has the potential to dramatically alter rankings on the leaderboard, often inviting scorn from the disciples. Nevertheless, this selection is not devoid of rationale. Possessing exceptional talent can indeed be regarded as a stroke of luck. Look, they have all entered, and the spectacle is about to commence. Chapter 53. A crime worthy of execution regarding the selection for the third round. Luo Cheng, who currently occupies the top position, harbors no objections. Luck, after all, constitutes a facet of strength. His ability to extract over 1,000 yuan stones can be attributed to fortune. He had already gleaned information about the nature of the third round and, consequently, exerted himself in the first 2 rounds to maximize his achievements. As for the outcome of today, he would simply do his utmost. Upon entering the Yuan Xian array, Luo Cheng promptly veered to one side. Indeed, this individual was following me, who had dispatched him. Concurrently, he noticed that the young male disciple who had exhibited signs of trailing him since the first round was also in pursuit. Whether it was mere coincidence during the stone-flying array in the first round or serendipity at the grave of the demon, the repeated occurrences suggested a deliberate intent. Luo Cheng was certain of this, yet he chose not to confront the matter. After casting a heavy glance, he quickened his pace. This is not good. He is about to shake me off again. Yu Dongbai's expression shifted slightly. He had been detected by Luo Cheng in the first round, resulting in his failure to catch sight of him during the second round. He could not afford to lose track in the crucial third round. Or else, Yu Dongbai swallowed hard and hurried after him. Meanwhile, Jigua and others participating in the third round, along with over 30 enforcement disciples, dispersed in various directions. The Yuan Xian array spanned a vast area of nearly 10 miles, with undulating terrain and sporadic gusts of wind stirring up dust. One could frequently observe swirling vortices of varying sizes, composed of white yuan power, appearing and vanishing into thin air. This was the crux of the third round. The yuan power swirl. Let me test one. Observing a vortex the size of a human head before him, Luo Cheng raised an eyebrow and extended his palm, cloaked in yuan power, into the swirling mass. It felt akin to immersing his hand in flowing water, the sensation gentle. After a moment of exploration within the vortex, he grasped a pearl. This pearl subtly absorbed his yuan power. Upon extracting it for inspection, it resembled a pearl the size of a fingertip, known as a yuan power pearl. The yuanli pearl holds little value. It merely serves to signify one's achievements. Furthermore, as it absorbs the martial artist's yuanli, it carries the essence of its owner, thereby determining allegiance. Thus, even with the assistance of others, nations like Jigua do not hold a significant advantage in the third round. When Luo Cheng withdrew his hand from the yuanqi vortex, the swirling energy dissipated. Stowing away the yuanli pearl, Luo Cheng proceeded forward, guided by his senses. Upon encountering another yuanqi vortex, he reached out, quickly retrieving 3 more pearls. This vortex appeared rather substantial. It likely contained several more. As Luo Cheng extended his hand into it, he was taken aback when upon mere contact, the yuanqi vortex erupted violently. Bang! Despite his preparedness, the explosion's force left Luo Cheng's skin stinging painfully. The rules of the third round were equally straightforward. One must delve into the yuanqi vortex. With the outcomes entirely reliant on fortune, one could extract dozens of yuanli pearls or suffer grave injuries in the process. Rubbing his eyes and dismissing the pain, Luo Cheng pressed onward, stopping a mere 10 steps away from this seemingly ordinary yuanqi vortex. He recalled having selected the black zone earlier, where 3 beams of black light fell upon the Tianzi earth, one of which was within this vortex. Previously, the black light had always controlled magical creatures, inducing certain transformations. This was the first instance Luo Cheng had encountered such a situation. Could there be a magical creature within the yuanqi vortex, surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of other disciples? He drew his long sword that a surge of yuanli split into 5 streams and infused the sword, where they intricately melded together in a mysterious manner. As Luo Cheng swung the sword, the trajectory it carved ignited into a blinding white radiance. This dazzling arc was none other than the sword Q that, in the blink of an eye, the sword Qi had pierced through the yuanqi vortex. After a brief standoff, the dimming sword Qi sliced through, traveling an impressive distance of 50 to 60 zhang before fading into the air. Noticing the yuanqi vortex beginning to disperse and manifest blackness, Luo Cheng did not hesitate. He unleashed a barrage of techniques. The void break sword point, the chaotic sword style, and the unification heavy slash. The myriad sword lights unleashed toward the vortex, while not as potent as the sword Qi, found numerous opportunities for success amidst the dispersal of the Yuan Qi vortex. After a relentless flurry of attacks, the vortex erupted spectacularly. Once the tumult subsided, Luo Cheng located the magic crystal and promptly stored it in his bag. This endeavor proved remarkably straightforward. With his objective achieved, he commenced searching for more Yuan Qi vortices to explore, that he even attempted to destroy several vortices through attacks, yet yielded nothing that he would have to continue his search by feeling around out on the platform. 30 to 40,000 disciples watched with great amusement. The leaderboard's display continually shifted, showcasing the rather comical misfortunes of the disciples. Some had probed into the Yuan Qi vortex for some time, only to be met with explosion and disappointment. Others, while feeling around within the vortex, found themselves entirely engulfed, trapped within. Some disciples hesitated before one vortex, only for another to arrive and swiftly extract dozens of Yuanli pearls. Even Jig was Fong Yuan, a cultivator of the 4th level's late stage, could not escape such a predicament. The range of the Yuan Qi formation extended roughly 10 miles, and with no trees obstructing the view, it was relatively easy to spot individuals at the speed of a mid-stage 4th level martial artist. Luck has not favored me well. Half the time has already elapsed, and I have only acquired 30 essence beads. Luo Cheng, having been thoroughly battered by the essence vortex, muttered to himself before setting off in search of the next vortex, only to darken his expression upon realizing that Gu Shuo and Che Yinyu were approaching from 2 directions. Luo Cheng, there are several matters I must discuss with you, Che Yinyu stated casually. His demeanor relaxed. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging that what was inevitable had finally arrived. Without halting his steps, he replied, "What is there to discuss? We can talk after the intersex election is concluded." "Very well," Che Yinyu retorted with a cold smirk, casting a glance at Gu Shuo before his long sword appeared in his hand. Without further ado, he unleashed the martial technique, Unity Sword Qi. Whoosh, the sword Qi flashed, hurtling toward Luo Cheng. Having also cultivated the technique of Unity Sword Body, and possessing mid-stage cultivation at the 4th level, he had attained a modest mastery over Unity Sword Qi, although he had not yet refined the essence of the Essence Light. His sheer strength approached 50 tigers. Simultaneously, Gu Shuo launches assault, brandishing his spear with a flourish, a streak of spear light shooting forth. With his mid-stage 4th level cultivation, he had refined the Essence Light. Having consumed the Heavenly Tiger Pill, his strength nearing 80 tigers, they both struck in a near surreptitious manner. However, Luo Cheng, ever vigilant, transformed into a streak of sword light, swiftly evading their onslaught by several paces. Enough of this. With his long sword now in hand, Luo Cheng cast a cold glance at them. Were this any other place, he would not waste words. He would fight without hesitation. Yet, in the context of the intersex election, he could not allow himself to be used as a pawn or fall into the traps of others. That it was not worth jeopardizing himself to contend with Che Yinyu and Gu Shuo. Nevertheless, Che Yinyu and Gu Shuo had made up their minds. Upon hearing his words, their resolve only strengthened. They charged forward, nearly in unison, each unleashing their most powerful martial techniques from opposite sides. Clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out almost simultaneously. As their weapons flew from their hands, they shattered into 2 pieces. They were sent reeling as if struck by a rampaging bull, hurtling back 5 or 6 paces before tumbling to the ground. Their bodies covered in frost. "I simply do not wish to kill you both. It is not that I cannot," Luo Cheng coldly remarked as he sheathed his sword and strode away. In terms of strength, he had reached 100 tigers, and in terms of icy sharpness, he surpassed the pinnacle of martial techniques, capable of shattering the essence light abilities of Che Yinyu and Gu Shuo. Thus, employing the chaotic sword technique, he had struck twice. How could they, lacking the integration of martial skills, hope to withstand it? It took them a good while to rise from the ground. How is this possible? Gu Shuo and Che Yinyu, trembling from the force of the icy sharpness coursing through them, were filled with horror. They understood that Luo Cheng possessed extraordinary strength. Yet even so, they had approached him in unison, believing their coordination would suffice to vanquish him. Little did they know They could not even withstand a single strike from Luo Cheng, collapsing on the spot. Should Luo Cheng wish to kill them, it would be as simple as observing the patterns on the palm of his hand. Gu Shuo was indeed in a similar predicament. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the Tianzi platform erupted into a cacophony of noise, observing the heavily wounded Che, Yinyu, and Gu Shuo, both barely able to stand due to their grievous injuries. Tens of thousands of disciples engaged in fervent discussions. What? Luo Cheng ambushed senior brother Gu. The law enforcement disciple, Che Yinyu, attempted to intervene and was also gravely injured. Where has Luo Cheng gone? Could he have fled? It was he and his companion who initiated the attack on me, and I have not harmed either of them. I remain oblivious to the origins of their injuries. Luo Cheng's face was ashen at this juncture. He could not fail to realize that he had fallen into a trap. Yet now, even if he were to protest vehemently, it would likely be of no avail. Presumptuous! Do you still dare to argue? Gulin thundered with rage. Previously, due to the matter of the Tianhu Dan, you harbored resentment towards Gu Shuo, yearning for an opportunity to exact revenge when the chance presented itself. How could you let it slip away? As a law enforcement disciple, Che Yinyu had no prior acquaintance with Gu Shuo, nor did he bear any grievances against you. Why would he show favoritism towards Gu Shuo and falsely accuse you? You not only ambushed a fellow disciple, but also had the audacity to severely injure a law enforcement disciple. Luo Cheng, your crimes warrant execution. Chapter 54. All efforts in vain. Gulin's fierce words rendered the entire platform silent. Due to the limited monitoring within the Yuanxian formation, the disciples had not witnessed the complete sequence of events from the battle results board. The precise details of what transpired at that moment had become difficult to reconstruct. However, the majority of the 30 to 40,000 disciples believed the accounts of Gu Shuo and Che Yinyu, for their injuries were undeniably real, and the chilling aura they exuded was no fabrication. Furthermore, Che Yinyu, as an intersect law enforcement disciple, embodied the principles of impartiality and rigor. As the elder presiding over the outer sect, Gulin wielded the authority to enforce the sect's regulations, granting him the power of life and death over any outer sect disciple. While the crime of ambushing a fellow disciple resulting in severe injury might not warrant death, the additional offense of injuring a law enforcement disciple truly merited execution. Gulin's pronouncement was tantamount to a death sentence for Luo Cheng. Once Gulin concluded his remarks, Gu Shuo, clutching his shoulder, rose to his feet. His complexion pale and filled with hatred, he declared, Luo Cheng, you are truly malicious. The victor reaps the spoils. Your tardiness led to your failure to obtain the Tianhu Dan. Your incompetence emboldened you to attempt an ambush against me. Had I known this would transpire, I should not have spared you on the Fengzhan platform. He then turned to Gulin and solemnly stated, I implore the elder to take action on behalf of this disciple. Otherwise, once my injuries are healed, I shall personally slay him on the Tianzi platform. The words of Gu Shuo and Che Yinyu resonated deeply with the assembled disciples, instilling unwavering belief in their claims. Some disciples, who had harbored suspicions about the situation, were now dispelled of their doubts. It appeared evident that Luo Cheng, nursing a grudge over the Tianhu Dan incident, had seized the opportunity to ambush through the first trial. Luo Cheng, with his brute strength, forcefully attacked the colossal stone, while Gulin, possessing the remarkable prowess of the 7th level of martial intent, could easily discern that Gu Shuo and his companion were no match for Luo Cheng. Although he refrained from explicitly stating this in front of them, he had nonetheless made adequate preparations for any potential developments, ensuring that Gu Shuo's words would not inadvertently betray them at this juncture. Gulin felt a sense of calm settle within him. Everything was already predetermined. He cast a cold glance at Luo Cheng and sternly demanded, Luo Cheng, will you not confess? Were it not for the presence of true disciples, Gulin would have preferred not to waste another breath. I shall not confess. Luo Cheng's voice was laced with a chilling fury. At this critical moment, he could not allow himself to be easily subdued. Even in the face of overwhelming disadvantage, he would fight to the bitter end. That a chorus of boos erupted from the multitude of disciples. They held a deep disdain for those who dared to act without taking responsibility. And it seemed the rumors were indeed substantiated. Che Yin and Gu Shuo wore expressions of anger, yet secretly reveled in amusement. Though their injuries appeared severe, they had sustained no critical damage, and with the aid of high-quality healing elixirs, they would recover within a day. Luo Cheng, today you shall find no escape, they thought, their hearts swelling with triumph. Enough! Ge Lin's furious shout resonated like thunder. Followed by his command, strip the outer sect disciple Luo Cheng of his qualifications for the inner sect selection and imprison him in the sky prison for severe interrogation. His decree was a pronouncement of doom. As 10 disciples at the late 4th stage stepped forward, Luo Cheng was acutely aware of the presence of 3 outer sect elders, rendering him powerless to resist, yet he would not abandon the fight. Grasping his sword, he coldly regarded Ge Lin and declared, "Let us see who can punish me." Reprobate. Ge Lin was both furious and elated, his martial intent surging as he prepared to incapacitate Luo Cheng on the spot. "Wait!" A melodious female voice interjected, belonging to Xing Fei, who had been quietly observing from her seat while engrossed in a book. She rose slowly, her expression as serene as ever, revealing no hint of emotion. Though her voice was not loud, it compelled Ge Lin to halt his actions. Ji Lin was taken aback. How could a true disciple involve herself in such a trivial matter? Despite his superior cultivation and seniority over Xing Fei, their statuses within the martial refinement sect were vastly different. Look, it's senior sister Xing Fei. What could possibly motivate her to intervene in this affair? Surely, she must harbor disdain for Luo Cheng. Upon sighting Xing Fei, the disciples on the platform, particularly the male disciples, buzzed with excitement. Within the martial refinement sect, Xing Fei was revered as the martial fairy, a status unattainable for ordinary disciples. Any male disciple fortunate enough to have even the slightest interaction with her would boast of it for an entire year. The fact that Luo Cheng garnered her attention before his impending execution was a stroke of fortune. Many male disciples couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy that in this moment. Xing Fei's words stirred a sense of gratitude within Luo Cheng. At least someone stood by his side, affirming that he was not utterly alone against the world. "Yes, there's something troubling you, my disciple?" Ge Lin inquired, tempering his demeanor and adopting a calm tone. He glanced at the expressions of the other true disciples, who appeared indifferent, which brought him a sense of reassurance, like a serene water lily unfurling in tranquil beauty, untouched by the mundane world. Xing Fei stood gracefully at the edge of the observation platform. The gentle breeze caressed her flowing skirt, and the icy blue ribbons danced delicately, reminiscent of a mystical aura in her captivating eyes. First, she cast a glance at Luo Cheng. Then her gaze shifted to Ge Lin, as if a tempest of ice and snow stirred within her. She spoke softly, to merely heed the words of these two and hastily conclude Luo Cheng's guilt. Subjecting him to severe punishment and relentless interrogation is indeed a manifest bias on Elder Gu's part. Ji Lin frowned and retorted, "Luo Cheng has a history of misconduct, and the piercing chill surrounding him is corroborated by the law enforcement disciple. Che Yinyu, he himself admitted to having engaged in a conflict with Gu Shuo and Che Yinyu. His suspicions warrant his immediate detention for further questioning. Wherein lies my bias? As an outer sect elder, I am acutely aware of the sect's regulations and have deliberated thoroughly before taking action." Elder Ji's reasoning seemed sound. However, Xing Fei deftly shifted the discourse, asserting, "Yet, can past misdeeds and the words of those involved truly serve as evidence? They merely propagate misconceptions, leading to hasty conclusions." Ji Lin was well aware of Xing Fei's intent to rescue Luo Cheng. Yet he was resolute in his stance. He responded, "As a true disciple, you're perhaps unaware of the chaotic circumstances within the outer sect. Moreover, this matter falls under my jurisdiction, and I shall act in accordance with the sect's rules. There is no need for you to worry, junior disciple." His words were a clear indication to Xing Fei that she had no authority to interfere. This exchange ignited a flurry of thoughts among the gathered disciples. Some were astonished that Ge Lin dared to challenge the dignity of Xing Fei, a true disciple, while others regarded his actions as just, believing he was merely ensuring that Luo Cheng did not evade justice. Yet, some were perplexed as to why a prominent true disciple like Xing Fei would concern herself with such trivial matters, wondering if she had grown bored. "Then allow Elder Gu to first behold this," Xing Fei said, her expression unwavering as she beckoned to the crowd. The Wai Dongbai, the young male disciple who had attempted to follow Luo Cheng, promptly emerged from the throng. He produced a circular ice mirror from his storage pouch and tossed it into the AT that moment. Xing Fei swiftly formed a hand seal, her fingers pointing forth to unleash a beam of icy blue energy that struck the little mirror suspended in the air. With a resonating hum, the palm-sized mirror transformed into a large disc in an instant. The surface shimmered, revealing a series of unfolding scenes. Long before the intersect selection commenced, Xing Fei had anticipated the potential for discord. She casually selected a fourth-tier disciple, Yu Dongbai, instructing him to use the Shueiyuan mirror to follow Luo Cheng during the selection, ensuring that all of Luo Cheng's actions, especially his interactions with Gu Shuo and others, were captured within the mirror. Should he successfully track without error, she promised him a premium dragon breath pill as a reward, and if mishaps occurred, she merely smiled, leaving the consequences unspoken. Thus, Yu Dongbai's relentless pursuit of Luo Cheng was assured. The gaze of the 30 to 40,000 disciples on the platform was captivated by the shimmering Shueiyuan mirror. The scenes within it shifted rapidly, a chaotic display, as Xing Fei's fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, seemingly accelerating time within the mirror's surface. Before long, Luo Cheng's figure emerged, depicted amidst a tumultuous search for elemental energy, besieged by a barrage of chaotic forces. The scene shifts rapidly, with Luo Cheng's figure appearing and vanishing in quick succession. Within the frame, he has just stowed away a Yuanli pearl and is preparing to depart for another location. From his perspective, the Shueiyuan mirror should be resting against the ground behind a boulder. At this moment, the figures of Che Yinyu and Gu Shuo emerged. It is evident that they were the first to confront Luo Cheng, who, upon seeing them, attempts to withdraw, unarmed. The specifics of their exchange remain unknown. As Luo Cheng takes a few steps forward, Gu Shuo and Che Yinyu suddenly launch their attack from either side. Evading with a swift movement, Luo Cheng draws his sword, and immediately, the duo assaults him without hesitation. In response, Luo Cheng swiftly strikes twice, severing their weapons, sending them both reeling without the ability to rise, their fates uncertain. Luo Cheng then sheathes his sword and departs, vanishing from the scene shortly thereafter. However, the scene does not conclude there. Moments later, Gu Shuo and Che Yinyu rise, momentarily dazed. Despite their tattered garments, it is clear they have sustained no serious injuries, with no blood visible. Subsequently, each delivers a forceful slap to their shoulders, inflicting self-inflicted wounds before they exit the frame one after the other. Upon witnessing this, the disciples on the platform fall into a profound silence. The reality of the situation is unmistakable. The pallor has drained from Gu Shuo and Che Yinyu's faces as they collapse to the ground. Defeated, Daji Yilin's expression darkens, as if he were to weep. Chapter 55. The Abolishment of Cultivation. The truth starkly contrasts with the collective assumptions of the onlookers. Even a youthful disciple possessing merely the first level of cultivation could discern that it was Gu Shuo and the law enforcement disciple Che Yinyu who conspired to ambush Luo Cheng. Not only did they fail, but they were also vanquished by him in a single strike, subsequently inflicting injuries upon themselves to frame Luo Cheng. Had it not been for Xing Fei's intervention, revealing the truth through the Shueiyuan mirror, Luo Cheng would have faced wrongful death. Even if he had endured the so-called interrogation, he would have been rendered powerless. The gazes of the 30 to 40,000 disciples on the platform fixated upon the fallen Che, Yinyu, and Gu Shuo, resembling defeated hounds. Yet their thoughts turned towards a more pressing inquiry. Just how formidable is Luo Cheng, having triumphed with a single strike? What is the nature of the relationship between Xing Fei and Luo Cheng? And why would she extend such support to him? As they recalled the scene of Gu Shuo, who had tempered his Yuanli to its essence and consumed the Tianhu Dan alongside Che Yinyu, who was at the mid-stage of the fourth level, being effortlessly defeated by Luo Cheng, some disciples could not help but swallow hard to moisten their parched throats, recognizing that Luo Cheng was merely at the early stage of the fourth level. How disgraceful! Silence, Gu Lin bellowed in a fit of rage. Yet despite his thunderous voice reverberating like distant thunder, it could not quell the uproar among the disciples. Luo Cheng appeared slightly dazed, caught off guard by the swift revelation of the truth. He had not anticipated that Yu Dongbai would be an envoy of Xing Fei, nor that she would devise such a comprehensive plan on his behalf. Elder Gu Shuo, I beseech your mercy. I acknowledge my mistakes and accept my punishment. The prostrate Gu Shuo suddenly regained his composure and hurriedly knelt to plead. He had initially believed that his cultivation would be entirely eradicated, leaving him in a state of utter despair. Little did he know that a mere decade of confinement was a bearable punishment. Once the storm had passed, with his family's efforts to intercede on his behalf, not only could he emerge sooner, but he could also lift the restrictions on his cultivation, akin to engaging in a secluded retreat for profound practice. The brief exchange between the two not only elucidated the motives behind the assault and the false accusations against Luo Cheng, but also revealed their acknowledgement of their own culpability, while simultaneously attempting to shift blame. Thus, they hoped to receive a lenient sentence. The looks they cast upon Luo Cheng were filled with provocation. What did it matter if he triumphed? What could he do to them? Their victory would be as distasteful as swallowing a fly, treating the brief confinement as a mere opportunity for hidden cultivation, while he was left to swallow his indignation. Luo Cheng, do you have any doubts remaining? Speak freely, and this elder shall advocate for you, Galin declared with a semblance of fairness. Luo Cheng's expression was clouded with frost. He had thought the truth was evident, allowing him to vent his grievances. Yet unexpectedly, not only was Gu Shuo's punishment not severe, but he also found himself falsely accused. He was unable to articulate his reasoning, rendered helpless, with Galin holding full authority over the matter. What use would it be to discuss the severity of the punishment or the matter of the Tian Hu Dan? Since you have no further inquiries, then Galin smirked coldly, about to continue. However, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of light heralded the arrival of a figure above the platform. This individual, a rather stern-looking elder, hovered in the air, surveying the situation below. We pay our respects to Elder Yao. The group of law enforcement disciples and the 3 outer sect elders bowed in greeting. The newcomer was none other than Elder Yao from the inner sect's main hall, apart from the initiation day of the inner sect's election. Elder Yao had not attended the subsequent rounds. Such competitions among the disciples of the 4th stage held no allure for him, yet his presence at this moment hinted at some form of compulsion. Recently, a female outer sect disciple from the Dan Peak had burst into the inner sect's main hall, brandishing a sword at her neck, declaring, "If justice is not served for Brother Luo Cheng in the inner sect's election, I shall spill my blood here today." Ji Lin, recount the events in detail, Elder Yao commanded as he landed on the platform, his already stern visage devoid of any warmth. Yes, Galin responded, sudden panic gripping him. With Xing Fei present, along with thousands of disciples in attendance, he could not conceal anything and recounted the events in full. Elder Yao's expression remained unchanged as he examined the Shuiwen mirror, having already reached a decision in his heart. Upon hearing Elder Yao's pronouncement, Che Yin-yu and Gu Shuo were rendered speechless. To have one's cultivation abolished was tantamount to being rendered useless, even inferior to an ordinary person struggling to provide for oneself, leaving them on the brink of collapse. Elder Yao's verdict was such that even Galin dared not voice a single objection. Upon hearing the punishment meted out to Che Yin-yu and the others, the thousands of disciples present felt a chill, a profound sense of the unyielding nature of sect rules rising from within. Luo Cheng, on the other hand, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Luo Cheng, do you have any grievances? Speak freely, and if the facts are as you claim, this elder will ensure you receive justice. Elder Yao spoke once more. These words. Galin and the other outer sect elders exchanged glances, unable to suppress their trepidation. The multitude of disciples fell into a hushed silence, sensing that there were still matters left unaddressed. Luo Cheng's heart soared with joy. The matter of the Tian Hu Dan could finally be resolved. She had always contemplated rendering justice through Luo Cheng, ensuring that Galin and others faced punishment for their transgressions, thereby upholding the strictness and fairness of the sect's regulations. However, she was acutely aware of Nan Gongrong's involvement in the Tian Hu Dan incident, complicating matters significantly. Should the truth come to light, punishing the 3 outer gate elders would be a minor concern. Nonetheless, it would tarnish the sect's reputation, potentially leading to disillusionment among its members and undermining the sect's development, which was of paramount importance. Xing Fei, having been born and raised within the Wu Yin sect, could not bear to witness any detriment to its progress. She subtly gestured to Luo Cheng regarding the 30 to 40,000 disciples present, hoping he would grasp the situation and dismiss the matter. Luo Cheng understood her unspoken plea. His fists clenched, producing a resonant sound, yet he ultimately relented. There were no further grievances from the disciples. Luo Cheng spoke each word with deliberation. Ji Yilin lowered his head, his eyes flickering, internally lamenting. "Fool, if you cannot seize this opportunity, it may never arise again." Upon hearing this, Elder Yao scrutinized Luo Cheng carefully and remarked, "It is indeed best to have no grievances." He then vanished from Tianzi Di in a flash. The 10 law enforcement disciples subsequently escorted the seemingly lifeless Che Yinyu and Gu Shuo away. Chapter 56. The path of earthly laws in comparison to the turmoil provoked by the accusations and the subsequent reversal of facts regarding the sentences passed by the two elders. The conclusion of the third selection round was merely a trifling matter. Hundreds of disciples, including Jigua, were perplexed, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Amidst this atmosphere of being profoundly overlooked, each disciple who participated in the third selection gradually submitted their Yuanli orbs. Each orb delivered would yield 5 points of merit. The leaderboard saw a shift in the rankings of the top 3 positions. Leading the list was Jigua, who submitted 91 Yuanli orbs, amassing a total merit score of 1,670. Luo Cheng claimed the second spot, having submitted a mere 33 Yuanli orbs, totaling 1,590. In third place was Fang Yuan, whose submission of 98 Yuanli orbs earned her a total score of 1,553. Compared to the second round, the gap in merit among the top 3 had notably diminished. Furthermore, significant changes appeared further down the rankings, with Gu Shuo's name absent from the list. Some disciples, who would have struggled to qualify for the inner gate based on their abilities, suddenly surged in merit, seizing a substantial advantage solely from the third round. The selection for the inner gate required 5 candidates for every one chosen. 721 disciples had advanced past the initial round. Thus, the final 144 ranked by merit would gain entry to the outer gate. Even if some disciples had sustained severe injuries in the second round and could not participate in subsequent selections, they could still enter the inner gate if their final rankings permitted. Regarding this matter, Luo Cheng remained oblivious. He retreated to a secluded hilltop, immersing himself in cultivation. In recent months, the depletion of yuan stones had exceeded his expectations. With fewer than 900 stones remaining in his storage pouch, he prioritized enhancing his strength over concerns about the current wastage of energy, believing that any incremental improvement in power was worthwhile. They began to form groups. This round proved perilous, leading many disciples to opt for withdrawal, yet numerous others chose to follow senior brother Jua. The scene displayed on the leaderboard was unfolding before the path of earthly laws array. In the desolate expanse of the chosen land, 3 parallel paths paved with azure stone slabs stretched across the barren plain, each measuring 9 zhang in width and 9 li in length, shrouded in an ethereal barrier. These 3 thoroughfares converged at 3 distinct junctions, each harboring a Gu Fa pearl of varying sizes. Today, the 4th trial, known as the Gu Fa Avenue, was to unfold. This challenge would not only test one's prowess, but also serve as a trial of the Yuan Guang energy. The sect placed great importance on the essence of Yuan Guang and its capabilities. Thus, this trial was indispensable in every inner gate selection. The top 3 disciples would lead the others to navigate one of the Gu Fa avenues. Upon acquiring a Gu Fa pearl, the entire group of disciples would earn corresponding accolades. Therefore, the choice of which disciple to follow into this trial bore significant weight. As the grouping commenced, over 600 disciples erupted into a clamor, the majority flocking to the side of Jigua and Fang Yuan. The IT was inevitable. The two possessed authentic late-stage cultivation of the 4th realm, having refined their Yuan Guang essence, their strength beyond question. In contrast, although many recognized Luo Cheng's formidable prowess, he remained merely at the early stage of the 4th realm and thus deemed unreliable. Nearly 100 disciples, upon hearing this, shook their heads with a sigh and positioned themselves behind Luo Cheng. The overwhelming number was neither beneficial for themselves nor for others, and thus some junior disciples were requested to disperse. With a smile directed at the disciples behind her, Feng Yuan encouraged, "Please, feel free to step aside." Several dozen disciples complied and moved away. Consequently, the number of disciples led by Jigua, Luo Cheng, and Feng Yuan became relatively equal. Luo Cheng let out a quiet sigh. He preferred to operate independently. Yet the rules of this trial dictated otherwise. He clasped his fist to the surrounding crowd and said, "I implore you all to support one another and navigate this trial adeptly. Give it your all." "Very well. Just don't fall behind," came the sparse responses from over 200 disciples, who harbored no particular trust in Luo Cheng. Observing this, Jigua, Feng Yuan, and their fellow disciples exchanged discreet head shakes. Luo Cheng's sudden rise had not afforded him any reputation or credibility within the outer gate, failing to garner the hearts of the people, resulting in a lack of morale. The fourth trial promised to be exceedingly arduous. In contrast, the morale of the disciples behind Jigua and Feng Yuan soared. Brimming with vigor, as the disciples entered the Gufa Avenue. "Let us go," Luo Cheng exclaimed, drawing forth his long sword and leading the way. The disciples trailing him brandished their weapons and followed suit, albeit in a disorganized manner. Initially, the onslaught of the fierce winds posed no threat. Yet soon, the power of the winds intensified, capable of uprooting massive boulders. Those disciples whose footing faltered were swept back by the gale. And within the tempest, in addition to the rain, dense air masses swirled, the explosive force of which rivaled the full-force strikes of early-stage Fourth Realm disciples. Chaotic sword form. Luo Cheng's expression grew grave as he swung his sword, unleashing 36 beams of sword light that surged forward, shattering over 100 air masses in their wake. However, with the Gfa Avenue spanning a width of 9 zhang, the approaching air masses were relentless and numerous. How could one man withstand such an onslaught? Observing the 200 disciples behind him, despite their desperate attempts to strike at the air masses, their attacks were scattered and chaotic, often endangering their fellow disciples and exacerbating the disorder, creating obstacles for one another. "Quickly, position yourself to my left and right," Luo Cheng shouted urgently. The more than 200 disciples could naturally hear him. Yet they were all preoccupied with their own tasks, disregarding his instructions. Consequently, although the group continued to advance, their pace remained sluggish. After a short while, the 200 disciples formed a line, all positioned behind Luo Cheng, which resulted in a slight increase in their speed. However, this brief improvement was short-lived. Within less than 2 miles, the ferocious wind changed, swirling violently, accompanied by turbulent air currents mixed with cutting gales. The crowd struggled to cope, causing chaos in their formation. Once again, Luo Cheng's commands were ignored, and he found himself unable to forge ahead alone against the onslaught of air currents and gales. Furthermore, his yuan light, attuned to the chilling edge, shattered under the force of the wind, amplifying its might. The disciples began to voice their complaints, and many chose to conserve their strength for self-preservation in critical moments, resulting in a sudden deceleration in their progress. In contrast, on the other 2 paths of the Earth Law, Jigua and Feng Yuan faced similar assault from the chaotic air currents and gales, yet their circumstances were markedly different. Jigua, possessing considerable renown in the outer sect, commanded the disciples' respect and obedience, allowing them to effectively collaborate in countering the attacks. Having cultivated the golden giant body, Jigua's yuan light manifested in a forceful compression, sweeping aside threats with significant advantage. That if one were to consider speed, it was undoubtedly Feng Yuan and her group who excelled. Among the more than 200 disciples she led, the majority were male, fervently charging ahead without the need for her direction. Moreover, Feng Yuan practiced the Black Lotus Phantom body, her yuan light embodying a quality of ethereal emptiness. Wielding a long whip, her movements were both serene and dynamic, providing her with a distinct edge against the gales that, on the platform, tens of thousands of disciples exuberantly observed the unfolding events on the scoreboard. Senior Sister Feng Yuan was the first to arrive at the convergence point. Securing the first Earth Law Pearl, Senior brother Jigua lagged slightly behind, but it mattered not. With his formidable strength, he was sure to surpass Fang Yuan and claim the second pearl. Alas, Luo Cheng had fallen far behind, and the sight of his fellow disciples nursing injuries only deepened his despair. With his considerable delay, it was evident he would not obtain even a single Earth Law pearl, and his hopes of securing second place were dashed. At the first convergence point of the Earth Law, he could not spot any trace of the pearls. Realizing they had already been taken, a scenario he had anticipated, he understood that he had lost due to the disunity among the group, and that his icy edge was ill-equipped to contend with the ferocious winds. His Yuan light, characterized by its chilling nature, clashed with the searing intensity of flames, leaving him feeling constrained. Earlier, when he, Jigua, and Fang Yuan had each chosen a path of the Earth Law, he had deliberately selected the central route, believing the black light to which he was attuned would lie within that path. Should the sensation deviate from the center, it was likely Jigua or Fang Yuan would encounter difficulties. With a surge of Yuan power, Luo Cheng infused his long sword and executed a decisive slash through the air. The trajectory of the sword glimmered with a blinding brilliance. In an instant, the radiant sword energy sliced through the air, severing the encroaching flames and dulling their ferocity. "Move!" Luo Cheng called out to the disciples behind him, forging ahead with unwavering determination, his words and demeanor betraying no hint of despondency. The resounding cry invigorated over 200 disciples, their expressions shifting as they gritted their teeth and swiftly summoned their elemental energy to conjure ethereal light, hastening to follow suit. Amidst the chaotic swordplay, as a torrent of flames surged towards them, Luo Cheng was the first to act, unleashing 36 radiant sword beams. The beams cascaded like water, effectively shredding the fiery wave, dimming the tumultuous flames that followed. This transformation rendered the once fearsome path now far less daunting. The other disciples hastily channeled their elemental power to fend off the surrounding inferno, relying solely on ordinary strength proved inadequate against the flames. They needed to harness their elemental energy, drawing upon the power of ethereal light. Luo Cheng's ethereal energy was characterized by its chilling sharpness, and while many initially believed it would be ineffective against the flames, they soon discovered that the sword beams he wielded possessed a coldness potent enough to extinguish fire. This revelation not only astonished them, but also bolstered their morale, increasing their pace. Suddenly, a multitude of fiery orbs erupted from the flames, raining down densely upon them. This sight caused the spirits of the previously invigorated disciples to falter, prompting them to recoil in unison. Observing this, Luo Cheng once again unleashed his chaotic swordplay as he cast forth the 36 sword beams. His comrades followed suit. Employing the unification sword technique, his long sword danced ceaselessly. With swift movements, the fiery orbs were sliced through by the beams of light. Upon contact, these orbs detonated, exploding into bursts of fury that unleashed their destructive power and searing heat. A chain reaction ensued, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Cheng's figure was engulfed by the sea of flames. The explosive force and the rolling inferno drained the color from the faces of the disciples, while the searing heat felt as if it would scorch their skin. Yet at that moment, a colossal crescent-shaped beam of sword light cleaved through the flames, parting the fiery sea and revealing Luo Cheng's form. Aside from a few tattered robes, he bore no signs of being scorched by the flames. Luo Cheng's ethereal energy, imbued with a chilling sharpness, transcended the pinnacle of martial arts. How could he be harmed by such heat? His coldness stood resolute against the flames, like a boulder unyielding to the blaze, rather than being subdued by it. "Let us go," he urged, dashing forward. "Let us go." The over 200 disciples, both male and female, echoed in unison, their voices brimming with fervor. Together, they quickened their pace on the fiery avenue, their speed intensifying. Though their formation was chaotic, they transitioned from mutual hindrance to mutual support, instinctively recognizing who among them was best suited to tackle the fiery assaults. Trust and collaboration gradually flourished among them. Luo Cheng remained at the forefront, aware that he could not traverse the path of the earthly laws alone. The barrage of attacks was simply too dense. While he could withstand the heat, he could not fully counter the ferocity of the flames' onslaught and the force of their explosive release. Yet now, united in purpose, they ignited a glimmer of hope for reaching the second convergence point ahead of their peers. On the platform, tens of thousands of disciples watched with rapt attention. Had Luo Cheng and the others lost their minds? Were they courting death? They seemed poised to catch up with senior brother Jigua and the others. In response to the commotion, the scene on the Battle Achievements leaderboard shifted to reveal Jigua and his companions. Only then did Jigua, wielding a crescent blade, charge to the forefront. His Yuan light ability, pressure, proved particularly effective against the flames. The individuals behind him exerted themselves tirelessly, unleashing their Yuan power to resist the inferno, advancing with remarkable speed. The disciples on the platform were enthralled, their gazes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. While discontent murmured as the scene on the Battle Achievements board shifted to another locale, "Oh, not stop. Press on," Luo Cheng shouted urgently, his expression shifting slightly. The ominous black light finally manifested, invading a patch of flames and transforming into a colossal wave that surged towards them. Hearing his urgent command, over 200 disciples suppressed their trepidation and launched a coordinated assault. A myriad of Yuan power shot forth, swiftly vanquishing the fiery wolf. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng attacked another area with a chaotic sword technique. Clang, clang, clang. He extinguished the flames in swathes, and through the remaining embers, a fleeting shadow of black could be discerned, retreating into the distance. It fled. Luo Cheng's heart jolted. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Could the black light truly escape? Perhaps it would be wise to abandon this magical crystal for now and pursue it later, as once the formation was dismantled, the black light would likely relocate, allowing him to seek an opportunity to slay it. Never mind. Luo Cheng pressed forward with fervor. This endeavor in the Earth-Fire Avenue was not solely his undertaking. It involved the achievements of over 200 disciples, even influencing their chances of entering the inner sect. Surely, they would reach it first, or so he hoped, but Jigua and his companions were not far behind, their footsteps nearly in sync. Luo Cheng's group of disciples was merely relying on their reckless fervor, leading Jigua by the slightest margin. The scene on the achievements board shifted once more, revealing the circumstances at the second convergence point, which was currently devoid of any presence. Luo Cheng was the first to surge forth. Sword rush, dragon of the sword emerges from the abyss. The one returns with a heavy slash. In a blend of fury and astonishment, Luo Cheng transformed into a streak of sword light soaring into the air, swiftly morphing into a fearsome, scaled dragon. Twisting above the 200 disciples, his form materialized in the sky. 36 sword lights flickered into existence, intertwining and merging. Slash! The immense sword light cascaded like a waterfall, crashing down upon the approaching wave of flames. Chapter 58. A decisive victory with a resounding whoosh. Two groups of disciples, totaling over 400, surged into the second convergence point, immediately discerning the situation at hand. Jigua is magnificent. We have triumphed. The disciples who followed Jigua into the Earth-Fire Avenue were brimming with excitement. This was a competition, and none wished to face defeat. Victory was synonymous with honor, especially as it pertained to their achievements and the possibility of becoming inner sect disciples. This moment, exhaustion began to creep in. However, they remained unaware that the flames attacking from behind were not a normal occurrence, but rather instigated by the black light. Jigua, who trained in the Golden Giant body, stood tall at a height of over 1.5 zhang, radiating a resplendent golden aura that exuded an imposing presence. His demeanor was typically stern and unsmiling, and he turned to Luo Cheng, expressionless, stating, "Ji has altered his perception of you. Quite commendable." As Luo Cheng and his companions entered, over 10 demonic vines launched an assault on a nearby disciple, prompting 20 or more disciples to wield their weapons in a concerted defense. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of human-grade weapons clashing against the demonic vines echoed, sparks flying forth. It was surprisingly difficult to sever them with a single strike. The 20 or so early-stage Fourth Realm disciples faced a perilous struggle against the tenacious vines. Only with the assistance of more disciples did they manage to obliterate the vines after a frenzied barrage. Before them lay nearly 100 such monstrous vines, akin to the tentacles of a colossal beast, reaching out to ensnare the multitude. Gu Jian gang. Luo Cheng, ever vigilant, wore a solemn expression as he immediately sprang into action. The radiant sword aura flashed and vanished in an instant. The overwhelming force of the 100 or so vines, which bore down upon them, suddenly halted, only to be severed into segments that fell like rain down on the platform. Tens of thousands of disciples beheld this scene in awe. How could the sword aura be so razor-sharp? Was he not cultivating the Gu Yi sword body? Heaven knows, it was utterly astonishing. Luo Cheng's yuan-light prowess granted him a significant advantage. However, the disciples accompanying him were somewhat lacking in strength. Within the realm of earth law, as the 200 or so disciples witnessed Luo Cheng's unparalleled sword aura, they were struck with both astonishment and invigorated spirits. Point one after another, they launched their attacks. Boom, 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 under the onslaught of various yuan forces. The beleaguered vines were shattered into fragments. They then advanced swiftly, encountering an ever-increasing density of vines, creating a veritable tangle that left no foothold. Various martial techniques were unleashed from Luo Cheng's long sword. The chaotic sword style, the void-piercing sword point, the Gu Yi heavy slash, and the Gu Yi sword aura. Each scene resembled a scything of grass, as numerous vines were frozen, some even turned into ice blocks. With the full concerted effort of the disciples behind him, Luo Cheng appeared to navigate the chaos with remarkable ease. Observing his composure, the 200 disciples grew increasingly alarmed. Their yuan energy was dwindling, while Luo Cheng seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of it. Was he truly merely at the early stage of the 4th level? Consequently, the disciples realized that they were impeding Luo Cheng's progress. At this rate, the 3rd Earth Law Pearl would be jeopardized, likely falling into the hands of Jigua and others. Brother Luo, if you can proceed alone, do not concern yourself with us. We can fend for ourselves, one disciple called out, prompting a chorus of similar sentiments. Luo Cheng, feeling a sense of urgency, recognized that he was but one person and his cultivation and skills were ultimately limited. While his assistance to the disciples was significant in averting immediate crises, it was insufficient to enhance their overall speed of advance, as the onslaught of vines was too numerous and dense for him to manage alone. Then I shall move ahead. Without further delay, Luo Cheng surged forth. Brother Luo, we entrust everything to you. The disciples shouted in unison from behind on the platform. Tens of thousands of disciples watched this unfolding drama. What was Luo Cheng planning? It was reckless, risking his very life. Such self-imposed tribulation was unwarranted. He fancied himself capable of single-handedly repelling a multitude. His actions once again stirred murmurs of debate. If one could traverse the Earth Law Avenue alone, why bother teaming up with so many disciples? To seemingly validate the disciples' discourse, the image of Luo Cheng, solitary and yet to break free of 100 feet, was ensnared by the chaotic vines, which constricted around him, audible creaks of his bones echoing as numerous spikes pierced his flesh, eliciting cries of anguish. Yet in the next moment, the murmurs of tens of thousands fell abruptly silent from the gaps in the vines that encircled him. A brilliant white light burst forth, transforming the vines into ice sculptures, which then shattered into fragments. With a powerful exertion of his arms, Luo Cheng broke free. Aside from some tattered robes, he bore no other injuries. Within the path of the Earth Law, despite his solitary efforts, he found himself insufficient when confronted by an endless multitude of demonic vines. With a single stroke of his sword, he severed over 10 tendrils. Yet an even greater number continued to ensnare, lash, and pierce him. The 5-colored wheel stirred within Luo Cheng's heart, and behind him emerged a swirling vortex of vibrant hues. The aura of the 5-colored wheel radiated forth, causing the chaotic, demonic vines to momentarily falter under its oppressive presence. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Luo Cheng deftly evaded, propelling himself forward with renewed vigor. Clang, clang, clang. The glimmering blade shone with cold brilliance as it struck. On the platform, the tens of thousands of disciples watched in hushed silence. Even those who typically reveled in gossip found themselves at a loss for words. witnessing the demonic vines being harvested like mere chaff beneath the relentless onslaught of his sword. The spectacle was utterly awe-inspiring. Luo Cheng's acrobatic maneuvers and unleashed martial prowess vividly illustrated the essence of slaughter. This was merely the beginning of his cultivation, at the 4th level. What might transpire when he ascended to the 5th or 6th levels? At the observation platform, Gulin sat upright, his expression unyielding, though a fierce turmoil brewed behind his eyes. Luo Cheng had arrived, the disciple behind him sighed, exhaling a breath of relief. Behind him lay a trail of remnants as he surged into the 3rd convergence point. Retrieving a glimmering purple earth law pearl. This signified the conclusion of the 4th trial within the earth law path. A low hum resonated as the barriers of the 3 earth law paths faded away, revealing 3 lengthy stone pathways stretching 9 miles. The tempest, fury, and demonic vines vanished, leaving only over 600 disciples upon the azure stone roads. Among them, Jigua's group was relatively close to the 3rd convergence point, yet still a mile and a half away. The tens of thousands of disciples on the platform regarded Luo Cheng with expressions of intrigue. Jigua, Luo Cheng, and Feng Yuan submitted their respective earth law pearls. The rankings on the leaderboard shifted. Luo Cheng claimed the top position, his score elevated by 300, totaling 1,890. Jigua followed in 2nd place, with a score increase of 200. Totaling 1,870. Feng Yuan secured 3rd, raising her score by 100, totaling 1,653. Furthermore, the over 200 disciples who partnered with Luo Cheng each saw their scores rise by 300, resulting in significant changes to the rankings beyond the top 10. Thus, several disciples, who would have struggled to qualify for the intersect based on strength alone, surged into the top 144 due to this score boost, eliciting a mix of astonishment and complaints among the disciples. With the selections for the intersect finalized, these 144 individuals were now set. The 5th trial would not take place within the Earth Law grounds, but rather on the Times platform, where only these 144 would compete for the final rankings. How unfortunate, one lamented. Never did I imagine that my first attempt at the intersect selection would lead to success. What extraordinary luck. You owe it all to Luo Cheng's brilliance. What is there to be proud of? The disciples' expressions were a tapestry of emotions, as Jigua and Feng Yuan exchanged complex glances with Luo Cheng before dispersing. Amidst the restless atmosphere, time slipped away silently, and before long, the 5th day of the intersect selection arrived. The 5th trial was on the cusp of commencement. Chapter 59, The Harmony of Heaven. Earth and Man, the Tianzi platform stands as the grandest arena within the martial refinement sect, stretching an impressive 100 zhang, designed for decisive battles among outer disciples, inner disciples, and even the most esteemed true disciples. Its craftsmanship rivals that of the finest human tier weaponry, rendering it nearly impervious to the marks of disciples at the 5th stage. Yet, over the passage of time, it bears the scars of countless encounters. Today, tens of thousands of disciples are seated around the Tianzi platform, with nearly all outer disciples in attendance, over half of the inner disciples present, and true disciples such as Nangong Rong and Xing Fei, alongside elders from various halls and peak masters, arriving in succession, creating an atmosphere of great solemnity. They have all come to witness the final round of the intersect selection. The preceding 4 rounds consisted of the initial token selection, the veneration of the ancestral teachings, the manifestation of fortune, and the path of earthly laws. Through this rigorous filtering process, 144 disciples were chosen. The competition among the disciples was somewhat tempered by the use of tokens, essence orbs, and earthly law beads. However, the 5th round, titled The Harmony of Heaven, Earth, and Man, pits these 144 against one another in a fierce contest. The rules are rather straightforward. The top 3 disciples, determined by their performance in the earlier rounds, must face off against the remaining 141. These 3, namely Luo Cheng, Jigua, and Feng Yuan, will endure the onslaught of their fellow disciples. If, at the conclusion of the contest, the trio remains on the Tianzi platform, they will engage in a free-for-all to determine the ultimate victor. Should any of the 3 fall, their achievements will be reduced by 30%. If all 3 are defeated, the remaining disciples still standing will engage in battle to ascertain the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places, thus redistributing the 30% deduction from Luo Cheng and his companion scores. The disciple who ultimately claims the top rank will be declared the champion. This round, known as the harmony of heaven, earth, and man, implies that, apart from the manifestation of fortune and the path of earthly laws, one must also seek the consensus of others to ascend to the pinnacle. In a previous intersect selection, all disciples refrained from attacking the top 3 due to their overwhelming prowess, which was enough to annihilate any challengers without hope of escape. Luo Cheng, Jigua, Fang Yuan, please ascend the Tianzi platform, a law enforcement disciple called out. The 3, who had been waiting patiently, stepped onto the wind battle platform. Indeed, it is you. Nangong Rong gritted his teeth in frustration from his seat. Having suffered a public defeat at the hands of Luo Cheng on the wind battle platform, he found it unbearable to swallow his humiliation. The sense of defeat rendering his cultivation seem futile. After realizing his own insignificance within the martial refinement sect through the incident involving the Tianhu pill, Nangong Rong finally found some semblance of balance within himself. He then devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training, eagerly anticipating the day he would transcend to the 4th stage and decisively defeat Luo Cheng, revealing the vast chasm that lay between them. However, he soon learned that Luo Cheng had also broken through to the 4th stage and had suddenly risen to prominence in the intersect selection, his reputation soaring to unprecedented heights. Thus, the once indifferent Nangong Rong, who had previously scoffed at such selections, found himself compelled to attend today. Fixated on Luo Cheng for quite some time, Nangong Rong then glanced at Xing Fei, who sat not far away. Her enchanting eyes seemingly filled with affection as they lingered on Luo Cheng, that a surge of fury ignited within him, boiling over. Xing Fei, how meddlesome you are. There must be some connection between you two. Just wait and see. 141 disciples, please ascend the Tianzi platform, the law enforcement disciple announced once more. Once all the disciples had ascended the Tianzi platform, it signified the commencement of the selection for the 5th round. Luo Cheng, Ji, has yet to witness your prowess firsthand, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage with you, hoping you are not merely a fa ade of strength, remarked Jigua, whose imposing presence on the Tianzi platform was unmistakable, his expression devoid of emotion. Luo Cheng maintained his composure, asserting, the top position is mine for the taking. In contrast to the two of them, Fang Yuan's demeanor was notably grave. The trio refrained from congregating, standing several dozen paces apart, each extracting their weapons. The 141 disciples, subtly encircled by the 3, displayed a myriad of expressions. Naturally, they had deliberated the impending battle the previous day, yet failed to reach a consensus. Some disciples were merely content to have become intersect members and wished to merely participate without significant ambition, while others were keen to elevate their rankings. After all, the rewards for the top 3, particularly the 1st place, were exceedingly generous. Moreover, among these individuals were those acquainted with Jigua or Fang Yuan, making unanimous agreement all the more elusive. Present, the multitude of disciples had divided into 3 factions, each directing their focus toward Luo Cheng and his companions, gradually closing the distance that a great battle was imminent, and the thousands of spectators fell into a hushed silence on the Tianzi platform. Sheer numbers did not equate to a significant advantage. You should depart early to avoid unnecessary injuries. With a Yin Yu Dao in hand, Ji Guo strode purposefully toward a group of disciples, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The onlookers understood that Ji Guo, known for his formidable and domineering nature due to his cultivation of the golden giant body, was not one to be trifled with, so his words came as no surprise. However, the group targeting Jigua was predominantly familiar with Fang Yuan, and they were not easily intimidated. With a resounding shout, they unleashed their elemental attacks in unison. Similarly, the faction aiming at Fang Yuan followed suit. Thus, the battle erupted. Various elemental forces surged across the expansive Tianzi platform, exploding with a terrifying momentum. Luo Cheng stood firm with his sword, the surging elemental energy surrounding him, poised for action. Facing the onslaught of 40 to 50 disciples was undoubtedly perilous, especially from a distance, where a moment's lapse could lead to being struck by multiple attacks simultaneously. His strategy was to prioritize evasion until the distance closed, making it easier to respond. However, his plans were thwarted as some of his opponents called out to him before leaping down from the Tianzi platform. These were primarily disciples who had traversed the fourth challenge alongside Luo Cheng, thus qualifying as inner sect members, and they had no desire to engage in battle with him. The remaining disciples were caught off guard by this turn of events, scratching their heads before following suit and descending from the platform. The previous day, they had all heard tales of how Luo Cheng had overcome the fourth challenge, understanding that relying on sheer numbers to overpower him was a possibility. But with their numbers diminished and attacks dispersed, victory seemed implausible, as long as Luo Cheng had the opportunity to unleash a single strike of his frosty sword chi. It would suffice to fell them en masse. In no time, Luo Cheng found himself alone, while Jigua and Feng Yuan continued their fervent clash. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Ron was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Useless fools. He must have bribed those spineless wretches. Some inner sect disciples, unaware of the circumstances surrounding the selection of the previous 4 challenges, harbored similar thoughts. With a flicker of his gaze, Gulin was acutely aware of the underlying reasons. Some disciples harbored gratitude or respect for Luo Cheng, unwilling to confront him, while others were intimidated by Luo Cheng's formidable presence, fearing that a mere skirmish could result in dire consequences. Boredom crept in. Xing Fei, however, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Some of the elders and peak masters who had come to observe the battle nodded in quiet approval. Achieving such a dynamic was, after all, a testament to strength that on the Tianzi platform, Jigua faced the incessant barrage of attacks without evasion, wielding his crescent blade with grand, sweeping motions, each gleam of golden light reminiscent of a landslide. Despite being outnumbered and at a disadvantage, he focused intently on a select few adversaries, intent on dismantling their ranks first. Feng Yuan, with her nimbleness, danced around the fray, her long whip extending with an agility that surpassed her own arm, allowing her to weave through the chaos with an elegant blend of offense and defense. Luo Cheng stood silently to the side, observing. The competition among the 3 was palpable, and he had no intention of intervening. He refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike either Jigua or Feng Yuan, for such an action would tarnish the honor of claiming the top position. The sounds of elemental energy colliding and weapons clashing filled the air. As the battles intensified, injuries among the disciples soon became apparent. The situation began to shift, with Jigua and Feng Yuan gaining the upper hand, swiftly emerging victorious one after the other. This outcome was anticipated by the onlookers. Both Feng Yuan and Jigua had reached the late stage of the 4th layer of elemental essence, leaving no room for doubt regarding their strength. The multitude of disciples attacking them, lacking unity of purpose, could hardly muster their full might, ultimately resigning when the prospect of victory faded. Once the other disciples withdrew, only Luo Cheng and the 2 remained on the Tianzi platform. The main event of the 5th round of selection was about to commence. In the previous 4 rounds, no direct confrontation had occurred among the 3. Now they would face each other in earnest combat. Luo Cheng, let us join forces to defeat Jigua first, Feng Yuan proposed, her enchanting visage shadowed by a serious expression. She did not underestimate Luo Cheng's capabilities, yet it was Jigua whom she truly feared. She believed that only by vanquishing Jigua could she hope to claim the top spot, fully aware that she was no match for him. Upon hearing her words, Luo Cheng's expression shifted. The struggle among the 3 was likely to evolve into a temporary alliance against a common foe. Previously, he had harbored concerns that Feng Yuan and Jigua might conspire against him. Now that she had approached him with a proposal to ally, it alleviated some of his suspicions. In front of so many disciples, he did not believe Feng Yuan would deceive him. However, before he could respond, Jigua interjected with a grave tone. Hold on, in such a grand setting. Do you not think that collaborating would undermine your identities? Feng Yuan, if your strength is lacking, it would be wise to accept reality. You cannot withstand even 3 strikes from me, and you are destined to remain far from the top position. Luo Cheng, your prowess has been spoken of in almost mythical terms. Do not allow me to underestimate you. Very well, let the strongest prevail for the top position. How about you, and I battle first? Jigua, Luo Cheng stated, indifferent to the notion of partnership. Feng Yuan frowned slightly, knowing that forcing an alliance was futile, and she stepped back, from a distance, Guilin could still hear the exchange and felt a surge of delight. Little beast, you would do well to perish beneath Jigua's blade. Good at Jigua readily accepted. Then turned to Luo Cheng, asking, do you still remember those 4 thunderstones? While the others might have found the meaning elusive, Luo Cheng instantly comprehended. Previously at Yuanzhong Valley, a disciple at the mid-stage of the Third Realm had exchanged 4 thunderstones for 2 exquisite dragon breath pills. And now he realized that this disciple was acting on Jigua's behalf for the precious pills. Remembering it. And then what? Luo Cheng inquired with a hint of skepticism. Jigua spoke candidly. Some items are better destroyed than allowed to circulate. Otherwise, one might find themselves harmed by them when least expected, just as it is now. Attack. No sooner had he uttered these words than Jigua charged forth. Chapter 60. The One Unity Dragon soared among the 30 to 40,000 outer disciples of the Wulian sect. The majority practiced the technique of the One Unity Sword Body, followed by those cultivating the Golden Giant Body. The remaining disciples were engaged in various forms of battle and spirit bodies. At this moment, nearly all outer disciples had gathered to witness the battle, and due to their differing cultivation methods, they held varying opinions regarding Luo Cheng and Jigua on the Tianzi platform. 8 months prior, a disciple stationed at the mountain gate had scrutinized Luo Cheng's waist token, and he now sat among the spectators. His expression inscrutable to that time. He had been at the mid-stage of the Third Realm, while Luo Cheng was at the late stage of the First Realm. Now he had advanced to the late stage of the Third Realm, while Luo Cheng had reached the early stage of the Fourth Realm. Particularly since Luo Cheng had made a significant impression during the intersex election, competing fiercely with 2 late-stage Fourth Realm disciples for the top position. The situation felt surreal to him. However, as a practitioner of the Golden Giant Body, he firmly favored Jigua, secretly contemplating, senior brother Ji's strength far exceeds my expectations. Luo Cheng will likely not withstand 10 exchanges. To have come this far, Luo Cheng is already quite formidable. White Jianyao, who had once forced Luo Cheng to the brink during a fierce battle at Thunderstone Ground but ultimately fell to Luo Cheng's blade, was also present. Retaining his late-stage Third Realm cultivation, White Jianyao's expression was notably grim. Inwardly cursing, Luo Cheng has cultivated the One Unity Sword Body in a haphazard manner. He will only display temporary might. Luo Cheng, facing Jigua, you shall suffer a humiliating defeat and learn a stark lesson. Meanwhile, other disciples harbored various thoughts, each perspective unique. Some had crossed paths with Luo Cheng before, while others had heard amusing tales from his youth. Especially among the outer disciples of the Pill Peak, who had once interacted with him. Now, observing Luo Cheng, they marveled at the capriciousness of fate. Fang Zhonghai, who had previously exchanged a precious refining pill with Luo Cheng, was incessantly smacking his lips in astonishment. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, realizing Luo Cheng has actually mastered the secret technique. How could this be? On the Tianzi platform, as Jigua charged forward, Luo Cheng's left hand formed a seal and pressed downward. A resonant hum echoed as Luo Cheng's aura surged and transformed. The chilling energy took on an air of desolation and murderous intent, reminiscent of the relentless gales sweeping across a desolate glacier. As this shift occurred, the moisture in the air around Luo Cheng crystallized in a frost, with ethereal sword chi swirling and manifesting around him on his back. A radiant symbol emerged, its broad shoulders horizontal and its upright spine vertical. The dark robe failed to conceal the brilliance of the as it emanated a blinding light. Luo Cheng had indeed invoked the destruction battle technique. In the pursuit of the top position, Luo Cheng was determined to give his all. Fully aware of Jigua's formidable strength and unwilling to let his guard down. Yesterday, he had diligently spun the 5-colored wheel, selecting the blue sector, which advances mastery of the fallen kill combat technique. Moreover, he had newly acquired a martial skill, all for this very moment. The unification sword chi. With a flourish, Luo Cheng swung his long sword, the trajectory it traced shimmering with a brilliant white light that, in the blink of an eye, the radiant white had already reached Jigua's front. The speed of the sword chi was astonishing. Even with Jigua's proficiency in movement techniques, evasion was futile. Jigua's eyes widened in fury as his crescent blade, aglow with golden light, swept towards the sword chi. Bang! The clash of the radiant white and the golden brilliance erupted in a clear collision. Jigwa staggered back 3 steps before he could regain his footing. The once resplendent golden aura surrounding him dimming, and frost forming upon his brow. How could this be? Gulin was nearly propelled to his feet in shock. He had witnessed the entire selection process of the previous 4 rounds, and, with his own cultivation at the 7th level and sharp perception, he had thoroughly assessed the strengths of Jigwa, Luo Cheng, and Feng Yuan, and he was confident in his judgment. Among the 3, Jigwa was undoubtedly the strongest, having nearly reached the 5th level of cultivation, with a strength that could easily exceed 120 to 130 tigers. His mastery of martial techniques was also commendable, capable of unleashing a 3 or 4-tier technique that surpassed 250 tigers, and his most powerful strike could exceed 300 tigers. Luo Cheng's strength was at 100 tigers, with his strongest strike also surpassing 250 tigers, making him somewhat weaker than Jigwa. Yet in this clash, Luo Cheng had evidently gained the upper hand. Ji Yilin's initial assessment had not been incorrect, but he had failed to take into account the fallen kill combat technique. After employing the yet-to-be fully integrated fallen kill technique, Luo Cheng's strength had reached 130 tigers. His grasp of the unification sword Qi was nearing perfection, allowing him to contend directly with Jigwa. Furthermore, Luo Cheng's frost blade surpassed the pinnacle of techniques, and when combined with the destructive power of the fallen kill, it became even deadlier, thus granting him the advantage. You truly are formidable. The frost upon Jigwa's brow vanished silently, and his fighting spirit intensified as he unleashed a commanding shout filled with oppressive force. With a whoosh, Jigwa's golden aura surged, creating a shockwave that radiated outward. His presence swelled dramatically, akin to a war god, exuding a chilling pressure. Jigwa had long since refined his primordial light to its essence. His ability lay in suppression. After consuming 2 exquisite dragon breath pills, this ability had successfully evolved into oppression, rendering his primordial power a force of constriction. Buzzed a radiant golden orb coalesced upon Jigwa's crescent blade. The brilliant orb shot forth, returned to the sky with the sword. Faced with such an offensive, Luo Cheng found it challenging to evade effectively, opting instead to coldly level his sword in defense. Buzz-boom. The fierce force descended like a colossal hand, the dazzling and surging golden light engulfing Luo Cheng. He retreated a step but steadied himself. Even though he had mastered the return to the sky with the sword technique to a level of integration, he still could not adequately channel the force he was enduring. Such was the miraculous nature of the Dragon Breath Pill's oppressive power. That instant, a faint glimpse of the character appeared behind Luo Cheng, glowing with a hint of gold before being swallowed by the radiant white. In the next heartbeat, Luo Cheng and Jigwa were already engaged in close combat. Boom, boom, boom. The air trembled with energy and light erupted. Among the spectators seated in the stands, those of lesser cultivation struggled to discern the unfolding battle, only able to witness a flurry of luminous flashes. Only those who have attained a cultivation level of 5 or above possess the discernment to perceive the state of battle. Green could ascertain that the G Nation was slightly at a disadvantage. Yet there were no signs of imminent defeat. Despite the relentless assaults from Luo Cheng, which battered his vital energy, G Nation remained resolute, for its champion was exceptionally steadfast and would not be easily vanquished. Moreover, he relied on his mastery of martial skills acquired in the late stages of the 4th level, preventing Luo Cheng from gaining any significant advantage. Damn, Luo Cheng's strength is perplexing. Nangong Rong's expression was one of fierce intensity. Filled with uncertainty, a true disciple. His perspective was undoubtedly elevated, yet he could not fully discern the conditions that had contributed to Luo Cheng's formidable prowess. The extraordinary Unity sword body was one factor. The exquisite refined dragon elixir was another. The integrated martial skills constituted a third, and the enhancement from secret techniques formed a fourth. That he sensed that something was still amiss. He had yet to consume the heavenly tiger pill. How formidable would he become should he choose to do so? Had he perhaps already taken it? From where did he acquire it? Nangong Rong fixated on Luo Cheng's figure, noting the resilience of his physique, which could adequately withstand the backlash of powerful martial techniques. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he grew. After a moment, his gaze shifted to the captivated Xing Fei on the heavenly selection platform. Fang Yuan gripped her whip tightly, her heart filled with hesitation. She was profoundly astonished by Luo Cheng's strength, realizing at that moment that her greatest rival was indeed him. She found herself conflicted about her next course of action. Should she ally with G Nation, or wait for them to exhaust each other? Ultimately, she decided. Fang Yuan pivoted and leaped down from the heavenly selection platform. Observing the two combatants, the golden light expanded rapidly to a size of approximately 10 feet, resembling a colossal grinding wheel as it pressed toward Luo Cheng. The air resonated with a series of thunderous booms. Among the disciples seated in the stands, those with even a modicum of insight recognized this technique as the Golden Giant Wheel seal. For the embodiment of Golden Giant body was that of a towering golden-armored general, propelling a golden grinding disc that crushed the very earth and heavens. This martial technique was notoriously difficult to master, requiring the refinement of one's vital energy into its true essence, coupled with the consumption of the finest dragon breath pill to amplify the energy from pressure to pressure before one could hope to wield it. G Nation had exceeded the expectations of this elder. Let us see if this little beast can preserve his life. Observing this, Green could not help but smile subtly. Nangong Rong craned his neck. Although he yearned to personally see Luo Cheng utterly defeated, witnessing him being ground into pulp would suffice for now. Feeling an invisible pressure that sought to impede the flow of his vital energy, Luo Cheng made no attempt to evade. Accompanied by a deep bellow from within, the tin behind him twisted and was drawn into his right arm. The secret technique falling kill battle method not only provided enhancement, but also stored power. Tin represented that accumulation. Gathering the might of annihilation along with the force Luo Cheng was subjected to, poised to unleash an explosive counterattack upon the dissolution of the technique's enhancement. Unity Dragon Sword. Luo Cheng furiously swung his long sword. As his vital energy surged into his arm like a breached dam, an intricate array of sword light erupting from the blade. Countless beams of varying sizes, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, shot forth, converging and merging as they traveled through the air. When they had traversed several feet, all the sword light coalesced into a diminutive dragon-shaped sword, adorned with fierce scales and a powerful physique, which collided with the golden grinding disc. Boom! The explosive golden light filled an area spanning dozens of feet. In the radiant glow, the diminutive sword dragon, towering at a length of approximately a zhang, demonstrated its formidable might by sending the hastily defending Jigua soaring through the AI. It was only after the sword dragon burst forth from the Tianzi platform that Jigua was propelled even further, crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the seats as the disciples gasped in disbelief. Coughing, Jigua's robe was stained with blood, a testament to his grievous injuries. Battling intense dizziness and a foggy mind, he struggled to regain his footing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he cast his gaze towards the Tianzi platform and declared in a solemn tone, "I am defeated. I accept this with both heart and mouth." Chapter 61. The position of champion as the brilliance and vigor upon the Tianzi platform dissipated, Luo Cheng's figure emerged. "I humbly accept your prowess," he said, his expression grave as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Had this battle occurred just a few days prior, it would have been difficult for him to contend with Jigua. His victory was attributed to the secret technique, falling kill battle method, whose explosive accumulation of power significantly enhanced the potency of his strikes. Not only did the force of his attack rival Jigua's, but the augmented strength from the falling kill also afforded him an undeniable advantage. Otherwise, with merely a rudimentary mastery of the martial skill unifying Dragon's Path Sword, although the might of his strikes could penetrate Jigua's pressure, the disparity in sheer force was considerable, and the radiance of the unifying Dragon's Path Sword might not withstand it, resulting in his potential defeat. Meanwhile, the disciples in the seating area were in an uproar. How could senior brother Jigua be defeated? Luo Cheng is merely in the early stage of the 4th level. Luo Cheng is truly magnificent. The discussions surged like waves, with tens of thousands of gazes fixated upon Luo Cheng. In their eyes, there was admiration, envy, respect, appreciation, fear, and resentment. It had been many years perhaps over a century, since a disciple in the early stage of the fourth level had attained the top position in the inner sect selection. Typically, it was the disciples in the late stage of the fourth level who claimed the first place. The brilliance displayed today was unparalleled. This singular battle would etch Luo Cheng's name into the annals of history, not only within the martial refinement sect, but soon to echo in the secular world, and even reach the ears of disciples from other sections of Nangong. Rong stormed off, incensed in the past. He would have garnered attention wherever he went, yet now he found himself overlooked. Yilin swiftly ascended to the Tianzi platform, his demeanor restored to normal with a broad smile, seemingly pleased with the results of the inner sect selection. He began by offering commendations to the 144 disciples, followed by words of encouragement to those who had not succeeded in the selection. Subsequently, he announced the rankings and rewards. The disciple ranked third. Fang Yuan was awarded 1,000 yuan stones, a top-tier human-grade weapon, and a premium dragon breath pill. This is a token. Hold it to select from the material treasure hall. The second-ranked disciple, Jigua, received 2,000 yuan stones, a top-tier human-grade weapon, and 2 premium dragon breath pills. As for the champion, Luo Cheng, whose talent was extraordinary, he was rewarded with 3,000 yuan stones, a top-tier human-grade weapon, a complete set of top-tier human-grade martial attire, 3 premium dragon breath pills, and a qualification to participate in the 9 sects tournament, accompanied by a token for selection from the material treasure hall. Even though the disciples were already aware of the champion's rewards, it still sparked a wave of envy. Whosoever received these rewards would experience a remarkable transformation, especially the rare qualification for the 9 sects tournament. Luo Cheng, with a face devoid of any unusual expression, accepted the token, finally securing the top position. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he noticed Xing Fei on the seating platform, winking at him with a look of apparent satisfaction. Luo Cheng scratched his brow and chuckled softly. Within the Hall of Material Splendor, after obtaining the inner sect waist token of the Sword's Edge, he proceeded to select his rewards. Having emerged as the champion, he commanded attention wherever he went, yet he encountered no difficulties, receiving his rewards one by one under the guidance of an outer sect disciple. A storage pouch filled with 3,000 yuan stones brought a profound joy to Luo Cheng's heart. The previous waste of vital energy from incessantly spinning the wheel paled in comparison to this. 3 exquisite dragon breath pills were contained within a jade vial, nothing particularly special, akin to the elixirs he had concocted in the yellow zone. He intended to use these 3 pills to repay Xing Fe an exceptional human-grade weapon. Luo Cheng raised an eyebrow, picking up the only sheathed long sword among the 10 or so weapons. Gripping the hilt, he drew the sword from its sheath a fraction of an inch. With a clear and crisp sound, the sword emitted a radiant white light. Once fully unsheathed, its true form was revealed. The blade, enveloped in dazzling brilliance, was sharp and imposing, measuring less than 4 feet in length, approximately 3 fingers in width, and weighing around 30 pounds. Infusing the sword with his vital energy, Luo Cheng felt no hindrance. After repeating the process twice, he sensed a profound connection with the blade. With a mere thought, the radiant glow of the blade receded, unveiling its true appearance. The sword shone a brilliant white, its surface adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of deep abysses and towering mountains. Upon releasing his thoughts, the blade once again radiated with splendid light. As he returned the sword to its sheath, the scabbard concealed its brilliance. Luo Cheng was particularly pleased, though his original sword remained usable. It had suffered significant wear, and without the support of vital energy, it would have been destroyed long ago during combat. Moreover, an exceptional human-grade weapon was far rarer than top-tier elixirs. Each piece could be deemed a fortuitous find. Firstly, an exceptional human-grade weapon harmoniously resonated with a warrior's vital energy, providing a smooth sensation akin to the flow of energy within one's body, even with minimal control over external vital energy. A warrior of lesser cultivation could wield an exceptional human-grade weapon effortlessly. Additionally, the weapon's attributes and vital energy mutually enhanced each other. Possessing this exceptional longsword would elevate Luo Cheng's strength by 10 to 20%. The blade's solidity and sharpness were beyond question. After a brief inquiry with the attending disciple, Luo Cheng learned that this sword had been named the Frostless Sword, forged from frostlight gold. Having chosen the frostless sword, he proceeded to select an exceptional human-grade battle attire. With only a women's skirt and a men's robe available, he faced no dilemma in making his choice. The men's robe, primarily moon-white, featured brocade cloud patterns on the collar and cuffs, with matching belt and footwear, exuding an air of elegance without extravagance. This exceptional human-grade attire far surpassed the frostless sword in value and rarity. Crafted from various silks of precious silkworms, it was named the Shijuan Battle Robe. Once donned, as long as it was infused with vital energy, it would fit perfectly, accommodating any changes in size or shape. Whether expanding tenfold or shrinking to a fraction of its size, the attire would adjust accordingly. Moreover, it possesses the ability to withstand the 5 elemental forces of wind and thunder, remaining impervious to flames and water's encroachment. Even when standing amidst ordinary raging fires, it feels no heat, should the flames become excessively intense. It will draw upon a martial artist's vital energy to sustain its resistance that if it sustains minor damage, it can swiftly recover by absorbing vital energy. However, it is not armor, and its defensive capabilities against physical force are somewhat limited. How could Luo Cheng be dissatisfied? Almost every battle leaves his garments tattered, and with this exquisite martial attire, many troubles can be alleviated. After claiming all the rewards for achieving the top position, Luo Cheng arrived at the sword peak. He cultivated the return to one sword body and, upon entering the inner sect, proceeded to the inner sanctum of the sword peak. He sought out the steward responsible for various matters at the sword peak and received the inner sect steward's robe, along with accommodations, thus making his residence at the sword peak official. Towering above, it sits atop a steep cliff, a truly splendid location. Luo Cheng's eyes sparkled with joy that a building stood before him, accompanied by an open space where a green pine tree thrived. Before the open space lay a precipice soaring 100 feet high, marking the site of his future dwelling and cultivation. Spacious and tranquil, he could gaze upon the undulating peaks of the martial refinement sect, adorned with resplendent pavilions, making it an ideal place for focused cultivation. After tidying the long vacant building, Luo Cheng donned the battle robe of the Sujun, and with his tall, well-proportioned figure and dignified appearance, he resembled a chivalrous wanderer traversing the realms of heaven and earth, exuding an air of composed confidence without losing his remarkable spirit. From this day forth, he need not undertake any official duties to earn a monthly stipend. He could engage in his cultivation in peace. Each month, he would receive a designated amount of vital stones and elixirs, and there would be monthly martial teachings from his master, addressing queries and clarifying doubts. Should he earn the favor of a particular master, he might be taken under their wing for dedicated cultivation. The mere thought of this filled him with excitement, yet he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Standing in silence for a while, he resolved to procure the 3 missing exquisite dragon breath pills. With that thought, Luo Cheng hurried down the mountain. As the sun rose and set, time flowed on. Following the inner sect selection, there were no significant events within the inner sect. Each disciple attended to their duties, diligently cultivating in an orderly fashion. Everything appeared quite tranquil, atop the southern peak of martial refinement. Nangong Roan wore a menacing smile, keenly observing an inner sect disciple. This disciple was a young man, around 25 or 26, with a mid-level cultivation of the 4th stage, who bowed his head, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Once becoming an inner sect disciple, one could entirely forego any official position and focus solely on cultivation, occasionally venturing into perilous locations to acquire more resources. Yet some disciples aspire to attain specific positions, such as law enforcement disciples or stewards of the inner sect. This particular disciple held a position in the Thousand Treasures Hall. The hall was not accessible to inner sect disciples, serving as a resource hub for elders, peak masters, and true disciples of both the inner and outer sections reporting to Senior Brother Nangong. Over a month ago, Senior Sister Xing Fei did indeed come to the Thousand Treasures Hall, stating her intention to procure a few exquisite 9 Revolutions pills. I initially intended to retrieve them for her, but she insisted on going herself and told me to carry on with my own affairs. As for the missing Heavenly Tiger pill, I truly do not know if Senior Sister Xing Fei took it. The young disciple wiped the cold sweat from his brow and spoke candidly. Get lost. You are of no further use. Nangong Rong was satisfied with the answer he had received on the fourth day following the conclusion of the intersect selection. What? Xing Fei has been apprehended and brought to the intersect law hall for stealing a heavenly tiger pill. Upon hearing the words of the unfamiliar disciple before him, Luo Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 62. Revelation of Scandals. In the past, Nangong Jiajing led his relatives, offspring, and disciples to establish the Wu Yin sect. The sect later flourished and prospered, with the original founding elders passing down their legacies, resulting in a robust and thriving lineage. However, as time progressed, distinctions between direct and collateral descendants inevitably emerged. A certain group, blessed by the favor of their elders, were born into positions of privilege and prominence, known as the true disciples. Regarding such capricious and reckless matters, he preferred not to intervene, believing that it was the responsibility of their own elders to impose proper restraint and discipline to prevent arrogance and unruliness. Did you consume it, or did you give it to some beast? Nangong Rong inquired with a smile. However, upon noticing Xing Fei's furious gaze directed at him, his expression grew cold. Xing Fei, do you dare to be impudent in the Law Palace? Nangong Rong, do not overstep your bounds. Beware that one day I might catch you and break your dog legs. Xing Fei replied, her eyes seemingly swirling with ice and snow. She had thought the matter concerning Luo Cheng was behind them. Yet unexpectedly, it was now being resurrected by Nangong Rong. Do not presume that I fear you simply because your cultivation is slightly higher. You are merely a few years my senior. The disciple is unaware. Did Xing Fei present you with a Tianhu Dan, and did you consume it? Yes, that in a question and answer format. Luo Cheng displayed no signs of concealment. At this moment, Xing Fei spoke with a hint of coldness. The disciple indeed took a Tianhu Dan from the Qianbao Hall without permission and exchanged it with Luo Cheng for 18 thunderstones and 3 Longxi Dawn. He was uncertain if Xing Fei's act of taking a Tianhu Dan constituted a grave error, yet he understood that she had acted out of a desire to assist him, while Nangong Rong sought to use this incident against him. Thus, he could not allow Xing Fei to face such punishment. Even if it meant 100 strikes, public humiliation for 3 days, or 3 years of confinement, he would not consent to even a single strike against her. Luo Cheng, you have fallen into Nangong Rong's trap. Subsequently, Gu Shuo and Che Yinyu conspired to frame Luo Cheng to AS for the truth of this affair. A simple inquiry would reveal it clearly. Luo Cheng's countenance remained unchanged, his demeanor exuding a sense of coldness. And so what? Nangong Rong, emboldened, declared, the Wu Yin sect was established by the ancestor of the Nangong family. You disciples enjoy the blessings of Wu Yin, yet instead of expressing gratitude, you wish to criticize the actions of Nangong Rong. He then proceeded to inform the elders of Nangong Rong and Xing Fei about the situation. Before long, Gulin arrived. Upon witnessing the scene within the hall, he quickly discerned the situation, and his thoughts raced, soon arriving at a resolution. The exchange of the Tianhu Dan would certainly not be widely publicized. He was relatively well acquainted with the state of Wu Yin. While it appeared there was no overt division, the Nangong lineage harbored a sense of crisis that would compel them to consolidate loyalties and suppress dissent, as an elder of the outer sect. He had never been highly regarded by the Nangong lineage, yet now was the time for him to demonstrate his loyalty. Offending the 9th elder or others would ultimately yield greater benefits than losses. This was indeed excellent. Luo Cheng's face was as frosty as ice. He had prepared for the worst. Soon after, an individual entered from outside the hall. This man appeared to be under 30, with a square face, standing over 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and clad in a magnificent white fur cloak, exuding an air of great authority. His name was Nangong Xiaotian, a true disciple, age 29, possessing an 8th level cultivation. Chapter 63. The blood battle of destiny from the moment he appeared until he departed from the Law Palace. Nangong Xiaotian did not cast a single glance at Luo Cheng, as if the latter were utterly invisible, a mere specter in his sight. Only after Nangong Xiaotian's figure had vanished did Jelen dare to exhale a long sigh of relief. Luo Cheng, within the martial refinement sect, you are but an insignificant ant. I refuse to accept this. I would rather die in battle than withdraw from the martial refinement sect, Luo Cheng declared, enunciating each word with conviction. His admission of guilt did not signify true acquiescence. He would sooner embrace death than endure such humiliation and oppression. For a sect to thrive and endure, its rules must be stringent and balanced. Among the regulations of the martial refinement sect, there exists a stipulation. If a disciple commits an offense and does not accept the judgment of the law palace, they may fight to assert their will. This means that the judgments of the law palace are not infallibly just. Should a disciple disagree, they may confront their accusers atop the destiny platform. Any disciple who believes the accused deserves punishment may challenge them. With no more than 5 combatants allowed, and their cultivation level must not surpass that of the accused by more than 1 tier. Should the accused be defeated, they face death. If victorious, they may evade punishment and exit the sect. Elder Duan, I firmly believe he deserves this punishment, and I wish to battle him. Jelen, having been vilified by Luo Cheng and rejected by him, felt it imperative to impart some lessons. The refined demeanor he once possessed had long since vanished. He stood at the pinnacle of the 7th level of martial intent, which technically contravened the sect's regulations. Yet as a party involved, he might receive leniency, sealing his cultivation to the early 5th level. At the Destiny platform, disciples from all corners flocked to the scene, for this was a rare spectacle not witnessed in over a decade. Moreover, the disciple fighting to assert his was none other than Luo Cheng, who had recently secured the top position in the intersect selection in less than a quarter of an hour. Thousands of disciples had congregated near the Destiny platform to infiltrate the Qianbao Hall and steal the Heavenly Tiger Pill. This is audacity beyond measure. How on earth did he manage to breach it? They speculated, for Luo Cheng's capabilities were indeed peculiar. It was not beyond reason that he had taken advantage of a momentary lapse in the Qianbao Hall's defenses. No wonder he was so formidable. Perhaps he had pilfered an extraordinary Heavenly Tiger Pill, but he is doomed. Any disciple at the early 5th level could easily overpower him. The chatter among the disciples grew animated, for they had witnessed Luo Cheng's strength, capable of defeating those at the late 4th level of Jigua. Yet, no one believed he would survive this day, especially with Jelen at the 7th level. Even if his power were sealed, he still vastly surpassed that of the early 5th level. Clad in the martial robe of Jishuan, Luo Cheng stood resolutely on the Destiny platform, his expression frosted over. The frostless sword, sheathed at his side, gleamed coldly as he gazed at the 5 adversaries before him. Falling kill combat technique, that a low exclamation resounded within Luo Cheng's heart, and a radiant 10 materialized on his back. Especially as he donned the finest human tier martial attire, the clear 10 was reflected vividly upon the fabric of his robe. You 4 need not intervene. Allow me to engage him first, declared Nangong Rong, wielding a fiery red staff. Flames already swirling around him, he had pushed Luo Cheng to such a desperate situation, yet he remained unsatisfied. To personally defeat him and then execute him would be the ultimate triumph. Senior brother Nangong overestimates him. Such a scoundrel deserves to be eradicated by all. Junior brother, we shall support you, chimed in 3 robust law enforcement disciples, their tone casual yet laced with a hint of flattery. Long as they assist in the gradual demise of Luo Cheng. It would be considered a commendable feat. Such fortunate occurrences are rare indeed, which explains the fervent competition among their law enforcement disciples, their faces flushed with excitement. Nangong Rong raised the corner of his mouth in a satisfied smile. Clearly pleased with the performance of the trio, he then swiftly darted forward, charging at Luo Cheng, while Golin and the others spread out around him, providing protection that a magnificent 5-colored vortex materialized in the sky behind Luo Cheng, drawing in a terrifying gravitational force that surged into his very being. His moon-white martial robe transformed entirely into a vibrant green, and the 10 emblazoned upon his back radiated a brilliant azure hue. A delicate bamboo sword insignia manifested at the center of his brow, enveloping him in the resonant sound of clang, clang, clang. His originally stern and robust visage, now shrouded in frost, had taken on a slightly eerie quality. With a resounding clang, the frostless sword was drawn, its blade emanating a verdant brilliance. In a swift motion, it lunged towards Nangong Rong, who stood at the forefront, wearing a triumphant grin. Bang! Nangong Rong, barely managing to parry with his staff, was sent flying like a small sandbag tossed by a giant, hurtling off the Tianza platform He was struck again by the resplendent azure sword dragon, propelling him another 40 to 50 zhang. Soaring over the seating area before crashing against the cliffside with a thunderous roar, engulfed in the exploding azure light. The disciples present were left in disbelief. None could fathom the reality of this scene. In terms of strength, Nangong Ron was not significantly weaker than Jigua, yet he had nearly been instantaneously vanquished by Luo Cheng on the Tianzi platform. Galin and the others stood in shock, astonished that Luo Cheng had suddenly exhibited power comparable to that of a fifth-tier practitioner. While they were still reeling from this revelation, Luo Cheng continued, transforming into a streak of resplendent azure sword light as he advanced. Before they could fully grasp the situation, he unleashed a deadly strike. Ji Yilin, having cultivated the Jing Shu Bao Ti, bellowed with the force of thunder, unleashing a torrent of deep blue energy that surged forth like a lightning bolt, striking Luo Cheng. Clang. Even with his breath returning to him and employing the skyward sword to defend, he was still sent tumbling several times by the impact. Two other law enforcement disciples, skilled in the Jing Ju Bao Ti, followed Galin's lead, furiously swinging their weapons to unleash a barrage of golden light. Boom! After blocking one attack, Luo Cheng was swept off his feet by another wave of golden radiance. After all, he was merely at the early stages of the fourth tier. As he had yet to touch the ground, his form astonishingly morphed into a fierce azure-scaled dragon, soaring several zhang into the air. Once the brilliance surrounding him subsided, he wielded his long sword, sending forth 36 streaks of resplendent azure sword light towards one of the law enforcement disciples. Following a brief clash of metal, that disciple was pierced through by a single beam of azure sword light. Meanwhile, Galin, with both hands channeling energy, conjured a thick, dark blue cloud spanning several zhang in the air. The heavy blue cloud, carried by the wind, drifted ominously towards Luo Cheng's head. Though Galin's cultivation was sealed at the early stages of the fifth tier, he was able to initially utilize techniques that should only be mastered by those at the sixth tier. His weapon, a sword of terrestrial grade, would unleash 3 to 4/10 of its potential, surpassing even that of an exceptional human-grade weapon. After summoning the dense blue cloud, Galin did not relent. With a swing of his sword, layers upon layers of sword light emerged. The cascading sword light resembled the turning pages of a book. Faced with the onslaught, Luo Cheng had no time to evade, his body radiating with resplendent azure sword light, merging into a singular form. The unity strike was unleashed. Clang. As the confrontation escalated, Luo Cheng stumbled backward, unable to maintain his footing. At that moment, a vast expanse of deep blue clouds loomed ominously above him. The cloud churned violently, and a colossal azure hand emerged from the billowing mass, descending with alarming speed. Boom! In an instant, Luo Cheng was sent crashing to the ground of the Tianzi platform. The giant hand erupted, engulfing him in a torrent of blue, rendering him invisible amidst the chaos. The last law enforcement disciple, with wide eyes and a fierce determination, swung his blade downwards, unleashing a beam of golden light exceeding 10 zhang in length. Clang! Luo Cheng's anguished roar echoed, imbued with despair and ferocity. Chapter 64. Exiting the sect transformed into a figure clad in a green robe. Luo Cheng found himself in an extraordinary state, enabling him to wield the return to one sword technique and return to one dragon's flight sword with a proficiency akin to that of a master. His elemental energy underwent a significant transformation, further augmented by the power of obliteration combat techniques, granting him strength surpassing that of a typical disciple in the early stages of the fifth realm. Yet he still proved no match for Jelin T. Present. His muscles were battered and torn, blood seeping through his azure robes, staining them crimson. The blood he expelled splattered across the Tianzi platform, creating a gruesome mark nearly a zhang wide. The golden light that the law enforcement disciple had unleashed carved a deep gash into his back. Severely wounded, the intricate bamboo sword emblem on his forehead began to dissipate. Boom! 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 A relentless barrage of attacks bombarded Luo Cheng, leaving him unable to retaliate as he was tossed about mercilessly. "Little beast, why won't you perish?" Jelin roared fiercely, his sword creating a cascade of shimmering blade shadows. The law enforcement disciple, relentless in his assault, swung his heavy blade, releasing waves of golden light. Swish, swish, swish. The concentrated onslaught rained down upon Luo Cheng, within a radius of several zhang around him. Light and energy erupted violently. Meanwhile, nearly 10,000 disciples had gathered in the surrounding seating area. Witnessing this unfolding spectacle, is this truly acceptable? Does it not seem excessively cruel? 5 against 1, leaving not a sliver of hope for Luo Cheng. Is there no one to intervene? At that moment, a sense of sadness pervaded Green's eyes widened in horror. With a swish, it seemed as though a figure flashed by, causing the air to ripple slightly. Luo Cheng, employing his martial techniques, vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Green in the next instant. His speed was astonishing. Disciples of lower cultivation levels could not perceive even a trace of Luo Cheng's movement. Although Green, whose true cultivation was at the 7th level, was able to see, he was sealed at the early 5th level, and while his eyes could detect the action, his body could not keep pace. Attempting to evade was utterly futile. With a slash of his sword, he inflicted a gash nearly 3 feet long across Luo Cheng's chest. Simultaneously, the demonic Luo Cheng unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! Green was propelled like a broken sandbag, soaring 10 zhang away, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape. Upon observing the nearly 3-foot-long wound on Luo Cheng's chest, with severed muscles and a gruesome injury that penetrated to the bone, it was a sight to behold. The sword wielded by Green was a terrestrial-grade weapon, exceedingly sharp. Humph! Luo Cheng did not spare a glance at the wound. He vanished once more from his position. With a true cultivation at the 7th level, Green's physical defenses were formidable, yet he was still struck by Luo Cheng, causing his chest to cave in. Even as he dragged himself along the ground, he found it impossible to rise in time. Luo Cheng appeared beside him, without the slightest hesitation, and delivered another crushing blow. The sword pierced through Luo Cheng's shoulder. Yet his fist once again struck Green's chest. Bang! Poof! The surface of the celestial selection platform beneath Green cracked, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he sprayed a jet of blood. How had Luo Cheng transformed into this? What sort of secret technique was this? The numerous disciples present were filled with astonishment, not only at the prowess displayed by Luo Cheng, but also at his sheer brutality. "You shall have no place to die." Luo Cheng's voice echoed, as if it came from the abyss, the black tin on his back twisting and merging with his grotesque form, towering over a zhang. His extraordinarily robust physique shook with a thud. He reached out with his large left hand and seized Green by the head, lifting him effortlessly. In that grip, it felt as if all of Green's vital energy was dispersing, rendering him unable to muster any power. He struggled in vain, akin to a mere wild chicken being held aloft. Terror and shock filled his eyes, and he yearned to plead for mercy, yet found no opportunity. Luo Cheng clenched his right fist, drawing it back to gather force, then unleashed a ferocious blow straight into Green's chest. Bang! Boom! Instead of being sent flying, Green felt as though he were fixed in midair, his entire ribcage collapsing inward. The fabric of his robe tore to shreds, and a surge of mixed blood and mist erupted from behind him in rippling waves. Boom! The shock wave surged violently. With a flick of his left hand, Luo Cheng slammed Green back onto the celestial selection platform, then began to rain down punches, one after another, upon the barely breathing Green. The entire wind battle platform trembled in response. Cracks appeared beneath Green on the celestial selection platform, continuously widening. Thud! Thud! The muffled sounds of impact echoed incessantly, striking at the hearts of those who listened. The thousands of disciples seated around fell silent, their faces pale, watching the scene unfold in a deathly hush. Thud! Thud! The relentless sounds of bombardment reverberated like a death knell, spreading throughout the martial refinement sect, on the southern peak of the martial refinement sect, upon witnessing Nangong Rong's barely hanging life. Nangong Xiaodian's white cloak billowed in the wind, rustling ominously. T.O. dare inflict such grievous harm upon his brother Rong. No matter who you are, your entire clan shall pay the price. Nangong Xiaotian's expression was one of extreme indifference. In a flash, he had already reached the entrance that moment. A voice, aged and resonant, echoed out of nowhere. Luo Cheng, if you are to prevail, you must allow him to depart. The ninth elder interjected. What if I choose not to? Nangong Xiaoyan's fierce gaze sharpened, and he spoke with indifference. Jilin had perished, leaving no trace of his remains. Among the 5 who confronted Luo Cheng, aside from the rescued Nangong Rong and the law enforcement disciple who fled in panic, the other 3 had met their demise on the celestial selection platform. Observing Luo Cheng now, he had returned to his original appearance, his complexion as pale as parchment, his body trembling with exhaustion. The exquisite human-tier martial robe he wore was stained with blood. Through the torn fabric, one could discern several wounds that had yet to fully heal, including a 3-foot-long gash across his chest and a puncture wound in his shoulder. A sight of utter despair. Yet, Luo Cheng's eyes remained as icy as ever. He cast a sweeping glance over the multitude of silent disciples seated in the stands, crushed the inner sect token in his hand, and departed from the celestial selection platform. Upon reaching the cliff behind the seating area, he broke through the rocks and retrieved the frostless sword. With the long sword sheathed and held firmly in hand, he strode confidently towards the entrance of the martial refinement sect, under the watchful eyes of countless disciples. Having triumphed in this battle, he had escaped punishment and simultaneously severed ties with the martial refinement sect. From this day forth, he would no longer be a disciple of the martial refinement sect, nor would he be under its protection. Luo Cheng had left that it would be nearly impossible to see him again. Upon reflection, it seemed he had not suffered any great misfortune, that a sense of inexplicable sorrow lingered in the hearts of some disciples. Was it the martial refinement sect that abandoned him? Or had he chosen to forsake the sect? Atop the highest tier of stone steps on a mountain peak, Luo Cheng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the entirety of the martial refinement sect. His martial robe, slowly absorbing the elemental energy, saw the bloodstains vanish rapidly, and the torn areas appeared to mend as if restored to their original state. Once the blood on the robe dissipated, it was impossible to discern the brutal battle he had just endured. Yet turmoil brewed within his heart. The tender age of 7, devoid of memories, he had wandered through the forests until he encountered a group of individuals. Unaware of their intentions, Luo Cheng simply followed them. Ultimately arriving at the martial refinement sect, due to his suitable age, he joined the ranks of outer sect disciples alongside other children. Though he did not comprehend the significance of this at the time, it brought him the comfort of food and shelter, a semblance of warmth. Unworthy disciple Luo Cheng, I bow in gratitude for the sect's acceptance, that I bow in gratitude for the sect protection, I bow in gratitude for the sect's nurturing and teaching. The disciple Luo Cheng, not accepted by the Nangong lineage, now bid farewell as he exited the martial refinement sect. After bowing 4 times in respect, his heart had regained its tranquility, and his complexion was untroubled. He turned to descend the stone steps, making his way toward the mountain gate. Just before he could exit, Xing Fei quietly caught up with him. Her expression bore traces of sorrow and reluctance, her enchanting eyes shimmering with an ethereal light as she asked softly, "What are your plans for the future? In this vast world, where can one not go? What is there to worry about regarding a place to rest?" Chapter 65. The inheritance of gods and demons in the southern region of Junfeng State. There lie hundreds of prefectures, home to numerous sects and clans. Among these perilous and treacherous locations, the various factions vie for resources. Among them, the treacherous planet of Demon Swamp is situated at the junction of the Luoyang Prefecture, where the martial refinement sect resides, and 3 other prefectures that it stretches over 1,000 miles, a realm of treacherous swamps perpetually shrouded in mist, seldom revealing its true visage. The planetary demon swamp remains outside the dominion of any sect, yet it often harbors immense opportunities amidst its inherent dangers, drawing martial artists from the 4 houses and even from dozens of surrounding territories to venture forth, unbound by constraints, venerating martial prowess above all. Nestled at the periphery of the planetary demon swamp lies Planetary City, one of the locales where these warriors pause to rest and engage in trade. Among them is none other than Luo Cheng. After departing from the martial refinement sect, he wasted no time, traversing with a pace that oscillated between haste and leisure. He first crossed the borders of the martial refinement sect, then navigated the outskirts, ultimately arriving at Planetary City. Over the span of a little more than 10 days, all his injuries had healed completely, and even his martial robe had been restored to its former splendor, resplendent as ever. Why are there so many martial artists? Luo Cheng mused, somewhat astonished, as he walked along the cracked and slightly slick stone pathway. The streets were bustling with warriors, akin to a lively marketplace. These martial artists donned varied attire, ranging from the elderly to the youthful, mostly moving in groups of 3 to 5, with some even accompanied by dozens of followers, brazenly parading through the city. The presence of those who had attained the 5th stage was commonplace, and even those at the 6th stage were numerous. Occasionally, one could perceive the oppressive aura of a 7th stage or even an 8th stage warrior. Many hailed from the Luo House and other such territories, their accents unfamiliar, suggesting they had journeyed from distant lands. Some martial artists even brought along spiritual beasts, compelling Luo Cheng to steal a few glances. As far as he knew, creatures like demon beasts and divine beasts typically resided within the celestial demon domain, making them a rarity in the celestial martial domain. Moreover, in places like the Luo House, which were considered remote corners of the celestial martial domain, while one might encounter flying birds and beasts in the forests, they were generally primitive, lacking intelligence, often perishing due to their unwitting forays into perilous areas, becoming demonic entities that, in contrast, spiritual beasts not only possessed remarkable intellect, but could also cultivate like martial artists, often exhibiting extraordinary abilities, and were far scarcer than demon beasts. At least, this was the first time he had witnessed such a sight. The recent street brawls made it abundantly clear to Luo Cheng that Planetary City adhered to no laws. A mere disagreement could result in bloodshed, and few would intervene. Even instances of robbery in broad daylight went unchecked, leaving no avenue for redress. The martial artists lingering within Planetary City represented an M-laying of backgrounds. Some hailed from prominent families or were disciples of sects, while others were outright brigands, born of murder and plunder. Here, the powerful could act with impunity, while the weak were compelled to keep a low profile and remain discreet. It was best to avoid trouble, he thought to himself, as he noticed a shop bearing the sign Jiuan Pavilion and decided to step inside. The Jiuan Pavilion was modest in size, with few martial artists entering or exiting, as it did not deal in elixirs, weapons, or rare treasures. Rather, it specialized in various types of intelligence. Luo Cheng, being unfamiliar with the planetary demon swamp on his first visit, sought to gather information. After expressing his intent and handing over a piece of elemental stone, a young woman in her 20s attended to him. "Senior brother, please take a seat." The young woman possessed a countenance of considerable beauty, her cultivation at the 3rd level evident, as she wore a gentle smile and spoke in a soothing voice. She began to recount. The planetary demon marsh was formed 4,600 years ago. Initially, it spanned only a few miles and was not deemed perilous. However, it gradually underwent transformation, leading to the emergence of various demonic creatures. Subsequently, a dense fog enveloped the area, becoming increasingly uncontrollable and perilous, as this fog harbors the danger of disorientation. Luo Cheng listened intently, secretly pondering its similarities to the treacherous lands of the wilds. The toxicity of the fog within the planetary demon marsh is not severe. A martial artist of the 3rd level can breathe without difficulty. Nevertheless, this fog can easily obscure a martial artist's sense of direction and may even conjure illusions to confuse the mind. Of course, if that were all, the planetary demon marsh would not earn its fearsome reputation, nor would it attract numerous highly skilled martial artists for exploration. With a gentle tone, the woman continued. Within the planetary demon marsh, in addition to harvesting materials from the demons, one can also discover rare treasures related to earth and water, making it particularly suitable for martial artists at the 4th and 5th levels to hone their skills. However, 1,300 years ago, an anomaly occurred when a martial artist encountered a palace of purple gold comparable to a city within the marsh. Initially believing it to be an illusion, the palace of purple gold appeared frequently, catching the attention of various factions. Luo Cheng's expression grew slightly grave, as this information was unknown to him. He only knew that over a dozen sects, governing 10 territories, sought to claim the planetary demon marsh for themselves. The scramble among various factions for exploration persisted for over a century. Several sects perished in this endeavor, and it is noteworthy that the martial refinement sect, which currently oversees the Luoyang prefecture, was established as a result. Upon mentioning the martial refinement sect, Luo Cheng felt a stirring in his heart. He was not reminded of Xing Fei or Cheng Danxia, but rather of Nangong Xiaotian. The recollection of this individual filled Luo Cheng with a sense of oppression and fury. During the Nine Gates martial gathering, Luo Cheng took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions and continued to listen attentively. The contention over the planetary demon marsh, specifically regarding the Palace of Purple Gold, gradually subsided, yet the understanding of the palace among the sects remained scant, possibly due to matters of inheritance. Consequently, the name Divine Hall began to circulate, even attracting a prominent figure to investigate. The conclusion drawn was that the Divine Hall housed an unparalleled demonic beast. From that point onward, the Palace of Purple Gold became known as the Demon God Hall, which perhaps concealed the legacy of divine and demonic beings. Upon hearing this, a sense of dread crept into Luo Cheng's heart. The Demon God Hall was not fixed in a specific location within the planetary demon marsh. It moved irregularly and could even appear or vanish out of thin air. During its movements, it is advisable not to enter the planetary demon marsh, a lesson learned from over 1,000 years of experience, as it is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, during its movements, the Demon God Hall might emanate certain energies, leading to peculiar transformations and the formation of rare treasures and spiritual wonders within the planetary demon marsh. This phenomenon bears some resemblance to the Yuan Wind Realm, though the distinction lies in the fact that the Yuan Wind Realm is influenced by energy storms, and the names of the two realms are not easily compared. When the Demon God Hall halts its movements, the fog of the planetary demon marsh becomes significantly thinner, prompting a surge of martial artists to enter and explore. Currently, over 100,000 martial artists are lingering in Planetary City, eagerly awaiting this moment. Based on past experiences, it is anticipated that less than a month remains that I end the hearts of these martial artists. Their foremost desire is to be the first to locate the Demon God Hall. Compared to the treasures within the Hall of Gods and Demons, the items formed merely through the dispersion of aura are indeed rather meager. Whoever first discovers the Hall of Gods and Demons will have the opportunity to partake in its riches, even if only to explore a little. It is uncertain how many factions have risen as a result. Naturally, it is equally unknown how many warriors have lost their lives in the pursuit. The specific timing remains indeterminate, as there is no consensus on how long the hall lingers before it begins to move again. In addition to this information, the woman recounted the various factions and the sporadic events occurring within Planet City. Thank you. Luo Cheng expressed gratefully that a piece of Yuan stone for such information is indeed worthwhile. The woman smiled sweetly and replied, "Brother, you are too kind. The Qi Yuan Pavilion collects and sells all manner of intelligence, covering the entirety of Nanjunfeng Prefecture. Should you have any needs related to information, please feel free to visit our pavilion." Luo Cheng was taken aback by the vastness of Qi Yuan Pavilion's operations and made a mental note before departing. The Baiwu Tower was originally established by the martial refinement sect. Observing the imposing 5-story structure, Luo Cheng shook his head and refrained from entering. After turning down a few streets, he entered the martial law pavilion. Although this establishment was modest in size, it exclusively dealt with transactions related to martial arts techniques and secret skills. As Luo Cheng had yet to attain the 5th level of the unification sword body technique, he deemed it prudent to prepare early, hoping to find a suitable alternative. Chapter 66. Fragments of techniques. Martial techniques are closely tied to the development and prosperity of families and sects. Collecting